Lin Shu was the most driven young man in the first year of high school. Not only did he shatter everyone's expectations of what a beast master's talent should be, but right before their eyes, he single-handedly ignited a storm. At Kangla No. 2 Middle School in Feng City, the morning sun had faded from pale to bright, flooding the playground with dazzling light. The campus buzzed with the laughter of young students, full of hope and anticipation. Teen boys and girls eagerly awaited the awakening of their beast master talents. Amid carefree play, Lin Shu sat quietly in a corner, legs crossed. His brows slightly furrowed under messy bangs, his eyes deep and steady, as if each breath resonated with the universe. He was lost in thought, focused on the ancient and mysterious basic spirit refining manual. Lin Shu wasn't a local. He came from a dull, ordinary world without beast masters. Once a simple office worker, he had somehow been transported to this blue star, rife with endless possibility. As his status screen appeared, his proficiency quietly rose. Lin Shu had long outpaced his peers, becoming the so-called top grinder. Time was ruthless, yet offered him unique opportunities. Minutes later, teacher Li Kaiming's voice rang out calm, yet commanding in the silence. The list was read aloud amid cheers and whispers. Several students headed to the awakening chamber, faces alight with satisfaction. Even just opening a Beastmaster's space marked the start of their journey. When Lin Shu's name was called, the noise swelled. He walked forward with steady steps, a faint smile on his face, entering the humble awakening room. The room was empty except for a small awakening orb pulsating soft light. He grasped it with both hands and focused his spirit energy. In an instant, a purple light burst through the darkness, carving out his own beast space. Just as he thought the awakening was ending, a radiant orb suddenly appeared, hanging high like fate itself. It streaked like a shooting star and merged into the purple glow. In that moment, an unprecedented surge of mental energy hit him. Lin Shu felt a powerful current flood his mind. His spirit energy spiked by 15 points, equivalent to a month of meditation. Opening his panel, he saw his talent, illusory reflection. The name sparkled with nuance and depth. The effect was astonishing. It could copy all the aura and strength of himself and his beasts, yet required extremely high talent rank and spirit energy to wield. Thankfully, this was exactly the talent Lin Shu had hoped for. A dull ache spread through his limbs as he stood, his will undimmed. This awakening was only the prelude. The real test was about to come, the choice of his initial contract beast. As he straightened his clothes, sharp laughter came from outside. The first-year Class 5 homeroom teacher Zhao Sheng had been waiting, his voice teasing. "You're the first in our class to awaken your talent. How does it feel?" Though calm inside, Lin Shu knew this was only the beginning. More important challenges awaited the selection of his initial contract beast. After a quick adjustment of his clothes, he rose and stepped out the door. Standing there was the keen-eyed, smiling middle-aged man, Zhao Sheng, homeroom teacher of first-year Class 5. "You're the first in our class to awaken your talent. How does it feel?" A new world opened up. Zhao Sheng looked at the calm-faced teenager before him and smiled even more warmly. Among the many students in Class 5 of Grade 10, Lin Shu was the one he valued and was most satisfied with, not only steady in character, but also meticulous in everything he did. Now that Lin Shu had awakened his beast master talent, there was no doubt he would go far on this path. With that in mind, Zhao Sheng said no more. "I won't waste time. You must be eager now. Let's head to the beast training room." Lin Shu nodded and followed him out. Their figures caught the eyes of their classmates, and suddenly the classroom burst into excited whispers. The first student in the entire second high school to awaken the beast master talent, and he was from their class. Such news demanded celebration. A group of students immediately ran to other classes to spread the good news. Before long, the two arrived at the beast training room. It was a 3-story circular building, pure white in color, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. At the entrance, Zhao Sheng pulled out a red card and swiped it over a sensor. Beep verification passed. Voice identification confirmed. The glass door slid open, and they stepped inside. The first floor was more spacious than Lin Shu had imagined. Functional areas like reservoirs and greenery patches were neatly arranged. Various beasts were scattered around. Small stone monkeys, poisonous sting scorpions, colorful winged insects, starfish-like creatures generally of slightly better quality than ordinary beasts on the market. Lin Shu glanced around and noticed most were labeled common, with a few elite ones here and there. Since the school provided all students with an initial contract for free, the quality couldn't be too high. Still, he knew he wouldn't choose from this floor after all. Awakening such a rare talent deserved better treatment. His starting beast would surely be of higher rank. Beast quality directly determined a creature's potential and battle power, ranked as follows: common, elite, perfect, lord, epic, and legendary. For a beast master, higher quality was obviously better. After a quick walkthrough, they took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Staff checked their identities and recorded information. After completing the formalities, they reached their destination. Unlike the lower floors, this one was quiet. housing only 5 BS, a pitifully small number considering there were 10 classes in grade 10 with around 40 students each, among whom only 4 or 5 per cohort managed to awaken the Beastmaster talent. Explaining the scarcity, Zhao Sheng pointed nearby. I recommend the horned lion the most. It's well-rounded and perfect for beginners like you. But ultimately, it's your choice. Following his gaze, Lin Shu saw a fluffy, snow-white little lion. It was just born, about the size of a small dog. Its signature horn on the forehead was only slightly raised now, not very prominent yet. Name, Horned Lion. Level, LV 1610. Level cap, LV 43. Status, Board. Quality, Elite. Attribute, Normal. Talent, None. Skills, Basic Horn Charge Novice 120. He recalled the information he had read earlier from the compendium. Choosing the Horned Lion was certainly a good option, but there was no need to rush now. Teacher, let me take another look. Lin Shu withdrew his hand from the Horned Lion and resumed scanning the display table. Zhao Sheng simply nodded without urging him on. Following his teacher's gaze, Lin Shu looked further back and spotted several other young beasts: the snow elf, thunderstar, and deep-sea fish. Though their appearances varied greatly, their power was surprisingly uniform, each boasting elite quality. After checking their status panels, he nodded quietly to himself. All decent, but none were exactly what he wanted. That left only one young beast remaining on the platform. In the next moment, the panel appeared, and the cold data made Lin Shu's eyes light up. Name, Shadow Mantis. Level, LV 2220. Level cap, LV 45. Status, Healthy. Quality, Elite. Attributes, Dark Spatial. Talent, Void Walk Beginner 1200. Skill, Basic Assault Beginner 120. Dual Attribute, with innate talent. Lin Shu's heart surged. Most importantly, the original insect attribute had been replaced by the spatial attribute. This was an exceptionally rare mutation, had only seen in the compendium, but never confirmed firsthand. Without the status panel, he might have missed it. In the world of beast taming, individuals born with talents are extremely rare. This kind of surprise was a treasure beyond expectation. His gaze settled on the little mantis not far off. Its ebony shell gleamed with a metallic sheen under the light, starkly different from an ordinary bright green mantis. On its triangular head, 2 silvery white eyes stared blankly and mysteriously. About the size of a young kitten, its 2 front limbs spread out like paired barbs, resembling a pair of sharp short daggers. At this moment, it lay quietly, pretending to nap. The one to contract with is perfectly clear. Lin Shu didn't hesitate. Teacher, I want to form a contract with this Shadow Mantis. His tone was calm, yet resolute. Zhao Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly, a bit surprised, but still respected his student's choice. All were at least elite quality, so how bad could it be? He nodded in approval. Then contract right here. They'll keep an eye on it for you. With permission given, Lin Shu moved quickly. He took several bean-sized meatballs from his pocket, their unique aroma immediately filling the air. The other young beasts had been led away by the teacher, so they wouldn't rush over to snatch the food. The scent reached the Shadow Mantis antennae, stirring it awake. It turned its head, gently swaying its antennae as it cautiously approached, and swallowed the meatballs whole. The young beasts here were deliberately kept slightly hungry for a Walito, make it easier for rookies to form contracts. Lin Shu seized the perfect moment. Concentrating his spiritual energy into a faint glow spinning in his palm, he simultaneously traced the contract runes while projecting goodwill toward the Shadow Mantis. The contract's sigils quickly took shape, the pale light sinking into the creature's jet-black shell. The little one barely noticed, lowering its head to continue nibbling. Moments later, the contract runes locked in completely. Contract successful. The mantis body twitched, then nonchalantly resumed its feeding, instinctively feeling a bond of trust toward the human before it. Newborn tame beasts are naturally easy to bond with. Adulthood is a far more complicated story. Seeing all go smoothly, Zhao Sheng stepped forward and smiled as he patted his student's shoulder. Congratulations, you're officially a true beast tamer now. Thank you, teacher. Lin Shu nodded firmly. The contract is just the first step. I have a long journey ahead. The 4 meatballs vanished in an instant. The Shadow Mantis lightly leapt and landed steadily on Lin Shu's shoulder, its hard, rough shell rubbing gently against his chin. Its 2 antennae stretched forward, as if expressing trust and affection. Lin Shu revealed a genuine, heartfelt smile. So this is what being a beast tamer feels like. He was growing to love it more and more. The contract was complete, and they left the beast training room. Along the way, the Shadow Mantis, Lin Shu's new name for it, Nightfall, perched on the boy's shoulder. Its round, multifaceted eyes were fascinated by the strange and varied buildings and objects along the street. It looked around curiously in all directions, and Lin Shu quietly felt the name suited it perfectly. The 2 of them, along with the beast, followed teacher Zhao Sheng into the school office building. Zhao Sheng pulled open a drawer and handed over a bulging red backpack. Hey, race your reward. Make sure to keep it safe. Inside were 2 things, 30,000 daxia currency in cash, and several bottles of basic nutrient solution and mental stimulant potions. For Lin Shu, who was short on funds, this was truly a much-needed boon. Raising a tamed beast wasn't cheap. Kanglan No. 2 Middle School was known for being generous to gifted students, and he understood that well. He slung the large red backpack over his shoulders and said goodbye to the teacher before setting off on the journey home. He had no interest in the remaining bustle of the campus. There were plenty of matters waiting for him there. At the school gate was a public quick steed, a short-distance ride costing 2 daxia coins per trip, but far better than a shared bike. Lin Shu swung up onto the steed and sped down the middle of the road, its speed comparable to a small hovercar. Along the way, he stopped to deposit the 30,000 cash into a bank, and the backpack immediately felt lighter. Before long, the quick steed came to a halt outside an old residential complex. The dim, gray stairwell mixed the smell of paint and dampness. Lin Shu climbed to the 5th floor and pushed open the door to his cramped 2-bedroom apartment. The living room was clean but nearly devoid of proper furnishings, exuding a strong sense of poverty. Lin Shu was already well aware of his financial hardship. The previous generation, his parents, had both been low-level tamed beast masters who had died on a minor interdimensional mission, leaving behind only this apartment and some savings. He barely scraped by living off those. He sat down on the worn, fraying old sofa, and Nightfall hopped onto his shoulder, emitting urgent chirps. Lin Shu understood immediately the little one was hungry. Growing tamed beasts needed to eat plenty to grow quickly. He put down the red backpack, took out a bottle of basic nutrient solution, and handed it to Nightfall. This type of nutrient was suitable for beasts of all attributes, designed specifically for those below level 20. It both accelerated growth and filled their hunger, making it a staple for new beast masters. Also inside the backpack were mental stimulant potions for tamed beast masters, which strengthened the soul and aided meditation. Roughly calculated, these supplies would last he and Nightfall about half a month. After that, he'd need to find new resources. After tidying up, Nightfall hugged the bottle and devoured its contents with relish. Lin Shu smiled at its satisfied expression, then refocused his mind to study his own beast mastery talent. He had been running repeated simulations in his head along the way. The talent Mirror Flower, Water Moon seemed to have a mysterious link with the proficiency panel. If he could truly activate it, the growth speed for both him and Nightfall could multiply. Thinking this, he immediately tried to trigger it. His mental energy flowed slowly like water, naturally moving along the predetermined path, as if guided by instinct. His feet shifted slightly, and although the mental exertion was significant, his consciousness stayed clear. The next moment, ripples appeared visibly in the room, and beside him a blurry shadow took shape, swiftly forming into a figure identical to him. Same clothes, same features, even the dark circles under his eyes from recent all-nighters. He clicked his tongue in amazement as he continued to manipulate the replica before him. Lin Shu quickly confirmed that the duplicate had no subjective consciousness. Every movement and word had to be controlled by his thoughts in real time. Whether speaking, jumping, or walking, each action responded instantly without the slightest delay. Satisfied with its performance, he steered the conversation back to the main task. The replica obediently sat cross-legged on the floor and began meditating at his command. Its posture was precise, as if it could truly produce results. Lin Shu himself sat upright on the sofa, closed his eyes, and meditated alongside it, waiting for time to reveal the answer. Unnoticed, the knight had curled up and fallen asleep, leaving the room filled only with the soft chirping of insects outside the window. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Shu opened his eyes to find the panel notification pop up. Meditated on basic spirit refinement, technique proficiency 2. That's exactly right. Absolutely perfect. His heart surged with joy. Mirror Flower Water Moon synced naturally with proficiency, and with the double bonus, it was like a surefire 112 boost. He immediately brought up the panel. Basic Meditation Novice, 2460, Proficiency, 57. Originally, proficiency was divided into 2 parts, one from free skill points, and another from practicing techniques. Now, with talent added in, it effectively became 3 parts. Thinking this through, he glanced at Hei Yi, who had just woken and was toddling around on little legs, feeling even more excited. The growth rate for his beast companion would likely be astonishingly fast. The replica continued its meditation. Such a beast of burden was rare and invaluable, ideally put to work 247, squeezing every bit of value. How long it could last was something to explore later. Now fully understanding his talent's effects, Lin Shu turned his attention to Hei Yi. He had only skimmed its data before. Now it was time for a close study of its skills and talents. Skills. Beginner Assault Novice 120. Beast companion skills are categorized by power, energy cost, and learning difficulty into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and transcendent tiers, and also split as active or passive. Low-level beasts usually only have access to beginner skills. Advanced skills are locked, rendering them decorative at best. With this rule in mind, Lin Shu grasped the essence of assault. It boosts speed, then lunges at an enemy to execute a burst attack, practical and efficient. Talent. Void Walk, predictably a space-type talent. It allows Hei Yi to teleport freely within a certain range and chain multiple displacements, a standard assassin archetype, stealthy, ghost-like, a nightmare for backline targets. This talent firmly established Hei Yi's role in the team. However, chain teleporting consumed massive energy, so at its current level, Hei Yi couldn't perform the full combo seamlessly. He'd likely need to reach level 70 or 80 to unlock its full potential. During a short meditation break, Lin Shu downed a bottle of mental stimulant, restoring much of his focus so that talents could keep activating. Hei Yi was still young and not suited for long training sessions, but its mirror image had no such limitations. They were simply carriers of proficiency. The mirror image soon appeared inside the bedroom. Hei Yi looked up at the suddenly formed copy of himself, his pupils filled with curiosity. How could this guy look so much like me? He stretched out both front limbs to touch the other, but the mirror image remained perfectly still like a stone statue, offering no response. Finding it boring, Hei Yi crawled back under the sofa and busied himself with his toys again. At that moment, Lin Shu pulled out a wooden stake about half a person tall from the storage room. He moved the coffee table to the corner, clearing enough space for practice. After setting the stake upright, he controlled Hei Yi's mirror image to start training skills. In the blink of an eye, a black shadow flashed past, twin blades swinging. With a muffled bang, the wooden stake shook violently. This strike packed quite a punch. If the furniture hadn't been moved aside earlier, the nearby cabinets might have been damaged. Lin Shu nodded, clearly very pleased. Hidden under the sofa, Hei Yi watched everything with wide eyes. That was my move, wasn't it? Though smaller in size, Hei Yi was stubborn and, as if in defiance, he jumped out from under the sofa, darting to the other side of the stake to launch a power attack. Bang! This time the sound was crisp, but noticeably weaker than the mirror image's blow. After attacking, Hei Yi pouted his head up at his copy with pride shining in his eyes, as if to say, "You think you're better than me? Think again." But the mirror image remained unfazed, repeatedly striking poses and swinging its blades. Hei Yi was furious at being ignored and jumped again, practicing his skills with all his might. Soon, the room echoed with alternating strikes from the one and his shadow circling the stake, the atmosphere quickly heating up like a rising storm. After 3 minutes, Hei Yi was completely exhausted, collapsing limply on the floor. At level 2 and only recently born, his physique and endurance were poor. Lasting 3 minutes non-stop was already impressive. Now it was Lin Shu's turn to cheat. He lifted Hei Yi onto the sofa and started allocating the saved experience points, first using 19 points to bring Hei Yi to level 3, with 36 points remaining. Suddenly, a warm surge rolled through Hei Yi's body. Strength, speed, and constitution all improved, and much of his previously spent energy was restored. Hei Yi knew this was a gift from his master, and he immediately got excited, wriggling happily in Lin Shu's arms. Lin Shu was unfazed. Beast training always came with overall enhancements. After a brief rest, Hei Yi charged the stake again, challenging the mirror image. He still lost quickly and slunk away dejectedly. Lin Shu reached out to comfort him. "Don't rush. You're still young. When you grow up, surpassing it will be easy." Hei Yi never doubted his master's words. He dragged his tired body back to the sofa and soon fell into a deep sleep. He was hardworking, brave, and never afraid to face challenges. No matter which beast this personality was assigned to, it would be nearly perfect. Lin Shu hardly needed to put any effort into training. It was exactly the kind of ideal bonded beast partner one could wish for. Outside the window, dusk gradually settled, and the room's lighting softened to a warm, mellow glow. Suddenly, his phone began to buzz repeatedly with notification sounds. Lin Shu pulled it from his pocket and unlocked the screen. The chat window titled Senior Year Class 5 Group popped up. It turned out that everyone's bonded beast spaces and talent awakenings in the class had been completed. The group instantly became lively, with everyone discussing the beasts they had just contracted. Someone tagged him, "Brother Shu, you're the only one in our class who awakened the beast talent. You're amazing." Another said, "Yeah, the whole school only had 6 awakenings this year, and we have just the one in our class." Lin Shu, "Hey, race a picture of my beast. Take a look at yours." Lin Shu, "How can we not call you Brother Shu?" Amidst all this praise, many classmates looked on enviously at the picture of his elite quality bonded beast. Lin Shu scrolled through the chat, seeing that everyone else had shared images of their beasts too, though most were of average quality, which made sense. High-quality beasts were expensive, often starting in the tens of thousands, beyond the means of most ordinary families. Suddenly, he noticed that the beast status panels in the group chat could be viewed directly, which surprised him a little. After exchanging some brief polite replies, he was about to put down his phone. Just then, the class teacher Zhao Sheng spoke up. "Everyone, quiet down. I have a few words to say." The group chat fell silent instantly. "First, congratulations on successfully bonding your beasts. But bonding is only the beginning. The real key is in subsequent training. Don't let the excitement cloud your judgment. From now on, you need to formulate detailed plans and steadily improve your beast's strength step by step. In half a month, Class 5 of senior year will have its first collective monthly exam. I hope everyone will give it their all and aim for a good ranking. Seeing the teacher's message, the chat quickly filled with responses of noted. Then Zhao Sheng sent a panda fist bump sticker for encouragement and quietly left the group. The atmosphere immediately grew lively again. Monthly exams coming? Let's go. I'm feeling incredibly strong right now. The monthly exam rewards are great. Everyone should give it their best. The class leader Huang Yan led the charge with these words. Lin Shu understood the monthly exam would cover several areas. First was the beast's level, accounting for the largest portion. Next came beast skills. And finally, physical tests of the beast, weighted slightly lower, mainly as a reference to check for any outstanding physical talents or hidden issues. After all, this was the first exam and did not include combat, yet the priority was for beasts to successfully pass their growth phase, with battle tests to be added later. Having absorbed all this, Lin Shu closed his phone. After a simple meal, he sat quietly on his bed to meditate, and remained there throughout the whole night. The next day arrived. The first slanting rays of morning sunlight gently streamed into the room, soft, yet bright, crawling little by little along the window sill until they reached the head of the bed. Lin Shu also opened his eyes, waking from a light sleep. He had only dozed for 4 hours the night before. The rest of the time had been spent immersed in meditations on the basic spirit refining method. Yet his energy remained full and fresh. As he stretched and twisted, his joints gave soft, crisp pops, as if even his blood were quickening its flow. Beside him, Heiyi was still sound asleep. The little creature had spent every free moment last night in the living room, sparring relentlessly against those two tireless clones, practicing powerful attacks until now it lay limp and curled up in a heap. Lin Shu's gaze softened as he gently patted its small but sharp forelimbs, then casually opened up his control panel. Instantly, notifications appeared. Meditated on basic spirit refining method, proficiency 10. Practice skill, powerful attack, proficiency 8. Waking up to an 18-point proficiency gain raised his balance to 54, giving him plenty of breathing room. After some experimenting in recent days, he had already figured out the pattern. On average, 1 point every 2 hours. This time, the vast majority of points came from the two clones sparring through the night. After all, neither humans nor spirit beasts were machines and couldn't run non-stop. But now, with clones generating points, life was far more comfortable than slowly grinding points day by day. He quickly washed up, poured a cup of instant coffee, and scarfed down a few bites of breakfast. Then he roused Heiyi, who groggily waved its slender sickle-like forelimbs as Lin Shu effortlessly hoisted it onto his shoulder. Once the door shut behind them, the two clones inside kept slashing and stabbing without missing a beat. Outside the neighborhood gate, the asphalt shimmered in the morning light. People and vehicles mingled on the streets, while all kinds of spirit beasts wandered leisurely along the sidewalks, their vivid colors dazzling Heiyi's compound eyes that spun round with endless curiosity about the world outside. Lin Shu raised his hand to summon a sturdy public mount, swiped his card for 2 yuan, and vaulted up. The horses' hooves clipped briskly as they sped past the streets, reaching the destination in less than 10 minutes. Gangland Number 2 High School. This prominent high school in the southern district of the city ranked in the top 10 across all 5 urban zones of Fengdu City, second in the district only to Kanglan Number 1 and City South High School. Getting accepted here was a testament to Lin Shu's hard work. Passing through the cool morning campus, he arrived just before 8 o'clock and pushed open the door to enter grade 10, class 5. Almost all classmates were already seated, their desks crowded with spirit beasts of all kinds, making the once spacious aisle feel cramped. School rules forbade spirit beasts longer than 1.5 meters inside classrooms, so most were the size of a fist or arm-length Fira-patterned mice, arm-sized winged falcons, or half-grown rune bears. A noise came from the doorway, and everyone turned toward it. The moment they saw Lin Shu, their gazes almost simultaneously fixed on the shadowy mantis perched on his shoulder. Heiyi wasn't shy under the many stares. Its twin sides hung before its chest, compound eyes cold and unmoving, staring straight back. That's a Shadow Mantis. I've seen it in the compendium. It's so cool. An elite rank. Lucky. Within seconds, the quiet classroom erupted like a busy marketplace. The boldest classmates reached out to touch Heiyi's shell, marveling at how metallic and cold it felt. Heiyi grew more confused and glanced sideways at Lin Shu for help. Everyone back to your seats. Hurry, the teacher's coming. Class monitor Huang Yan cleared his throat and shouted. The noisy crowd quickly dispersed. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow with a smile and took his seat next to Huang Yan. Soon, crisp footsteps echoed down the hallway. The homeroom teacher, Zhao Sheng, appeared punctually, carrying his ever-present silver thermos in one hand and a book titled Spirit Beast Talk in the other. His gaze swept the classroom, instantly quieting the room. This class was a cultural subject. The room was silent as everyone waited for the teacher to begin the lesson. At the front of the classroom, Zhao Sheng raised his hand to take a piece of chalk, then wrote 4 bold characters on the blackboard in sweeping strokes. Level, skill, evolution, attribute. Chalk dust floated gently down as he turned and scanned the room. You've probably heard of these concepts before. Today, I'm going to give you a systematic explanation, the core knowledge every beast master must fully understand. The students sat upright, their eyes fixed on the podium. First level. Zhaoxing tapped the board. A beast's level is determined by the energy concentration inside its body, ranging from 1 to 100. Second, skills. These are the natural combat techniques a beast develops as it grows. The higher the quality, the greater the chance of awakening advanced skills, though not guaranteed. Some beasts with exceptional talent can learn skills beyond their grade. If you have money, you can also buy skill orbs on the market to instantly teach your beasts new abilities. Skills are divided into active and passive. Thinking carefully about your combinations is key. Third, proficiency. There are 5 stages: beginner, novice, adept, master, and perfect. Each step brings a significant boost in combat capability. Pausing, he took a small sip from his thermos and cleared his throat before continuing. Don't just focus on levels. Once a beast reaches the level cap for its quality, it stops progressing. To go beyond, you need evolution. He underlined the word heavily on the board. Most known beasts have evolved forms, and only after evolving can they continue leveling up. The monthly exam is in 2 weeks. I want to see you all pushing for your ideal rankings, so I can train the best graduating class this school has ever seen. Before he finished speaking, Zhaoxing called on several students to bring their beasts to the front for demonstration. A spiky iron hedgehog with needle-like quills and a bulky mud frog. He commented on each level, skills, and potential evolution paths, asking questions that energized the classroom atmosphere. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Zhaoxing closed his notes, picked up his thermos and folder, and reminded them as he left, practice exactly as I said. As the teacher's footsteps faded outside, the once quiet room exploded into lively conversation, mixed with chairs scraping and excited chatter. Lin Shu closed his notebook and turned to his deskmate Huang Yan. At Huang's feet, a light red puppy was playfully chasing Lin's black beast. Its smooth fur shimmered under the fluorescent lights, and the flickering flame mark on its forehead revealed its blood lineage, Flame Hound. Lin quickly pulled up its data in his mind. Name, Flame Hound. Level, 1910. Level cap, 43. Status, happy. Quality, elite. Attribute, fire. Talent, none. Skill, basic bite, beginner, 320. Notes, gentle temperament, obedient to commands. One of the most favored elite quality beasts for new trainers. Market value approximately 200,000 daxia coins. Huang noticed Lin's gaze and grinned, nodding proudly. Not bad, huh? My little fire here. Lin nodded sincerely. Elite quality with a high growth ceiling, definitely a prize beast many would dream of. The two were good friends, sharing tips and experiences during their 6 months as deskmates. Huang laughed. Once it gets more training, they'll have little fire spar with your Black Knight to give them some real combat practice. Lin gladly agreed. Scanning the classroom, Lin was surprised to see as many as 7 elite quality beasts, proof of the number of wealthy students in the class. Most other students had more ordinary beasts provided by the school's breeding facility. Soon lunchtime arrived. The school had 3 dining halls, each assigned to a different grade to avoid overcrowding when all the students and beasts ate together. When the bell rang, Lin and his classmates headed downstairs. At the end of the spacious corridor, a rich, appetizing aroma wafted through the warm air. Alongside the excited sniffing of the beasts, the enticing scent quickly captivated everyone's senses, a fragrance that sent the beasts into a frenzy of anticipation from afar. Blue Star had no supernatural powers until 300 years ago. Then, one day, the clear blue sky suddenly tore open without warning, as if shattering the protective barrier around Blue Star in an instant. Soon after, ominous, deep cracks in space began appearing worldwide, large and small. Through these rifts, one mysterious and unknown world after another emerged, some broken, others intact, connecting to Blue Star itself. Some of these spatial tiers dissipated after a short time, but most remained permanently. Monsters swarmed out of these openings, ravaging everything in sight. Faced with this threat, humans on Blue Star rapidly evolved as they studied the rifts, gradually learning to command the monsters themselves. Thus, the beast tamers were born. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the system of beast taming had become fully developed and integrated into daily life. Now one of the most accessible professions that nearly everyone could attempt. Yet the dangers lurking deep within the rifts were far from eliminated. So Blue Star continuously depended on the bravest and strongest beast tamers to stand up and protect everyone. Kangla No. 2 High School is a public institution largely funded by the Daxia government, so students hardly need to spend extra money while on campus. Even the cafeteria is free and serves both humans and beast companions alike. Sitting on a campus area roughly the size of a soccer field, a large white building functions as a dual-use dining hall for humans and their beasts. Inside, the space is divided into 2 main sections, with rows of scales lined up in the middle. Students lead or carry their beasts onto the scales one by one. The adjacent machines then print out tickets showing the exact weight of each beast. The cafeteria uses this data to allocate food portions precisely, minimizing waste. Lin Shu led his beast, Hei Yi, onto the scale and took the printed ticket to the serving window. He quickly received a bowl of that day's meal, which he set on the ground and mixed with a basic nutrient supplement he had brought from home. The combination gave off a faint medicinal aroma that could accelerate the beast's growth. Most students around him did the same, one person with one beast, quietly finishing lunch. The food wasn't especially tasty, but with the cost being free, no one complained. After lunch, the two boys and the beast returned to class. The afternoon was devoted to basic beast-taming lessons. Lin Shu opened his textbook, Modern Beast-Taming History, and immersed himself in study, while Hei Yi lay on the desk fast asleep. Despite already becoming a beast tamer, academic classes remained essential, as culture test scores counted for 30% of the college entrance exam. No one dared to neglect their studies. As the school day drew to a close, the teacher put away the lecture materials and reminded the class, tomorrow and the day after our days off, don't just play around, focus on your beasts. On Monday, they'll be testing everyone's beast taming levels. The school had free testing equipment, while outside agencies charged 100 yuan per test, so students naturally preferred the on-campus option. Returning home in the evening, Lin Shu pondered how to spend his next 2 days, but soon realized that both he and Hei Yi were still too weak. Competing at the beast arena or joining contests was unrealistic. For now, they could only focus on steady growth. And so, the next 2.5 days slipped by quickly, bringing time to Monday. Over the past 3 days, they gained a total of 120 proficiency points, averaging 40 points per day. To earn these 120 points, Lin Shu and the Shadow Mantis Dark Knight pushed their eating and sleeping time to the limit, spending every other moment grinding proficiency. Most of the points were poured without hesitation into Dark Knight's stats, completely overhauling its data. Name: Shadow Mantis. Level: LV6 max 60, original max 45. Status: healthy. Quality: elite. Attributes: dark spatial. Talent: Void Walk beginner 1200. Skills: 1. Basic assault advanced 240. 2. Quick move intermediate 230. 3. Heavy strike beginner 120. This set of stats was luxurious for its stage. Breaking through to level 6, plus gaining 2 early stage skills, was impressive. The effect of the basic nutrient solution was visible too. Just a few days brought about 12 base growth points, averaging 3 per day. The rest was purely from hard-earned skill points, or they wouldn't have reached this speed. Skill advancement especially relied on training with the clone soldiers. The assault skill in particular had been pushed forcibly to the advanced stage with Dark Knight fighting solo. Proficiency was nearly drained, leaving only 11 points as a reserve, but in return came a complete transformation. The most obvious change was size. When standing upright, Dark Knight reached nearly 60 centimeters tall, its torso broadening to 30 centimeters. Its jet black shell was polished to a glossy shine, like a full suit of custom armor. The forelimb's sharp hooks were thinner and more pointed, curving like crescent moon blades, clearly a born assassin at a glance. Lin Shu looked at his bonded beast, itching inside to finally have a true beastmaster duel. But he quickly restrained himself. There would be plenty of chances later, no need to rush now. It was currently the Baby Cup season, with various rookie tournaments popping up everywhere. Though prizes were generally modest, they offered valuable experience against peers. With that in mind, he called Dark Knight and headed out toward school. Meanwhile, at Kangla No. 2 Middle School, in the faculty office, Zhao Sheng was absorbed in grading papers, the scratch of his fountain pen filling the air. After a long spell, he stopped and rubbed his brow. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted. Old Zhao, tradition can't be lost. Free this afternoon? How about a spar between our classes? It was Li Qiming, head teacher of class 12. Zhao Sheng looked up, hesitated for half a second, then smiled wryly. Look at me, swamped with work. After a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement. Okay, the timing's right, and my kids are itching to go. Then same as always, see you at the field this afternoon. Li Qiming picked up his thermos and left. Zhao Sheng and Li Qiming had been teaching at Kangla No. 2 for years. Every year, when freshmen first bonded with their beasts, their two classes held a traditional team match. The rules were simple. Each class sent 4 students, and the team battle decided the winner in a single round. Each head teacher put up 2 level 1 spirit items as stakes, with the winner taking all 4. Level 1 spirit items were common tools for upgrading beasts, more effective than basic nutrients, costing between 1 to 3,000 depending on attributes. This small token was both teachers' encouragement for their students. However, this year's odds looked grim. The opposing class had 2 naturally gifted beast tamers, but Zhao's class had only 1. Zhao frowned quietly. This might be the first time his 3-year winning streak against Li Qiming would end. But wins and losses were part of the game. Shrugging off his doubts, he stood up and left the office to prepare for class. The entire morning passed quickly, and before they knew it, afternoon had arrived. The students of Class 5 filed out of the classroom in single file, following Zhao Sheng to the school's special beast-taming battle arena. The spacious arena was well lit in the center, with instruments around the edges to gauge each beast's level. In the corners, there were auxiliary training tools like sprint tracks and weighted sandbags prepared for the beasts. Don't rush to measure levels just yet, Zhao Sheng said, scanning the group as his voice echoed through the venue. We've arranged a match with Class 2. Who's brave enough to face them? Of course we're brave. We're here to face their best. Let's go. The crowd instantly erupted, young tempers flaring in an instant. At the back of the group, Lin Shu listened with surprise and excitement, thinking to himself, just what the doctor ordered. He bent down and patted the smooth head of Hai, his beast. First battle, are you ready? Hai crossed his forelegs and lowered into a sleek, panther-like stance, eyes cold and fierce, clearly showing his confidence to his owner. Lin Shu was quietly pleased. He hoped Class 2 had some strong fighters. Otherwise, if Hai took them down too quickly, the match would be no fun. Hai was definitely a bit overpowered compared to other beasts of the same level. Soon, Class 2 entered the arena with Li Qiming leading them. Instead of directly selecting 4 players for a team match, both sides decided everyone would take turns fighting on and on. There was plenty of time that afternoon, so everyone would get a chance to sharpen their skills. Both teams formed diagonal lines, and players stepped up one by one, while Zhao Sheng and Li Qiming observed closely from the sidelines. As expected, the battles between the rookie tamer apprentices were full of surprises and unexpected incidents. Class 5 ran into trouble first. Lu Yang, is that how you tame beasts? Forgetting your beast at home? And you didn't forget yourself? Zhao Sheng fumed, spitting anger. Lu Yang hung his head in shame, wishing he could crawl into a hole. Laughter rippled through his classmates behind him, and his ears burned bright red. This moment was probably going to haunt him forever. Class 2 wasn't doing much better. A girl summoned her beast, Coffee Cat, but it showed no sign of threat at all. Coffee Cat wandered around, flicked its tail, and slipped out of sight through a seat gap. Teacher, my cat is missing. Wah, kitty, the girl cried, throwing herself beside Li Qiming. Li Qiming was speechless, feeling the full weight of embarrassment himself. He had just teased Zhao Sheng minutes ago, and now was the one looking foolish. After searching hard and retrieving Coffee Cat, he gave the girl a serious warning. A beast tamer's performance like that was unacceptable. Fortunately, the matches settled down after that. After each fight, the 2 teachers gave prompt and honest feedback to their students. Use your skills at the right moment, don't just act carelessly. What do you think you're doing, ordering everyone around like this? Have you lost track of the situation? Though Zhao Sheng's tone was stern, there was an unmistakable resolve behind it. Was determined to see things through. The students had been bonding with their contracted spirit beasts for several days now, a crucial period for growth. Most beasts had broken through to level 3, and a few had even approached level 4. The kids had endured many hardships on the training grounds: injuries, failures, constant tactical adjustments. The road had been rocky, but fortunately, the results were promising. Everyone had identified their own weaknesses, and now it was time to address them with renewed learning and improvement. Today's highlight: the team competition was finally about to begin. The 2 classes sat in semicircles around the arena, eyes fixed on the teacher's lineup. Everyone knew the unspoken rule: no one would try to show off. The choice of representatives was left to the 2 instructors. On Class 5's side, Lin Shu was an undisputed pick. Joining him were class leader Huang Yan, Zhang Qi, and Lu Dong, all with elite quality spirit beasts at level 4, making them a formidable lineup. Class 2 was no slouch either. 2 gifted students and 2 more with elite quality beasts, also all level 4. Overall, Class 2 had a slight edge, but it was hardly a one-sided fight. Come on, Class 5. Let's go. Go, Class 2. You've got this. Cheers echoed around the stands, free of mockery or tension. Instead, some gathered to discuss the strengths of the competitors on both sides. The battle lines were set. Zhao Sheng placed Lin Shu as the anchor. Class 2 quickly arranged their formation as well. Don't feel pressured, it's a friendly match. Just let loose and show your true strength, Zhao Sheng said casually, sitting on the steps and waving his hand to relax everyone. In the open arena, the 2 starters took their positions. The magic arrays ignited, intricate patterns glowing as red light cut through the air. Flamehound and Blaze Chicken appeared simultaneously, fiery air radiating from the center. A fire element duel of matched levels, making it especially captivating. Lin Shu watched with keen interest, while He Yi propped his head with his hand, observing silently. Since their levels were still relatively low, complex tactics were scarce. They launched straight into close combat. The Flamehound snapped with jaws open, while Blaze Chicken pecked fiercely, sparks flying. At this stage, high-level spirit beast battles often returned to basics. Direct physical attacks were surprisingly effective in the absence of powerful skills. After several exchanges, both sides bore wounds, yet neither could claim the upper hand, leading to a tense stalemate. Suddenly, a spark lit Huang Yan's eyes. He swiftly changed tactics, leveraging the Flamehound's speed to start a Hitandran approach. The strategy paid off immediately. The Flamehound darted like a shadow, trailing burning flames as it sprinted, Blaze Chicken was agile, but always a step behind, its defenses shredded layer by layer. With a muffled thud, Blaze Chicken was disabled, and Flamehound secured a steady victory. For newcomers, this was already an impressive display. Huang Yan had expertly exploited his spirit beast traits. Impressive. That's why he's class leader. Let's take the next round too. The watching students erupted into applause and cheers. Huang Yan raised his fist in response, eyes gleaming with determination, already thinking about taking down the next opponent. Unfortunately, things didn't go as hoped. 5th class lost most of the following battles. In just a few rounds, 5th class managed to take down only one opponent before the streak ended. The remaining two adversaries were prodigies, while 5th class had only one lone survivor left. Lin Shu. I'm sorry. I held everyone back. I'm just too weak, Lu Dong said, head down, full of self-blame, convinced the earlier defeats were all his fault. Lin Shu waved off the concern, not wanting him to dwell on it. Don't sweat it. Even if we lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. Besides, we haven't lost yet. He looked toward the battlefield. It's just two of them left. Beating them won't be that hard. His tone was calm but carried a quiet confidence, as if the two opponents could barely trouble his contracted beast, Nightshade. Buoyed by this confidence, Lu Dong nodded firmly. Though the other 5th class students in the back felt hope was slim, they cheered loudly for Lin Shu, desperate for a miracle comeback. On the other side, Zhao Sheng knew the chances of winning were low but still clung to a shred of hope. After all, until the class battle was decided, anything was possible. Ignoring others' thoughts, Lin Shu strode steadily toward the center of the arena. From afar, Nightshade leapt lightly, landing before him. Its slender chest plate rose and fell with each breath, dark green multifaceted eyes burning with eagerness to fight. His opponent was the teacher-recommended contracted beast of the rival Studentum muscular beast called the Horned Lion, digging its claws into the ground, snorting heavily. At the command, the battle officially began. With a thought, Nightshade shot up whiz whiz whiz. Accompanied by slicing wind, it activated its basic skill high-speed movement, darting like a shadow toward the Horned Lion. The audience barely caught a glimpse of a black streak, unable to track its path. The Horned Lion's eyes went wide as it fiercely shook its head, but found no sign of its enemy. A roar went up from the stands. No way. That speed is insane. I can't even see it. Zhao Xing added from the side. That's high-speed movement, at least intermediate. Otherwise, it couldn't be that crazy fast. Thwack, thwack. Nightshade's sharp forelimbs slashed repeatedly like daggers, tearing through the Horned Lion's thick hide, splattering blood. Roar. The lion bellowed in pain, snapping its massive jaws uselessly at empty air. When it turned again, Nightshade had vanished. In the blink of an eye, a swift dark shadow attacked again, slashing hard with its limbs. The Horned Lion's hind legs weakened, and it staggered unsteadily. In barely over 10 seconds since the fight began, the outcome was clear. The opposing students stood frozen, eyes blank, not even activating their prodigy talent. Even if they had, it wouldn't have changed the result. This mantis beast's power was outrageously strong. All right, stop the fight. No need to continue. 5th class wins. Teacher Li Qiming decisively intervened as the Horned Lion was about to lose all fighting ability. Prolonging the match would only crush his students' morale. Hearing this, Lin Shu immediately called Nightshade back. The little beast glared with multifaceted eyes, unwilling to stop, swinging its forelimbs in protest until Lin Shu gently patted its back armor to soothe it. Lin Shu quietly promised to take it to even more exciting battles next time, and only then did Nightshade finally nod in satisfaction. This scene amazed everyone present. None had expected such a swift and decisive victory. Cheers rippled through the crowd, with the 5th class students the most elated. No way, no way. That's insane. Shu's totally unbeatable. Even Class 2 was completely impressed by Lin Shu's performance. This was a competition on a whole different level. Amid the overwhelming cheers, Lin Shu simply pressed his lips together, his expression calm and detached, as if he were just an observer. I thought I might finally beat you once, but I never expected your class to have such a freak, Li Qiming said to Zhao Sheng, shaking his head with a tone of regret but a satisfied smile on his face. Zhao Sheng replied, just luck. Your class is pretty strong too, trying to offer some consolation. They'll get your stuff to you later. Li Qiming waved as he led the students of Class 2 off the field. The crowd on the sidelines finally quieted down. Zhao Sheng clapped his hands and said, congrats to our class for beating Class 2, but don't get cocky. One victory doesn't mean much, and everyone knows who it really came from. Line up and start the level tests. He reminded everyone, beast tamers ultimately rely on themselves and their bonded beasts. Counting on others doesn't mean much. The lineup quickly formed in a straight line. While waiting, many students clustered around Lin Shu, whispering in awe and admiration. The testing device started up, and a mechanical female voice repeatedly announced, Level 4. Some students had tested before and already had an idea, but many were hearing their own levels for the first time, barely able to hide their excitement. All eyes soon fell on Lin Shu. Anyone who could leave Class 2 stunned had to be at least level 5, right? Lin Shu, 2. Was curious about the device. When it was his turn, he signaled Hai to step onto the cold-looking black circular platform. Beep beep beep. A red scanning beam swept from above, and Hai eagerly swiped its forelimbs, trying to catch the light. After a few seconds, the scanning stopped. Level 6. A sharp intake of breath spread through the crowd. To boost a beast to level 6 in just a few days explained why beating Class 2 felt almost natural. Huang Yan lightly punched Lin Shu on the back and said, "You're such a freak. I've been giving my flame dog nutrients and spiritual items every day, and I'm only level 4. You quietly surged to 6. Someone guessed, maybe it's related to his innate talent. It speeds up his beast's growth. Otherwise, there's no explanation. Zhao Xing nodded silently to himself. With this pace, the monthly exam in 10 days would almost certainly go to Lin Shu. Clearing his throat, he said, "Everyone watch closely and learn from Lin Shu." The others exchanged looks. Could something like that really be learned? After the tests ended, students returned to the classroom to pack, and the dismissal bell rang. Lin Shu was called to the office. "What element of spiritual item do you want? I can prepare it for you tomorrow," Zhao Xing asked, flipping through a register. Lin Shu thought briefly. Dark attribute is fine. He wasn't uninterested in the spatial element, but first level ones simply didn't exist. Spatial attributes usually started at level 5. Zhao Xing nodded and made a note, then casually asked, "Any problems lately?" Lin Shu shook his head, indicating everything was going well. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng said no more. "All right, you can go." Watching Lin Shu's retreating figure, Zhao Sheng's mind was full of thought. She knew the boy's difficult background, and seeing him improve this fast, it was clear he had endured a lot of hardship. As dusk settled, Lin Shu began to busy himself around the house. He tidied up his room and the living area. Over the past few days, the clones had been causing quite a mess indoors. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Shu plopped down on the sofa, his gaze resting on Hei Yi and the clones who were still vigorously training nearby. Compared to a few days ago, Hei Yi could now hold his own against the clones for brief periods, though their endurance gap remained significant. Suddenly, the outlines of the two clones began to fade, as if their colors were draining away. Then they burst like bubbles into the air, instantly vanishing without a trace. Lin Shu was not surprised by this. He knew the clones couldn't last forever and thought to himself that lasting 5 days this time was already a good performance. Without delay, 2 new clones soon appeared in the room. Using his talent twice in a row took a heavy toll on Lin Shu's spirit. He slumped wearily on the sofa and downed a bottle of mental stimulant, easing some of his discomfort. Under his control, the clones mechanically continued their skill practice. Lin Shu was gradually gaining new insights into using his talent. The less energy consumed, the longer the clones would exist. Once the energy stored in their bodies was depleted, the clones would disappear. This wasn't much of an issue now, but once Hei Yi mastered intermediate and advanced skills, the clones might no longer last a full day. He didn't dwell on this, instead turning his attention back to improving proficiency. Although he was gaining considerable proficiency daily, there was no such thing as having too much growth. Scanning his attribute panel, an idea suddenly struck him. Name, Lin Shu. Status, normal, spirit slightly weakened. Spirit points, 72. Talent, Mirror Flower Water Moon Beginner 35200. Beast, Shadow Mantis Hei Yi. Technique, Basic Spirit Refining Art Mastery Stage 1170. Proficiency, 11. During this period, not only had Hei Yi grown significantly, Lin Shu himself was also leveling up. His spirit strength had increased by 4 points, and his basic spirit refining art had reached mastery stage. Being able to clone a tameable beast increased proficiency, meaning that the more beasts under contract, the faster proficiency accumulated. His next goal was to raise his spirit points to 100, reaching the threshold for a first-level beast tamer, so he could forge a contract with a second beast. Lin Shu's special circumstances broke the usual rule that new tamers wouldn't consider a second beast until reaching level 3 since time and money invested in beasts were tremendous and usually beyond most people's means. He resolved to raise his spirit to 100 by the weekend, then select a second beast to speed up proficiency growth. As for the type of beast warrior, tank, or magi hadn't decided yet, and planned to consider that carefully over the next few days. The house finally settled into silence. The night passed quietly, and time quietly slipped into the next day. The following morning, Lin Shu walked into campus, drawing many glances from his classmates, who whispered and pointed, leaving him puzzled. What was causing such reactions? Entering the classroom, he asked around and finally uncovered the whole story. It turned out that news about yesterday's battle had spread everywhere. In just one night, the whole grade was buzzing about Lin Shu, the strongest man in Class 5. Lin Shu himself found it a bit ridiculous and didn't quite know how to respond. Meanwhile, Huang Yan beside him kept laughing so hard he nearly doubled over. Time flew by, and soon it was after lunch. Lin Shu received a rare spirit creature from a teacher in the office before rushing back to the classroom. The afternoon classes were relatively relaxed, with the teacher arranging for everyone to watch footage of the University Cup matches. Although the high school cup was also popular, neither its prestige nor its level of competition could compare to the university cup, so this would give the classmates a wider perspective. Today's screening featured the round of 128 to 64 in the individual tournament. The University Cup was divided into both individual and team events, so ultimately there would be two sets of champions. The first match was Jiangxing University versus Lanhu University. The teachers skillfully connected the projector and opened the tournament webpage. Ads were still playing on the screen, with the match yet to start. I'm sure Jiangxing University will win. They're a long-established powerhouse. Exactly. They're regulars in the top 16. Facing Lanhu University should be easy for them. The atmosphere in the classroom was almost unanimously in favor of Jiangxing University. Compared to Jiangxing's well-known reputation, Lanhu University barely made a mark in past university cups, an objective fact. Lin Shu listened to the students' discussion with interest. He wanted to see what true high-level combat looked like. Yesterday's classroom sparring wasn't even in the same league as today's match. He reached out and tapped Hey Yes' head to remind his contracted beast not to get distracted. Watch closely and learn. Hey Yi nodded obediently, looking serious. The ads ended, and the camera shifted to the match venue. The city's noises blended with the crowd's cheers, while a grand, imposing arena stood among the sea of people like a sleeping giant, full of power and grace. The camera moved in on the circular main arena. Tall spectator stands encircled it, seating tens of thousands. Giant screens hung overhead displayed player info and exciting highlights in real time. After a short wait, the two players entered the central stage with their spirit beasts. Magical runes shimmered, and one by one the contracted creatures appeared. With the referee's whistle, the Jiangxing University versus Lanhu University match officially began. As expected, the Jiangxing player showed overwhelming strength. A chilling frost star sparrow spread its wings and attacked, forcing the opponent back step by step with almost no chance to counter. In the end, Jiangxing University advanced smoothly to the top 64. As soon as the match ended, the classroom erupted. That frost star sparrow is insane. I wish I could contract a beast like that. The students were fired up, itching to jump onto the stage themselves. Lin Shu stayed quiet and brought up the stats panel to examine the Frost Star Sparrow's data carefully. Name: Frost Star Sparrow. Level: LV63 55630 max, level 100. Status: moderately injured. Quality: Lord class. Attributes: Ice flying. Innate talent: none. Skills: Basic Peck, moderate 105200. RAM, moderate 77200. Intermediate extreme cold rush, perfect 35100. Iceblade, moderate 13400. Advanced frost feather flight, mastery 144160. Iceguard, mastery 122160. Transcendence dance of snow and ice, novice 48160. It was terrifying. Seeing such stats was when Lin Shu truly understood the real power of a senior spirit beast master, nearly 7th tier, level 63, lord quality, and countless skilled moves. Only then could it be truly called a match. The next 3 days passed one after another. Before he knew it, it was Saturday. During that time, Lin Shu devoted all his attention to improving his attributes, painstakingly raising his mental attribute to 100 points by spending a huge amount of experience in expensive and time-consuming process. Fortunately, he wasn't left empty-handed. After a few days of effort, his proficiency had increased to 150 points. During these days, Hai stayed in the living room, diligently practicing his skills to the point of near self-torture. His little wolf paws almost leaving claw marks on the floor. Lin Shu watched quietly, secretly admiring the creature's perseverance. Early Saturday morning, Lin Shu patted Hai on the head as a signal to go out. The little wolf looked puzzled but wagged his tail and followed obediently. Going anywhere was fine as long as he was with his master. The two of them, man and beast, squeezed onto public transit, passing stop after stop until they finally reached the heart of Fengdu City. The central square was a jungle of towering buildings, blinking commercial signs, and a throng of people so loud it felt like waves of heat. The most eye-catching feature of the entire square was the prestigious top 3 nationwide beast-taming store home of the beast tamers. Unlike stores in other cities, this one in Fengdu was built directly inside a fragmented otherworld, where the interior space seemed endless and the stock of beasts was staggering. Rumor had it even lord-grade creatures were available for purchase. Lin Shu maneuvered through the crowd, Hai clinging tightly to his pant leg, afraid that loosening his grip would mean being swept away by the flow of people. Many others had come for the same purpose, and short queues had already formed in front of 4 portals, each glowing a different color. Lin Shu had done his research beforehand and knew the colors corresponded to quality levels from left to right: common, elite, rare, and lord. Without hesitation, he stepped through the leftmost portal marked for common. This was his current budget's battleground. If he couldn't find a suitable one, he could always try his luck in the elite section later. As soon as the portal shut behind him, the scene briefly went dark, accompanied by a slight dizziness. Knew he had entered that broken world. Seconds later, his vision cleared to reveal a luxuriously decorated waiting lounge. Before he could say a word, a young female employee wearing a purplered uniform hurried over, smiling in a way that was both standardized and sincere. "Hello, sir. Are you here to select a beast?" Her makeup was light, and her uniform was tailored exquisitely. Every movement reflected strict professional training. This kind of attitude was the hallmark of home of the beast tamers, and no wonder Lin Shu chose to shop here. He nodded for her to continue. She pointed toward the left corridor and explained as she led them. "This is the common quality beast area. Do you have a specific target in mind, or would you like me to explain the options in detail?" Lin Shu tugged high along and thought for a moment before replying. "We'll just take a look first." She bent down to press a button on her watch, starting a timer. "All right, the selection area is just a short walk ahead. Take your time to browse." After about a minute, they passed through a transparent glass door. Soft blue lights illuminated the floor, revealing a winding river with crystal clear water. White koi fish occasionally leapt from the surface, their tail fins splashing droplets that sparkled like scattered gems. The scene was both novel and lively. Even usually calm Hai perked up his ears and tried to edge closer with his front paws. Seeing this, the employee smiled and explained, "Those are white koi fish. They're currently in their breeding season, which is why they keep jumping to attract mates." Lin Shu gazed at the shimmering silver scales rolling along the water and couldn't help but remark, "That's really fascinating." In the distance, a forest stretched out before him, with mountain peaks rising beyond. The tree canopy overlapped thickly, sunlight filtering through the gaps and casting dappled patches that swayed gently in the breeze. Within the forest, beast companions of various shapes and sizes roamed freely. Most were raised in the wild, and the diversity was impressive as their figures weaved through the undergrowth. The vastness of this fragmented world exceeded Lin Shu's imagination. This place was called the Mountain and Water Realm, home to many beast companions found nowhere else. A hallmark resource of Fengdus Beast House. The staff followed closely behind, guiding the way while explaining. "However, the truly good beast companions aren't in this open area," he added as he led Lin Shu into a 3-story wooden cabin. All newborn beast companions suitable for contracts were gathered here. Stepping inside, Lin Shu was immediately surrounded by an astounding number of beasts. White brocade fish, red water crocodiles, little fire mice, venomous snails, altogether 46 species, 18 of which were unique to the mountain and water realm. The air was thick with the scent of moisture, foliage, and the beasts themselves, instantly immersing him in this living ecosystem. Checking each creature one by one would take too long, so Lin Shu spoke up. "I'm looking for a warrior type or defense-oriented beast companion. Do you have any here?" Over the past days, he had already narrowed down his choice for his second beast to either a warrior or defensive type. Of course, if anything better showed up, he'd consider that too. While his innate stats could sometimes help him score a deal, in a well-equipped shop, opportunities like that were rare. The staff member thought for a moment, then nodded. "We do. Right this way." He gestured towards several little stone monkeys. These monkeys were roughly the size of a human child, their fur a bit thick and coarse. The little stone monkeys were indeed classified as warriors, but once evolved into stubborn stone monkeys, their combat effectiveness was mediocre. Online reviews frequently complained that they lacked endurance, had unimpressive attack power, and a high percentage were lazy, more interested in eating and drinking than training, often ignoring commands. For new beast tamers, these companions were notoriously difficult to manage. Lin Shu brought up the stats on his display and scanned them one by one. As expected, there were no surprises. The data was nearly identical, and none had any innate talents. His minimum standard was that a beast companion must have a talent. With a talent, even an average starting quality could be made up for after evolution. Seeing him silent, the staff quickly sensed his dissatisfaction. "You might also want to look at the mountain rock golems over there," he suggested. To the left, a basketball court-sized area was fenced off, housing a group of mountain rock golems. Similar in size to the monkeys, these creatures had thick, short limbs and sturdy mud-colored bodies, with facial features roughly sketched as if by a careless brush, resembling a row of potato people. Despite their abstract appearance, mountain rock golems ranked quite high among ordinary quality companions. They had immense strength, and their rocky bodies gave them solid defense. Their only major weakness was slow speed, which lowered their overall rating. "Slow speed won't be much of an issue for me," Lin Shu thought to himself. "The key is whether any of them have innate talents." He called up his display again to carefully scan each mountain rock golem. To his surprise, he found one with a talent. Looking over the information on his panel, he felt certain this would be his second beast companion. Among these dozens of mountain rock golems, there were still some with exceptional talent. Name: Mountain Rock Golem. Level: LV 1310 Cap LV 25. Status: Healthy. Quality: Common. Attribute: Earth. Talent: Earthly Physique Novice 12200. Skill: Basic Charge Novice 620. Just the four words, earthly physique, made it clear that this rock golem excelled in physical defense. Mountain rock golems were already known for their toughness, and with this talent, its defense would undoubtedly rise further, making it the most reliable shield in the master's hands. More importantly, it was easy to evolve and required few resources, making it extremely cost-effective. Having found a satisfactory target, Lin Shu no longer hesitated and said, "He'll take that mountain rock golem." The staff followed his gesture and saw the chosen golem was especially robust, significantly bigger than others of the same level. It was halfling on the ground with eyes closed, basking in the sunlight. The young woman replied promptly, "All right, please wait a moment." Before finishing, she dashed off and brought a male colleague, and the two together lifted the golem out of the enclosure. After securely delivering the beast to Lin Shu, the woman asked again, "Do you want to make the contract now? If needed, I can open a quiet room for you. It's a more peaceful environment." "That would be great, thank you." Lin Shu nodded. Since there was a free space available, he was happy to take the convenience. The mountain rock golem was taken to the quiet room while Lin Shu went to the nearby cashier counter. That will be 15,888 yuan in total. He had already prepared for this sum before leaving. He checked the market prices. Common quality tamed beasts usually range from 3,000 to 20,000 yuan. The higher the strength and potential, the steeper the price. Without the official Xia Empire subsidies, prices would never be this affordable. Also, since this was his first tamed beast, he got a 30% discount, which applied to him as a student sponsored by a public school. He took out his phone to scan the QR code for payment. 15,888. Balance, 64,352.08. His bank notification popped up, reminding him his account was still relatively full. But Lin Shu knew he would need to find ways to raise more money in the future. Daily expenses and beast training fees would not be trivial. After completing the transaction, the female staff member handed him a key card. "Sir, the quiet room is ahead. You just swipe the card to enter. If you need anything, there's a call button inside. Press it, and someone will assist you." "Thank you," Lin Shu replied politely, following her directions to the designated room. Beep beep, the door lock clicked open, and he pushed the door inside. The spacious, tidy room of over 50 square meters resembled a hotel suite. The mountain rock golem had been settled in a corner. It sat calmly, its stony skin glimmering with a deep brownish-green sheen under the lights. Having been confined in a cage since birth, it looked around the unfamiliar environment with curious but confused eyes. At that moment, Hei quickly approached and scanned the golem up and down with his eyes like a scanner. The golem gazed back foolishly, his face filled with bewilderment. "This is your new partner, Hei." Lin Shu bent down and patted Hei's head. "Don't bully him." Hei looked up at him, ears perked and sitting straight, with a serious expression that said mission accepted. Lin Shu couldn't help but laugh and gently moved Hei aside. "I was about to start the contract." Lin Shu took a deep breath and reminded Hei once again, "Stay quiet and watch your own safety." Hei immediately obeyed, standing straight at the door, turning into a silent black shadow that firmly guarded the entire room. With everything ready, Lin Shu's spiritual power surged out, spreading through the air like a tidal wave. Soon, the preliminary form of the contract began to take shape. Having done this once before, his movements were more skilled this time. A faint purple light instantly filled the four walls. The mountain rock golem still stood there dumbfounded, its stone face full of confusion. After several breaths, the purple light condensed into a beam that shot straight into the golem's chest. The remaining spirit inside was so faint it was almost impossible to detect. Just a little extra force from Lin Shu could have forcibly completed the contract. Yet he didn't rush it. Instead, he patiently guided the fragile will to gradually merge with his own. In the end, the golem willingly accepted him as master. The moment the contract was sealed, the mountain rock golem felt an inexplicable closeness toward him, a faint smile appearing on its simple, honest face. Lin Shu rubbed his slightly throbbing head. Signing contracts for two beasts right after entering the first tier had taken a considerable toll on his spirit, though the pain was still bearable. After a short rest, he looked up to see Hei and the mountain rock golem playing around on the floor together, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. No worries about the two little ones getting along. Next, he needed to find a place to stay. Lin Shu pulled out his phone and booked a room in the city center, 2 days and 1 night, for 158 yuan after using a coupon. It was a bit pricey, but the room included a beast training chamber, making it a decent value overall. Considering the mountain rock golem's small size but slow movement, Lin Shu first stored it in the contract space, then set out with Hei. Before long, he arrived at the hotel and swiped his card to enter the room for this weekend. He planned to stay here entirely. Today's goal was to complete the contract with the second beast. Tomorrow, he intended to visit the nearby beast arena. They offered a full suite of services: battles, sparring partners, breeding advice, which would be perfect for Hei to spar freely and for Lin Shu to gauge the strength of newcomer beast tamers in the city center. Lin Shu leaned back into the soft sofa, and casually summoned the mountain rock golem, preparing to use illusory reflection. After much practice, he had perfected this skill. Soon, an identical copy appeared inside the room. The golem was no longer surprised, remaining calm and unbothered. He led the copy into the training chamber. He had already claimed a wooden post, clawing and practicing, releasing all the pent-up frustration from not sparring earlier. Lin Shu had the copy stand at another post and begin collision training. The crash sounds echoed repeatedly. Hearing the noise, the mountain rock golem came over curiously, its face full of confusion. Its earnest, big-brained expression was simply endearing. "All right, from now on, you shall be called Tuyao." Lin Shu was about to check Tuyao's talent effects when an unexpected surprise occurred just as he was about to bring up the attribute Penelobrite. Attention-grabbing plus sign suddenly appeared where the level cap was usually displayed. With a flicker of thought, Lin Shu tapped his fingertip. The panel instantly flipped through pages, images sliding by like a scroll. 7 pictures paused at the center, each labeled with distinct names representing the 7 evolution stages of the mountain rock golem. Beneath each image was a proficiency cost. A spark lit up in Lin Shu's eyes. Proficiency points could actually be used to deduce beast evolution. This function was rarely mentioned anywhere outside and was an unexpected boon for him. Even the usually composed Lin Shu couldn't suppress a smile. According to public records, most evolution paths were either shallow or barely useful. The truly valuable ones were tightly guarded by major Beastmaster clans since the cost of Trilander research was immeasurable. Now, the system presented the full evolution branches directly, saving him years of exploration and massive funds. Lin Shu quickly skimmed the branch descriptions. Each image listed the name after evolution, along with its strengths and weaknesses. 1. Diamond Golem. 2. Mountain Warrior. 3. Forest Vein Treant. 4. Gargoyle. 5. Crystal Rock Golem. 6. Mystic Rock Sentinel. 7. Ice Mountain Giant. The Diamond Golem, Ice Mountain Giant, and Mystic Rock Sentinel had been recorded in official or ancient texts. He had originally planned for Tuyao to evolve along the Diamond Golem route. Unexpectedly, the Mountain Rock Golem had as many as 7 potential future forms, instantly expanding his options. He noticed 4 evolutions could be redeemed for only 150 proficiency points, each astonishingly cheap compared to market breeding fees costing millions, not to mention years or decades of research. These included the publicly known Diamond Golem and Ice Mountain Giant, plus 2 previously undisclosed types, Forest Vein Treant and Crystal Rock Golem. Lin Shu glanced over and thought, this is clearly common grade worth what it costs. Continuing to browse, the remaining 3 evolutions demanded higher costs. 2 required 300 proficiency points each, and the last one a whopping 500. Judging by the you get what you pay for principle, the most expensive evolution must be astonishingly powerful. He analyzed quietly. This feature likely auto-unlocks only after reaching a certain proficiency threshold. Before, with only 1 Beast Black Knight, his proficiency had never grown enough to see this plus sign. Hence, Black Knight's evolution requirements must be far steeper than Tuyao's. Once the needed points were accumulated, it would open up. Refocusing on the panel, Lin Shu noted the 2 newly revealed low-cost evolution paths had few advantages and only barely passable quality not worth investing in. The real focus was on the 3 advanced paths left. The 2 costing 300 proficiency points were Gargoyle and Mystic Rock Sentinel. The Xianyan Spirit Guard is one of the discovered evolution paths. It is tightly controlled by the Shi family in the Central District and serves as their exclusive beast guardian. Given its immense power, it makes sense that this evolution route belongs solely to them. Lin Shu flipped through the information, growing increasingly satisfied. Each evolution path displayed its own strengths. The Gargoyle could greatly compensate for the Rock Guardian's naturally weak spiritual attribute, and could even use spiritual power directly to defeat enemies. The Xianyan Spirit Guard maximized defensive capabilities, not only protecting the beast itself, but also shielding the Beast Master from fatal attacks. But what truly captured his longing was the 3rd path, Mountain Warrior, valued at 500 proficiency points. He read through the details again and inwardly sighed. There's a reason the precious things are precious. Once fully evolved, the quality would jump to perfect. The Rock Guardian would no longer be a slow, clumsy tank, but a well-trained warrior, balanced in offense and defense, with speed pushed to its peak, never dragging behind again. Lin Shu let out a long breath, having finally reviewed all the evolutionary routes. The glaring red not for sale tag on Mountain Warrior made him shake his head, with a wry smile. Proficiency was still scarce. Even if he had saved the full 500 points, he wouldn't use them yet. The Black Knight Beast was the current main force, and Tuyao's contract was meant to accelerate proficiency growth. Evolution could wait. This review was more about familiarizing himself with the system's new features. His gaze landed on Tuyao, who was sitting blankly on the ground with a dazed expression. He couldn't help but chuckle, and then pulled up the details for the Tuyao physique talent. Had wanted to check it earlier, but had put it off until now. Its effect was straightforward and brutal, comprehensively boosting physical strength, attack, defense, and speed all improved. Earth element skills also received extra bonuses, while other attributes were unaffected. This showed that Tua Yao was highly compatible with the mountain warrior path. If he ever went down that route, this physique would maximize its advantages. But for now, the priority was still Black Knight. Rather than spread resources evenly, he preferred focusing on a single standout. With resources limited, Tua Yao was only a tool beast for the time being. After confirming all the details, he took out his phone and began searching for a suitable beast training venue. In a few minutes, he settled on one nearby the Bayun venue. The reason was simple: biggest discounts and ranked among the top 2 in popularity in the Central District. The venue offered newcomer deals, a morning trial card for only 288 yuan, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., including breakfast and lunch. The beasts were also fed, and though the meals were ordinary, the cost-performance ratio was outstanding. Of course, the venue was busiest in the afternoon, so those discounts didn't extend into later hours. After completing the payment, he casually set the phone aside. His spirit still felt somewhat drained, so he closed the training room door behind him and collapsed onto the bed. Soon, his breathing deepened. Ed was indeed tired today. He slept straight through from the afternoon until the next day. The lingering fatigue from the mental strain remained, but the moment Lin Shu opened his eyes, his mind felt clear and his limbs light, as if he were a different person. He stretched lazily in bed, the joints in his fingers and toes making faint cracking sounds. Then he cheerfully swung his legs off the bed. No sooner had his toes touched the carpet than the Shadow Mantis hide darted over, folding its sickle-like limbs in front of its chest and emitting a low, growling woo-woo sound. Lin Shu understood perfectly. It was saying, "Don't want to train so hard anymore. Just give me some points." This direct method of boosting strength had completely hooked Hai. It was clear in its mind, no matter how much sweat it poured, the training was nowhere near as efficient as a single point boost from its master, which made power jump instantly. Hai glanced sideways at Tu Yao, the dumbfounded yellowish little monkey nearby, and the corner of its eye twitched slyly. So this little underdog wants to compete for favor? Dream on. Yesterday Lin Shu had only gained 35 experience points because he hadn't had time to meditate, a bit short of his target, leaving a total balance of 185 points. He raised his hand to stroke Hai's smooth forehead. "Don't rush. He'll work out how to allocate them first." As he spoke, a familiar status panel appeared. Name: Shadow Mantis. Level: LV6 1260. Level cap: LV 45. Status: healthy. Quality: elite. Attribute: darkness space. Talent: Voidwalk Novice 1200. Skills: Assault Perfect 550. Quick Move Great Mastery 230. Heavy Strike Novice 120. The past few days' progress had been steady but slow, relying on training and potions. It was nowhere near the leap a point allocation could bring. No wonder Hai was so restless. Skill proficiency could be improved slowly over time, but the most efficient boost right now was simply raising the level. For beast tamers, level increases provided a straightforward, powerful enhancement across all attributes, far more effective than pumping individual talents or skills. Since he was planning to visit the beast training hall today, he figured it was best to allocate points before heading out. That way Hai wouldn't be crushed by other beasts and lose confidence in battles. With that in mind, Lin Shu didn't hesitate to spend 118 experience points raising Hai to level 8. The remaining 67 points weren't enough to reach level 9, which was a bit disappointing, but anything under level 10 was enough to dominate most opponents. Power surged swiftly through Hai's whole body. It raised its head proudly, gently nudging Lin Shu's leg with its little head and shooting a sidelong glance at Tu Yao. Tu Yao showed no reaction, blinking blankly in place. Lin Shu chuckled and patted Hai's shell lightly. What's there to be so smug about? After a simple breakfast at the hotel restaurant, he put Tu Yao into the beast space. Since the little guy was still young, it was safer to let it sleep longer in there and grow. The Bayun Arena was no more than a 5-minute walk from the hotel. Lin Shu slung his bag over his shoulder and stepped out of the lobby. Crossing the zebra crossing, a giant white building came into view, resembling a sports stadium. It was only about 8 in the morning, but a crowd had already gathered outside, mostly rookie beast tamers around Lin Shu's age. Following the signs along the road, he entered the arena. After verifying his information at the ticket counter, a staff member greeted him and led him to the dedicated rookie area section, reserved for beast tamers who had just completed their contracts, suitable for beasts level 5 to 10. The facility was subdivided into categories, organized in groups of 5 levels each, arranged from the lowest upwards. The classification was quite detailed. When filling out his registration form, Lin Shu only provided the basic information required for his beast, its species, level, and so on. Moments later, he handed the form to the front desk. The staff immediately assigned the data a registration number and logged it into the system. Then, the system would randomly match him with an opponent within the newcomer arena. The newcomer arena comprised 25 battlegrounds, a number that would make any first-timer's jaw drop. But since novice beast tamers are notoriously weak yet eager to fight, Having so many arenas was not surprising. Each battlefield was staffed with a referee who also kept things clean, as well as a dedicated healer ready to treat any beast immediately after the match, services that were all included in the ticket price. Following the signs, Lin Shu entered the waiting room. The spacious area was lined with rows of sofas and recliners, alongside coolers stocked with complimentary beverages and snacks. He picked a soft couch and lay back to pass the time. Already, a dozen or so participants were present, mostly arriving in groups, sitting together in circles and chatting animatedly. From their accents, Lin Shu recognized them as students from Central Number 1 High School. Central Number 1 High was the best high school in Fengdu City, bar none, packed with children of the elite. Every capable parent wanted to send their kids there. There were a few students from ordinary backgrounds, but they were rare. Lin Shu himself had once tried to enroll, but had missed the cut, so hearing their school names stirred something in his heart. The announcement came over the speakers. Contestants number 15, Lin Shu, and number 25, Tianqi, please proceed to battleground number 9. The system repeated the message 3 times. Lin Shu sat up, stretched his shoulders, and strode toward the 9th battleground. As the arena doors opened, Tianqi arrived from the other side. Lin Shu offered a polite smile. Tianqi returned it. After a nod of mutual acknowledgement, both summoned their beasts. The referee stood by, repeatedly reminding them, keep it friendly, no killing blows. Both competitors nodded in agreement. There was no deep grudge between them, and seriously injuring each other's beasts would be excessive. The whistle blew, and the match began. Tianqi was a hefty fellow of over 200 pounds, but commanded a levels-even ice wolf of elite quality. No wonder people called Central District a hotbed of hidden talents. The ice wolf landed on the ground, instantly ready to fight, bearing sharp fangs and crouching with limbs bent, clearly seasoned in battle. Wolf, attack! Show him what we're made of. Tianqi launched the first strike. Although young, the ice wolf was quick on its feet, its gray-white form slicing through the air as it charged. Lin Shu's Shadow Mantis, Knight, remained calm, its cold gaze sharp. It thought, this puppy's speed is still too slow. With a sidestep, it easily dodged the wolf's claw and countered with a backhanded strike. A howl pierced the air. Though the heavy blow didn't break skin, it made the ice wolf yelp in pain and stagger. Tiankai's face jiggled with fat as he gritted his teeth. I've met a tough opponent today. Still, he commanded, Wolf, sprint full force. Claw attack. He was gambling that Knight couldn't withstand a headlong assault. But not even a single claw grazed the mantis. Knight launched a fierce slash, its chilling blade carving out a spray of blood, instantly crippling more than half of the ice wolf's combat strength. The referee immediately raised his hand. Match over. Number 15, Lin Shu, is the winner. Tianqi collapsed to the ground with a thud, wiping sweat from his brow, and chuckled bitterly. Man, you took me out in 2 moves. The chubby boy walked away in a daze, not even looking back. He had taken part in plenty of real battles before, but this was the first time he'd been beaten so badly. His once burning dream of becoming a master beast tamer now felt shattered like it had been smashed by a hammer, the fragments scattered everywhere. Lin Shu watched all this unfold, but felt utterly powerless. Yes, entire talent was invested in speed and attack was built as an assassin. A swift, decisive burst, where victory or defeat was decided in an instant. The fight was straightforward and brutal. That was an unchangeable fact no one could deny. Afterwards, Lin Shu took Yi into several more matches. Each ended in victory in under 3 minutes with hardly any effort, but it was hard on the other new tamers. We're all newbies here. Why are you so strong? Complaints echoed repeatedly. After a short break, it was almost 11 o'clock. Lin Shu glanced at his watch. Only 1 hour left before today's battles wrapped up. One last match, then we head back, he said quietly. Despite fighting all morning, Yi still showed no signs of tiring. Its sleek black body trembled slightly, eyes eagerly scanning the surroundings. For it, facing off against real beast tamers was far more exciting than striking training dummies. Soon, the arena loudspeaker crackled to life, repeating a familiar electronic voice 3 times. Match 15 Lin Shu, match 36 by Sheng. Please proceed to field 12. Lin Shu stood and made his way to the arena. At the center of field 12, he spotted his opponent Bai Sheng. A black baseball cap was pulled low over his face, his light-colored long robe neat and sharp. His features were well-defined, wearing a gentle smile that belied a formidable presence. They nodded to each other in greeting and completed the standard pre-match checks. Then the battle officially began. Bai Sheng raised a hand, and a pale blue summoning circle suddenly expanded. A half-human blue bear landed heavily, its fur an uncommon light blue instead of the usual black or white. Layered circular patterns adorned its belly, resembling a coiled mosquito coil. Electric arcs crackled energetically across its fist-sized paws. Lin Shu's eyelid twitched as he pulled up the battle panel. Name, Blue Thunder Pattern Bear. Level, LV8 Experience, 2580. Level Cap, LV76. Status, Healthy. Quality, Perfect. Attribute, Thunder. Talent, none. Skills. Basic Electric Arc Passive Apprentice, 1230. Basic Bite Apprentice, 830. Intermediate Thunder Punch Novice, 340. Perfect Quality, 2 basic skills plus 1 intermediate. Level matches. Hey, yes. Lin Shu frowned deeply. Aside from skill proficiency, Hey Yi was at a clear disadvantage. If struck heating by those electric bear punches, Hey Yes defense probably wouldn't hold up. The Thunder attribute was known for explosive power, and combined with a bear's natural brute strength, the destructive force was terrifying to imagine. Sensing his master's tense mood, Hey Yi quickly shed its earlier laziness, tensing its shoulder blades and lowering its tail. The beast shifted fully into combat mode right now. It was a poised assassin ready to strike. The match begins. The referee dropped the flag. In an instant, the battle erupted. Don't get greedy, stay out of the way, and don't get hit. Use that if you have to, Lin Shu warned Knight in the darkness. At the edge of the pitch, the shadowy mantis, Knight, crouched slightly. He too noticed how tricky the chubby blue thunder pattern bear opposite him was. That Lin Shu mentioned referred to a hidden, never-before seen innate skill void walk. If he could time it right, the outcome was still uncertain. The scales hadn't completely tipped in the blue thunder bear's favor. Meanwhile, Bai Sheng remained vigilant. Tianlei, that mantis isn't ordinary. Don't underestimate him. The blue thunder patterned bear, Tianlei, nodded resolutely and strode onto the arena. Unlike a regular brown bear, his thick fur was streaked with fine blue patterns crackling with arcs of electricity. His paws were as big as grinding bowls, and each strike was accompanied by crashing thunder that could not only tear flesh but also paralyze opponents. Against close combat beasts, those thunderous paws were almost unbeatable except against Knight. At the start, a black shadow flashed. Knight darted behind the thunder bear at near ground level speed and swung his curved sickle arm in a brutal arc. Humph. The tough fur absorbed most of the impact, but the skillful assault strike still cut through flesh, leaving a vivid gash across the bear's back. Blood trickled along the blue patterns. Lin Shu breathed a silent sigh of relief. Once the defense broke, gradual attrition could secure the win. After the strike, Knight melted back into shadow, drawing strange residual images around the arena's edge, seeking his next angle of attack. Bai Sheng furrowed his brow, cursing inwardly. This mantis has truly mastered the assault strike? I came prepared to easily catch the fish, but now it looks like the fish might turn the tables. A strategy quickly formed. Delay. Just defend the vital points. Wait for the mantis to tire, then end it with a single decisive thunderlight fist. The situation flipped rapidly. The blue thunder bear stood firm, sometimes blocking with broad arms, more often enduring the sickle scars across his massive frame, conserving strength. 3 minutes passed. His blue fur was stained with blood, and the air was thick with the smell of burning and iron. Meanwhile, Knight's movements slowed noticeably, his chest heaving heavily. Bai Sheng's eyes changed. He quietly signaled. Roar. Electric light exploded as the bear's enormous, lightning-tinged paws smashed down, targeting the exhausted mantis. Just when everyone thought the fight was settled, Knight's form suddenly blurred. The next instant, he reappeared behind the blue thunder bear. Void walk. No charge up, no sound, just a flurry of sickle strikes. The thick bear's back couldn't withstand the assault this time. Blood spattered as the thunder bear staggered, half kneeling, a ferocious roar choked off by blood. Finally, the massive body crashed down. Bai Sheng rubbed his temple, wryly accepting the resolve had never lost since contracting Tianlei. Yet this defeat stung deeply. The referee raised the flag. Lin Shu wins. The crowd erupted in shocked murmurs. At center stage, Knight dropped to one knee, gasping heavily, chest rising and falling rapidly, clearly at his limit. Compared to the thunder bear, his stamina still lagged behind. Lin Shu approached and gave his partner a thumbs up. Knight, you really are my trump card. The praised Shadow Mantis lifted his head but turned away with a proud air, lightly tapping his sickle on his chest armor. His parted lips seemed to say, I will always be your trump card. The Azure Thunder Bear was sent for medical treatment. Although its life was not in immediate danger, the intense pain it suffered couldn't be ignored, and any delay might cause long-term complications. Bai Sheng recalled every encounter from the recent battle, growing increasingly aware that he had barely found any opening to exploit from start to finish. The one apparent flaw that seemed ripe for counterattack had been effortlessly nullified by his opponent's seemingly teleport-like instant movement. Bai Sheng pondered whether that final blink was a beast mastery skill or the talent of a beast master. He arrived at a firm conclusion: it was most likely the latter, as the Shadow Mantis had never exhibited such an ability. At that moment, Lin Shu was about to leave the arena. Bai Sheng quickened his pace to catch up and stopped beside him. Your Shadow Mantis is really well trained. Bai Sheng spoke sincerely. He hadn't had time to carefully listen to the system announcements during the match, so he hadn't even caught Lin Shu's name earlier. Lin Shu was caught off guard by the sudden interruption, but quickly nodded politely. Thanks, it's just luck. I might not win next time. His tone was modest, without a trace of arrogance. Bai Sheng silently tagged him in his mind. Low-key, steady, with tremendous potential. What's your name? He asked, extending his hand. I'm Baisheng. Lin Shu. Lin Shu shook his hand lightly, marking their formal introduction. As he observed Lin Shu, Baisheng realized this young man with a perfect grade initial beast must come from a substantial background. Making a friend like this definitely wouldn't hurt. The two walked side by side down the corridor to a VIP suite marked 001. The door bore the prominent Baiyun logo, which complemented Baisheng's surname and made the connection obvious. The suite was over 200 square meters, luxuriously decorated, with wide leather sofas crafted from the hides of high-ranking, unknown beasts, polished smooth to a shine. As they settled in, the atmosphere relaxed, and their casual conversation quickly warmed. During their chat, Baisheng glanced at Lin Shu and said, "Judging by your accent, you're not from the Central District, right? You're so strong. I would have known if you were local." Lin Shu nodded in confirmation. "I come from the Southern District." Baisheng smiled thoughtfully, then cheerfully said, "By the way, Baiyun Arena is my family's business. Hope you don't mind." He didn't go into details, only dropping the hint. When Lin Shu shared the purpose of his visit to the Central District, Baisheng was surprised this young man not only excelled at beast training, but also advanced mentally at an astonishing rate. One topic led to another, and the two peers gradually grew closer. Time slipped by unnoticed until noon, when Baisheng called for the staff to bring out the dishes. Summer breeze mix, rainbow chasing moon platter, jade pearl stew. The mysterious names made it impossible to guess the ingredients by sight alone. Steam rose from each plate, revealing a range of oddly colored delicacies that caught Lin Shu's eyes. Baisheng explained that all these dishes were made from high-level beast meats, offering nourishing effects comparable to mid-grade enhancement potions. They benefited both the physical and mental health of beast masters, and if beasts ate them, the boosts were also significant. These beasts came from uncontracted extra-dimensional spaces, strictly quarantined before being served in the arena's restaurant. Crunch crunch. The Black Knight wolf beside Lin Shu could no longer contain itself and buried its head in the food, grease dripping down its fangs. It paused to look up, howling in delight and praising the meal as incredibly delicious. After tasting a few bites, Lin Shu was amazed. The dish before him, with its enticing colors and melt-in-the-mouth texture, burst with rich, juicy flavor that far surpassed the so-called delicacies he had enjoyed in his past life. In just a few mouthfuls, he felt enveloped in warmth and satisfaction, experiencing a comfort in this lunch unlike any before. In contrast, Baisheng merely set down his chopsticks after casually picking at his food, appearing to be quite accustomed to this level of exquisite taste, radiating an air of effortless calm. After finishing, the two settled the bill and stood up to leave, casually adding each other as friends on Feeksynth, most popular chat app in Dacia, now nearly ubiquitous. Baisheng put away his device and asked, "Are you in a hurry to get back this afternoon? If not, we could keep practicing." Lin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. It wasn't much trouble to help out a little, and even if they got home an hour or so later, it wouldn't matter much. From their several bouts, Lin had already noticed that beneath Baisheng's indifferent exterior lay an intense drive to win. Baisheng could afford to lose, but he was always determined to win back whatever he lost. His pride was barely concealed. The two left the restaurant and headed straight to a private training facility. The space was large and brightly lit, fully equipped with healing pods, energy barriers, and medicinal supplies, while a team of professional medical staff stood ready outside. By now, the blue thunder-striped bear they'd fought that morning had been fully restored. Its massive chest rose powerfully with every breath, its fur shining as if new, a clear testament to the skill of the medical team. Once the fighters had recovered, the venue was sealed off, and Lin Shu and Baisheng launched into a long afternoon of dueling. After a brief warm-up, the official match of 11 rounds began. Though the contests looked evenly matched, Baisheng ultimately lost every round, controlling the blue thunder-striped bear. Each time he pushed for victory, Lin Shu's bonded beast Nightfall would slip away by a hair's breadth using its void walk, drawing the fight out into a grueling war of attrition that eventually wore down the Thunder Bear. Nightfall was struck many times by the bear's lightning claws throughout, its formidable body nearly breaking under the strain, yet all the hardest blows landed near the end when both were exhausted. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for Lin to hold a winning streak all afternoon. Lin had originally planned to throw a match to let Baisheng win a round, but Baisheng seemed to anticipate it, stressing repeatedly before the fight, "Don't hold back at all." So Lin complied. Baisheng's mood shifted from calm at first, to furrowed brows mid-match, then to silence and flushed cheeks by the end, as if ready to burst into flames. After each round, he muttered, "This really is the last one, or Lin might never have escaped." Meanwhile, Nightfall fought with pure joy, shouting at the edge of the arena, "We're coming back here next week." His tone was full of lingering excitement, though Lin smiled, reminding himself that Nightfall had also been thoroughly zapped inside out. When the session ended, Baisheng stood at the side, gasping for air, his voice weak. "Lin Shu, let's come back next week and keep going." Lin wasn't sure how to comfort him. so he simply patted his shoulder and said, "Keep it up." Watching Lin Shu leave, Baixing still struggled to accept losing so decisively for an entire day. If word got out, it would be humiliating. His elders often said there's always someone better, but he hadn't expected to be so harshly reminded of that reality just leaving the city center of Fengdu. Clenching his fists, his gaze reignited with determination. Next week, he would win it all back. Meanwhile, Lin Shu went straight to the hotel to check out. Once his luggage was packed, he left the bustling city center and boarded transportation headed south across the city. The city center sat at Fengdu's core, so the ride to various districts was never far. The trip home to the southern district took just about an hour and a half over smooth roads. Thus concluded the 2-day, 1-night trip to the city center. The biggest gain, without a doubt, was the new contract beast Tuyo. Though looking a bit simple-minded on the surface, it was still young with infinite potential, a promising future ahead. Next was meeting by Sheena, a humble and low-key partner, unlike the typical spoiled second-generation had expected, leaving a good impression. Interacting felt natural and easy. This could be a friendship worth deepening. The next morning arrived. In the classroom of grade 10, class 5 at Kanglan No. 2 Middle School, the bell hadn't rung yet, but the students were already seated neatly, waiting for the lesson to begin. Huang Yan glanced sideways toward Lin Shu's feet. His praying mantis, named Hai, had grown so large that it could no longer perch on the desk, and was crouching on the floor instead. "Your mantis is growing way too fast, and that look in its eyes is kind of intimidating. Even Xiaohua, the little fire dog, is scared stiff and won't come near," Huang Yan whispered. Following his gaze, Lin Shu looked down and saw Xiaohua, the fiery little dog who usually played most energetically with Hai, now cowering in the corner with his round tail tightly tucked between his legs, avoiding eye contact and looking quite upset. Lin Shu gently patted Hai's smooth shell, signaling it to tone down its fierceness. Its sharp forelegs folded slightly, and the oppressive aura instantly softened. Only then did Xiaohua tentatively inch closer, wagging his tail happily once more. "Maybe it's just growing fast because it's been eating a lot lately. It threw a little tantrum earlier, but it's fine now," Lin Shu explained. Huang Yan watched the two pets settle back into play, marveling. The size difference is crazy though. Zaya is not even half as big as Hai. Though curious, he didn't sense anything else unusual. After the brief interruption, their beast-taming class teacher, Zhao Sheng, arrived right on time. Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed down the corridor as he stepped into the classroom carrying books and a teacup. He placed them decisively on the podium and immediately began the lesson. Chalk scraped sharply against the blackboard as he wrote 2 large characters. Gifted talent. Clearing his throat, Zhao Sheng's voice rang out clearly. "Today's lesson is about gifted talents." "Gifted talents? Whose talents?" Someone called from below, puzzled. Zhao Sheng waved his hand. "Not the tamer's talents, but the talents innate to the beasts themselves. Yes, it's not just the tamers who can have talents, the beasts can awaken their own unique gifts as well." Sensing disbelief, he emphasized the point again. Lin Shu nodded silently. He knew all too well that his own Hai and Xiaohua both possessed such talents. Zhao Sheng continued. "However, awakening these talents is extremely rare, much rarer than a tamer awakening their own abilities. Among 1,000 beasts, you might not even find one. Currently, we have no instruments capable of detecting these talents either." Whispers quickly filled the classroom. Huang Yan raised his hand. "Teacher, does that mean a beast with a talent is definitely very strong?" While questioning, he seemed quite sure of the answer. Zhao Xing looked at him approvingly. "In most cases, yes. But keep in mind that talents aren't always combat-related. Many are supportive in nature. So it's not absolute, but having any talent is a tremendous advantage for a beast." The students nodded in understanding. Zhao Xing scanned the room. "Any more questions? Don't hesitate to ask. If you ever encounter a beast that has awakened its talent, don't let it slip away. Such beasts are really valuable." Everyone fell silent, pondering deeply. After a moment, Lin Shu raised his hand. "Teacher, when a beast awakens a talent, is it determined by its own attributes, or can it randomly awaken talents of other attributes?" Having encountered both possibilities, he was particularly curious. "Oh," Zhao Xing raised an eyebrow. "Lin Shu, you're thinking very deeply already, considering that possibility." He was somewhat surprised. That was an insightful question, almost as if Lin Shu himself had a beast with an awakened talent. "First, I'll answer your first question. Yes, the talents of spirit beasts generally awaken based on their original attributes. As for the second question, the spirit beasts have a very small chance of awakening different attributes during evolution or mutation." While writing the keywords evolution and mutation on the blackboard, Zhao Sheng briefly explained this. However, the classroom remained largely indifferent. Most students kept their heads down, flipping through textbooks, clearly uninterested in such low-probability events after all. Only a rare few were lucky enough for their spirit beasts to have that kind of fortune. Lin Shu sat in the third row, nodding as he jotted down the points at the end of his notebook. But he soon noticed no one around him was asking any more questions. A quiet heaviness hung in the air, and the sound of chalk scratching against the blackboard felt unusually sharp. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng didn't stop. Instead, he smiled and shook some chalk dust from his hand. Actually, every spirit beast has a chance to be born with innate talent, it just takes a bit of luck. Of course, he paused for effect, deliberately teasing them. There's one other situation where a talent will definitely awaken. As soon as he finished, the once quiet classroom seemed to switch gears, bubbling with excitement. Teacher, what's the other situation? Don't keep us in suspense. Come on, tell us. We're dying to know. Zhao Sheng smiled at the eager faces before him and shook his head with amusement. You kids really can't wait to catch the rabbit before letting the hawk go. The condition isn't actually that hard, your spirit beast just needs to be of epic quality. The moment he said that, the room cooled as if the air conditioning had been turned to its lowest setting. Students exchanged looks, a collective sigh spreading over the room like they'd just been hit with a cold joke from the teacher. Did he just say it's not that hard? Epic quality is insanely rare. Yeah, that's such a stretch. Seeing their reactions, Zhao Sheng tapped on the podium gently and softened his tone. Don't underestimate yourselves. The future is long, and all of you have a chance. With that, he wrapped up the talent section quickly and moved on to the next topic. Time flew as pages of the textbook turned. The morning class was almost over. Just before the bell, Zhao Sheng stood in the center of the stage. Everyone, the monthly exam is this Friday. The rewards have been announced. Take a look and work hard to get a good rank. He raised both hands, cheering them on, then left the classroom as the bell rang. The reward list quickly circulated, and someone read it aloud. 1. First place, 20 bottles of intermediate nutrient potions and 10 level 1 spirit items. 2. Second to 5th place, 10 bottles of intermediate nutrient potions each. 3. 6th to 20th place, 5 bottles each. 4. 21st to 50th place, 3 bottles each. 5. 51st to 100th place, 1 bottle each. Only the top 100 get prizes, divided into 5 tiers. Gotta say, first place's reward is ridiculously generous, way above the rest. Not my concern, just envy the top dogs. In moments, the classroom buzzed again with chatter and debate. Lu Dong crossed his arms, eyes burning with confidence. I think Shuj is definitely going to be first. That statement hit like splashing water in hot oil, instantly igniting the crowd. Honestly, I think so too. Yeah, Lin Shu is a sure bet for first in the monthly exam. Students all talked over each other, basing their confidence on Lin Shu's stellar record. Just thinking about the practical part of the monthly exam made everyone strangely reassured. Surrounded in the middle, Lin Shu awkwardly rubbed his temple and raised a hand. You guys, apart from class 2, haven't really seen many spirit beasts from other classes. So lay off with all the hype. Wednesday arrived. With only one day left until the monthly exam, Lin Shu felt surprisingly calm because the night had brought another big surprise. Beginner level Sharp Blade Passive Novice 1220. Intermediate level Twin Shadow Strike Novice 040. That's right, overnight, Hei Yi had unlocked 2 entirely new skills. First was the beginner passive skill, Sharp Blade. Its effect was straightforward and brutal. It fully enhanced the front limbs, making every slash as powerful as if wielding twin blades. The higher the skill level, the more terrifying the attack boost. Second was the intermediate dark-type skill, Twin Shadow Strike, which held a high reputation among the Shadow Mantis clan. Upon activation, Hei Yi could instantly summon 2 phantom clones to fight alongside it, confusing enemies and quickly surrounding them, often deciding the match in a split second. 5 skills already. Even before reaching level 10, Lin Shu couldn't help but smile. In terms of methods and tactics, he had already left most beast tamers his age far behind. Hei Yi's overall strength had also been advancing by leaps and bounds in recent days. Its main combat skill, Assault, had been refined to a remarkably intricate level, and it showed no signs of stopping. Lin Shu wondered what the next stage would be called, and how much proficiency it would consume. The proficiency consumption had visibly spiked after reaching this breakthrough, so he ordered Hei Yi and its clones to temporarily shift focus to mastering other skills. After all, its attack power was already more than enough. Improving versatility was the priority now. In just a few days, Hei Yi's level had risen by 25 experience points, though the supply of beginner nutrient solution was nearly depleted. Even the first-tier spirit item awarded by the teacher had long been used up. The progress felt less satisfying than simply pumping skill points directly. Was it the nutrient solution that was too weak, or was he using it wrong? Lin Shu mused that next time, if he got similar rewards, selling them for money to save resources for his next beast might be better, though he'd make the final call when the prize arrived. Checking the status panel. Proficiency, 192. It was a healthy number, but still not enough for Hei Yi's evolution path to reveal itself. Clearly, much more was required. So, gritting his teeth, Lin Shu splurged 145 proficiency points at once, leaving just 47 remaining. This successfully propelled Hei Yi to level 10, and Lin Shu himself finally crossed into the rank of first-tier beast tamer. It had taken a full half-month to reach this milestone, not fast, but not too slow either. Hei Yi's physique surged dramatically. Its shell gleamed with a dark metallic luster, and power surged within its body. Excitedly swinging its sharp front limbs, it sent its owner a proud, gleaming look. The cumulative effects of the skill points were also obvious. This Shadow Mantis body length was now approaching the limit of an adult's size, reaching 90 centimeters, and when fully upright, nearly reached Lin Shu's waist. A typical adult Shadow Mantis went only up to 95 centimeters, so it was clear he wasn't done growing yet. Excellent, very excellent. With a solid level 10 base, an almost fully grown body, and 5 major skills in hand, Lin Shu was brimming with confidence for tomorrow's monthly exam. It would be hard to fail now. Then there was Tu Yao. After several days of training and getting used to each other, Tu Yao was already able to practice skills independently in the dorm. This was undeniably a big step forward. Lin Shu made sure to praise it accordingly. Saturday seemed awkward and shy, standing in place with an awkward smile. Lin Shu gave a brief explanation and left him along with the 3 clones in the room, though a bit simple-minded. This guy was diligent and reliable, someone Lin Shu always trusted. After settling things, he took He Yi by the hand and stepped out, heading towards school. As soon as he entered the classroom, he was met with a noisy crowd. The students were clustered around their desks, chatting excitedly. Lin Shu overheard that the Bighead Cup registration was opening today. Daxia had always valued competition. Besides the high school and university cups, there were all kinds of regional contests. The Bighead Cup was a traditional tournament for high schools across the entire province, and as long as the schools met the requirements, they would form teams to compete. Kanglan No. 2 High School also had a team. 20 years ago, they had once won the championship, but that was ancient history now. With so many universities emerging, the school's competitiveness had declined significantly. Their best recent result was reaching the quarterfinals, though more often they were eliminated in the round of 32. Still, in the context of Fengdu City, this record kept them in the top 10, nothing to be embarrassed about, but hardly remarkable. The Bighead Cup is starting soon. Who do you think will win? Someone asked loudly. I don't know who will, but I'm pretty clear on who won't, another shrugged. If Kanglan No. 2 just makes the semifinals, we should be thankful. Semifinals? That's cause for a citywide celebration. Laughter broke out. Everyone agreed, without saying it, winning the championship was almost a pipe dream. The province had so many cities, and each city had so many high schools. The competition was fierce. Amid the noise, Zhang Qi suddenly changed the subject. By the way, the school team tryouts are starting soon. Wonder if anyone from our class will make it. Jealous. Who wouldn't want to be on the team? Someone replied immediately. Though not the strongest, the Kanglan No. 2 team had great perks. Weekly cash allowances and premium nutritional supplements worth tens of thousands per year. Anyone would be tempted. In recent years, to boost results, the principal relaxed age restrictions and allowed first and second-year students to join the team preliminarily, though only truly talented ones, and the final decision always rested with the principal. Early cultivation meant a head start for future competitions. I think only Lin Shu and the class president have a real shot. The rest don't stand a chance, someone said, and no one argued. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Shu thought to himself. If he really made the team, his beast companion would grow faster. This opportunity was not to be missed. But since the exact tryout date wasn't announced yet, he could only wait patiently. Just as the chatter reached its peak, the teacher stepped into the classroom on time. The noise stopped immediately, and the room fell silent as everyone prepared for the lesson. The next morning, the monthly exam at Kanglan No. 2 High School proceeded as scheduled. Morning sunlight filtered through the window panes, casting mottled patches of light across classroom 3. Zhao Xing stood at the center of the podium, lightly tapping the attendance roster on the desk to capture everyone's attention. I trust you all understand the rewards for this monthly exam, so I won't repeat them. This year's exam is different from previous ones. The usual battle segment has been completely removed and replaced by a beast mastery physical test. He paused, scanning the class with a steady gaze. There will be no fighting, only testing. The news had already spread across campus days ago, so most students appeared calm. Only a few in the corner quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The last duel against Class 2 had revealed many's unfamiliarity with commanding their beasts. Now, with no battles to fight, the atmosphere naturally felt much lighter. Zhao Sheng continued to explain. The physical test is divided into 3 parts: level, skills, and posture. Level and skills carry the most weight. Posture only counts for a small portion. Skills are further broken down by the number and quality of awakenings, so don't underestimate it. Now, everyone line up in 2 rows in the hallway. We'll leave for the field once Class 4 clears out. He gestured toward the door, signaling everyone to gather. The students pushed back their chairs and lined up neatly. The line moved slowly down the narrow corridor, with occasional grumbles breaking the silence. This is bad. Forget top 100. I'm afraid it'll rank beyond 300. Relax. It's the first exam. Don't take it too seriously. The scores will even out over the next few tests. Wait, is that a psych out? A joking remark sparked laughter, easing the tension a bit. Outside the teaching building, the line turned onto the playground. 10 classes stood in rows of their own. Fortunately, the field was large enough to avoid crushing crowds. Lin Shu glanced up and saw the grass crowded with beasts, wings fluttering in the sky, shimmering scales on the ground, occasional ripples in the pond. Woo! Quack quack! Roar! The chaotic chorus of beast cries rose and fell, resembling a small mobile zoo from a distance. Nearby, a dozen silver-gray detection devices were already set up. The lead proctor loudly announced the start of the exam and called students' names one by one. Each test took about 5 minutes, moving swiftly. Soon, it was Lin Shu's turn. He led his Shadow Mantis, Dark Knight, forward. Dark Knight stood waist-high, its pitch-black scythe blades gleaming coldly under the sun. The examiner adjusted his glasses in surprise. This Shadow Mantis had only been contracted for less than a month, yet had grown so huge. Around them, students testing from other classes cast glances over repeatedly, then lowered their heads to look at their own beasts. The difference was stark. No way it grew this fast. Yeah, it's really huge. Whispers of admiration spread, causing a small stir on the field. The examiner reached out a hand and said calmly, "Student, give me your student card." The exams officer didn't pause in his work. He took Lin Shu's student card and tapped it on the reader. With a beep, the information was recorded. Looking up at the night sky, his eyes filled with admiration, he said sincerely, "Student, your spirit beast is the best developed one I've seen this year. Go over there and start the test." "Thank you, teacher." Lin Shu bowed respectfully, then gestured as He Yi leapt into the central scanner. A silver arm swept from top to bottom, glowing faintly blue inside the machine. He Yi remained indifferent, even showing a trace of boredom. 2 or 3 minutes later, data appeared on the transparent screen. Name, Shadow Mantis. Length, 90.28 centimeters. Weight, 12.8 kilograms. Level, 10.0. Skills, basic charge, quick movement, heavy strike, sharp blade. Intermediate twin shadow kill. A neatly formatted report printed out automatically. The exam device not only measured strength, but could accurately identify awakened skills, though talent testing technology was still in development. The examiner glanced briefly, then gaped in disbelief, as if seeing a treasure. A level 1 spirit beast with 4 basic skills, and 1 intermediate skill, the best report he had encountered in years at Kanglan No. 2 High School. Exceptionally well nurtured. To raise a spirit beast to this level in such a short time, your hard work truly shows. The teacher remarked sincerely. "Thank you, teacher. He'll continue striving," Lin Shu replied modestly, showing no hint of pride. The teacher nodded and quickly searched the system. Grade 10 Class 5. Lin Shu not only with an outstanding spirit beast, but also possessing the spirit beast master talent truly full of promise. He memorized the name firmly. Already convinced this student would top the monthly exam, he couldn't think of anyone who could rival him. "Lin, your results have been recorded." The teacher returned the student card with a smile. Lin Shu thanked him again, then called He Yi and returned quietly to the back row of his class. Meanwhile, the monthly exams continued in full swing. Simultaneously, in the principal's office, Pei Yuanfang, principal of Kanglan No. 2 High School, tall and impeccably groomed, was intently reviewing the exam score summaries on his computer. His sharp gaze scanned the continuously updated data, and a smile finally broke his usually stern expression. "This year's crop of good students is quite large. Less than half have finished testing, and already 3 have exceeded 500 points, he said, tapping the desk thoughtfully. The device converted all measurements into easy to understand scores. The average this year was 20 points higher than last. A teacher standing nearby quickly chimed in. "It's all thanks to your strong support, principal. Without it, these results wouldn't be so outstanding." The well-timed compliment lifted Pei Yuanfang's spirits. He had invested a great deal of effort into this school and was finally seeing the fruits. "What matters most are the 6 students who have awakened the spirit beast master talent," he said seriously. "Have their results come in?" The teacher at the computer to his left immediately checked. "Principal, yes, 2 have completed testing." Pei Yuanfang's expression brightened. "Excellent. Send them over. Let me take a look." There were 2 students in total, Zhou Qi and Lin Shu. Pei Yuanfang sat behind his desk and first pulled up Zhou Qi's monthly exam results. Name, Snow Spirit. Body length, 38.18 centimeters. Weight, 6.08 kilograms. Level, 7.7. Skills, Basic Ice Spike, Frozen Strike, Power of Frost Passive. Overall score, 532.65. The data danced across the virtual screen, the white and blue light reflecting off his glasses. Snow Spirit was the beast he had personally selected and assigned to Zhou Qi from the breeding chamber. He had an impression of this little creature, above average aptitude with a clear training path. His first thought was, not bad. However, knowing the school had provided Zhou Qi with a full set of resources, he couldn't help but feel a slight lack of surprise. With those conditions, reaching level 7.7 wasn't difficult, but it still fell short of his expectations. Pei Yuanfang took a deep breath and shifted his attention to the next file, hoping for a thrill this time. Suddenly, data appeared on a black background. Name, Shadow Mantis. Body length, 90.28 centimeters. Weight, 12.8 kilograms. Level, 10.0. Skills: Basic Assault, Rapid Movement, Heavy Strike, Sharp Blade Passive. Skills: Intermediate Twin Shadow Slash. Overall score: 1068.53. As the screen refreshed, the office fell into silence for half a second, then erupted with hearty, unstoppable laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Pei Yuanfang couldn't help but slap the desk, his voice echoing in the room. An overall score of 1068.53, breaking 1,000 outright. The current average level in the school was only 5.3. Someone had pushed their beast all the way to level 10 by sheer Forcean astonishing figure. Coupled with 4 basic skills and 1 intermediate skill, the setup wasn't extravagantly luxurious, but was impressive enough. What truly shocked him was the growth speed. Shadow Mantis was just over a month old, yet its size was comparable to what he remembered from fully grown adults. He narrowed his eyes, drumming his fingers on the desk as lightning thoughts flashed through his mind. The physical aptitude must exceed the norm by far. Then, tilting his head, he instructed, "Teacher Lon, use the data I sent you to cross-reference with records from the same period. Then report the growth speed." His tone was calm, but carried undeniable authority. Sitting nearby, Teacher Lon immediately typed at his keyboard and pulled up the database. Moments later, the data showed. Body length is 35.8 above the average for the same period, weight is 28.6 higher, and all other metrics exceed by about 30. These words hammered in a final confirmation to Pei Yuanfang's judgment. The Shadow Mantis' physical aptitude was equally exceptional. Mantises were already fast-growing creatures, but this kind of rocket-like acceleration was rare. Very good, he repeated softly, his eyes glinting thoughtfully. Lin Shu also possessed the beast-tamer talent. Although the exact effect hadn't been revealed, if the data was accurate, it should be some form of growth acceleration support. If so, this kid was no ordinary person. Kanglan No. 2 Middle School might truly have a prodigy among them. He opened Lin Shu's student file. The brief lines hit him like a heavy hammer. Orphaned, impoverished, alone. For someone in such circumstances to achieve the results in front of him, the effort behind it must be immense. It was truly admirable, certainly a level of dedication unseen by most. If such impressive results could be achieved with limited resources, then pouring more into the program would only make things even more extraordinary. Pei Yuanfang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze fixed on the playground, already having made up his mind to wait and observe for a while longer, to see if any more promising talents would emerge. Before long, the full set of monthly exam data arrived in the office. Besides Lin Shu, a few more students scored above 500 in total, but their performance still paled in comparison. The other 4 gifted students' results were merely average and nowhere near the impact Lin Shu had made. After a moment's thought, Pei Yuanfang decisively decided, double the reward for the student who ranked first in this monthly exam. He looked up and added, "Tell Xiao Zhao to keep this under wraps. The top spot in the monthly exam is settled also. Let him know that Lin Shu should come to my office next Wednesday afternoon." "All right, Principal. He'll contact Teacher Zhao right away." Teacher Lon replied promptly, pulling out his phone to make a call. Pei Yuanfang nodded slightly, then shifted his gaze back outside the window. On the playground, students were gradually streaming out of the teaching areas in small groups, their backpacks swinging noisily. Yet the principal's brow remained furrowed. Years of pressure from the school's declining rankings weighed heavily on him. Now, there seemed to be a breakthrough opportunity, and he silently hoped this would indeed be the moment of change. Teacher Lan's message quickly reached Zhao Sheng's phone. After a brief pause for thought, Zhao Sheng called Lin Shu over beneath the old locust tree beside the teaching building while heading back to class. At that moment, students from Class 5 were preparing to return to their classrooms, and seeing Lin Shu summoned alone, whispers and guesses spread quickly among them. The shaded area under the tree was quiet, with the occasional chirp of cicadas filtering through the leaves. Lin Shu bowed slightly and asked politely, "Teacher, did you want to see me for something?" Though courteous, he already suspected the reason. It had to be about the monthly exam. "It's about your test score," Zhao Xing said, barely hiding his pride. "You took first place and really brought honor to our class. The principal personally decided to double the reward for first place. But keep this confidential for now, keep it low-key." Lin Shu paused briefly, then smiled genuinely. Who wouldn't be happy to receive twice the reward out of nowhere? "Don't worry, teacher, I won't spread it around." Zhao Xing nodded and added, "The principal also wants to meet you next Wednesday afternoon in his office." "Understood," Lin Shu replied immediately. Though curious, his instincts told him this was no bad thing. With that, they did not linger further and walked back along the corridor toward the teaching building. 5 minutes later, Lin Shu pushed open the classroom door. The room was already buzzing. "I'm guessing just over 100 points. If I place in the top 200, they'll be grateful. Lucky you. I'm probably beyond 400th. No avoiding a scolding at home. Feeling pretty solid. I should be comfortably in the top 100. The results showed sharp contrast. Those who did well were joking and laughing, while those who performed poorly looked deflated. As Lin Shu appeared, all eyes turned sharply toward him. Everyone was bursting with curiosity. What did the teacher want with Lin Shu? Everyone was asking what Lin Shu had been up to. Facing their curiosity, Lin Shu simply smiled faintly, neither nodding nor shaking his head, the curve of his lips just right. He didn't say another word. Seeing this, the classroom fell silent instantly. A few strands of disappointment lingered in the air, but no one dared to press further. After lunch, the mystery was quickly solved. Class monitor Huang Yan returned from the office with a stack of report cards. The moment he stepped in, his classmates swarmed around him, leaving no space to move. As the query page refreshed, the words top of the grade, Lin Shu, flashed boldly on the screen. The number 1 in the grade is in our class. It's Lin Shu. Lin Shu got first place in the monthly exam. Shouts broke out one after another as the students flocked to Lin Shu's desk. Lu Dong placed his hands on his hips, beaming. I told you, Shuj has to be first. His expression suggested he felt as if he had won first place himself. Huang Yan stared at his own report card with mixed feelings. In the blink of an eye, had been left far behind. News spread to other classes. Even those wealthy kids who relied on mid-level nutrient potions and spirit items to help them study were ranked below Lin Shu's score. Everyone marveled. This is insane. 666. Despite the overwhelming praise, Lin Shu kept a polite smile, though the enthusiasm made him somewhat uncomfortable. His spirit beast, Hei Yi, was swarmed by classmates wanting to see it up close, so finally it fled in panic. Lin Shu took the excuse of going to the office to slip out of the classroom and finally relaxed. Following tradition, first place in the monthly exam usually earned 20 bottles of mid-level nutrient potions and 10 Tier 1 spirit items as rewards. This time, the principal generously doubled it, 40 bottles and 20 spirit items. Lin Shu did the math silently. His nearly depleted cultivation resources were instantly replenished to full, too much to use up. Just as he was wondering when to collect the rewards, Zhaoxing pushed open the door, dragging in a bright red suitcase. There's too much to fit in a backpack, so we had to deliver it like this. If only there were space-saving storage methods, it would be easier, but none existed for now. Opening the suitcase, 5 exquisite gift boxes were neatly arranged. The lids were semi-transparent, revealing rosered liquid glowing under the light mid-level nutrient potions. Lin Shu pulled out his phone and checked the official website. Each box contained 5 bottles, priced at 15,888 yuan. A rough estimate showed that, combined with the spirit items, this pile of rewards was worth nearly 200,000 yuan in cash. The principal was truly generous, and Lin Shu's impression of him soared. The afternoon flew by. When the dismissal bell rang, Lin Shu hauled his red suitcase home on time, accompanied by Hei Yi. The provisions were sorted carefully into the cabinet. He gave a mid-level nutrient potion to both Hei Yi and Tu Yao, watching their reactions. Since there was no immediate need to sell them, he decided to keep the potions their effects stack with proficiency, making it more worthwhile to nurture his own spirit beasts. After a simple dinner, Lin Shu sat cross-legged, ready to meditate. Ringing, his phone vibrated. A message? He got up to check and saw a chat window labeled by Sheng pop up on the screen. It was by Sheng too. I actually only ranked 5th in this month's school exam. That's completely unacceptable. Seeing Bai Sheng's message that looked like a self-criticism but was really just bragging, Lin Shu couldn't help but smile slightly. Bai Sheng kept saying not acceptable, but his pride was barely hidden. Lin Shu swiped his finger across the screen to open the 2 pictures Bai Sheng had attached. The first was the top 100 grades list for Central Number 1 High School, and the second showed Bai Sheng's individual results. The overall strength of Central Number 1 High School was definitely higher than Kanglan Number 2 High School. The 2 schools took the same style of test this month. Only physical fitness was tested, no combat involved. On the leaderboard, all top 5 competitors scored over 1,000 points. If Lin Shu were included, head ranked 3rd. The first place scored an astonishing 1,311.08 points. Lin Shu wasn't surprised. Those privileged students had plenty of ways to boost their beast-taming power. It was normal he couldn't catch up yet. The real gap was in the quality of their beasts. His Black Knight was only elite quality, while theirs were all perfect quality. But when it came to training techniques, Lin Shu was confident he was better. With time, catching up wouldn't be hard. Bai Sheng's messages kept coming. Yeah, it really wasn't acceptable. Thankfully, I was lucky enough to snag first place. Here, pictures. 2 images quickly showed up. On his side, Bai Sheng eagerly opened the score sheet head just sent. He knew he wasn't yet a match for Lin Shu in fighting power, but the ranking only counted composite scores and his beast quality was clearly higher, a big point advantage. Thinking, finally gonna beat you, Lin Shu, he opened the image and squinted to verify the leaderboard info. Kanglan Number 2 High School, rank 1, Lin Shu. That was expected. What made him gulp hard was the number in the next image. Lin Shu's total score was 1,068.53, while his own was only 1,033.15, trailing by dozens of points. Bai Sheng couldn't believe it. His beast quality was 1 tier above Lin Shu's, yet he still lost? In a daze, he thought that if Lin Shu's mantis ever reached perfect quality, Even Central Number One's first-place title might have to be handed over. This result was utterly absurd. A bitter wave rose in Bai Sheng's chest. It felt like hitting a brick wall, forced to watch Lin Shu gloat. "You're truly terrible, Lin Shu, doing all the dirty tricks," he cursed silently, but obediently sent a "boss, please carry me" gif, followed by 2 crying face emojis. Lin Shu found this hilarious and casually replied with a sticker of his own. Just as he thought the chat was done, Bai Sheng's bubble popped up again. "Lin Shu, are you coming to Baiyin Arena tomorrow afternoon?" 2 seconds later, another message appeared. "No payment required, plus food and lodging included." The offer was very generous. Lin Shu considered briefly. He was more interested in having Black Knight sharpen his combat skills than the free food and stay. Finally, he confirmed, "Of course. They'll be there around 10:30 tomorrow." "Great, see you tomorrow," Bai Sheng quickly replied. With that, the chat went silent. Lin Shu put down his phone, sat cross-legged on his bed, regulated his breathing, and entered meditation. Meanwhile, Bai Sheng's room, more like a fully equipped training house than a bedroom, had a special large treadmill in the center. The blue thunder pattern bear Tianlei was pounding its heavy but powerful steps on the running belt. Bai Sheng stood beside it, clenching his fist to cheer on his beast. "Tianlei, come on. Tomorrow we have to beat those guys." Roar, roar, roar. The blue thunder bear's roars echoed through the training room, its iron-like muscles outlined under the lights. Its goal was clear the last time it lost due to lack of speed, so from now on, this treadmill was its acceleration track. It too long to tear apart that slippery, damn black mantis come tomorrow. By the time he realized it, it was already Saturday. Lin Shu stood in the middle of the living room, his gaze fixed on the doyu, before him a layer of yellow-brown rocky armor tightly clinging to the little creature's body, its surface etched with delicate stone patterns. It had only been a week since their contract, yet he couldn't help but smile. Over the past week, thanks to careful feeding and training, the doyu's growth had been astonishing. It was only the size of a soccer ball last week, but now it had already grown to the height of a 3- or 4-year-old child. Lin Shu took out a measuring tape and found it to be 76.8 centimeters tall, just a bit shorter compared to He Yi. Aside from proper nutrition and inherent bloodline potential, the key factor was the doyu physique talent beginning to take effect, far surpassing initial expectations. He brought up the status panel, and new data jumped onto the screen. Name: Mountain Rock Golem. Level: LV 330, original cap, 25. Status: healthy. Quality: common. Attribute: earth. Talent: doyu physique novice 45200. Skills: 1. Basic charge mastery 1650. 2. Rock skin passive novice 120. 3. Dust novice 120. After a series of nutritious potions, the doyu's level had risen to 3, with its speed now quite impressive. What delighted Lin Shu even more was that it had simultaneously grasped 2 earth element skills: rock skin and dust. With talent boosting each earth skill learned, the combat power could now take another leap forward. At the bottom right corner of the panel, the remaining proficiency points read 137. Lin Shu's palm itched to spend them, and after some thought, he used 90 points to raise He Yi to level 11. The leftover points were hard to save for now, so he decided to wait until He Yi needed to evolve before making any plans. That timing still required consideration. After tidying up, Lin Shu let He Yi perch on his shoulder and called the doyu to follow. Locking the door behind them, he took public transit toward the Baiyin Arena in the central district. At 10:20 a.m., he arrived 10 minutes early outside the arena. His stomach began to grumble. A perfect time for lunch. "Time to eat," he said casually. He Yi, who had been a little distracted, immediately brightened, straightening its posture, clearly still savoring the memory of their last delicious meal. The doyu just glanced around, somewhat unsettled by the surrounding noise. Lin Shu absent-mindedly rubbed He Yi's head as he headed toward the arena entrance. Before he reached the door, a staff member waiting nearby jogged over. "Hello, are you Mr. Lin?" He guessed it was arranged by Bai Sheng and nodded. "Yes, that's me. Please follow me." The staff politely motioned for him to come along and led him through the corridor. 3 minutes later, they arrived at the familiar VIP room, number 001. The staff knocked lightly. After 2 knocks, a young voice inside called out, "Come in." Receiving the invitation, the staff bowed slightly. "Mr. Lin, please," then turned and left. Lin Shu pushed open the door and indeed saw Bai Sheng, who had arrived not long before. The dining table inside was already laden with steaming hot dishes, the aroma filling the room, clearly just served. The irresistible scent stirred He Yi restlessly at Lin Shu's feet. "You've arrived quite early. Come on in and have a seat." Bai Sheng stood up to greet Lin Shu and pulled out a chair for him. Lin Shu nodded in acknowledgement, closed the door behind him, and once seated exchanged a few brief pleasantries. Bai Sheng's gaze then fell on the Shuriwe standing silently behind Lin Shu, the Rocky Mountain golem blinking its stone-like eyes. So this is his second bonded beast? He wondered silently. Shuriwe was one of the most common types of mountain rock golems. Bai Sheng didn't understand why Lin Shu would form a contract with it, but he didn't ask further. Glancing to the side, he noticed Hei Yi, the black mantis, fixated on the food on the table. Its compound eyes stared intently while its jaws ground nervously, front limbs trembling with hunger. Bai Sheng chuckled and deliberately raised his voice. "Ha, let's eat first. Our little mantis here is about to drool. Well then, I won't hold back." "This is nothing." Lin Shu smiled too, inwardly finding young bonded beasts always endearing. In fact, Hei Yi wasn't alone. Nearby, Lan Leiwen's Zionth blue thunder-patterned bear also licked its lips anxiously, rubbing its large paws together. With their owner's unspoken permission, Hei Yi and Lan Leiwen Xiong nearly pounced on the dishes simultaneously, devouring each plate like a locust swarm. Thankfully, the beast's food was served separately from the humans, or the two boys wouldn't have even gotten the scraps. Within moments, the entire table was cleared, leaving only Shuri West standing dazedly staring at the empty plates. Half an hour later, both beasts and owners were full and refreshed. The two boys then headed to Bai Sheng's private battle arena, the classic part, where bonded beasts face off officially. Bai Sheng and Lan Leiwen Xiong were eager to start. Over the past week, they had made significant breakthroughs in speed and had leveled up to level 9. Bai Sheng declared confidently, "This time, the win is ours." Reality didn't quite match expectations. Just last week, their matched fight lasted fiercely till the end, but now the result came in under 3 minutes. Bai Sheng looked at the brutal scene, clutching his head and shouting, "Wait, how did you improve so much in just 1 week? I can't take this. Who exactly is the young master of the Bai family?" Lan Leiwen Xiong hung its head, crushed by the loss. Still no match for the black stinky mantis. Lin Shu stood beside Hei Yi, scratching his head with a wry smile. Hei Yi felt a bit demoralized too, considering whether it had gone too hard on the big clumsy bear. After a brief silence, Bai Sheng forced a smile and refused to admit defeat, launching another challenge. As expected, he still lost, but this time he lasted 10 minutes, slightly restoring his complexion. While Lan Leiwen Xiong was being treated by the medic, the two boys lounged on the sofa chatting. Bai Sheng suddenly asked, "Lin Shu, do you know about the Fengdu Rookie Cup?" "Of course." Lin Shu nodded immediately. The Fengdu Rookie Cup was well known in the city, attracting most of the top young bonded beast masters. Naturally, it drew considerable attention. The Fengdu Rookie Cup focused on newcomers, with an age limit of under 17 itself excluded. The main focus was on fresh talent battling. If the competition takes place, it will draw participants from all 6 major districts, with most first-year students eager to join. Once the contest is officially announced, rookie beast tamers all over Fengdu City will flood the arena like a tidal wave. The competition will be fierce. After all, the city is packed with top-tier talent. Lessons learned from past events where the venue was packed to capacity forced the organizers to set strict entry requirements. Only students with a beast taming level of 8 or above can register. This effectively filters out those just looking to join the fun, keeping the number of contestants within manageable limits. It's just that the date hasn't been set yet, right? There's been no updates at all about the Fengdu Fledgling Cup. Lin Shu scratched his head in confusion as they walked down the hallway. If registration had opened, the whole class would have gone crazy. "I'm sure I wouldn't be hearing about it for the first time now." Bai Sheng grinned like a sly old fox and raised his eyebrows at him. "It's coming soon. The registration channel will open starting Monday next week. I overheard some chatter in class yesterday and news is pretty solid." Lin Shu immediately got the idea Bai Sheng had probably gotten the info straight from someone inside the organizing committee. If Bai Sheng was confident enough to say it, the timing was almost definitely set. "That's great. I was planning to give it a shot anyway," Lin Shu said, rubbing his hands together as his eyes lit up. "You can't miss the Fengdu Fledgling Cup. Sure, it's a great place to train, but previous year's prizes were pretty generous. Even though they haven't announced this year's rewards yet, I bet they won't be much different. Tell me about it. If you're from Fengdu City, there are barely any rookie beast tamers who'd turn down the Fledgling Cup." Bai Sheng nodded enthusiastically, barely able to hide his excitement. "It's kind of like a way for us to show our belonging to the city." Lin Shu teased, "Then let's sign up together. Just don't draw me in the same group, or I'm going to have to beat you up. If we do end up matched, blame my bad luck." Bai Sheng shrugged, mock resigned, then raised his spirits. "But don't get cocky, there's still a week left. I might just catch up with you." "All right then, I'm ready for you to try and beat me." Lin Shu laughed heartily. Their eyes met, sparks flying, though it was all friendly rivalry. After their laughter died down, Bai Sheng suddenly remembered something and dropped his expression into seriousness. "By the way, Lin Shu, have you heard of the Daolang Martial Hall?" Daolang Martial Hall? Lin Shu quickly searched his memory, but came up empty. "No idea. What kind of place is that?" Bai Sheng paused a moment, recalling how Lin Shu's little praying mantis had come back from training at that hall and dealt a devastating blow to his own thunderstrike technique. But he quickly composed himself and patiently explained, "That's normal. The Daolang Martial Hall is pretty niche. It's basically a training center specialized in teaching praying mantis-type beast tamers how to wield blades." "Praying mantises using blades?" Lin Shu raised an eyebrow. At first it sounded ridiculous, But considering mantises have those natural sickle-like forearms, it actually made sense. Sounds pretty interesting. Bai Sheng continued. The founder of the martial hall inherited a unique blade technique from his family, but later adapted it specifically for praying mantises. Actually, it's not just mantis, any humanoid-type beast tamer with 2 arms capable of holding blades could give it a try. Lin Shu grew more curious, picturing green shadows darting about, blades flashing like rain. That must look really cool. Noticing his enthusiasm, Baisheng pulled out his phone and skillfully opened his photo album, the screen showing thumbnails which flickered with cold flashes of light. Here, take a look. These are some videos taken inside the Dao Lang Martial Hall. Attention focused on the video screen. Lin Shu lightly pressed the play button, and the screen lit up, instantly revealing a shadowy mantis species that belongs to the darkness. Its eyes were tightly closed, forelegs pressed together, and its chest rose and fell rhythmically with each breath, as if it had slipped into the silent meditation of an old monk. Suddenly, it snapped its eyes open, a sharp, cold gleam piercing the camera like the tip of a blade. The mantis lifted and lowered its forelegs. Initially, the movements were slow and deliberate, but in the next moment, they accelerated suddenly, leaving a silver streak of afterimages that the naked eye could barely trace. Points of light flickered in midair like slashes of a blade cutting through the night. The camera slowly pulled back to reveal an iron training post forged from refined steel behind it. In a flash, the mantis darted up to the post, its blade-like forelegs slicing a continuous stream of white light that echoed through the air with a rushing sound. Each strike was clean and decisive. Without a trace of hesitation, the technique was clearly honed to perfection. Crack! A sharp, crisp sound exploded as the iron post broke in two, the cut surface polished smooth like a mirror. The mantis then turned away without looking back, its every move exuding the effortless grace of a martial arts master. The image froze, and the video ended. Lin Shu handed the phone back to Bai Sheng and admired aloud. The sword technique is so precise, one cut to kill, just what the night demands. Bai Sheng smiled. Of course. Did you notice? That last strike showed no energy ripple at a lit, was purely physical. Originally, this technique was just a slight advantage, but now it can cut iron without any energy. Terrifying, right? If you add energy, the power is even greater. Lin Shu's mind raced. Seeing the intense turmoil on his face, Bai Sheng, intrigued as if he'd hooked a big catch, decided not to hold back. You want to learn? The threshold is very high. Lin Shu instinctively touched his pocket, ready to sell his monthly exam bonus if the tuition was expensive. It's not about money. Bai Sheng shook his head. The threshold is in learning. The sect leader doesn't care about wealth, only talent. You must master the first form he teaches within 10 days to continue learning the rest. If you fail, no amount of money will help. Lin Shu's lips twitched slightly. This condition might be harsh for others, but for him, it felt tailor-made. If he got stuck, he could always forcibly compensate with attribute points. Bai Sheng caught the confident look on his face and felt a flicker of doubt, then thought of the high skill proficiency the Night Sect possessed, and mused quietly. No wonder he's so confident. Still, he warned, don't be overconfident. Skills and sword techniques are different. Learning a skill quickly doesn't mean swordsmanship will be the same. Lin Shu waved him off. Don't worry, I'm not underestimating it. I was just smiling because I thought of something pleasant. All right, if you're serious, it's best to take a week off and focus on retreating into training, Bai Sheng said, patting his shoulder. Hearing this, Lin Shu felt deeply grateful. Their relationship was shallow, yet he was still willing to help him like this. Noticing the change in Lin Shu's expression, Bai Sheng waved his hand and said in an exaggerated tone, Hey, why the serious face? It's almost embarrassing. These are just small matters, we're friends after all. Friends should help each other out, right? Lin Shu nodded. He believed that helping others wasn't about words but actions. He treasured this bond deeply in his heart. Though he had nothing now, he was confident that the future held boundless possibilities, carried that certainty within him. Bai Sheng pressed further. Have you made up your mind? Ready to go? Of course. Lin Shu answered decisively. As long as it makes me stronger, he'll keep pushing forward. Receiving that affirmative reply, Bai Sheng quickly sent the address via Faexine. Here, I've sent you the location. Take a look. Okay. Lin Shu pulled out his phone to check, and saw that the Daolang Martial Hall was not far from the city center, only about 5 kilometers from the Baiyun Dojo. Bai Sheng glanced at his watch. It's about 1 o'clock now. Perfect timing, you can go have a look. Lin Shu thought for a moment, and felt the timing was right. All right, he'll head over shortly. Bai Sheng pretended to clutch his chest in mock pain. What are you waiting for? Planning to beat me up some more? Huh, no way. I'm just a little stronger than you now. You'll definitely catch up soon enough. I like hearing that you're finally being honest, Bai Sheng said with raised eyebrows, as if that was only natural. They chatted a little longer, and rested briefly for 5 minutes. Well, I'm heading out then. Go for it. After bidding Bai Sheng goodbye, Lin Shu wasted no time. With He Yi and Tu Yao by his side, he left the Baiyun Dojo and headed straight to the Daolang Martial Hall. The road was clear all the way. At 1:30 p.m., Lin Shu arrived at the entrance of Daolang Martial Hall. The building looked majestic and solemn, immediately commanding respect. Its walls were built from blue stone, tall and ancient-looking. Above the open main gate hung a grand painting, a praying mantis crossing its arms in an X shape, full of unique charm. Stepping through the gate, Lin Shu noticed the smooth blue stone floor was so clean it reflected your shadow. Crossing the corridor, he entered a wide courtyard, where before he could speak, a loud voice rang out. "Young man, are you here to train your beast in swordsmanship?" The speaker was a middle-aged man of about 30, who strode over with eyes sharp as swords locked onto Hei, as if trying to see through the little mantis. Hei instinctively tensed, but held its gaze. Lin Shu responded, "Yes. I heard about this place from a friend, and came to check it out." The man nodded and introduced himself. "I'm Wu Song, instructor at Dowling Martial Hall. This little mantis has guts. Most mantises run scared when they see me. They don't even dare look me in the eye." Lin Shu gently patted Hei's back shell to reassure it and himself. "Instructor Wu, how do I sign up?" "Follow me." Wu Song gestured broadly and led the way. On the way, they passed a training ground where various mantises, devil mantis, jade mantis, broadsword mantis, and others were practicing sword forms. The variety was striking, like a living mantis encyclopedia. Most were beginners, their sword swings awkward and clumsy, not exactly smooth, in fact quite messy. It was hard to get through even a single step of the process. The new students gathered around the training ground had just barely gripped their sword handles, their movements awkward like newborn chicks fresh out of their shells. Seeing Lin Shu frown, Wu Song took the initiative to explain there were too many beginners with weak foundations, and just lining up to complete the procedure took most of the day. After easing Lin Shu's concerns, Wu Song led him toward the white building on the side wing of the Mantis Martial Hall. The snow-white walls gleamed under the blazing sun, and above the eaves hung a plaque with 3 black and gold characters, "Registration Office," sharp as blades. Pushing the door open, the interior was as simple as could be. An old wooden table and a few plastic stools, nothing else. Wu Song patted a stool. "Have a seat." He'll explain the rules clearly. "The registration fee is 20,000 daxia coins, and we teach only one sword technique," he said, tracing a clean arc on the table with his fingertip. "If within 14 days your mantis can master this move fully, you continue the course for free and get the initial fee refunded in full." His tone shifted, serious as if passing judgment. "If the standard isn't met after 14 days, this is where we part ways. No refunds." Lin Shu raised an eyebrow. "Wasn't it 10 days before? Why change to 14? Wu Song sighed, weighed down as if by a heavy burden. The number of students has been dropping, and pass rates have plummeted. The master had to lower the bar. These days, younger beast tamers want flashy skills. They think sword training is unrewarding and tough, so the Mantis Hall has gone quiet." The explanation sounded reasonable, and Lin Shu nodded. He was here just to learn. The hall's fortunes didn't concern him. "He'll sign up. How do I pay?" Wu Song nodded towards several QR codes stuck to the corner of the wall, then pulled 2 contracts from the drawer. The paper was crisp and the red stamps looked official. "Look over the contract first. If you're good with it, sign." Lin Shu scanned the brief. Straightforward, terms carefully, no traps. He quickly signed and pushed one copy back. Wu Song took that and handed Lin Shu the other to keep. A payment page popped up, and Lin Shu confirmed with his fingerprint. Ding. "Payment successful. 20,000, balance 44,352.08. Wu Song glanced at his phone, confirming receipt. "All right, the payment's in. When do the lessons start?" Wu Song counted on his fingers, then apologized. "I'm tied up this afternoon, and the other instructors are off. So tomorrow at noon, if that works for you." "That's fine. See you tomorrow noon." Lin Shu was in no rush and agreed readily. "Thanks for understanding. I'll teach you myself." They stood and nodded courteously. Lin Shu pushed the door open again. As he crossed the training ground, the setting sun stretched his shadow long. Leaving the Mantis Martial Hall behind, he walked back to the Baiyun Dojo. Around 4 o'clock, he returned inside the dojo. Sunday morning, Lin Shu checked into the dojo guest room as arranged by Bai Shang. The decor inside was just like a star-rated hotel. After finishing breakfast, it was nearly 11 o'clock. He set out with Hei Yi to the Tanglang Martial Hall. Tiao was left in the room to avoid stretching himself too thin in the afternoon. Pushing open the door, a sharp shout hit him immediately. Wu Song was scolding a student's mantis blade technique. "The rhythm's all wrong. Too slow. Pick up the speed. Your posture is off. I really don't know what you've been practicing these past few days." Though Wu Song's temper flared like a powder keg, he swallowed his curses. Lin Shu thought silently. This guy isn't easy-tempered, but he's responsible. No matter how poor his students' moves were, he still patiently pointed out their mistakes and pushed them to improve. The reprimand lasted about 10 minutes. Wu Song then stopped, approaching Lin Shu with a hint of apology. "All right, come with me." They passed through the training area and arrived at a nearly 100-square-meter arena. A flash of purple light appeared, and Wu Song's beast spirit, double-blade mantis, materialized. For beginners, it's best to have a beast spirit demonstrate against another beast spirit. Progress happens much faster, Wu Song explained casually. The double-blade mantis resembled a cold, ruthless swordsman, its silver-white shell like gleaming steel armor. The most striking feature was its front limbs, long, strong, and serrated like two deadly blades flashing with a cold gleam. Instinctively, Heiyi crouched low and growled, clearly wary of provoking this giant white mantis. Its status panel appeared. Name, Double-Blade Mantis. Level, LV78522780 Cap 100. Status, Bored. Quality, Lord. Element, Metal Insect. Skills, Basic, Spinning Arm / Adept 177200, Assault Adept 66200, Sharp Blade Passive Adept 95200. Intermediate, Wind Cutting Blade Adept 13400, Blade Chi Perfect 88100, Cross / Adept 23400. Advanced, Lone Moon Flash Mastered 144160, Swift Mastered 112160, Phantom Dual Blades Perfect 52320. Ultra, Golden Radiance Sky Cleaving / Novice 22240. Its stats were impressive, nearing 8th tier strength. Like most Mantis-type spirit beasts, it had almost no defense, focusing purely on offensive textbook assassin build. Wu Instructor, you handle the arrangements. Lin Shu nodded. Wu Song called out, Double Blade, come here. Teach this kid the first move, only the spinning arm slash. Spinning arm slash. Lin Shu noticed the move listed in the Double Blade Mantis skills. The blade technique was indeed treated as a skill. I just don't know what the highest level really is. At the master's call, the Dual Blade Mantis appeared sharply, stepping forward to face Heiyi. Its deep, dangerous compound eyes fixed firmly on him. Then it tilted its sharp triangular head slightly, signaling Heiyi to come closer. With Lin Shu's permission, Heiyi and the Dual Blade Mantis stood in line, maintaining some distance. The mantis slowly closed its eyes, its legs lowering as if tightened springs coiled at the knees, the slender body tensed like a drawn bow. Its chest rose and fell subtly, revealing the hidden power beneath. Suddenly, it snapped its eyes open, cold blades of light stabbing forward like two sharp knives aimed straight ahead. The lesson began. The Dual Blade Mantis lifted its forearms and rhythmically stabbed left and right, sharp wind sounds slicing through the air. At first, the speed was deliberately slow to let Heiyi clearly observe the sword forms, but soon the pace quickened like a whirling windmill. Just as the strength peaked, the two front limbs merged into one massive blade, smashing down onto the ground. Boom! A muffled roar and flying rocks marked a huge crater in the earth, dust billowing up. Not a trace of energy fluctuation, pure brute strength. Lin Shu watched from the side, secretly impressed by the mantis' nearly 8th rank physique, and gaining newfound respect for the rotating arm / techniqueef. It could unleash this power without energy. It was no ordinary move. Heiyi's eyes shone with admiration. It was obvious he envied the technique. Dual Blade. Show that twice more, Wu Song said calmly, though his tone carried quiet expectation. None of the beasts had ever learned the blade form after watching only once. Even the clever ones needed 7 or 8 viewings. More often, 10 or more, and most never grasped it at all. Lin Shu understood Wu Song's meaning. Heiyi's comprehension was still far from complete. So the mantis demonstrated again, twice more, the blade flashes spinning like wheels, the wind growing louder. When it finished, Heiyi nodded firmly, signaling he had memorized every move. Lin Shu felt quietly pleased. This guy was indeed smart. Wu Song had planned to have the mantis continue, but Lin Shu stopped him. Instructor Wu, no need to demonstrate further. Heiyi says he's learned it. Really? Wu Song raised his eyebrows, voice rising slightly. That's fast. My own dual blade took 5 or 6 viewings to settle in. Well then, let's have him try it. With Lin Shu's encouraging gaze, Heiyi stepped to the center of the field. He closed his eyes, focused, and assumed the starting posture from memory. His movements were stiff, like a child learning to walk, but his stance and spirit were at least partly right. Wu Song nodded silently, approving the accuracy of the imitation. As the rhythm moved on, surprisingly, everything went smoothly. Heiyi suddenly swung his slender forearm down heavily toward the earth. Bang! Only a light thud. The dirt barely dented, no real destructive force. The shock reverberated into his palm bones, causing Heiyi to exhale sharply. Huh? He shook his arm, a bit embarrassed. Clap, clap. Wu Song was the first to applaud, his face full of praise. Not bad. Being able to do this the first time is already excellent. Even the Dual Blade Mantis seemed impressed, as if to say, not too shabby. Impressive Knight. Lin Shu didn't hold back his admiration. Knight's extraordinary talent and astonishing learning speed were evident to everyone present. Mastering a new move within moments over all these years, Wu Song had only seen 5 who could do that. A trace of nostalgia and emotion flickered in his eyes before he shook his head, swallowing the words he was about to say. Lin Shu lowered his gaze and noticed a new line appear on the screen. Whirling arm / beginner 120. He felt both surprised and curious. Questions bubbled up inside him, and he turned to the instructor. Instructor Wu, if the whirling arm slash is considered a basic skill, does that mean there are more advanced blade techniques beyond it? Wu Song nodded, his voice low and certain. Your analogy is correct. The Mantis Martial Hall ranks blade skills by level. The whirling arm slash is just the most fundamental first tier. Naturally, there are higher level moves after this. The answer matched Lin Shu's expectations, so he pressed further. Then where is the limit of the blade techniques? Wu Song fell silent for a moment. In that instant, it seemed a memory pulled at him. His gaze grew distant. The Hall Master says, there is no limit to blade techniques. No limit? Does that mean it can go on forever? Lin Shu asked. As if feeling that explanation was too vague, Wu Song rephrased. Blade techniques start with the foundational form stats like laying the groundwork for the tamed beasts, helping them understand the essence and structure of blade fighting. After that, it depends on individual research. Each beast's path is different, and they must perceive and verify it themselves. Hearing this, Lin Shu suddenly understood. The early learning phase was like studying. First digesting the basic material, then diving deeper by interest, even inventing new knowledge unseen before. No wonder they said no limit. As long as your comprehension is deep enough, you can create your own advanced blade moves and infinitely amplify their power. Curious, he asked, Instructor Wu, has your dual blade technique already forged its own path? Wu Song subtly nodded. To become an instructor, you must have carved out your own way. Including me, there are only 3 instructors in the Mantis Martial Hall. As he spoke, both he and the dual blade mantis beside him straightened their backs instinctively, pride written all over them. These things were not secrets. Anyone interested could find out quickly. But for outsiders hoping to duplicate such success, it was next to impossible in the expansive Mantis Martial Hall. Beasts who had truly comprehended blade fighting numbered less than 10. Lin Shu lifted his chin slightly, full of hope for the future. If even the beginner blade techniques are this sharp, the power of higher levels is beyond imagination. That's not something you, a little mantis, need to worry about yet. Wu Song warned, his tone serious but tinged with admiration. For now, focus on mastering the whirling arm slash solidly. No matter the talent, you have to stay grounded. Don't let a promising seed go to waste. Instructor Wu, I understand. I'm just expressing my feelings. Lin Shu replied humbly. Wu Song nodded and fell silent. He kept using the spinning arm slash. The dual blade mantis stood nearby, its gleaming arms tracing arcs in the air, demonstrating every detail of force and finish. In the training room, the only sounds were the rush of wind and the crisp chirps exchanged between the two mantises. Black Knight timed his movements perfectly, starting, charging, spinning, retracting cycle repeated again and again. In just half an hour, the spinning arm slash, which had once seemed harmless, began to whistle sharply as it cut through the air, leaving faint scratches on the edge of the floor mat, showing its growing power. After 30 minutes, Wu Song looked Black Knight up and down and nodded with approval. All right, your form's fine. Take a break before practicing again. He thought to himself, if all beast tamers were this easy to train, life would be simpler. Lin Shu called Black Knight to sheath his blades. Although Black Knight was reluctant to stop in the middle of such focused practice, he obeyed and stepped aside. Wu Song then turned to Lin Shu. You look like a student still? Yes, Instructor Wu. I suggest you ask the school for a week off and stay here at the Martial Hall. If you run into any difficulties, come to see me anytime. You've nearly finished all the school lessons anyway. Most students left the hall by the end of the day, so this was a rare privilege for Lin Shu. Lin Shu hesitated. The principal wants to see me next Wednesday. It was scheduled in advance, I can't miss it. No problem. Come a few days later instead. Wu Song patted him on the shoulder, signaling there was no need to worry. After a short rest, Black Knight went back to training, his movements becoming smoother and more natural. Meanwhile, Lin Shu listened as Wu Song recounted thrilling stories from his past missions: beast ambushes, desperate escapes, blade duels. Wu Song spoke effortlessly, his tale so vivid that Lin Shu's blood burned, as if he were on the battlefield himself. Before they knew it, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon. Black Knight and the dual blade mantis came to a stop, blades planted firmly on the ground. Wu Song waved them off. All right, Xiao Shu, you head back first. If you have any questions, text me. He shook his phone in the air. They had already exchanged contact info and dropped the formal Instructor Wu in favor of Brother Wu. Okay, Brother Wu, I'm leaving then. Lin Shu raised his hand to say goodbye, leading Black Knight out of the Mantis Hall. Wu Song stood at the door, watching their backs for a long moment, lost in thought. Leaving the hall, Lin Shu didn't return straight to the southern district. Instead, he went to the Baiyun dojo. He greeted Bai Sheng and picked up the earth-yoke beast he had left there. The little rock-type creature was not to be forgotten. Unable to refuse Bai Sheng's hospitality, Lin Shu had another dinner before finally setting off home. At 7 in the evening, he opened the door to his house. His first task was changing the clone of Black Knight's skill in the training equipment to the spinning arm slash, starting the loop of practice to raise its proficiency. The faster he mastered this move, the sooner he could learn subsequent sword techniques from Brother Wu. So training speed was crucial, and this had to be made a top priority. Monday morning. As soon as Lin Shu opened his eyes, He reached for the phone on his bedside table. Several unread messages from Wu Song were flashing in the notification bar sent just minutes ago, clearly showing Wu Song had started busy early in the day. Lin Shu tapped to open them. There were 3 short voice messages, each about 10 seconds long, followed by a video. The thumbnail was a bit blurry, but he could barely make out Wu Song himself in the footage. Curiosity piqued. Lin Shu quickly put on his earphones. A hoarse yet somewhat bold voice came through. Yesterday, I was so caught up chatting with you. I forgot to mention this. This blade technique can also be used by beast tamers. The video demonstrates it in detail. The moves are different from tamers' usual skills, so don't confuse them. Just follow along with the practice. If you have any questions, you can contact me anytime on your phone. After listening to the 3 voice clips, Lin Shu understood clearly and quickly typed back. Thanks Wu Gu, got it. I have class now, we'll practice tonight. No sooner had he sent the message than a reply popped up. Alright, go to class first. No rush on this. Lin Shu nodded with a quick okay, and the conversation ended there. In the living room, He Yi and Tu Yao were still entrenched in training under the morning light. Thanks to He Yi and his clones working together, the progress of the spinning arm slash had shot up from beginner to intermediate overnight. The progress bar on the interface glowed clearly. Spinning arm slash intermediate 330. At this rate, they'd break through to mastery in 2 days and be ready to pass the exam at Dowling Martial Hall. After a quick tidy up, Lin Shu took He Yi with him to school, leaving Tu Yao and the clones at home to continue practice. At the classroom, early arriving students had already gathered in small groups, lively exchanging stories from the weekend. When the bell rang, the noise dimmed instantly as everyone returned to their seats. Class advisor Zhao Sheng entered carrying a box of chalk and promptly wrote several large characters in the center of the blackboard. Skill ranks, beast attributes. He closed his lesson plan and tapped the desk, speaking steadily. Today, we're going to thoroughly cover these 2 key topics. Many of you might know a little, but not in depth. Don't forget, these will be tested in the college entrance exam and are essential in real combat. His questioning gaze swept the room. The students responded in unison. Yes, teacher. Zhao Xing nodded with satisfaction and continued. Let's start with skills. As you know, skills have 4 ranks: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and super. Before he finished, Lu Dong raised his hand. Teacher, I heard there are even stronger skills beyond super rank? Zhao Sheng rubbed his forehead and explained. There are, indeed, but those belong to levels 100 and above. It's too early to talk about that now. The way forward is steady and solid. Lu Dong chuckled and lowered his hand. In short, Zhao Sheng tapped the board with chalk. The higher the rank and level, the stronger the power. But I suggest you master beginner skills completely before moving to intermediate, and so on. Step by step is the solid path to increasing your beast's combat power. Zhao Sheng gave a thorough explanation about skills and recommended ways for the students to improve theirs. Many of them nodded, enlightened by the clarity. That was truly enlightening. Next, Zhao Sheng continued explaining the beast-taming attribute system. There are 18 known attributes in total. 1. 10 elemental types: fire, thunder, water, earth, metal, wood, wind, ice, light, and darkness. 2. For conventional types: flying, normal, poison, and insect. 3. For special types: time, space, dragon, and spirit. He specifically pointed out that the last 4 special attributes are the rarest and most powerful, always highly sought after by beast tamers. Encountering one is an opportunity that must never be missed. With that, Zhao Xing took a sip of tea. The cup lid clicked softly against the rim, and whispers filled the room. Everyone was familiar with the elemental and conventional attributes, but occasionally some still got confused. So the lesson focused on giving students a clear understanding of all the attributes. Sure enough, a student raised their hand and asked, Teacher, what's the point of the normal type? I've hardly ever heard of it. Zhao Xing shook his head with a smile. These kids were so focused on letting their beasts charge recklessly, they forgot to build a solid foundation. Setting down his cup, he spoke solemnly. Normal is actually the most special attribute. Unlike others, which have strengths and weaknesses against each other, normal neither resists any attribute nor is it resisted by any. The classroom immediately erupted. So it has no advantage? That's too plain. Voices buzzed back and forth. Zhao Sheng sighed lightly and patted the desk. All right, settle down and listen carefully. Attribute advantages matter, but the real outcome depends on your beast's own strength. Relying solely on type advantages without adaptability will trap you in the end. He raised his hand and quickly switched through several diagrams of attribute relationships on the holographic screen, emphasizing. Fire beats wood, wood beats earth, earth beats thunder. Each connection was backed by specific battle examples, which the students hurriedly took notes on. Time flew by, and the afternoon class ended. The bell rang, but no one rushed to leave. Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly, Hey everyone, the Fengdu Hatchling Cup registration just opened. Really? Let me see. It's true. The official site posted the announcement. The source was by Sheng, his voice ringing high-pitched, instantly igniting the entire room. Huang Yan tapped Lin Shu at the front. Are you signing up? Lin Shu replied calmly. Of course, it'll be a good experience. Huang Yan hesitated, then smiled ruefully. If you're only going for the experience, I'm probably just going to be a spectator. Lin Shu waved a hand. Enjoying the journey matters more than the outcome. Hearing this, Huang Yan nodded in agreement. Most classmates were eager to join, but someone soon wailed in despair. The level 8 requirement is too high, I'm just short. Then go watch in person and soak up the atmosphere, another comforted. The registration process was simple. The official site took only minutes to complete. Lin Shu entered his details and hit confirm. The web page displayed registration successful. He closed his light computer, gathered his backpack, and left without lingering. He didn't stay in class, but headed straight home. It was Wednesday. As soon as the morning classes ended, Lin Shu quickly grabbed a few bites in the cafeteria, then hurried straight to the principal's office, accompanied by his Shadow Mantis, Dark Knight. He knocked on the door twice with a firm rap. Come in, came a strong, confident voice from inside. Pushing the door open, Lin Shu closed it behind him. Inside was a spacious office of over 100 square meters. Light-colored walls were adorned with several carefully framed calligraphy and paintings, each depicting various majestic spirit beast species Lin Shu had never seen before. On the opposite side, several glass display cases stood at different heights, showcasing trophies that gleamed metallically under the lights, silently telling the story of Kanglan No. 2 High School's legacy. The most striking feature was the large solid wood desk at the center. Behind it sat a middle-aged man with strong features and an imposing presence, Principal Pei Yuanfang of Kanglan No. 2 High School. Seeing Lin Shu and Dark Knight, his previously stern expression softened into a smile. Lin Shu, it's you. It's me, Principal, Lin Shu replied promptly. Pei Yuanfang's gaze then shifted to Dark Knight, deep and sharp, as if conducting an unspoken examination. After a moment, he formed his judgment internally. This Shadow Mantis showed no sign of banned drugs. Its talent was genuine. The rapid rise in its level was due to Lin Shu's exceptional ability as a spirit beast tamer. Not bad, very promising. Worth the school's focused cultivation, he concluded with just a few breaths of silent appraisal. He then gestured for Lin Shu to come closer and cautiously asked, Shaolin, your spiritual power level has reached first tier? Lin Shu was a bit surprised, marveling silently at the principal's strength, could detect Lin Shu's mental fluctuations just by standing nearby. Yes, Principal. I just broke through a few days ago. Receiving confirmation, Pei Yuanfang continued immediately. You haven't contracted a second spirit beast yet, right? The school can provide another for you to choose from. His gaze was eager, clearly had plans laid out. But Lin Shu looked slightly embarrassed. I already contracted a second spirit beast. The worst-case scenario became true, and a shadow fell over Pei Yuanfang's mind. He already knew Lin Shu's family situation, and that he couldn't afford high-quality spirit beast. The second contract was almost certainly a rare-grade beast. If he had met Lin Shu earlier, the school could have arranged a perfect grade beast for him. He blamed himself silently. Busy with other affairs in recent days, he had missed this crucial opportunity and delayed supporting a student who could bring glory to the school. As for what beast Lin Shu had contracted, it was pointless to ask now. He would wait until Lin Shu's spiritual power reached the second tier to make amends. At the same time, Pei Yuanfang was deeply impressed by how fast Lin Shu's spiritual power was advancing far beyond his peers. Such all-around talent must not be wasted. The future improvements in Kanglan No. 2 High's performance would rely heavily on Lin Shu. After a moment's thought, the principal earnestly reminded him, Shaolin, next time you advance to the second tier, be sure to tell me first. You don't need to rush into signing a contract. The school is fully capable of providing a higher quality spirit beast. Hearing this, Lin Shu felt no regret. Although Tuyo's rank was average, its potential was promising, so securing it early wasn't a bad decision. Of course, if the school was willing to assign a better beast, he wouldn't refuse. With that in mind, he respectfully thanked the principal. Thank you for your concern, Principal. If I have any questions in the future, I will come to you first for guidance. Pei Yuanfang stood up from behind his desk, lightly tapping the surface with his fingers. His gaze carried a mix of scrutiny and appreciation. Lin Shu keenly noticed the brief flicker of approval clearly. He had gained some standing in the school's eyes, and the principal intended to nurture him as a key talent. This was a valuable opportunity for more resources, so naturally, he would take advantage of it. To recognize your mistakes and improve is the greatest virtue. Pei Yuanfang nodded slightly, approving Lin Shu's attitude. Then, he unexpectedly asked a direct question in a calm tone. Your talent is to increase the spirit beast's upgrade speed, correct? Just answer yes or no. No need to elaborate. Talents were usually private, but Lin Shu wasn't going to hide it. His classmates had long speculated about his ability, most guessing it had something to do with acceleration. Besides, only by demonstrating real value would the school invest more resources. With that thought, he nodded without hesitation, yes. Upon hearing the confirmation, Pei Yuanfang's expression turned satisfied. Since this was an extra investment, he certainly didn't want to raise an ungrateful person. Lin Shu's honesty made him feel more confident. The monthly physical test next month remains unchanged. The principal shifted topics. I want you to keep your first place rank and raise your level to above 16. Achieve both, and I will give you something valuable. With over 20 days until the exam, Lin Shu considered this practically a guaranteed win. As he pondered how to respond, Pei Yuanfang, mistaking his silence for pressure, added reassuringly, "Don't be too nervous. With effort, this goal isn't impossible. Rest assured, Principal, I will give it my all." Lin Shu bowed deeply, already confident after all. The last exam's double reward was basically the principal's tacit approval, wasn't it? Pei Yuanfang nodded inwardly, growing more satisfied with this student the more he observed him. Calm, humble, and grateful, such a promising talent was worth backing. There are plenty of opportunities here at the school. Whatever you need, whether it's studies or life, come find me. After the brief exchange, Lin Shu left the office and returned to class with a light step. The contrast between the atmosphere inside and outside the office was stark, yet his confidence only grew. As long as he took full advantage of the school's support, his path would widen considerably. Back in his office, Pei Yuanfang wrote a few notes on some documents, already making decisions. The reserve member for the first-year varsity team would be Lin Shu. As for the other candidate, he furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment maybe he should just merge the positions and focus all resources on Lin Shu. Among the remaining first years, there seemed to be no outstanding prospects. No, better to think it over a bit more. After meeting the principal at noon, school was soon dismissed. Lin Shu slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed home. As he opened the door, his phone began buzzing nonstop with notifications from the grade 10 class 5 group chat. While changing his shoes, he unlocked his screen to see what his classmates were talking about. Messages flooded the group chat one after another. The Fengdu Nestling Cup registration deadline has passed, and the preliminaries are scheduled for this weekend, with matchups decided by a random draw. Yeah, I saw that too. I didn't realize there are already 1,300 contestants just from our Shernan district. Are everyone really this skilled? That's just those who met the cutoff. There are even more who didn't qualify. Without the threshold, 4 to 5,000 participants wouldn't be impossible. Exactly. And only the top 80 from each district can advance to the main competition, meaning almost 95 get eliminated. That's brutal. It's nothing new, this happens every year. You have to think about how hard you've been working. I signed up. Not sure how far I'll get. You? If you win even one match, that's a victory. What kind of encouragement is that? Seeing the lively discussion, Lin Shu opened his browser and typed in the official Fengdu Nestling Cup website. The page was slow to load, too many people online at once, but after a while, it finally appeared. Right on the homepage, it clearly stated, registration closed, preliminaries starting soon. The rules were straightforward. Preliminary rounds within each district, selecting 80 winners per district. Fengdu had 6 districts total, so 480 would move on to the main competition. Thinking about organizing the main event with thousands of beast tamers competing at once, Lin Shu was quietly awed. Scrolling down, the Shernan district's preliminary venue was also confirmed, the Shernan Arena in the northern part of the district. It was the largest beast-taming arena in the district and relatively close to Lin Shu's home, saving him a good deal of travel time. The preliminaries were scheduled to be completed over Saturday and Sunday, meaning each contestant had to fight at least 4 rounds to advance. The schedule was tight, but just manageable. With the schedule public, the prize information was also released. Though only open to rookie beast tamers, the prizes were quite generous. Lin Shu tapped on the rewards tab, and a detailed list appeared. Only the top 30 would receive prizes, highlighting the high barrier to entry. But for a city-level event, this level of difficulty was normal. The rewards were divided into 4 tiers. 1. 16th 30th place, 50,000 daxia coin straight cash. 2. 9th 15th place, 100,000 daxia coins, also pure cash. 3. 5th 8th place, 100,000 daxia coins plus 10 high-grade nourishing potions, valued around 300,000 total. 4. 1st 4th place. Prizes for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th places were similar, 200,000 daxia coins plus an increasing number of high-grade nourishing potions, 15, 20, and 25 bottles respectively. Overall, the rewards didn't differ much from previous years. They were all combinations of cash prizes plus high-grade nutritional potions. But what truly caught the eye was the heavyweight list labeled First Placia Perfect Quality Tamed Beast, paired with advanced skill orbs. Together, their conservative estimated value easily exceeded 1 million. Considering that the Fengdu Fledgling Cup was only a city-level rookie competition, such prizes were undeniably generous. Lin Shu patiently browsed the entire reward list twice and felt reassured. Compared to past editions, there was little change overall, just a slight increase in the cash portions. After confirming all the details, he closed the webpage and recalled the blade technique video Wu Song had sent him. It had almost slipped his mind amid the busy days. Opening the video, the screen first showed Wu Song's towering, sturdy figure clad in pure black training clothes. standing steadily and confidently in an empty dojo. Lin Shu didn't rush to mimic the moves immediately, but waited in the living room for a delivery. The 2 knives he ordered online a couple of days ago, one real blade and 1 wooden practice sword, were still en route. After roughly 7 or 8 minutes, the doorbell rang and the courier handed over the package. Opening the box and inspecting the contents, the real sword's handle felt cool and steady, while the wooden blade was moderately weighted, the latter intended for his replicas to use. He hung the blades at his waist and, together with 3 copies plus Hai and Tuyo, moved to the center of the living room. Though spacious enough before, the space now felt slightly cramped with 5 humanoids and 2 pets assembled. Lin Shu silently calculated. Once his funds were a bit more abundant, he'd probably need to upgrade to a larger place. The video playback began. Set to soothing background music, Wu Song stood firm, holding the treasured blade, catching a faint glint, starting from basic grip techniques, explaining even the thumb placement angles and wrist force application. Slow-motion demonstrations illustrated footwork, accompanied by clear commentary. Lin Shu lifted his sword to follow along, finding the movements manageable. The camera then shifted as Wu Song demonstrated the full form, blade flashing. He delivered a strike that cleaved a thick wooden post in half, displaying impressive power. After practicing the sequence 2 or 3 times, Lin Shu had grasped the routine's flow fairly well and even began to feel a mistaken sense of natural talent for blade techniques. At the video's end, Wu Song left a short message. The Yin Yu blade not only strengthens the body but can be used to fight on the battlefield. Train hard. With that, the screen cut to black. Lin Shu replayed the video several more times to deepen his memory. The blade form was straightforward in structure with a low barrier to entry. Just consistent practice would lead to mastery. Soon, he noticed a skill update on his personal panel. Technique. Basic Refining Spirit Tactic Advanced 121480. Yin Yu Blade Technique Novice 130. A month of diligent training had nearly maxed out the basic Refining Spirit Tactic. Lin Shu had worried about wasting excess proficiency beyond the cap, but this timely introduction of the Yin Yu Blade Technique provided a perfect follow-up. He handed the wooden sword to his copies, scheduling them to spend half their daily time practicing blade skills and the other half continuing spirit refining. As for himself, he planned to dedicate 1 to 2 hours each day to personal practice. After confirming his learning progress, Lin Shu messaged Wu Song to report that he had officially started learning the blade technique. Wu Song replied quickly, urging him to practice diligently, his tone hinting the more skills, the better. Lin Shu agreed this new sword skill might prove quite helpful down the road. Naturally, he intended to devote himself fully to mastering it. The next morning, as soon as Lin Shu opened his eyes, he was startled by the changes brought by the night. Morning light filtered into the room, revealing tiny translucent silver specks scattered across the dark, metallic shell of Shadow Mantis, shimmering like stardust drifting over its carapace. From a distance, they were barely noticeable. Such a striking phenomenon made Lin Shu realize immediately Shadow Mantis had awakened a new skill during the night, and it was the legendary, rare space attribute. He quickly pulled up the status panel to confirm. Name, Shadow Mantis. Level, LV 11-33110. Level cap, LV 45. Status, healthy. Quality, elite. Attributes, dark space. Talent, void walk beginner 6200. Skills, beginner. Assault delicate 0200. Rapid movement perfect 1650. Heavy strike beginner 120. Sharp blade passive mastery 1640. Spinning arm / mastery 240. Space storage beginner 120. Intermediate. Twin shadow kill beginner 040. This time, only a single space storage skill had awakened. Although it was not an offensive skill, space abilities were famed for their rarity and practicality, so this was still impressive. The skill allowed opening a small, extra-dimensional pocket outside the body, capable only of storing inanimate objects. It was just like the space rings from cultivation novels, except the current capacity was about the size of a large household refrigerator. For Lin Shu's present needs, it was more than sufficient. He casually placed a few small items in front of Shadow Mantis and issued a command. With 2 swift gestures, Shadow Mantis made the items disappear without a trace. Another set of gestures, and the items reappeared exactly as before. Such convenience made Lin Shu nod approvingly. No wonder so many beast tamers craved space attributes so much, and storage items crafted from beasts with such talents fetched astronomical prices. After testing, Lin Shu glanced at the proficiency bar. After several days of training, the value had climbed to 272 points, a personal best, yet Shadow Mantis Evolution Guide remained locked. It seemed the trigger required surpassing 300 points. With no urgent combat pressure at the moment, he decided to pause and save the points for later development. The good news didn't stop there. After continuous effort, Shadow Mantis Spinning Arm / finally reached mastery level, just meeting the standards of the Mantis Martial Hall. Lin Shu had Shadow Mantis perform the complete move sequence, recorded a video, and immediately sent it to Wu Song. He didn't want to hide any weakness. The more exceptional the talent, the more attention and resources he could secure. Besides, although the progress was fast, it was still within acceptable bounds. Meanwhile, at the Mantis Martial Hall early that morning, Wusong had just picked up his phone. Seeing a message from Lin Shu, he wondered aloud, what's this kid sending so early? Opening it, he found a short note and a video. Brother Wu, Shadow Mantis should have met the standard now. Take a look. Seeing this, Wusong almost fumbled his phone. Just a few days ago, he had given Lin Shu a lesson last Sunday, and now, early Thursday morning, Lin Shu sent a message saying he had met the standard. That meant less than 5 days. No matter how talented, Wusong had expected it to take about a week. He never imagined Lin Shu would finish ahead of schedule. Wusong took a deep breath to steady himself and opened the video Lin Shu had sent for inspection. The camera showed Lin Shu's living room small, but tidy and well-kept. Hei Yi stood in front of the coffee table, focused like a battle-hardened swordsman, every move smooth and confident. In just a few seconds, the whole rotating arm/routine was executed cleanly and sharply. The movement range, blade angles, and finishing rhythm left barely a flaw. Even with Wusong's stringent eyes, he had to admit it was textbook perfect, fully up to standard. He pondered briefly, then quickly typed. Impressive. I watched it, and it's solid. Well practiced. Keep working on the rotating arm/ until you reach the refined stage, then come to the training hall for the next phase. After sending the message, he promptly refunded the 20,000 daxia coins tuition fee. Since the standard was met, the payment was naturally returned. Far away, Lin Shu stared at the notification confirming the transfer, gratefully accepting it. Money was tight right now. All right, Brother Wu, he'll contact you again when I reach refined. Okay, reach out anytime if you have questions. Refined is different from mastery. ITLL hit a bottleneck. You and Hei Yi both need to fully understand the blade technique. After ending the chat, Wusong estimated Lin Shu would definitely come back to learn within 1 to 3 months. Thinking of this, he felt a flicker of excitement. After replying to the message, Lin Shu slung on his backpack and headed to school with Hei Yi. Just as he took his seat in class, Huang Yan crept over. Lin Shu, I heard you're joining the school team? Who told you that? I didn't know, Lin Shu asked, puzzled. Lowering his voice, Huang Yan explained. Teacher Zhao told me to inform you. The principal named you directly to the school team reserves. The other spot will be chosen from several students in our grade 10 classes through tryouts. Lin Shu finally understood. Actually, the principal had considered combining both spots into one, but worried it might hurt the school's and Lin Shu's reputation. So dropped the idea, otherwise rumors would definitely spread. I see, he nodded. Huang Yan looked at Lin Shu with envy. Man, I'm really jealous. Making the school team in grade 10 forget the resources, just the prestige alone is huge. The team is full of the best beast tamers in school. Huang Yan wanted to join, but he knew his skills probably couldn't compete. Sensing his hesitation, Lin Shu patted his shoulder. When's the trial? You could give it a shot. How do you know unless you try? As long as you put in the effort, at least you won't regret it. That seemed to spark something in Huang Yan. His eyes lit up with determination. Tryouts start Monday. I'm going to give it my all these next few days. Seeing his eagerness, Lin Shu smiled slightly. Good luck. You've got this. Before long, Zhao Sheng called Lin Shu into his office. Lin Shu, congratulations on making the school team. After this, go to the principal's office. There's something I need to give you. Zhao Sheng smiled warmly as he looked at the student before him. The more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. Lin Shu was the most outstanding talent he had ever coached. Thank you, teacher. He'll go right away. All right, go ahead. Lin Shu slung his backpack over his shoulder and hurried down the hallway straight to the principal's office. The door was slightly ajar, and through the gap, he caught a glimpse of the scene inside. Pei Yuanfang bent over his desk studying some documents. The pages listed detailed monthly exam results from various schools. Almost every principal collected this kind of data to understand the competition and to act quickly when spotting promising students. In fact, Pei Yuanfang had already tipped off Lin Shu's arrival earlier. Thanks to his reputation in Fengdu City, without prior notice, Lin Shu would have been swarmed by teachers from other schools by now. Lin Shu raised his hand and knocked gently twice. Come in, principal. He pushed the door open. Pei Yuanfang looked up, beaming with a smile. Lin, come here, I want to show you something good. Lin Shu approached the center of the office. Pei Yuanfang pulled a contract from his drawer and handed it over. This is the school team contract, a standardized national template. Aside from differences in compensation, all the terms are the same. If you don't trust me, you can verify it online. Our school would never cheat its students. He folded his hands behind his back, watching with interest as Lin Shu read the contract. Lin Shu flipped open the document and scanned the clauses carefully. 1. Upon joining the school team, you must follow the school's unified training and scheduling. 2. You'll represent the school in various competitions. 3. Team project rewards are distributed based on contribution, while individual project winnings belong to the player. 4. You must not damage or distort the school's image. There were no complicated conditions beyond that. The overall terms were flexible, without any mandatory obligations. Lin Shu's eyes paused on the compensation section. A weekly cash stipend of 10,000 yuan plus 5 bottles of premium nutritional supplements. He was well aware the reserve team players only received 3,000 yuan and 2 bottles. This generous package clearly showed the principal's special favor. Pei Yuanfang noticed Lin Shu's expression and spoke softly. The school always does its best to support talented students. Lin Shu looked up and nodded sincerely, his heart filled with gratitude. Principal, I've read it and am ready to sign. Pei Yuanfang handed him a pen. Lin Shu bent over and signed the contract in a few strokes. The principal collected the papers. After this, go report to the school team and get familiar with the environment. For a long time to come, you'll be spending most of your time there. Lin Shu responded promptly, feeling a mix of curiosity and anticipation about his new life on the team. Pei Yuanfang added, your stipend will be given to you weekly by Teacher Zhao. All right, go check out the team. I have a few things to handle here. Understood, Principal. They'll be going now. With that, Lin Shu gently closed the door behind him and walked briskly out of the office. Inside, Pei Yuanfang remained fixated on the dense competition data spread across the desk. Except for a few top-tier high schools, he paid little attention to the outstanding students from other schools. He muttered under his breath, let you be arrogant for just one more year. Next year, they'll show you what's what. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the spreadsheet, signaling his confident ambition. Leaving the teaching building, Lin Shu took the pebble-lined path toward the back of the campus. The slanting sunset bathed the training field in golden light, that well-known home base for the school team. At the equipment room's entrance, a man had been waiting for a while. The principal had clearly given advance notice. The man looked about 30, wearing a blue plaid shirt with white trousers. Black-rimmed glasses framed his sharp features, giving him a clean, composed presence. He stepped forward with an outstretched hand. Hello, are you Lin Shu? Lin Shu shook his hand politely. Yes, that's me. Welcome to the school team. I'm Su Liliang. They'll be in charge of training the reserve squad from now on. Nice to meet you, coach. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Liliang made a follow-me gesture as the two walked side by side through the base. Passing the running track, a 3-story building came into view. Simple lines outlined a modern design, and large glass walls drank in the fading evening light. Su Liliang pointed at the building and explained, this is the dormitory for both the main team and reserves. If training runs late, you can stay here instead of going back and forth. Lin Shu inwardly admired the school team's dedication. It stirred a rush of enthusiasm in him. As if recalling a detail, Su Liliang added, but the rules must be followed. You train the same way the official team does. Lin Shu nodded, finding that reasonable. Since the school team provided resources and facilities, equal effort was expected in return. Compared to his cramped home space, this was much roomier, just what he wanted. No problem, Coach Su. Su Liliang nodded approvingly and pulled a silvery gray card from his pocket. He handed it over. I've prearranged your room. The number is on the card. It's not just a door key, you can use it for the base entrance too. I've already registered your info. Lin Shu took the card carefully and put it away respectfully. Next, they toured various parts of the base. The strength training area, tactical briefing room, recovery and therapy section. Su Liliang explained their functions and schedules one by one. Finally, he touched on class arrangements. When the regular academic classes aren't too important, you come here. He'll coordinate with Brother Zhao. Even as reserves, you have to try as hard as the main team. Meals are still at the cafeteria. Tomorrow morning at 8, arrive at the base. He'll introduce you to the senior team members and officially start training. If there's nothing else, you can head back to your classes. Got it, coach. He'll see you then. Lin Shu waved goodbye and walked away lightly. Back in the teaching building, he pushed open the door, took his seat at the desk, and didn't miss the next academic lesson. Later, he returned to his classroom and continued with his studies. The next morning, Friday, Lin Shu sat up in the dorm room assigned by the school team's training base. Morning light filtered through the curtain gap, casting a bright streak across the sheets. Last night, he had already transferred He Yi and Tu Yao along with him. Had also tucked away bedding, a toiletries bag, and a few changes of clothes in the spatial storage. Thanks to He Yi's space ability, moving was nearly effortless. Since all the upcoming training would be at the base, he decided to just move in completely. The dorm surprisingly spacious, with over 100 square meters of usable space. The living room had polished hardwood floors, a built-in wardrobe in the corner, and behind a door, a private training room about 20 square meters in size. Inside the training room, weights, dumbbells, and wooden stakes were neatly arranged, the walls lined with padding perfectly tailored to Lin Shu's needs. For now, he had no worries about his living situation. The new day was just starting, and on his personal panel, his proficiency had crossed the 300 mark, settling at 317 points. On average, he was steadily gaining about 45 points a day. As expected, a symbol appeared again next to He Yi's panel. Lin Shu tapped it lightly, and a stream of dazzling data flowed in. One evolutionary illustration after another unfolded along a timeline, like flipping through a picture book. This time, 9 evolution paths were listed, more than 2 Yaos. For were familiar, 1 public, one only seen in database records, and 3 others previously mentioned in documents. The proficiency requirements varied wildly, lowest at 500, highest at 1500, a threefold difference that signaled the immense value of the final path. Lin Shu browsed the low-cost options first, predictably bland, no obvious highlights. He scrolled down to the bottom of the list. The highest cost evolution, Dark Veil Hunter, was prominently displayed at screen center, noted as Lord Tier 2, full ranks above his current level. Clearly, the steep cost included the perfect quality upgrade. A brief description defined Dark Veil Hunter as an ultimate offensive assassin, naturally adept at concealment and skilled in spatial abilities. Just a few lines, but they radiated a palpable sense of sharp menace. Obviously, this evolution path was tailor-made for Yes existing talents. Lin Shu's fingers itched to try it out, but mentally he felt like he was holding a priceless gem, brilliant, yet useless for now. He silently lamented his shortage of proficiency points, still almost 1,200 shy of 1,500. At his current daily gains, it would take at least 20 more days. Besides, unlocking an evolution method didn't guarantee immediate evolution. Factors like Beastmaster rank and evolution materials were also hurdles. With that in mind, he decisively closed the panel, unwilling to let frustration grow. After a quick face wash and changing into workout clothes, he headed to the training ground with Yi and Tu Yao. Swiping his card to pass through the gate, the space opened wide before him, a standardized athletic field with tracks, sand pits, obstacle frames, and various testing devices, many so unfamiliar to Lin Shu that he didn't even know their names, much less how to use them. Yes, wide, curious eyes roamed around, touching this and that with interest. Tu Yao looked bored, flicking his tail, his entire beast body resisting the metallic and rubbery smell of the training area. It was 7:30 now. Lin Shu had originally assumed he'd have the place to himself. Unexpectedly, a voice suddenly rang out from a distance, catching him off guard. Hey, I don't think I've seen you around here. Are you a new recruit in the reserves? The voice's owner stepped out from beside a training device. It was a tall, slender boy wearing a loose red hoodie that hung just to his waist, with a playful white bear graphic on the chest. His light blue ripped jeans made him look both youthful and stylish. Lin Shu stopped in his tracks and replied politely, Hello, I'm Lin Shu, a first-year reserve. I just joined the school team yesterday. The boy quickly approached with a faint smile, but his expression carried a subtle edge of danger. Lin Shu, I've heard of you. I'm Gao Feng, a second year, currently a backup on the school team. Hearing the word backup, Lin Shu tensed inwardly. If Gao Feng could already secure a backup spot as a second year, that meant his ability was no joke after all. The official team had only 4 members, the strongest in the school, and the backup was the next in line. The competition was fierce. Gao Senior, you're here so early. I thought I'd be the first, Lin Shu said. Gao Feng chuckled softly but looked earnest. I don't think I'm strong enough yet, so I always rush to practice first thing every day. Following Gao Feng's lead, Lin Shu saw the beast in training, the Gao Tianyu eagle. Its massive form stood on a special treadmill, wings partially spread across more than 4 meters, like a small white airplane. Its powerful legs moved rapidly, leaving a blur behind, clearly training its talons for strength and speed. Name, Gao Tianyu eagle. Level, LV 29225290. Max level, LV 78. Status, excited. Quality, perfect. Type, flying wind. Talent, eagle eye moderate 55400. Skills, basic floating strike subtle 55200. Flying charge moderate 2330. Sway beginner 1120. Quick strike advanced 2240. Wing slash subtle 22200. Whirlwind subtle 16200. Intermediate sky flash beginner 1540. Wind shadow beginner 2340. Multiple wind attacks beginner 3140. Extreme wind force moderate 2260. Advanced horizon shadow beginner 1180. This was the strongest stat sheet Lin Shu had seen among high schoolers so far, and the first time had seen a talent entry on a bonded beast besides his own. With such impressive attributes and skill mastery, no wonder it was a backup. Not just ordinary level 35 beasts could compete with this Gao Tianyu eagle. Noticing Lin Shu's gaze, Gao Feng smiled and explained, This is my beast, Gao Tianyu eagle. I call him Feiyu. He seemed worried Lin Shu might not recognize the species, so he made sure to say the full name. Since Gao Feng had spoken, Lin Shu also gestured to the 2 figures beside him. These are Hai and Tue. Hai and Tue were distinctive in appearance, most classmates could recognize them at a glance. Gao Feng had been focused on Lin Shu himself before and hadn't noticed had already contracted a second beast. Now he raised his eyebrows, a first-year rookie whose mental aptitude was strong enough to raise 2 beasts at once, including a mountain rock golem for the second one. Even if the quality wasn't top tier, it showed an unusually fast bonding speed and strong willpower, far beyond ordinary people. Gao Feng admired silently. No wonder this guy made the school team without trials, and his mental powers were extraordinary. Still, The Rock Golem's quality was average, and why Lin Shu had chosen it was another matter he didn't want to interfere with. The important thing was that both beasts were in excellent condition, clearly well cared for. After introductions, Gao Feng switched to a lighter topic. Too bad the other upperclassmen are all stuck in a small alternate world and won't be back until next week. He'll introduce them to you then. So that's how at IC you've been going into the smaller alternate worlds? Ever since those rifts appeared on Blue Star, countless strange other worlds have been popping up everywhere. Most of them are just fragments torn from larger realms. Scholars and officials quickly classified these spaces into tiers: fragmentary otherworlds, small, medium, large, and the highest level being complete otherworlds. This grading depends not only on size, but also on spatial stability. The lower the tier, the weaker the beast tamers creatures that can survive there. Conversely, higher tiers can support more powerful beasts roaming freely. For Blue Star, these otherworlds are almost like treasure troves. Brand new taming information, never-before-seen beasts, high-level spirit creatures, and rare resources, all irresistible to beast tamers. Many of the early discovered otherworlds have already been stripped bare, with little treasure left to claim. The truly coveted ones are often those newly emerged, unknown spaces. Lin Shu felt eager to, if only he could step into an otherworld once himself. Simulated environments at the Beast Tamer house could never match the thrill of real exploration. I see now, he said, coming back to himself and looking up at Gao Feng. So it's just the two of us left on the school team? Yeah, good eye, Gao Feng shrugged. By Monday, it'll be just us two. But it doesn't really matter since usually we're just practicing beast taming. A few more or less people doesn't change much. As they talked, the metal door of the equipment room suddenly swung open. The school team's reserve coach, Su Liliang, walked in briskly and immediately spotted them. Xiao Feng. He greeted Gao Feng with familiarity, then smiled at Lin Shu. You're here so early, not bad. Good morning, Coach Su. Lin Shu and Gao Feng replied together. Su Liliang glanced around the empty equipment room, glanced at his watch, and raised an eyebrow. Huh, where did those senior students go? Gao Feng knew what he was asking and quickly explained. Coach Su, Teacher Gu took them to a small otherworld to train their beasts. You weren't around yesterday afternoon, so they left then. Ah, that explains it. Su Liliang nodded and then grumbled under his breath. That old Gu never informs me. So unreliable. Despite the complaint, he quickly shifted focus back to the two, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Looks like you two already know each other. How about this, Xiao Feng? Use your flying feather to test Lin Shu's skill, yeah? His gaze flicked between Gao Feng and Lin Shu. Lin Shu didn't shy away from the challenge and nodded. No problem, facing strong opponents was never a bad thing for growth. Seeing his confidence, Gao Feng readily agreed too. All right, Coach Su. The three then left the equipment room and headed into the school team's battle arena, spacious place, where they usually sparred and practiced. Since this was just a skills test, there had to be some leniency. Otherwise, with the current level difference of 20 ranks, He Yi would be instantly defeated if he went head-to-head with Fei Yu. Standing at the center of the training ground, Su Liliang crossed his arms, quickly weighing the pros and cons, and thought of a win-win plan. After a moment, he made his decision. All right, Xiao Feng, your Fei Yu should not attack proactively, and don't fly too high. I want to see if Lin Shu can land a hit within 1 minute. No problem. Gao Feng nodded readily. This was just a small favor anyway. Lin Shu fixed his eyes on Gao Tianyu, the eagle, a flying and wind element beast, known for its speed. If He Yi didn't use his innate talents, could he really hit it? But where's the challenge without difficulty to improve strength? He briefly explained the rules to He Yi. The little beast focused carefully on the large eagle before him. Its small face serious, even it could sense this opponent was tough to deal with. After a short preparation, Gao Tianyu stirred up a strong gust, soared into the sky, and climbed like a helicopter. It stopped about 7 or 8 meters off the ground, then flapped its wings to circle within this range. For an ordinary Shadow Mantis, that height would be a death trap, but for He Yi, it was just the right zone to attack or retreat safely. Begin. He Yi dashed forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, shooting upward. His two sickle-like front limbs gleamed with cold light, slicing horizontally at the fast-moving Gao Tianyu in midair. Su Liliang quickly took out his notebook and jotted down several lines under physical fitness, speed, and strength far surpass others of same age, rapid level advancement, proficient use of basic skills, silently praising. No wonder the principal personally selected this genius. But Gao Tianyu was no easy target. It twisted its agile body and narrowly dodged the unhidden blades. As they brushed past each other, He Yi's figure suddenly blurred in the blink of an eye. It split into 3 identical shadows, with nearly indistinguishable auras. 3 He Yis. Gao Tianyu faltered, unable to tell which was the real one. The 3 shadows quickly formed a triangle, completely cutting off all escape routes. Double shadow strike. Su Liliang and Gao Feng exchanged a glance, instantly recognizing the move. In the next moment, the feint turned into a real strike. Sharp sickles slashed across the eagle's wing, feathers scattered, blood splattered, it was clear how powerful the hit was. Clap, clap, clap. Su Liliang was the first to applaud, while Gao Feng gave a thumbs up. Though it seemed to last long, the whole clash and its outcome took only a flash. Very impressive. Your beast is excellent. Su Liliang, rarely witnessing such a dazzling performance, couldn't help but praise again. A lucky hit. Lin Shu remained modest, then turned to apologize to Gao Feng. This little wound is nothing. Gao Feng waved his hand, signaling ease about it. Su Liliang flipped through his notebook, nodding slightly. Good, basically no weaknesses. As the mentor, he found himself momentarily without anything to teach. This must be the trouble when guiding a genius. I wish we had more like this. He decided not to interfere with Lin Shu's existing training plan, opting to correct when problems arise. Training continued. Su Liliang pointed out Yes' current weakness, stamina, recommending focused conditioning. So Lin Shu carried Yi to a specially designed treadmill and quickly set it to the highest speed. Beep, beep, beep. Sharp warning sounds rang out as the tracks suddenly ran at high speed, leaving afterimages beneath. Yi looked at the scene, feeling as if the sky was collapsing. Friday's half-day training session was quite fulfilling. Before they knew it, Saturday arrived, the day of the preliminary round for the Chubird Cup. Yesterday afternoon, Lin Shu had arranged to go together with several classmates, Huang Yan, Zhang Qi, Lu Dong, Li Feng, and Lan Kafour, boys and one girl, all active members of the class and the key players in their last match against Class 2. 13 students from the class had signed up for the preliminaries. The remaining 8 were scheduled to compete the following day. The preliminaries were held over 2 days, selecting 40 finalists each day to avoid forcing everyone to make extra trips. Quite a thoughtful arrangement. At 7:30 in the morning, with plenty of time before the noon start, Lin Shu didn't want to waste a moment. He took Hai and Tu Yao straight to the equipment room. Compared to the few wooden stakes in the dormitory, the professional gear in the equipment room could train more muscle groups and was far more efficient. As he opened the door, Gao Feng was already practicing. In the large, empty arena, only he and his beast were sweating it out. Shortly after, Su Liliang arrived as well and joined in coaching. Hai was already accustomed to intense training, so Su Liliang barely needed to worry about him. Tu Yao, however, was different. His attributes lagged behind since he hadn't undergone any point redistribution training yet, giving Su Liliang a chance to really demonstrate his coaching skills. If all the students were as strong as Hai, this teacher might as well be ornamental. Without realizing it, training stretched until nearly 9:30. When Su Liliang learned Lin Shu was headed to the Chubird Cup, he nodded in support. Go broaden your horizons, and it'd be even better if you place well. Gao Feng froze in place, seemingly recalling something from the past. I participated last year too. I got past preliminaries, but was eliminated in the round of 480 to 240 by a team from Central No. 1 Middle School. They're the strongest team in Fengdu. You should keep an eye on them. His tone was casual, but carried an undercurrent of regret, revealing the motivation behind his current hard training. Both teachers clearly understood Lin Shu's ability and weren't worried at all about him passing the preliminaries easily. Lin Shu packed up and left the equipment room under their watchful eyes, heading to the school entrance to meet his group. The entrance of Kanglan No. 2 Middle School was their agreed meeting place. Before long, a 7-seat van pulled up with its hazard lights on. The van wasn't very spacious. Lin Shu first stored Hai in the beast space before getting in. Huang Yan had already explained that the vehicle belonged to his family, so everyone piled in without hesitation. The cars on Blue Star looked just like those from their previous life, except for different power and energy systems. As soon as the van started, the classmates surrounded Lin Shu, bombarding him with questions about the size and strength of the school team. Calm and collected, he patiently answered them one by one. The van sped along non-stop, arriving quickly at the Southern City Arena, the best competition venue in the South District, comparable in scale to the Baiyun Arena. They got off one after another while the driver parked the van in another lot. Lin Shu released Hai from the beast space, ready for what was to come. The night was still uncomfortable for Hai in the beast-taming space, but luckily Lin Shu rarely put him inside except in some unexpected situations. Outside the Southern City Arena at this moment, weekend crowds were streaming in from all directions. Most were students like Lin Shu, there specifically to compete, along with some parents and regular spectators joining the excitement. Volunteers held up signs to organize the lines efficiently, and Lin Shu's group was quickly led into the preparation area. The staging zone was divided into several sections, each equipped with enough seats. Many contestants had already settled in, the air thick with sweat and nervous energy. The group picked a corner to sit against the cold wall and pass the time. Since this was just the preliminary round, there was no official live broadcast yet, though the stands remained open, which made many newcomers more nervous. Lin Shu, however, was completely unfazed and even felt a bit sleepy from boredom. By contrast, Li Feng gripped his knees tightly, his gaze flitting anxiously around the venue. I'm so nervous. I've never seen so many people before. His voice trembled halfway through. The others were nervous as well, just not as dramatically. Huang Yan took the initiative to comfort him, which eased the tension a little. Today, 40 spots for the main tournament would be decided all at once, with each player expected to fight about 4 rounds to stand out. The contest would likely run until the afternoon. Soon, staff entered the prep zone to pin participant numbers on everyone. Lin Shu glanced down at his chest number 488. As they chatted casually about chances and potential opponents, time flew until it was noon. After a brief introduction, several number drawing machines at the front simultaneously started spinning plastic balls. All the matchups would be drawn here on the spot, ensuring fairness and transparency. The first round lineups were quickly set, though they would compete in batches. Lin Shu was lucky he was matched immediately in the first round, avoiding a long wait. After everyone cheered him on, he stepped into the designated battle area. Opposite him stood a girl with delicate features and sleek black hair, cascading over her shoulders, a rather pretty sight. After confirming the rules, they took their places and the match officially began. The girl raised her hand to command her beast, Moon Rabbit. But Hai darted out like a shadow, striking swiftly. The Moon Rabbit was knocked out instantly. The referee raised a flag to signal the victory. Lin Shu recalled Hai and walked off calmly, leaving the girl staring blankly at the floor, stunned. Back in the preparation zone, his previous seat was empty. His teammates had all gone to their battles. Lin Shu sat back down, closed his eyes, and rested, awaiting the next round. He breezed through the following matches just as easily, each battle lasting barely 15 seconds, securing his place in the main tournament effortlessly. Defeated opponents silently returned to the stands, lost in their own thoughts. Among his companions, only Huang Yan also advanced smoothly. The rest were eliminated in the second or third rounds, but nobody was disheartened, having anticipated the tough competition. The main event was scheduled for next Saturday, allowing a week for rest and giving the organizers time to promote and attract an audience. The venue was set for Baiyun Arena. News of Lin Shu and Huang Yan's advancement quickly exploded across the class group chat, messages flooding in non-stop. Lin Shu sent a screenshot of the advancement page to Bai Shang, but received no reply, probably still competing. Once assured he was okay, everyone boarded the bus again, headed back toward the school. After the preliminary round ended, Lin Shu's routine settled back into a familiar pattern. During the day, he stuck to his usual schedule, heading to the equipment room for training, while also taking time to teach Tuiyao some of his refined combat techniques. At night, he returned to the dorm to review tactical replays with focused intent. Life was hectic, but incredibly fulfilling. Before he knew it, Monday arrived, the day of the reserve assessment, which also happened to be when the other official team members returned to campus from their small-scale expeditions into alternate realms. Lin Shu couldn't help but wonder just how strong one had to be to make it into the core of the school team. After several days of intense training, both He Yi and Tuiyao showed significant improvements in their stats. However, He Yi, who hadn't experienced the joy of leveling up for a long time, looked restless and eager to break through. Name: Shadow Mantis. Level: LV 11981110. Max level: LV 45. Status: Healthy. Grade: Elite. Attributes: Dark Spatial. Talent: Void Walk Beginner 6200. Skills: Basic Assault Precision 0200. Swift Movement Perfect 1650, Heavy Strike Beginner 120, Razor Blade Passive Perfect 150, Spinning Arm / Perfect 1250, Spatial Storage Beginner 620, Intermediate Double Shadow / Beginner 440. Over the past several days, Lin Shu had been using intermediate and advanced nutrient potions daily to accelerate growth, and the experience bar was visibly climbing, nearly reaching level 12. But the cost was equally staggering. The entire team allowance from last week and this week had been spent. Though the advanced nutrients worked wonders, they barely satisfied He Yi's appetite. Lin Shu finally understood why students with wealthy backgrounds often had their beast companions' levels shoot up so quickly. Then there was Tuiyao. Nearly 2 weeks of refinement and development had transformed it entirely. Name: Mountain Rock Golem. Level: LV 81680. Max level: LV 25. Status: Healthy. Grade: Common. Attribute: Earth. Talent: Tuiyao Physique Beginner 88200. Skills: Basic Charge Precision 26200, Rocky Skin Passive Precision 11200, Dust Mastery 1140, Explosive Punch Beginner 120, Clay Shield Beginner 120. Thanks to the intensive feeding of intermediate nutrient potions, Tuiyao's level climbed swiftly to 8, and just yesterday, it simultaneously awakened its damage skill Explosive Punch and its defensive skill Clay Shield. Along with the 2 precision level skills it already possessed, Tuiyao now wielded considerable combat power. Its defense was astonishing, its attack formidable, putting it out of reach for most ordinary students. Beside him, He Yi wiggled its slender antennae and pressed them against Lin Shu's cheek in a sly, affectionate gesture that made him want to dodge the ticklish sensation. Seeing the Shadow Mantis acting spoiled, Lin Shu certainly couldn't bear to leave it out. Just last night, he had reviewed professional literature on Shadow Mantis and drawn a key conclusion. To successfully evolve to the next stage, it was best to raise its level to 25 first. Many failed cases in the records pointed to one reason: when the level was too low, the body couldn't withstand the energy surge from evolution, resulting in catastrophic failure. So the matter of evolving Hei Yi still needed further discussion. At that moment, Lin Shu held 470 proficiency points. He knew very well that the most effective use right now was to directly raise Hei Yi's level. After a brief pause, he decisively waved his hand and poured 402 points into Hei Yi's panel, instantly jumping its level from 11 to 15. In an instant, a surging torrent of energy flooded into Hei Yi's body. Its chest heaved violently. Its wings, thin as cicada wings, trembled wildly. A low, pleasant hum escaped its throat, not pain, but an almost exquisite sense of pleasure that conveyed fully to Lin Shu's mind through their mental link. Such a sudden 4-level boost was intense. Hei Yi tensed up tightly for several seconds before regaining full balance. It raised its two forearms shaped like sickles and slashed casually through the air, the blades cutting with a sharp hissing sound. The entire beast radiated a peak state like never before. I'm ready to take on 10 at once. The status panel even displayed the comment state, arrogant beyond measure. Lin Shu threw two big swings with both hands. The crash is sharp enough to startle the air itself. Hei Yi quickly reined in its pride, realizing there were still stronger forces out there. After the upgrade, Lin Shu called Hei Yi and Tu Yao to head to the equipment room together. The lights flickered past as they walked. By the time they pushed open the door, it was exactly 8 in the evening. The equipment room was livelier than usual. 4 unfamiliar faces clustered in a corner chatting. Clearly members of the school team, just back from a small-scale otherworld expedition. 2 guys and 2 girls. The conversation was lively, but fell silent as Lin Shu entered, all eyes turning toward him. Lin Shu smiled politely and raised his hand in greeting. "Hello, seniors. I'm Lin Shu." The first to respond was the red-haired girl. She wore a white cotton blouse with a delicate blue bow at the collar and a light blue denim skirt. Her bright smile made an impression. Inwardly, she thought this junior was quite handsome, unlike the 2 rugged guys on the team. The other 3 all nodded politely as well, clearly curious about this unassessed direct recruit new face, likely recognizing his outstanding talent. Su Liliang, responsible for training, was present and took the opportunity to introduce them. "This is Chun Yujia." The red-haired girl then pointed at a sharp, short-haired girl dressed in a white training outfit, Lan Mengzhu. Next came the 2 guys, Lei Wu and Li Shuang. Lei Wu was burly, his gray tank top clinging to well-defined muscles, exuding pressure. Li Shuang wore gold-rimmed glasses and white clothes, a refined, academic aura about him. After some brief greetings, Lin Shu directly joined their discussion. They were reviewing their recent entry into a small, otherworld dimension place with strange terrain and cunning wild beasts that could cause serious harm with one mistake. Lin Shu listened intently, his eyes shining with excitement, a strong urge to explore rising in his heart. The surge in Hei Yi's strength urgently needed testing. Noticing his burning eagerness, Su Liliang spoke up just in time. "Don't rush. After the other reserves join us and a week of systematic training, we'll take you all there. You can rely on that." Chun Yujia waved a hand. "Honestly, the other world's not so scary after going a few times. But it's still dangerous for us. A single careless move can cause trouble." Lei Wu, Lan Mengzhu, and Li Shuheng all nodded in agreement. The other world offered opportunity but hid deadly risks. Wild beasts there weren't like contract pets, they were hostile life-or-death predators. Each year students got injured or worse in that dimension, a harsh reality no one could forget. Respect, not treating it like a harmless trip. You don't need to be so nervous. This is your first time entering a different dimension, and they definitely won't send you somewhere that dangerous right away. Just climbing the tower to get a feel for it will be enough. Chun Yujia casually let go of her serious tone, her voice becoming a bit lighter. "Climbing the tower? What tower?" Lin Shu's mind went blank, had no idea what those words meant. The others exchanged knowing smiles but didn't explain, only saying, "You'll find out when the time comes." Then the conversation shifted back to the recent events they had witnessed. The school team was heading to a small alternate realm called the Yumeng Yogu, a fragment of a complete world. The valley was crawling with dark-type and poison-type tamed beasts, filled with dangers everywhere. Luckily, the school never allowed students to explore these realms alone. They always assigned teachers to accompany and protect them, keeping the risks as low as possible. It felt oppressive but safe at the same time. Everyone chatted and laughed, the atmosphere warm and friendly. Suddenly, "What are you all yakking about here? Think your tame beasts are strong, huh? Get to training already." The booming voice thundered like a clap of lightning, instantly silencing the entire training ground. Several team members froze like startled fawns, swallowing hard, then hurried toward the equipment area to summon their beasts and jump into training. Clearly, the owner of that voice commanded absolute authority in their eyes. Lin Shu turned toward the sound, seeing a man striding over. Tall and upright like a straight pine tree planted firmly in the middle of the field, His bronze-colored face, sharply chiseled with slightly arched brows, gave off an aura of severity. His piercing gaze seemed to see right through you, making it hard to meet his eyes. That's Gu Jinbong, the school team's dedicated instructor, a 7th-rank beastmaster, Su Liliang whispered to Lin Shu. He used to be in the military, so he's super strict with us. But he's very responsible. Lin Shu nodded, finally understanding why the upperclassman had straightened up so quickly. Gu Jinbong approached with a sharp glance already fixed on the newcomers and then stopped, locking eyes on Lin Shu. Hello, Teacher Gu. I'm Lin Shu. He greeted calmly and respectfully. Gu Jinbong stared for a moment before relaxing his gaze, a rare, slightly awkward smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. The principal had already given him a heads up about this kid being a raw gem, but Gu hardly made judgments without seeing for himself. Now that he had, it was clear Lin Shu was extraordinary. His beast sensing ability alone could roughly estimate ranks, and he had detected Lin Shu's beast had risen to level 15 in less than 2 months. According to records from Kangla No. 2 Middle School, that speed ranked in the top 3 in school history. Gu reached into his pocket and pulled out a half-transparent crystal the size of a cookie, smooth and shining with a gentle glow. Here, take this. It's a secret beast technique you get when you join the school team. It's called damage transfer, one of the most practical techniques out there. He handed the transparent crystal containing the beast-taming secret technique to Lin Shu. Thank you, teacher. Lin Shu raised his hand to catch it. The moment his fingertips touched the crystal, a chill spread from his palm up his arm, like a stream of clear water flowing through him. He was no stranger to the so-called beast-taming secret technique, special arts uncovered from ruins of another world. The crystal in his hand contained the damage transfer technique, widely regarded as one of the most practical support skills. It allowed a beast tamer to shift any damage they would receive onto any one of their contracted beasts instead. Compared to the beasts, which were often physically formidable, the tamer themselves was fragile and vulnerable, especially to surprise attacks. Possessing damage transfer was like putting on an extra layer of armor, so most tamers carefully chose a beast with incredible defense to act as their shield. Lin Shu's own Tuyo clearly filled that role. Once he infused his spiritual power into the crystal, the technique would be sealed into his mind instantly. Causing the crystal to shatter, it was a single-use container, gone in a flash. Take it back and learn it quickly. Don't drag it out. The sooner you master it, the more it'll help you. Got it. Gu Jinbong reminded him firmly. I understand. He'll study it right away. Lin Shu carefully placed the crystal in his cloth bag without hesitation. Gu Jinbong nodded, his eagle-like gaze sweeping the training room. Several senior students were busy training their beasts, sweat dripping from their armor. In just a few days, the Binzhou Cup begins. He suddenly raised his voice. Do you all feel confident in your skills? I want Kangla No. 2 Middle School to break into the top 4 this year and beat our recent best. Do you have the confidence? The seniors exchanged uneasy looks, the pressure hitting them like a wave. Making top 8 was uncertain, top 4 seemed downright impossible. But they knew Gu Zhenbang's temper well enough to grit their teeth and shout in unison, yes, we will reach the top 4. Our skills may not match the opponents, but our spirit can never lose. Gu Jinbong clapped his hands hard. Even if we fail with courage and dignity. That was the team motto he drilled into them every day. The moment the spirit falters, the soul of the team falls apart. Good. That's the spirit. Keep training. He nodded with satisfaction. Results ultimately depended on skill, and as long as the students gave their best, he wouldn't demand more. Watching the passionate scene beside him, Lin Shu felt both nervous and intrigued. Gu Zhenbang's wolf spirit motivation really did work on the young people. But the coach's eyes soon landed on him and Gao Feng. Lin Shu, Gao Feng, what are you standing around for? Get to training. Do you need me to ask you again? The coach's face changed in an instant. Lin Shu naturally didn't dare disobey, carefully stashing the crystal in his bag, then quickly headed to the equipment area to summon Hai and Tuyo for today's training. Gao Feng followed closely behind, not daring to slack off at all. Gu Jinbong watched their quick movements and nodded approvingly. As long as you listen, he was fairly reasonable, or so he thought himself. Gu Jinbong not only seized practice time, but also frequently coached the senior students on their beast-taming skills. How many times have I told you about this wind blade move? The angle's all wrong, and your force is too weak. Follow my rhythm. He pointed at a young man, demonstrating repeatedly with fervent energy. Then he turned his gaze to Chen Yujia. A beginner skill, you've been at it for a month and still haven't mastered it? What are you even doing? His booming voice echoed through the vast equipment room like cannon fire, causing even the furthest racks to tremble. Taking advantage of this scolding symphony, Lin Shu quietly scanned the 4 school team members with his observation skill, instantly recording their beast-taming data. Chen Yujia, water ripple element. Lan Mengzhu, grass vine wildwood. Lei Wu, martial giant ape. Li Shuheng, extreme electric lynx. Surprisingly, the seemingly gentle Li Shuheng was the strongest. Name, extreme electric lynx. Level, LV 37225-370 max, LV 86. Status, irritable. Quality, Perfect. Attribute, lightning. Talent, discharge intermediate 56400. Skills, basic electric spark advanced 13200. Frenzied bite advanced 22200. Electric shock perfect 3250. Intermediate thunder strike mastered 2380. Thunder slash mastered 1180. Lightning spear perfect 32100. Advanced electric piercing intermediate 33120. Aurora fur intermediate 11120. Electric beam novice 5680. His level, number of skills, and proficiency were all top tier. Combined with his innate discharge talent, he rightfully stood as the undisputed top member of Kanglan No. 2 Middle School's team. The other three weren't weak either. Their beasts had evolved once, all with perfect quality and levels around 35. The main gap lay in skill proficiency. After reading the data, Lin Shu was about to relax when he felt Gu Zhenbang's sharp gaze land on himself and his red-striped roe deer. The eagle-like eyes fixed on him without blinking for a full 5 minutes, but couldn't find a single flaw to criticize. No way perfect rapid movement, advanced assault, and that move I've never even seen before. Gu Zhenbang muttered in admiration. This level of proficiency first year of high school? The principal never mentioned a monster like this. He swallowed, cleared his throat, and shifted from stern to rarely appreciative. Lin Shu, you're doing very well. If all of you worked as hard as he does, forget top 4. You could even fight for the championship. Being singled out, Lin Shu felt a subtle awkwardness. Was he being pushed into the fire? But the team members seemed to be used to this high-pressure environment, giving only a raised eyebrow or a shrugged greeting in response. There were no pleasantries after that, just relentless real combat drills. Wind blades whooshed, thunderbolts exploded, grass vines twisted, water ripples surged. The equipment room was thick with the scent of scorched air and dampness, metal frames roaring endlessly. At lunchtime, everyone packed up their gear. Sweat mixed with dust left mottled footprints on the floor. Glancing at his watch, Gu Zhenbang clapped his hands. Wrap it up. Hit the cafeteria to recharge. We continue this afternoon. Before finishing, he strode off briskly, reportedly to pick up 3 more reserve members. The group cleaned up quickly and headed to the cafeteria together. Less than half an hour later, just as they returned to the training ground, they spotted 3 unfamiliar faces inside the equipment room, new students who had just finished their reserve team evaluations. It seemed another batch of reserve assessments had wrapped up. After everyone entered, they greeted each other warmly. After a few casual exchanges, the 3 new members, Min Hu from Class 7, Grade 10, Ling Shi from Class 2, Grade 11, and Zhu Xian from Class 5, Grade 11 officially met the original 6 members. There were 2 boys and 1 girl. Zhu Xian was currently the only female on the team. Without exception, all the school team members had the talent to control spirit beasts, since the school's resources were naturally prioritized for these promising candidates. After the greetings, Mr. Su Liliang, the coach in charge of the school team, personally led everyone around the field to familiarize them with the surroundings. The routes, facilities, and training areas were almost identical to the first time Lin Shu had come, so he focused his attention on observing the new teammates. Soon after, everyone dispersed to begin training, and time passed swiftly amidst sweat and the sounds of beasts. By evening, practice ended. Su Liliang added the 3 new members and Lin Shu to a group chat on Feishin called Kanglan No. 2 Middle School Team. What was originally a chat of 7 instantly expanded to 11, creating a lively atmosphere. Min Hu and Lin Shu, both in grade 10, chatted the most throughout the afternoon and quickly became friends. They also collected all the team members' contact information for easier communication later. After brief goodbyes, everyone returned to their rooms. Lin Shu didn't bother his beasts, Hei Yi and Tu Yao, letting them rest peacefully. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he took out the transparent crystal sealed with the spirit beast secret technique from his storage pouch. Holding it in his palm, he closed his eyes, concentrating as his mental energy slowly infused into it. Inside the crystal, purple threads were pulled taut, spreading over the inner walls like fine rain, gradually dyeing the entire crystal purple. A flood of symbols and words surged into his mind, finally consolidating into 4 purple-black characters. Damage transfer. The method wasn't complicated. Simply imprint the transfer rune onto the selected spirit beast's body, and the secret technique would activate. Lin Shu silently recited the essentials, focusing to rehearse the engraving process repeatedly. Moments later, a faint violet 6-pointed star flickered briefly on Tu Yao's chest and disappeared, signaling the successful mastery of the secret technique. A new entry appeared on his status panel. Spirit Beast Secret Technique. Damage Transfer, Beginner 150. The higher the proficiency, the lower the mental energy consumed, and the longer the duration. Tu Yao scratched his head, clearly sensing something different inside him, but couldn't quite figure out what it was. Lin Shu ruffled his head gently. Don't worry, this is something good. Keep it for now. Tu Yao grinned sheepishly, trusting his master's judgment. This technique required no active activation. Whenever the beast trainer took damage, the harm would be passively transferred to the marked spirit beast. However, if the trainer's mental energy was depleted or the beast carrying the rune perished, the technique would fail. Having handled all this, Lin Shu leaned against the headboard, planning the next few days' schedule. This weekend, he would compete in the main fledgling cup in the Central District, leaving only 2 days for training. If he practiced Hey Yes spinning arm slash until Thursday, he estimated he could break through to the refinement stage and meet the requirements to learn the next level blade technique. He also needed to find time Thursday to visit the Mantis Martial Hall to acquire the new blade form. With his thoughts organized, he stopped overthinking, got up, closed the curtains, switched off the light, and went to sleep. The intense focus required for inscribing the secret technique's rune had left him somewhat dizzy. It was Thursday. As expected, Black Knight did not disappoint Lin Shu. Last night, its spinning arm slash had successfully reached the subtle realm, meeting all the conditions to visit the Mantis Martial Hall today. The afternoon before, Lin Shu had already asked for leave from teachers Gu Zhenbong and Su Liliang. Being an outstanding student, he faced no obstacles. As for instructor Wu Song, the moment he heard the news, he was overjoyed, rushing overnight to the southern city to find Lin Shu. He was so excited he nearly lost control, and only Lin Shu's calm reassurance stopped him for now. Wu Song promised he would arrive early the next day. His near-fanatical reaction almost overwhelmed Lin Shu. So, at the first ray of dawn, Lin Shu set off. Shortly after 10, he arrived at the Mantis Martial Hall. The practice arena buzzed with the clashing sounds of blades and iron weapons. Dozens of trainees were each commanding their tamed beasts, practicing sword techniques. But in Wu Song's eyes, they were all dull and worthless. His entire focus was on Lin Shu's arrival. When a youthful figure stepped into sight, Wu Song's eyes lit up like searchlights. He took 3 strides and 2 steps and rushed over, bursting with barely concealed excitement. "Brother Wu, good morning. Come on, let's go." He barely gave Lin Shu a moment to react before dragging him into the inner arena. Rough hands rubbed together eagerly as Wu Song spoke without delay. "Let Black Knight show me a spinning arm slash. I want a good look." Lin Shu gave Black Knight a glance. The beast immediately tensed every muscle, its cold, sharp eyes gleaming like blades. Its front and back steps were steady and rhythmic. Its front limbs swung sharply and non-stop, flawless in form and motion. An invisible aura spread out as its twin blades spun rapidly, creating layers of afterimages so fast they were almost invisible to the naked eye. Without hesitation, it slashed toward the steel post ahead. Crack, crack. The blade broke the post in two with crisp, clean sound. The exposed cut was smooth as a mirror, reflecting a faint silver gleam in the sunlight. Wu Song was ecstatic, clapping his hands repeatedly. "Excellent. Outstanding. A hero born young amazing. That's the feeling, that's the spirit, truly forged through countless trials." He instinctively clenched his own twin blades, secretly comparing but not daring to claim they were stronger than Black Knight's. This was a natural prodigy at swordsmanship. The last time he had given such praise was for the Hall Master's beast, which spoke volumes about its quality. Wu Song stared at Black Knight like it was a rare treasure, so intensely that the big creature felt uneasy. What's this guy so happy about? Why does he keep staring at me? After a full minute, Wu Song finally calmed his excitement, exhaling deeply. Incredible. To reach this level in such a short time, there's no way it's any worse than the Hall Master's beast. His tone was filled with admiration. Lin Shu pondered quietly. If the pace was this close, then how remarkable must the Hall Master's beast swordsmanship be by now? But he quickly pushed the thought aside. Thinking about that now was pointless. He would meet the Hall Master soon enough, and he figured they would have a lot to talk about. Coming back to his senses, Wu Song didn't dwell further on the leader's question, but shifted focus to teaching a new sword technique. By the rules, you're supposed to master 2 basic sword forms before moving on, but your talents are exceptional, and sticking to the standard process would only waste time. He waved his hand dismissively. Today, he'll directly teach you the 2 intermediate forms. Wu Song explained clearly. The basic forms were just foundational, while the intermediate forms marked the true entry into mastery. Only after this could one, based on personal insight, develop their own strongest style. It was crucial not to take this lightly. Lin Shu nodded quietly, listening attentively. These 2 forms are called Blade Chi Strike and Windbreaking Blade. Their power far surpasses the spinning arm slash, Wu Song added. Ordinary beast tamers take years to get a decent grip on these, but with Hey Yes talent, it won't take nearly that long. He made no bold predictions. Geniuses rarely followed the usual path, but mentioned that the leader had perfected them within a year. Whether Hey You would be faster remained to be seen. Lin Shu estimated that even at the slowest pace, mastering these forms should take just a few months, certainly less than half a year, reflecting Hey Yes' aptitude and skill. "Please teach me, Brother Wu," Hey Yi said, clasping his fists around his blades respectfully. "All right, I won't delay." Wu Song clapped his hands, and the dual-bladed mantis sprang from the corner, wings buzzing. The mantis, having heard of Hey Yes' near-monster talent, scanned him with crimson compound eyes, but was met with the sight of a small, frail mantis that looked pitifully weak. It cocked its head in confusion. There was nothing intimidating about this opponent. Come on, twin blades. Demonstrate blade, chi strike, and windbreaking blade. The mantis adjusted its posture, spreading its foot blades. In the next moment, faint breezes began to stir without warning, as if drawn by the flow of the blade moves. This is windbreaking blade. Watch closely, Wusong whispered, and Lin Shu told He Yi to remain still. The breeze quickly escalated into howling gusts, whipping sand and gravel into the faces of the onlookers. Wind elements gathered on the mantis arms, forming a translucent white membrane around it. Stirring the elemental air like this revealed just how fearsome this move was. Then abruptly, the howling ceased. All the wild winds surged inward into the mantis body. The previously swirling air turned still, leaving only vortex-like wind patterns flowing over the two blade edges. With a gentle downward sweep, the accumulated gale crashed down. The blades, glowing with energy, gouged a furrow several meters long in the training ground, sending dirt flying. Lin Shu watched, awestruck and trembling at the overwhelming power. Wusong withdrew his gaze. That's the final form. For now, you only need to learn how to use your blade to draw out the wind. Start by channeling your own energy, and when you're proficient, try performing it without energy aid. He then gave a formal explanation of the training method. The intermediate forms weren't just tougher, they were on an entirely higher level of difficulty, requiring external force assistance for systematic practice. Relying solely on the sword technique rarely produced results. This method had been developed through decades of experimentation inside the Mantis Martial Hall. Nightfall then began learning the folding wind blade under the guidance of Dual Blade Mantis. The blade's intent swept through the training ground, slicing the air as if it were cut open, leaving behind a subtle, turbulent flow. As an intermediate sword technique, the folding wind blade was not something you could master with a few careless swings. Nightfall gripped the twin knives tightly, mimicking the Dual Blade Mantis blade trajectories, adjusting the angle and force repeatedly. After more than 10 minutes, wood chips and gravel scattered across the ground traced faint arcs as he finally managed to barely shape the blade chi. A new message appeared on the panel: Folding Wind Blade Beginner 140. This progress quietly impressed Wusong and Dual Blade Mantis alike. Although Nightfall's aptitude for swordsmanship wasn't extraordinary, it was certainly impressive. Reaching the basics within a morning was more than twice as fast as most beast tamers, many of whom struggled to reach even the beginner level in a whole day. Lin Shu had expected this and knew Nightfall would still need sustained practice and proper attribute boosts to truly master the skill flawlessly. Wusong was satisfied, raising his voice in encouragement. Good, you're learning fast enough. Next is the blade chi strike. Let the mantis show you. He gestured to Dual Blade Mantis to continue. If all went well, the two sword techniques could be fully grasped in a single morning, far exceeding his expectations. Dual Blade Mantis stepped to the center of the field. It didn't rush to strike, but quietly gathered its power. Energy surged inside like a tide, vibrating the thin shell slightly. Then its legs bent, body leaning forward, front limbs moving up and down in a lightning-fast draw. Whoosh! Like translucent silk, a blade of light suddenly shot forth, accompanied by a sharp tearing sound as it sliced the air. With each slash, a faint but swift blade flickered, carrying a keen edge that could tear metal and stone, making spectators' hairs stand on end. Several blades streaked out consecutively, piercing the bullseye of a distant target with precision. Boom, boom, boom. The target shattered the moment it was hit. Wood chips exploded, and the stand was left battered and incomplete. Explosions echoed across the training ground from just 10 meters away, filling the air with the burnt scent of wood dust. This is the move I used to love most, the blade chi strike, Wusong praised, watching intently. Clean, long range, and as you like. Lin Shu was equally excited. For Nightfall, ranged attacks had been a weakness. This technique perfectly filled that gap, boasting power comparable to the folding wind blade, but with higher practical combat value. After the demonstration, Nightfall threw himself back into practice. Dual Blade Mantis stood nearby, meticulously adjusting the angle of his blade tips and his rhythm when withdrawing the blade. After another 10 minutes, a thin vibration of energy appeared again in the air. Nightfall could now launch blade chi accurately, though it was not yet fully solidified but roughly formed. On the panel, a new prompt appeared: Blade Chi Strike Beginner 140. Wusong checked his phone and saw it was just past 11 o'clock. Only just after 11, he smiled, recalling that when he had learned these two moves it had already been late at night, stirring a wave of nostalgia. Since you've learned them both, go back and practice properly. It's right about lunch, so we'll take you to the Martial Hall's cafeteria. You've been with us long enough, but never been there. Have a try this time, he said. No problem, Brother Wu. Lin Shu nodded in agreement. The two gathered their focus, took their summoned beasts, and left the training field, heading toward the cafeteria. They soon arrived at a two-story building. This small building served as the internal dining hall of the Martial Hall. Compared to the school's main hall, which could accommodate over 1,000 people, This place was far more refined, but more than sufficient for the martial hall's needs. Since it wasn't open to ordinary disciples yet, only instructors like Wu Song had the privilege to enter. The two climbed the wooden stairs to the second floor, where the sounds of spatulas hitting pans and the aroma of sizzling oil filled the air. Upon seeing Wu Song, the cooks nodded in greeting. Flames flickered beneath the stove, oil droplets splattered, and the chopping of vegetables mingled with steam, creating a lively prelude to the upcoming lunch. Lin Shu followed closely behind the instructor and chose a table by the window near the wall to sit down. While waiting, Wu Song casually brought up news about the hallmaster. It's a pity the hallmaster isn't in Binzhou right now, he said with a slight sigh. Otherwise, I'd definitely take you to meet him. Probably very busy, right? After all, he's a high-level beast tamer, so he must have a lot of responsibilities, Lin Shu speculated. Wu Song, as an instructor nearing the 8th rank, already proved the depth of the martial hall's strength. The hallmaster's power had to be even greater. Perhaps he had surpassed the 9th rank and stepped into an even higher realm. Wu Song nodded in agreement. Exactly. High-level beast tamers are always busy. Take us instructors, as an example. We don't spend the whole year stationed here. Each of us is on duty for 4 months, then must go out on missions, so you rarely see all 3 of us here at the same time. Lin Shu finally understood. No wonder the martial hall had 3 instructors, but he rarely saw more than one at a time. This was how the rotations worked. Wu Song went on. As for the hallmaster, he's even freer. Sometimes he spends the whole year away from Binzhou, living in other realms. He's as elusive as a divine dragon. I sent him your information, but he hasn't replied. Ye must be caught up with something major. Lin Shu seized the chance to ask, Wu Gu, what level of beast tamer exactly is the hallmaster? What he really wanted to know was what rank existed beyond the 9th level. Wu Song glanced at him, choosing not to hide the truth. No harm telling you, you'll learn this in university anyway. The hallmaster has exceeded the 9th rank. That level is called Lingqi Spiritual Awakening. As for the specific cultivation methods, it's not convenient to explain right now. At that, a look of longing flashed in Wu Song's eyes. He clearly admired and aspired to reach that unknown realm and had quietly gathered quite a bit of information about it. Lin Shu silently committed the word Lingqi to memory. Just listen to it for now. Don't get too fixated, Wu Song cautioned. That realm is far beyond you. For now, what matters most is building a solid foundation. Develop your beast taming skills and improve yourself. Don't worry, I'm just curious, Lin Shu replied with a smile. He wasn't one to be overly ambitious. Their conversation was interrupted as lunch was served from the kitchen. The dishes featured fresh, brightly colored spirit meat exuding an appetizing fragrance. Compared to the exquisite plates personally prepared by Bai Sheng at the Baiyin Pavilion, it was no less impressive. Meanwhile, food for the beasts was also prepared. Such luxury was far beyond what ordinary martial hall disciples could enjoy, mirroring the tiered dining system at the academy. They quickly finished their meal. After a short break, Wu Song released a double-bladed mantis and once again had it guide Lin Shu's Black Knight beast, helping him focus on details and shore up weaknesses. The other disciples were led by different teachers, so Wu Song couldn't divide his attention. In the blink of an afternoon, the training ground was bathed in the slanting rays of the sunset. Lin Shu put away Black Knight and prepared to return to the southern district of the city. Before leaving, Wu Song gave him a special reminder. If you run into any problems, come to me. Remember, any difficulty at all, don't be embarrassed. I still have some friends in this city of foam. It had been 2 days since Lin Shu set out to learn the new sword style at Daoling Wutong. During these days, Lin Shu maintained his usual routine, shuttling between the dormitory and the classroom building, staying holed up on campus. It wasn't until today, the day of the official matches for the Rookie Bird Cup, that he was finally leaving school. Only he and Huang Yan from their class had made it into the main competition. Including other classes, just a dozen students would represent Kanglan No. 2 High School. Out of 80 spots across the entire district, this was already a solid result. Before setting off, Lin Shu skillfully pulled up the status panel of his beast companion, Dark Knight. Name, Shadow Mantis. Level, LV 15-5-5150 XP. Level cap, LV 45. Status, healthy. Quality, elite. Attributes, dark spatial. Talent, Void Walk Novice 11200. Skills, Basic Assault Precision LV 5200. Quick Movement Perfect LV 1650. Heavy Strike Novice LV 120. Sharp Blade Passive Perfect LV 150. Rotating Arm /LV 12200. Spatial Storage Novice LV 820. Intermediate Twin Shadow Kill Novice LV 740. Blade Chi Strike Intermediate LV 380. Windbreak Blade Novice LV 140. Compared to a few days ago, the panel was almost unchanged except for 2 newly learned sword techniques. Over the past 2 days, Dark Knight focused mainly on the Blade Chi Strike skill, advancing rapidly to intermediate level to die a modest but meaningful boost. Lin Shu still had 293 proficiency points left unused, but he had no intention of spending any further. Dark Knight's level and skills were already far beyond most other beast companions of the same age. Increasing them more would only make the competition too easy, so he decided to save the points for now. Beep beep. His phone vibrated with a new message. Huang Yan sent. The car's already at the school gate. You can come out now. Lin Shu replied on my way, stored Dark Knight and his Terran beast companion back into their respective slots, and opened the door to call Ming Hu, another reserve team member who had also made the main competition. The three had agreed last night to head to Bayun Arena together. Just stepping out into the hallway, he spotted Ming Hu waiting against the wall. Brother Lin. Ming Hu waved. Let's go. All right. They headed downstairs to the school gate, where the familiar black van stood, the same driver behind the wheel. As the door opened, Huang Yan leaned in to greet them. Once everyone was seated, the driver stepped on the gas, and the van smoothly drove toward the city center. In the back seat, the three chatted intermittently about the tournament draw and their opponents, the conversation lively but calm. Half an hour later, they arrived near Bayun Arena. The weather was clear, but the area around the venue was packed with a massive crowd. Traffic crawled at a standstill, and the sidewalks were so overcrowded they were virtually impassable. Competitors and spectators were mixed together in the throng. Reluctantly, the driver stopped the van about 500 meters from the entrance. Lin Shu took out his phone and snapped a photo of the crowded street corner, then sent the picture to Bai Sheng. It's already like this outside. How's it inside? The reply came almost instantly. Wow, there are still this many people outside? Inside is packed too. No clue how to get in. The message ended with a sheepish emoji. Huang Yan and Ming, who stood by the edge of the crowd, exchanging uncertain glances. Their eyes naturally landed on Lin Shu, waiting for him to decide. Lin Shu closed his phone and spoke calmly, with the quiet confidence of a carefully laid plan. You push to the gate first. I've arranged for someone to meet you there. Same as last time. All right, they'll head over first. After hanging up, Lin Shu slipped his phone into his pocket and called over Huang Yan and Min Hu to head toward the Bayun Arena together. The entrance was packed with people, and the three of them were squeezed tightly amid the crowd, struggling with all their might just to make it to the doorway. Fortunately, there was a special lane for competitors, so they didn't have to endure being pressed like sandwich cookies in the masses any longer. Yet when Lin Shu looked around, even the competitors' queue stretched out in a long line of 70 or 80 people. How long would the wait be before they could get inside? Not to mention the nearby general admission passageway, which was nearly blocked off by a sheer human wall. At that moment, a clear female voice called out from the side. Mr. Lin, hello, please follow me this way. The speaker was a young woman wearing the staff uniform of Bayun Arena. Lin Shu immediately recognized her. She had been one of the employees guiding him during his previous visits. Let's go then. Lin Shu nodded and gestured for Huang Yan and Min Hu to follow. The two exchanged glances filled with surprise. Lin Shu actually knew someone at Bayun Arena? But before they could dwell on it, the temptation of skipping the long line was enough to make them silently thankful. Waiting in line was the worst. The staff member took quick, light steps as she led them off the main path and through a small, concealed side door. The narrow corridor was dimly lit, the floor polished to a shine, their footsteps echoing softly through the empty hallway. After passing through several segments, they stopped before a door marked with a golden 001. Pushing the door open revealed a spacious, bright VIP lounge. It had all the essentials: sofas, a tea table, and a viewing screen. Near the window, Bai Sheng stood with a smile, rising to greet them. Lin Shu, hello to both of you. I'm Bai Sheng. So Lin Shu had gotten Bai Sheng's permission beforehand to bring his classmates inside. Huang Yan quickly introduced herself. Hello, I'm Lin Shu's classmate, Huang Yan. As she spoke, she felt the name Bai Sheng sounded vaguely familiar, but couldn't quite place it. The fact that this was the VIP room 001 alone suggested high status. She couldn't help but think silently. Lin Shu really hides some impressive connections. Hi, I'm Min Hu. Min Hu also introduced himself cautiously, having long suspected this Bai Sheng must be someone wealthy or influential. He privately wondered how many more cards Lin Shu still had up his sleeve. Both glanced nervously at Lin Shu. Lin Shu nodded reassuringly and gave them a look that said, make yourselves comfortable. Huang Yan and Min Hu picked spots in the corner near the wall, while Lin Shu sat down right beside Bai Sheng. Didn't expect this competition to be so popular. The entrance is jammed tight, Lin Shu said, stretching his stiff arm and grimacing. Huh, that's normal. You rarely compete. You'll get used to it. Bai Sheng raised an eyebrow as if he'd seen it all before. Yeah, this is actually my first big competition, Lin Shu shrugged. After some small talk, Bai Sheng mentioned the top 10 favorites to win list just released externally. He went through all 10 names casually, but Huang Yan and Min Hu listened with bright eyes, their tense moods eased somewhat by this gossip. Lin Shu was mostly clueless, focused so much on training that he barely followed any of this news. This list is mostly compiled from rumors for fun, not very reliable, Bai Sheng added with a smile. But when he reached the last name, Lin Shu froze. There it was, Lin Shu. Scratching his head, he felt a quiet thrill. So he was even somewhat known in Fengdu? Talent eventually can't be hidden. Huang Yan and Min Hu looked at him with admiration. as if just making the list was a huge honor. Of all the schools on the list, only Lin Shu represented Kanglin number 2 Middle School. By Shengzhou Zhongxi number 1 Middle School took 4 spots, nearly half the list. One more came from Kanglin number 1 Middle School, and the rest were scattered between other regional schools. Lin Shu didn't know much about those, so he didn't think much of it. During the discussion, Huang Yan suddenly had a flash of insight. Bai Sheng, isn't he the heir of the Bai family? The son of the director of Baiyun Arena? Shock washed over her instantly. Considering this new angle, she looked at Lin Shu with an even stranger expression. Not long after discussing the 10 champions, the competition was about to officially begin. The group left the spacious, brightly lit VIP lounge and quickly walked down the private corridor leading to the main arena. At this moment, the draw ceremony was already in its final countdown. Passing through the entrance, their view suddenly opened up a large elliptical stadium, about the size of a professional football field, was brightly illuminated. In the center, more than a dozen square battle platforms were scattered like chess pieces. Giant electronic screens hung all around, clearly displaying player profiles, event schedules, and Suntober-revealed match pairings. Rows upon rows of spectator seats tightly encircled the battle area, packed early with fans who looked like a dark sea from afar, a testament to the event's immense popularity. After verifying their identities, the group entered one of 5 designated player preparation zones. A huge main screen at the front continuously played promotional videos, while the competition's real-time progress was updated throughout. They chose a relatively quiet corner to sit together, their eyes fixed on the screen. Soon, the announcer's clear voice echoed through the arena. The Fengdu Fledgling Cup is officially underway. Welcome to all our spectators. I'm your host, Pan Zhoudan. Next up, the first event to draw. The entire main tournament will be broadcast live. The camera zoomed in on a massive draw machine being steadily rolled to the center stage by staff. Inside the transparent globe, hundreds and thousands of plastic balls about the size of eggs tumbled continuously, each containing information about one contestant. The process was public and random, virtually eliminating any behind-the-scenes manipulation. This was the core reason the Fledgling Cup had remained popular year after year. A button was pressed. The whirring of the balls quickly stopped as 2 small balls slid down tubes into a waiting tray. The first match pairing was revealed. All right, the first battle information is confirmed. Please follow the camera to battle platform number 1. The camera swiftly cut to the battlefield area, keeping the draw window on the upper right corner to show the ongoing draw progress. Although the procedure was complex, the organizers had insisted on maintaining fairness for years. Today, they needed to complete 480 down to 240, a total of 240 matches. Fortunately, there were nearly 30 platforms on site, enough to finish before sunset. Huang Yan and Min, who stared intently at the screen, their fingers tapping knees nervously, betraying their tension. In contrast, Lin Shu and Bai Sheng remained calm, quietly chatting and occasionally sharing low laughter. Soon, Minhu's name lit up on the screen, was assigned to battle platform 13. His teammates gave him thumbs up, sending encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Min-Hu quickly strode down the corridor. Luck was on his side. The opponent's mech configuration was mediocre. Within minutes, Min-Hu won decisively, giving their team an early lead. Back at the preparation area, his undisguised smile spread across his face as he excitedly high-fived everyone. For the remainder of the time, they stayed huddled in front of the screen, watching as the other players battled it out on the main stage. Watching the thrilling matches taking place across the various arenas and the numerous different battle beasts on display, one couldn't help but admit this was the main event. Every contestant was showing impressive skill, and the waves of cheers from both the audience and the players fueled the atmosphere to a fever pitch. About an hour later, Lin Shu's name appeared on the scrolling list on the big screen. The speaker at the staging area announced the player and arena number. It was finally his turn. Lin Shu stood up and briskly made his way along the guide path toward Arena 22. His opponent was already there, a slender young man whose companion beast presented a sharp contrast. A towering, robust battle ape of level 10 with elite quality, possessing 4 combat skills. Such strength was by no means weak, but to Lin Shu's eyes, it was still somewhat ordinary. Dolly, your opponent is Shadow Mantis. Don't let it lead you by the nose. The thin young man whispered in warning. The battle ape lazily scratched its back, clearly ignoring the advice. The man tapped his forehead and chuckled nervously, then added, "Come on, Dolly. I want to make it to the next round." Before he finished speaking, the referee loudly announced, "Match start." Lin Shu wasted no time. With a command, he said, "Black Knight, charge." The Shadow Mantis named Black Knight flickered in and dashed low to the ground, moving as gracefully as the wind. The slender man hadn't even gotten anxious yet, but suddenly perked up. "Daring to fight us up close?" Dolly, heavy punch. Yet the entire fight lasted only a few breaths. As the battle ape raised its fist, it suddenly realized the tiny mantis was outrageously fast. Its pupils shrank in shock, and instinctively, its punch missed empty air. Black Knight twisted its body and slipped past the attack. Its sharp forelimbs, like black blades, swung. Boom. With immense force, the battle ape was sent flying, heavily crashing down and sliding a meter before going still. The slender man's eyes widened. He glanced first at the fallen ape, then at the unharmed Black Knight, his expression frozen in confusion, clearly not understanding what had just happened. The battle ape has lost combat ability. Player Lin Shu wins. The referee announced. Staff at the sidelines quickly recorded the results, and the match concluded. Lin Shu recalled Black Knight and turned back toward the staging area, only to find that Huang Yan and Bai Sheng were absent. Minhu informed him they had been called up just sent into their matches. Lin Shu nodded, thinking they were lucky to have all four of them on stage already, sparing the boredom of long waits since the competition was not yet halfway through. Together with Minhu, he focused on the big screen and soon found images of his teammates' battles. Bai Sheng lived up to the expectations, defeating his opponent in just 1 minute. Huang Yan's match was a bit tenser, but ultimately secured victory by capitalizing on an opponent's mistake. With everyone's matches successfully finished, they agreed to leave the arena and return to VIP room 001. Along the way, they chatted excitedly, replaying funny moments from the battles, laughter ringing out as the atmosphere grew relaxed and friendly. The day's full schedule came to a close. Everyone regrouped mentally to prepare for tomorrow's knockout round of 240 to 120 players to step up in intensity for the whole competition. Many people were watching the competition online, especially students. In the Group 5 chat of Grade 10, messages were flooding in. Lin Shu and Huang Yan both advanced into the top 240. Compared to Lin Shu's calm and effortless progress, Huang Yan's path was a bit tougher, so most classmates focused more on Lin Shu. He's going to break into the top 15. I think top 60 is more realistic. Speculation was all over the place, but no one dared mention champion. Everyone was clearly being cautious. On Saturday, the four were required to stay all day at Baiyun Arena. The matches didn't finish until late afternoon. Bai Sheng arranged accommodations. Huang Yan and Min, who each had a single room. The night passed quickly. At dawn, Lin Shu woke up first as usual. In the room's small training area, he stretched and warmed up with He Yi and Tu Yao, loosening muscles and joints for the upcoming fierce battles. At 10 a.m. sharp, the elimination round from 240 to 120 began. Lin Shu, Bai Sheng, Huang Yan, and Min, who took their seats in the familiar preparation area, waiting for the draw. Lots of strong players are getting eliminated today, Huang Yan said quietly after scanning the list. I'm already satisfied with where I am. Min, who wasn't so confident. As long as I don't face Zhongxi number 1 or Lin Shu, I'll give it a shot. Relax, just enjoy the match, Bai Sheng gave solid advice. The draw started. The first called was Min Hu, matched with an opponent of similar level. Their two spirit beasts battled fiercely for minutes before Min Hu's stronger willpower earned him victory and advancement. Huang Yan wasn't so lucky. The draw paired him directly against a Zhongxi number 1 player. The skill gap was clear, and Huang Yan was quickly defeated with almost no resistance, forced to leave with regret. Field 11, Lin Shu versus Li Shu. The system's voice echoed in the preparation area. Li Shu, huh? Bai Sheng snorted coldly. That guy's a bully who picks on the weak. I've hated him for a while. Please make sure to teach him a lesson. It turned out Li Shu was also a Zhongxi number 1 student and Bai Sheng's classmate. Lin Shu nodded, don't worry. As they stepped onto field 11, Li Shu's sharp, sneering face immediately came into view. His narrow eyes squinted as he eyeballed Lin Shu and He Yi disdainfully, acting like they were nothing but stray cats. Lin Shu glanced at him and shook his head with a silent sigh. Ugly people always cause trouble. Li Shu instantly got angry, raising his voice to taunt. What are you pretending for, country bumpkin? Just watch how I crush your spirit beast. Let's see if you still dare to shake your head. His arrogance was dripping. It had to be admitted, this loudmouth was far from weak. His spirit beast was a crimson giant crab, level 12, elite quality, with 5 abilities including 1 mid-level skill. Unfortunately, his opponent was Lin Shu. Li Shu stood by the sidelines, cursing furiously and spitting wildly until the referee raised the flag and shouted, "Start." Only then was he forced to shut up. He confidently patted the massive crimson crab's heavy claws and lowered his voice to instruct, "Take down that lousy mantis in half a minute. Teach this country bumpkin a good lesson." At the command, the crimson crab's 8 armored legs pounded the floor with a clattering sound. Its 2 huge pincers raised high, while round, watery bubbles the size of ping-pong balls shot out rhythmically from its mouth parts, carrying a cold, fishy scent as they hurtled toward the opponent. Lin Shu's expression remained calm, barely lifting an eyelid. With a single glance, He Yi immediately understood one move would decide the outcome. Suddenly, He Yi burst into high-speed motion. The crowd only caught a blurred shadow flash by. The barrage of bubbles whistled through the air, missing by inches every time. In the blink of an eye, He Yi appeared above the crimson crab's head. His claws, sharp like twin ebony blades, came down in a spinning arm slash. Bang! A muffled explosion echoed through the arena. The crimson crab fell backward heavily, its pincers trembling and several legs twitching uncontrollably. Cracks appeared clearly on its carapace, like misaligned porcelain shards ready to shatter any moment. Had this strike been delivered with full force, the shell would have been demolished completely. Lin Shu sighed inwardly. A bad beast trainer doesn't mean the beasts themselves are evil. He refused to take out his anger on the creatures. The battle was over in less than a breath. Li Shu's face turned from red to blue, his features contorted. He spat contemptuously, "Worthless monster," and casually tossed the crimson crab aside before quickly leaving the arena. The referee trembled with anger and called immediately for the medical team. Several medics rushed in to lift the barely breathing crab. After the situation was handled, Lin Shu called He Yi to leave. The entire scene had been broadcast live, and the comment section exploded. "This guy doesn't deserve to be a beast trainer. Call the authorities. Animal abuse." Shouts of condemnation flooded the chat. The school's main forum was nearly spammed. Li Shu was unlikely to continue unnoticed and might even face some furious retribution from fellow school beast trainers. Back at the preparation area, Bai Sheng and the others gathered, all mocking in unison. "Never thought he'd stoop to something like this. Lin Guess fight was amazing. I'm still replaying his face in my head. So satisfying." Lin Shu smiled and agreed. Hopefully some righteous warrior will properly teach him what a real beast trainer is. With the disruption behind them, the competition drew to a close. Bai Sheng comfortably advanced to the next round. The two-day event was temporarily paused. The organizers announced the next round would be next Saturday and Sunday, again at Baiyun Arena, with an initial cut from 120 to 60, then from 60 to 30, all over 2 days. Just then, Lin Shu's phone vibrated. 2 group messages popped up in the school team chat. "Guzhenbong everyone. Monday we're heading to the neighboring Yin Prefecture, Miyuan City, entering a fragmented alternate dimension for approximately 4 days. Prepare yourselves. Lin Shu Minhu, be sure to return early." Heading to an alternate dimension? Lin Shu felt a rush of excitement and a faint sense of anticipation. Minhu, who also received the notification, glanced sideways at him for his thoughts. Lin Shu shook his head, signaling no rush to return to school. Bai Sheng happened to initiate a dinner gathering, and everyone agreed unanimously. It was just right after dinner, going back wouldn't be too late. After the dinner gathering, Lin Shu and the others immediately returned to the South District, marking the end of their trip to the Central District. When Bai Sheng arrived at the VIP room 001 in the Baiyun Pavilion, the lighting was soft and warm. A slightly overweight middle-aged man sat upright on the sofa, dressed in a well-tailored suit. His gold-rimmed glasses glinted gently over a kindly face, with faint smile lines. Though his eyes were small, they were sharp and steady, revealing intelligence and composure. "Dad, you're here," Bai Sheng said quietly as he approached, his tone respectful. The man was Bai Sheng's father, Bai Yihao, the true leader of Baiyun Pavilion. Bai Yihao gestured for him to sit without preamble. "I watched your friend's match today. That kid is impressive, full of potential." "You mean Lin Shu?" Bai Sheng sat down by the sofa and poured tea for his father. They had recently talked about Lin Shu, so Bai Yihao's words came as no surprise. He had always encouraged his son to connect with promising beast tamers. Recalling the match, Bai Sheng sighed. "He's improving so fast. This time, he felt even stronger. I couldn't keep up." "I noticed that too." Bai Yihao took a sip of tea, then added quietly after a pause, "His beast is already level 15. The people at the Mantis Martial Hall say that Mantis fighting skills are quite remarkable." The news almost made Bai Sheng stand up. He opened his mouth, managing to say only, "That's insane." Bai Yihao smiled and patted his son on the back. "You doubted me before, now you're convinced?" Bai Sheng nodded wryly. Lin Shu's talent made him truly feel the gap between ordinary people and prodigies. It was much bigger than he had imagined. Fortunately, their family was well established. Otherwise, the gap would be even more crushing. Bai Yihao continued, "That guy Pei Yuanfang has set his sights on Lin Shu to his pouring resources in fast." "I know," Lin Shu mentioned it. Bai Sheng recalled from their conversations. His father analyzed further, "You two are still good friends, but he doesn't have many close ones. You've got a good eye, son. Some of my old skills rub off on you." Hearing his father boast again, Bai Sheng instinctively rolled his eyes, but kept quiet. Bai Yihao ignored this, speaking firmly. "It's easy to help someone when they're already winning, but hard when they really need it. Now's the perfect time to build that relationship. If there's any chance to lend a hand, take it." "Got it," Bai Sheng nodded decisively. He had been taught from childhood to invest in promising talents. Now was the time to put it into practice. "By the way, our endorsement contract with Baiyun Pavilion will expire soon, right?" Bai Yihao suddenly asked. "Just a few days left," Bai Sheng quickly calculated in his mind. "When it ends, switch it over to Lin Shu and upgrade the terms. In my opinion, he's most likely going to win the Fengdu Fledgling Cup this time. If we cooperate early, we might even come out ahead." With those words, Bai Sheng agreed with a nod. "All right, he'll talk to him next time." Seeing his son accept the task, Bai Yihao fell silent with satisfaction, leaving the follow-up to Bai Sheng as a way to train him. The next afternoon came. The school team of Kanglin No. 2 High School, led by Gu Zhenbong, boarded a large bus. Their destination this time was the fragmented otherworld located in Miyuan City, Yinzhou. The bus sped along the wide, straight highway, carrying a total of 10 people, including the driver, all gathered in the back row. Throughout the journey, the group chatted animatedly, exchanging stories and opinions. The otherworld they were heading to was called the Withered Wood Forest, widely recognized as the best training ground for novice beast tamers. Gu Zhenbong stretched his shoulders and then stood in the middle of the bus cabin to brief several reserve members on the key points to keep in mind. Unlike other otherworlds, the Withered Wood Forest contains remnants of strange artifacts left by alien tribes. The Trial Tower, he said steadily, his tone carrying undeniable weight. Lin Shu and 3 other reserves listened intently, not wanting to miss a single detail. This was their first systematic exposure to insider knowledge about the otherworld. In the back row, Lei Wu and several veteran members glanced at the scene with a nostalgic smile, recalling their own initial journeys into otherworlds with just as much eagerness, if not more, than the rookies before them. Don't underestimate the Trial Tower, Gu Zhenbong continued. So far, fewer than 10 towers have been discovered nationwide, and our Great Xia holds 6 of them. Originally built by the alien tribes to select elite members, their functions are simple yet extremely practical. Now many top universities have replicated similar facilities. Before he finished, Su Liliang took over. Inside the tower, you'll face monsters randomly generated by the system. If you win, you automatically move on to the next floor. If you lose, even if your character is killed, you won't actually die. The tower creates a copy of you, and any injuries or death happen only to that replica. Sounds like playing a game with unlimited respawns to practice your skills. Min Hu's eyes lit up as he asked, so we could just stay inside forever? Su Liliang gave him a "you're so naive" look. Don't forget, each death costs mental energy. Once your mental energy is depleted, that's the real end. This has happened many times, so don't be reckless. He pointed out the deadliest trap inside the tower. After the warning, everyone nodded in agreement. Only then did Lin Shu fully grasp that the Trial Tower was essentially a training arena where physical damage wasn't permanent. It uses the tamer's mental energy to replicate complete forms of both the tamer and the contracted beasts. Such a function was like a treasure out of a novel, perhaps powered by a powerful psychic-type beast. He put the question aside for now and kept listening closely. The tower can adjust opponents based on age, Gu Zhenbong added, but the Yinzhou Tower only allows ages 16 to 20. So the challenges you face will be from alien tribes in your own age group. It's only then you can fairly gauge the gap between you. Before he finished, Chen Yujia muttered quietly, "Those aliens are crazy maniacs." Apparently, she had been seriously overwhelmed by their strength before. Su Liliang shrugged helplessly and began explaining patiently. Gu Zhenbong also shared his own views. In a calm tone, he summarized the stark contrast between the foreign tribes and Great Xia's philosophy. The foreign tribes believed in survival of the fittest, where the strongest monopolize all resources like raising poisonous insects until only the insect king remains. Great Xia, on the other hand, valued balanced development, making sure no part fell behind. Both paths had their merits and couldn't be judged simply. Everyone nodded after hearing this, agreeing that these were just differences in developmental direction and not something to generalize. With the topic closed, light conversation quickly took over inside the bus. Lin Shu remained silent, quietly listening. The 2 teachers took the opportunity to continue sharing knowledge about the other world, vast lands with abundant resources but harsher environments, where wild monsters roamed freely. Foreign beast tamers grew up fighting for survival from a young age, making them far better at improvising than peers on Blue Star. Yet 3 centuries of catching up had steadily narrowed the gap, and Great Xia's momentum was no less impressive. Outside the window, the highway stretched like a silvery gray ribbon under the headlights. The bus engine rumbled steadily, maintaining a high speed. They were expected to reach Miyuan City in about 4 hours, around 5 in the afternoon, so the journey was not long. Elsewhere, at the Dao Lang Martial Hall's training arena, blades flashed through the air. Wu Song held a practice sword, carefully correcting a student's stance when suddenly his phone rang, shattering the silence. He motioned for the student to stop, glanced at the screen, and saw only 2 characters, Gu Li. Wu Song immediately handed back the sword and walked to a quiet corner to answer. "Hello, Hall Master, this is Wu Song." A cheerful laugh came from the other end. It was Gu Li, leader of Dao Lang Martial Hall. "Just finished some work and saw your message. Didn't expect your luck was good. Found a sword prodigy with truly rare talent." "Luck? No. I have an eye for talent. Don't say that lightly." Wu Song grinned. Gu Li didn't argue. "I'm planning to come to the hall tomorrow. Help me arrange to meet him, or I can go find him directly." Wu Song recalled Lin Shu's reminder yesterday and quickly explained. "No, he isn't in Fengdu now. He went to Yinzhou to enter the other world. He said he'll be back Friday." "Yinzhou? That's likely the Withered Wood Forest area. The goal must be the Trial Tower." Gu Li immediately guessed the destination. "Exactly, so we have to wait. Are you free these days?" "No worries. I'll head to Yinzhou to check out his performance firsthand." With that, Gu Li abruptly ended the call. At that moment, He stood tens of thousands of meters above the ground. The howling wind couldn't shake his stance. He patted the silver-feathered giant bird beneath him. "Xiao bai, Tianzhou." Gee. The giant bird screeched sharply. Its two pairs of wings, each over 10 meters long, flapped powerfully, shimmering silver as it plunged into the clouds. In the training arena, Wu Song stared blankly at his now-dark phone screen. "Wait, big brother, you're rushing off without even meeting him? You should at least get a photo to recognize him." After speaking, he shrugged helplessly. Wu Song shook his head and muttered, "We'll send it over later." It wasn't all that strange, so they returned to the martial arts hall and resumed their training. The bus traveled steadily as dusk fell. The vehicle gently rocked while slowing down, finally coming to a stop. The school team had arrived at their destination, the forested district of Miyuan City. As the doors opened, the first thing that caught their eyes was the endless rolling mountains blanketed in lush green. The air smelled damp with vegetation. Along both sides of the street, rows of brightly lit shops bustled with throngs of visitors, creating a lively scene. This once barren, isolated mountain area had transformed completely following the appearance of the interdimensional portal, drawing in a large influx of beast tamers. Consequently, surrounding industries had quickly flourished. Su Liliang introduced the area while pointing toward a central open space, not far off. In the middle of the plaza floated a transparent vortex about the size of a small house, gently rotating with a soft glow like the surface of water. Peering through the vortex, one could faintly make out another cluster of buildings on the other side. Lin Shu gazed intently in that direction, curiosity welling up inside him, while his three teammates stared without blinking. After the bus pulled into the parking lot at the entrance and came to a stop, everyone gathered their luggage and headed forward. Passing along a stone-paved path, they entered a residential zone dedicated to tourists. Hotels, guest houses, and inns were densely packed. They stopped in front of a white-walled hotel over 10 stories tall. "This is where we'll stay tonight. Bring your luggage inside to the lobby first," Gu Zhenbong signaled with a raised hand. The group didn't have much luggage, mostly just one suitcase each. Lin Shu only carried a backpack. If not for the fear of drawing attention, he wouldn't have brought anything since the storage space in the dark was sufficient. In contrast, the three girls each held 2 rolling suitcases and several large bags, leaving everyone wondering what exactly was inside. After moving their luggage, the team followed Gu Zhenbong to the front desk to check in, soon receiving their room cards. The school was generous. Each person got a private room. "Put your things away first, then we'll go out for a walk and dinner." Gu Zhenbong gathered everyone. "We check out sharply at 8:30 tomorrow morning, then head straight to the other world." "Got it. Got it." They all replied in unison. He added, "Don't wander off at night, and get back early to rest." His gaze landed on Lei Wu and the other 3 senior students. "You all take good care of the juniors." "Understood, teacher." Lei Wu's rough voice echoed through the lobby. With instructions finished, the team dispersed. Lin Shu took the elevator up to the 12th floor and swiped his card to enter. A faint, pleasant fragrance greeted him. The room was spacious and bright, with a minimalist yet refined style. The carpet seemed crafted from some kind of beast's hide, soft and resilient underfoot. The ceiling was noticeably higher than usual, clearly built to accommodate large beasts. The suite was divided into a master bedroom and a dedicated beast room, fully equipped with water storage, fire, and electrical facilities. A drawer contained a manual explaining their functions. Back in the bedroom, a plush lounge area sat next to the bed, beside floor-to-ceiling windows occupying nearly the entire wall. From the 12th floor, the panoramic view looked out over rows of shops in the distance. Setting down his backpack, Lin Shu gazed out at the view beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. He hesitated about whether to take a stroll nearby, when his phone suddenly lit up. The school team group chat was buzzing. Lei Wu sent a voice message, with the background noise of a busy street audible. "Anyone want to hang out together? I've been here a few times. I know the area well, and found some pretty good restaurants." Minhu quickly replied, "I'm in," and Ling Shi chimed in, "Me too." Lei Wu messaged again, "All right then, whoever wants to come, be down in the lobby within 5 minutes. No pressure." Bored, Lin Shu finished reading, snapped his phone shut, and headed for the elevator. Having someone to follow was exactly what he wanted. The elevator dinged open on the first floor, and as Lin Shu stepped out, he spotted several people already waiting by the lobby sofas. Lei Wu, Li Shuheng, Minhu, Ling Shi, and Gao Feng. None of the 3 girls were there. Obviously, they had other plans. Lin Shu hurried to join the group. Li Shuheng whispered, "Lin Shu's here too, so let's go. I just asked Chen Yujia and the others. They don't want to come out." Everyone nodded and followed the 2 seniors out of the hotel, heading toward the nearby snack street. Around the hotel, a few brightly lit snack streets bustled with people shoulder to shoulder, filled with the aroma of cooking. Spices, grilled flavors, and charcoal smoke mingled in the night breeze, whetting appetites. Lei Wu expertly brought them to a stall with a glowing sign that read "Grilled Ink Squid." A large red squid sizzled over pink-hot coals, its ink bubbling loudly in the heat and filling the air with a strong aroma. Most of the ingredients here were from other worlds and evolved specialty. Lei Wu stared at the grill, eyes gleaming. This stuff smells amazing. I have to try it every time I come. The whole squid is just 58 yuan and about the size of a wash basin. Even after grilling, half of it's left. He paid the vendor, who skewered and portioned the squid, saying, "Come on, everyone, try some. It's on me." Lin Shu and the others took turns accepting the skewers. "Thanks, Senior Lei Wu." The skewers were hot and spicy, chili powder and cumin seeds shimmering in the oil. Lin Shu bit into a piece, the texture tender and smooth, with the squid's ink lending a unique, briny sweetness that made his appetite soar. Monster meat really was something special. Just as he was about to take a second bite, he felt a movement at his waist. He darted up to his leg, eyes fixed intently on the squid, tail wagging nonstop. Beside them, Tu Yao showed no greed but kept a watchful eye on the crowd. "Here you go, little glutton." Lin Shu handed over the other half of the skewer. Hei Yi gobbled it down in moments. He bought 3 more skewers, giving one each to Hei Yi and Tu Yao while keeping one for himself, finally calming Hei Yi down. The others, hooked by the flavor, ordered more skewers as well. They walked on eating, the squid glazed with sauce glistening in the night, its scent trailing behind them. At the end of the street was a commercial area, where vibrant neon signs wove colorful ribbons in the darkness. The route was lined mostly with hotels, snack stalls, and a few toy shops. The shop exclusively sold beast-taming dolls, all specialties from Yenzhou. The shelves and walls were packed tightly, filled at first glance with palm-sized dolls of withered leaf butterflies, yellow leaf grass, and other wood element creatures. Occasionally, a few scattered beast-taming shops appeared, their cages mostly housing the most common, ordinary species found in the fragmented otherworld. Seeing the group excitedly looking around, Li Shuheng took the opportunity to remind them, the withered wood forest is just a shattered otherworld. The quality of beasts here is generally low. Just take a look. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu looked up, shifting his gaze from the dolls to the small iron cages in the shop. The withered leaf butterflies and yellow leaf grass creatures woodlement juveniles huddled in corners, their wings and leaves tinged with dry brown. Noticing the visitors, a shop assistant immediately called out, "Gentlemen, come take a look. These are all very healthy beasts." As he spoke, he enthusiastically listed off their advantages. Lin Shu discreetly pulled up his info panel to check their stats. Low level, average talents, just as Li Shuheng said, no highlights whatsoever. He had hoped to luck out with a hidden gem, so he felt a little disappointed. But recalling that this fragmented otherworld couldn't nurture beasts above level 30, he came to terms with it. The group then strolled down the street, soaking in the local customs that were completely different from Binzhou. When they finally glanced up, the electronic clock on the street showed exactly 9 o'clock, prompting them to return to the hotel for rest. The next morning in the lobby, everyone was ready to set off. After checking out, Su Liliang deposited everyone's luggage at the front desk to avoid dragging it during their travels through the otherworld. Then the group headed toward the entrance of Witheredwood Forest. Since the crowd was light, Su Liliang bought all the entrance tickets at once to skip the lines. When he returned, Gu Zhenbong pulled out several copies of the Common Beast Taming Handbook of Witheredwood Forest and distributed them to 4 reservists, including Lin Shu. Don't underestimate these beasts just because their levels are low. The guide has all their habits and weaknesses, study it carefully. Lin Shu opened the handbook. Each page featured clear images of beasts at the top, with detailed info below on attributes, level ranges, behaviors, and vulnerabilities perfectly clear for newcomers to this other world. A few minutes later, Su Liliang handed out official paper maps. "Keep these safe." Lin Shu unfolded the map, noting the clearly color-coded zones and marked hotspots for key beast spawns. The tower-shaped icon in the center stood out, the trial tower, the ultimate goal of their journey. Once everything was packed up, the group stepped before the transparent light barrier leading to the teleportation passage. Seeing some newcomers visibly tense, Gu Zhenbong reminded them, "We're about to cross dimensions. Take deep breaths. Lightheadedness is normal, don't panic." Lin Shu suddenly recalled that the first time he entered the home of beast tamers, he hadn't experienced discomfort, making him a bit curious. Still, he kept moving forward. As he stepped through the barrier, the light shifted abruptly, and the sensation of the world spinning swept over his mind. Overwhelming dizziness churned his stomach, but gritting his teeth, he managed not to vomit. Min Hu, Ling Shi, and Chu Exin didn't fare as well. The 3 almost simultaneously crouched to the ground, dry heaves escaping in unison, their faces pale as paper. Lin Shu covered his forehead silently, thinking, "This side effect is way too intense." The 3 of them sat down on the ground without any concern for appearances, resting for a while before feeling much better. "Look at you all, really. Keep up." Gu Zhenbong shook his head and stood up first, heading forward along the muddy dirt road. The 3 quickly lowered their heads and jogged to catch up, clearly embarrassed by their earlier disheveled state. The episode quickly passed. The group stepped onto a dirt road covered in autumn colors, flanked by rows of grayish-brown wooden buildings, with dead leaves swirling in the wind beneath the eaves. Lin Shu glanced up at the mountains stretching in the distance, bare trees covering the highlands. Almost no green leaves in sight. The remaining leaves were all yellowed, as if a gust of wind could blow them all away. This was where the name Deadwood Forest came from. Everything bore the mottled marks of time. The dry leaves underfoot cracked and crunched with every step. The area wasn't very large, yet not small, a size roughly comparable to half of the southern district of a city. Gu Zhenbang considered carefully before giving this estimate. Along the way, scattered soldiers patrolled the forest. They were responsible for periodic cleanup and extermination of excessively dangerous spirit beasts. But no matter how many times they cleared the area each year, new threats kept emerging. This was the daily struggle these soldiers faced. Is the trial tower really that far? Are we walking all the way? Minhu frowned as he recalled the tower's location on the map. Before anyone could respond, Chun Yujia answered quickly, "Don't worry. I thought the same the first time. There's a shuttle point ahead. You can take a vehicle from there." Relieved by the explanation, Minhu relaxed. The main group continued along the dirt road and soon reached the shuttle point. Everyone boarded a green minibus. The bus turned around and drove onto a winding, rugged mountain path heading into the heart of the Deadwood Forest. Lin Shu pressed his forehead against the window, noticing that the scenery along the way was much the same as at the entrance, except for the occasional glimpses of wild spirit beasts darting between the trees. At the far end of his view, a pale gray tower peak faintly appeared, signaling the trial tower was close. The minibus finally stopped in a clearing just meters from the tower's base. Many eager young people had already gathered there. Lin Shu looked up carefully. The tower was built from simple bricks and stones, with weathered greenish-gray patches showing the marks of age. It wasn't very tall, only about 10 or so floors. At close inspection, there was little difference from a regular watchtower. To the tower's left stood a small wooden hut made of deadwood, quietly manned by 2 staff members responsible for opening and closing the trial tower. This tower admits 50 people at a time, across 4 age groups, Gu Zhenbang reminded the group. Lin Shu quickly did the math. That meant 200 people at once. Luckily, there weren't many people around now, or there would be long lines. It'll be a while before it opens. Gu Zhenbang scanned the group. How's your secret arts training? Let me tell you, the spirit beasts inside aren't dumb. Their top target is spirit beast tamers. Though his tone was calm, he cast the danger squarely onto the shoulders of the 4 reservists. Lin Shu knew this. While non-human tribes always valued practical combat. Without secret arts enhancements, spirit beast tamers inside would be fragile, breaking at the slightest touch. We've mastered them. The 4 of them spoke in unison. The damage transfer technique wasn't very difficult and was relatively easy to master. Not bad at all. Gu Zhenbang nodded with satisfaction, praising their diligence and practice. Then he turned to Lin Shu and said, "You can bring both of your spirit beasts inside. The tower won't reject them." Being able to contract with 2 spirit beasts at such a young age is a talent in itself. Lin Shu had originally planned to inscribe the damage transfer runes on Heiyi first, but hearing he could bring 2 spirit beasts in, he couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. The alien tribe selection process truly prioritized innate talent, and this was the perfect chance to have Tuyao serve as his shield. Several senior students revealed envious expressions upon hearing this. They had only contracted 1 spirit beast each so far, and hadn't even seen a second one, mostly because they couldn't afford to raise another. Compared to them, even if Lin Shu left Tuyao aside, his own strength could steadily improve over time. "Don't think about rushing up too many floors just yet," Su Liliang reminded them, his voice low and serious, pouring a bucket of cold water on the 2 freshmen. "This trial mainly tests your seniors, and also helps you 2 get familiar with the environment. After all, it's been less than 2 months since you contracted your spirit beasts." These words were more intended for Minhu. His expectations for Lin Shu were much higher, guessing he might reach the 3rd floor. Minhu was expected to make it to the 2nd. Before the words even finished, the ancient tower's surface glimmered with faint lights, spreading outward layer by layer from the base. The 12th tower suddenly lit up brilliantly. Seeing this, Gu Zhenbang called out, "It's already activated. Hurry up." Lin Shu took a deep breath and stepped through the trial tower's gate. As he entered, the world spun around him and darkness enveloped everything, so dense it was pitch black. Suddenly, scattered points of light appeared, tracing lines in the air, quickly shifting into a cascade of colors spreading through his vision. The scene blurred and shattered like broken glass exploding, blinding him for a moment. The next instant, the scene changed abruptly. Lin Shu blinked and found himself standing in a spacious chamber. The dome above was several meters high, flowing like black water. Beneath his feet were hard brown stone slabs, and the vastness around made it feel like a giant plaza. In the center stood a glowing circular ring, swirling gray mist churning inside, as if nurturing some living creature. Immediately upon arrival, Heiyi darted ahead of Lin Shu, lowering its body and perked up its ears to scout the surroundings. Usually a bit goofy, Tuyao was alert now, sidling close to his master with its shoulder-high stature fully blocking the front, taking on a protective posture. Seeing this, Lin Shu's lips curved into a faint smile. The swirling gray mist suddenly stilled, and a ghostly figure gradually solidified, a full-grown forest wolf. Its body was nearly 3 meters long, with long limbs and pale yellow eyes that revealed an unrestrained bloodthirsty impulse. Its sharp teeth gleamed menacingly, as if it wanted nothing more than to tear the boy apart immediately. Just as Gu Jinbang had said, the forest wolf paid no attention to He Yi standing in front. It crouched low and sprang at Lin Shu with explosive power. Yet faced with this sudden assault, Lin Shu remained calm. He Yi's frontline suppression combined with Tuyo's rocky armor protection formed a double layer of defense. The forest wolf would have no way out. Lin Shu's gaze shifted toward the forest wolf. Name: Forest Wolf. Level: LV1 10 max level, LV26. Status: Frenzied. Quality: Common. Element: Wood. Talent: None. Skills: Basic Bite Mastery 040, Claw Strike Mastery 040. Intermediate Swift Dodge Novice 040. Overall, the stats were unremarkable, clearly just a warm-up. Lin Shu didn't even bother giving orders. In the next moment, He Yi's figure flashed like a ghost, silently appearing behind the forest wolf. A flash of white blades swept through cleanly, like slicing tofu. The wolf's head rolled away, fangs glinting, blood spraying, and its body crashed to the ground. Against the cutting aura, the wolf was as fragile as a sheet of paper. He Yi flicked the droplets of blood from his arm, his expression calm and composed, as if hunting was second nature. Moments later, the wolf's corpse turned to dust and disappeared. Lin Shu wasn't surprised after all. The trial tower was built on illusions. Soon after, tiny green lights wrapped around Lin Shu, He Yi, and Tuyo, the flowing vitality quickly dispelling their slight fatigue and healing even minor scrapes. Clearly, the trial tower automatically restored the condition of its beast tamers and their beasts after clearing each floor. The green glow faded swiftly, likely because none had sustained serious injury. The ground trembled lightly, and a black vortex opened in the center of the plaza. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shu was sucked in and teleported to the next floor. Outside the trial tower, Gu Jinbang was chatting casually with Su Liliang. How far do you think Lin Shu will make it this time? Su Liliang gazed at the tower, a hopeful expression on his face. Gu Jinbang held a cigarette between his lips, exhaling slowly. If he'd come a few months later, with how fast he's progressing now, I bet he could breeze straight through to the 8th floor. With his current strength, getting past the 3rd floor won't be a problem. Hearing this assessment, Su Liliang nodded without arguing. Among the entire school team, Lin Shu's a real talent. Gaofeng might barely count as a semi-talent. The others are average at best, Gu Jinbang said, glancing back at the trial tower. Su Liliang didn't comment, instead pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. Not far away, on an open patch of ground, a casually dressed man stood quietly watching the towering spire. Wearing a black and white striped t-shirt, off-white shorts, and black flip-flops, with a bottle of chilled drink in hand, he appeared relaxed and nonchalant, occasionally stretching his limbs. Just getting started, huh? Lucky I didn't show up late, he murmured, squinting. Let's see if there's any surprise waiting. This man was Gu Li. In just half a day, he had flipped through all of Lin Shu's data and naturally recognized the junior. Years ago, Gu Li himself had challenged the trial tower here, barely making it past the 9th floor on his first try. That initial attempt, reaching only the 9th floor, was impressive at the time, but left him with some regret at not reaching the top. It was a pity that Lin Shu only had a short time to control his beast. Otherwise, he was curious to see just how far it could push its limits. The fleeting thought vanished quickly as Lin Shu and He Yi encountered a new monster on the 2nd level. Before it could pose any real threat, He Yi unleashed a blade like chi strike sharp and fast as lightning, cutting as if slicing through melons and vegetables. Given He Yi's current attack power, only a handful of beasts at the same level could withstand such a blow, and even then, only those specialized in defense might hold on for a few more strikes. Sweeping forward relentlessly, they broke through directly to the 4th level. Here, the difficulty jumped dramatically, greeting them with a golden-striped white tiger. The white tiger stretched almost 5 meters long, pure white all over, with golden stripes winding along its spine. Its massive tiger head, nearly as big as a basin, was held high. The blood-red mouth revealed thumb-thick fangs, while the golden king character marking on its forehead shimmered ominously, radiating a fierce air. Just one glance told Lin Shu that this battle would be no small challenge. Name: Golden Striped White Tiger. Level: 17 max level 49. Status: Berserk. Quality: Elite. Attribute: Metal. Talent: None. Skills: Basic Tiger Claw Perfect 050, Iron Tail Perfect 050, Fierce Pounce, and Bite Perfect 050. Intermediate Roar Small Mastery 060, Golden Light Blade Small Mastery 060. A golden striped white tiger with skills at this level could instantly kill 80 of contracted beasts belonging to trainers its age, and this was only the 4th level. He Yi's usual relaxed expression vanished, crossing its arms defensively, ready to take the fight head in. As the white tiger's form solidified completely, Lin Shu didn't hesitate to command, "Go." It was crucial to strike first if the tiger managed to unleash its roar. Hey Yes mental defenses might not hold out. Hey Yi instantly moved in a double shadow strike. 3 afterimages attacked simultaneously. The tiger's snow-white tail swept like an iron whip. Smack! Smack! Air cracked and 2 afterimages shattered on the Spoda testament to the iron tail's incredible power. Hey Yi seized the opportunity to close in, stabbing 3 times into the tiger's abdomen. The blades tore through flesh before vanishing in an instant. The searing pain caused the golden-striped white tiger to howl deafeningly. Originally white fur around its belly was soaked in blood. It glared fiercely at Lin Shu, then twisted and ran wildly toward a corner, blood trailing behind it like a long streak across the ground. It's about to use a skill void walk. Lin Shu's eye sharpened. Hei Yi understood immediately, swinging its arms with lightning speed, sending blade chi flying. The golden-striped white tiger tried to evade but was slowed by its injured abdomen. The blade shredded its side, flinging flesh and blood. In the next moment, Hei Yi stepped into void walk, its shadow flickering to the tiger's side. Both arms rained down like twin blades in a flurry. Within a blink, more than 10 strikes hit. The massive tiger twitched briefly before going stiff and lifeless. One more hit would have turned it into a bloody pulp. Hei Yi finally sheathed its blades and stepped back, chest rising and falling heavily though victorious. The intense battle had still drained significant energy. But compared to when he first entered the secret realm, Lin Shu noted his stamina had improved greatly. Watching Hei Yi's performance, he felt very satisfied. The multiple combat combos he had designed for Hei Yi during training played out flawlessly now, almost requiring no direct control. At this moment, Tu Yao stood with hands spread, still guarding against any incoming attacks even though their opponent was already down and out. A few figures slowly appeared outside the trial tower. It was the school team members. Having just been teleported out by the tower's light, their expressions varied, and their steps involuntarily slowed as they made their way to the 2 coaches waiting to receive them. Gu Zhenbang stood with arms crossed, while Su Liliang pushed up his glasses. The 2 exchanged a glance and nearly spoke in unison. Well? Speak up, let's have some fun. The group parted their lips, but found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, Lei Wu cleared his throat and quietly reported his result first, 5th level. Once one had spoken, the others quickly followed. Official members, Li Shuhing also reached the 5th level. Lan Mengzhu and Chun Yujia stopped at the 4th level. Reserve members, Ling Shi and Chu Xian both got stuck on the 4th level as well. Min Hu scratched the back of his head awkwardly and muttered 2 words, 2nd level. This result did not surprise the 2 coaches. The most eye-catching, however, was Gao Feng's 6th level. His voice was calm, but still drew astonished looks from the others. After hearing the reports, Gu Zhenbang simply nodded. Not too bad. Improvement over before. Fairly acceptable. Reaching the 5th level shows some talent. 6 to 8 level stats when you're a true genius. Beyond that, only a few in the entire province. Gao Feng did well. Everyone else, step it up when you go back. The coaches showed no anger, which eased everyone's nerves. But soon, they noticed Lin Shu was missing from the group. Sir, where's Lin Shu? Hasn't he come out yet? Min Hu asked anxiously. Gu Zhenbang snorted through his nose, a mixture of disappointment and pride seeming to rise. Just wait and see. Lin Shu's doing a lot better than you all. No sooner had he spoken than a dazzling crimson light suddenly flared up from the 7th level of the trial tower, bathing the entire floor in a deep red glow. No way Ho's the expert that actually made it to the 7th level? Look, the students gathered below the tower erupted in excited murmurs, their gazes snapping to that blazing red light. Everyone knew what it meant to reach the 7th level. The school team members looked up too, their expressions complex. That's Lin Shu, right? Min Hu's tone was laced with both hope and hesitation. Unlikely, but not impossible, Su Liliang analyzed rationally. The guardian of the 6th level is a perfect quality tier 20 beast, with several perfect level skills. It won't be easy for Lin Shu to get past. The others silently nodded in agreement. Even Gu Zhenbang remained silent, tacitly accepting this assessment. Nearby, Gu Li squinted with interest. If it really is him, that's incredible. He's already on the 7th level now. Maybe in a few months, he could actually clear the whole trial. His eyes sparkled brighter, filled with anticipation. At this very moment, Lin Shu himself, trapped on the 7th level, was completely oblivious to the speculation outside. The rapid changes in terrain and rising pressure soaked him in sweat. Starting from the 5th level, the difficulty of the trial had leapt sharply, with the scenes no longer confined to ordinary open squares, but shifting to all sorts of challenging terrains. The desert environment on the 5th level and the snowy terrain on the 6th had already pushed him to his limits. By the time he reached the 7th level, Lin Shu had exhausted nearly all his means just to scrape through. 2 months of growth was still far too little. The 7th level's environment wasn't excessively harsh. Towering trees rose straight up, their dense branches intertwining, clearly forming a confined, narrow forest. Lin Shu scanned the area and breathed a sigh of relief. The tight space and countless blind spots were perfect for Hei Yi to operate in the dim light, much better than the boundless snowy fields. At the far end of his vision, a tall figure slowly emerged. The gate guardian beast, the dueling Jadehorn. Lin Shu had never seen this new species before. It was clearly native only to this other world. Its massive form resembled a fine horse, but with a single emerald horn set in its forehead and slender, pointed ears like an elf's. Its light green fur swayed gently, radiating an aura both solemn and ethereal. Name: Dueling Jadehorn. Level LV22, Cap LV89. Status normal. Quality perfect. Attribute wood. Talent none. Skills: Basic Horn Charge Perfect 050. Vine Lash Perfect 050. Spinning Strike Perfect 050. Floral Wound Perfect 050. Intermediate Flying Leaf Whirlwind Minor 060. Spirit of Flora Passive Minor 060. TCH. This is ridiculous, Lin Shu cursed silently. The stat sheet nearly crushed him. He was completely countered here, and on top of that, the forest terrain was the Jadehorn's home turf. Especially with the intermediate passive skill, Spirit of Flora, allowing it to absorb energy from surrounding plants to quickly heal. If he couldn't kill it instantly, it would wear him down slowly but surely. After a brief pause, Lin Shu decided not to hold back any longer and immediately activated his Beast Tamer talent, Illusory Bloom. It usually helped him grind proficiency, but now it would be unleashed in combat. His mental energy drained rapidly as he gritted his teeth to form a mirror image with 20% of power, already the limit of what his spirit could bear. In a flash of lightning, the clone took shape and stood frozen in place. Lin Shu vaulted onto the back of Tua, preparing to command from a distance. Almost simultaneously, the dueling Jadehorn launched its attack, targeting Lin Shu himself. The ground suddenly cracked open and twisting vines burst forth, trying to trap him tight. Luckily, Tua reacted quickly and rolled away just in time. The sneak attack failed, and blades then fell like a sudden storm, forcing the Jadehorn's body to crisscross with wounds. Yet the cuts healed swiftly amid flickering green light. It was the Spirit of Flora working. The fight couldn't drag on. Lin Shu ordered his clone to rush in for support. Even at only 20% strength, it would make an excellent target to draw fire. In an instant, two circled left and right, darting and weaving with blades flashing, confusing the Jadehorn to the point of dizziness. It felt like having two flies buzzing constantly at its ears. In frustration, the beast stomped the ground, scattering leaves into the air where they swirled into a green tornado like a locust swarm, roaring toward the illusions. It wanted to kill those damned flies. It stopped caring even about Lin Shu, its tamer. The assault reached the night mirror in the blink of an eye, just as it was about to be struck. Lin Shu acted without hesitation, commanding the mirror to perform Void Walk, deftly dodging the sweeping vines and sharp claws of the charging Delingu horned beast with near-perfect precision. This mirror not only replicated Knight's appearance, but also inherited all of Knight's talents. Unfortunately, the cooldown for Void Walk only allowed 2 uses, and one had already been spent. The Delingu horned beast's attack missed, leaving it off balance as it surged forward. Seizing the moment, Knight unleashed a flurry of silver blade strikes, carving bright white arcs through the air that left splatters of blood on the ground. Though the Delingu beast possessed the restorative power of plant spirits, it was not known for defense. Once metal sliced through its flesh, the healing couldn't keep up with the relentless blade strikes. The wounds widened instead of closing. In just a few breaths, the once non-lethal injuries had turned dangerously severe. Anger, pain, and fear swirled together as its horn trembled. A whirlwind of flying leaves burst forth wildly like an out-of-control mower, the sharp blades cutting through the air with a fierce hiss. Yet Knight and the mirror avoided direct confrontation. Maintaining a guerrilla tactic, the mirror continuously taunted and drew fire, while Knight lurked in the shadows, accumulating wounds stroke by stroke. The Delingu beast was helpless, forced to wildly lash its vines and leaf blades in place, draining both stamina and spirit. In the past, it could rely on its powerful regeneration to outlast opponents, but here in the trial tower, it was the one being worn down. 10 minutes later, a mournful howl shattered the silence as the massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Even in death, its blood-red eyes stared defiantly, fangs clenched tightly, as if unwilling to accept such a humiliating end. When the battle ended, Lin Shu leapt down from Tuyu's back, legs weak and sweat dripping down his forehead. Panting steadily, he withdrew the mirror. Knight collapsed harshly onto his back, rolling over to let the tower's automatic healing light seal his wounds. The 7th floor proved to be the current limit, and Lin Shu felt a measure of satisfaction. After a brief rest, he resolutely stepped onto the 8th floor. The scene instantly changed from rocky terrain to a vast, boundless lake, with no solid ground in sight except for the shimmering water's surface. The guardian beast Deepwater Hell Shark, level 24, perfect quality, hid beneath the depths, its tail fins stirring gentle ripples. This environment was highly unfavorable to Lin Shu. Although Knight could fly, neither Tuyo nor Lin Shu himself could. Even riding on Knight's back, they couldn't maintain a prolonged aerial standoff. Night dove several times to slash downward, but only left white trails on the water's surface. Each time the shark exploded up in a spray and snapped its massive jaws. Its sharp triangular teeth shredded the air. After several probes, Night was left feeling powerless. Eventually, it perished in that gaping maw of bloodthirst, marking the end of Lin Shu's trial. Outside the tower's plaza, students gathered by the light column. Someone shouted excitedly, "Look, the 8th floor lit up." Cameras flashed repeatedly. The long and lit number set the crowd buzzing. Soon, however, the dazzling light dimmed again, and a chorus of disappointed sighs rose among them. In an instant, Lin Shu's figure was teleported outside the tower. His mind buzzed, consciousness feeling drained, couldn't tell if it was from overusing his talents or a side effect of the trial tower. He staggered mechanically, heading toward the school team. The team first saw the 8th floor briefly light up, then caught sight of a stumbling youth suddenly appearing out of thin air. His expression froze instantly. Could this be Lin Shu, the one who had reached the 8th floor? Surprise, disbelief, and admiration flickered through their eyes. Lin Shu's steps wavered, cold sweat soaking his forehead. He barely managed to lift his eyes, his spirit clearly ravaged by the tower's relentless drain. Seeing this, teachers Gu Jinbong and Su Liliang hurried over, grasping his arms on either side to steady him. Together, they helped him onto a folding chair. Noticing that Lin Shu seemed mentally unsettled, everyone suppressed their doubts and waited patiently for him to recover. After just a few minutes, he finally steadied himself. He raised a hand to his forehead, fingertips brushing against a fine layer of cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled from water. Su Liliang, quick and sharp-eyed, immediately handed him a bottle of chilled drinking water. "Thanks," Lin Shu said, taking the bottle and tilting his head back to take a long gulp. His Adam's apple bobbed as the cool liquid flowed down his throat, bringing visible relief. Setting the bottle down, he suddenly realized he was surrounded by his teammates, all beaming with anticipation as if waiting for some great news. Seeing this, Su Liliang leaned in quietly, though his excitement was hard to hide. "Lin Shu, you're the one who reached the 8th level, right?" The others around him stared intently, as if willing the answer out of him. "Yes, Teacher Su." Lin Shu nodded without hesitation. "Awesome. That's incredible." Several of the guys erupted first, their surprised exclamations full of respect. They all understood what reaching the 8th level meant. The 3 girls nearby gave enthusiastic thumbs-ups, their eyes sparkling. Even the usually composed Gu Jinbong was grinning so widely his smile seemed to bloom like a flower. Congratulations erupted all around, with no envy in sight. The entire team's mood felt as warm as early spring sunshine. Lin Shu's ears flushed slightly from the praise, and he could only murmur, "Just lucky, really." Everyone knew his nature, always humble, never boastful, so nobody was surprised by his modesty. All right, let him rest, no more noise." Gu Jinbong waved his hand, speaking in a tone like a school nurse giving instructions. "Mental energy takes a big hit. He needs quiet." Immediately, the group fell silent and spaced out, leaving a wide open area for Lin Shu. Then they were called by Gu Jinbong to continue the tower challenges. Lin Shu sat back in the resting area, rubbing at his hairline where a slight chill eased the dull ache. In a corner, Guli paced restlessly, muttering under his breath, "Seriously, this is just crazy, so unbelievable." He had pushed himself to reach the 9th level, yet Lin Shu had casually stepped onto the 8th. The gap nearly made him dislocate his jaw. Lin Shu's earlier exertion had already drawn the attention of the other teams nearby. From not far off, low murmurs spread. Where did he come from? How old is he? Some bold ones even tried to approach and strike up conversation. Luckily, teachers Gu Jinbong and Su Liliang stood guard, turning away these strangers' enthusiasm. Guli was anxious but understood this wasn't the moment to make a movie in the eyes of the 2 teachers. Lin Shu was their treasure, and anyone who wanted close had to get past them first. Since everyone would be stuck in this strange world for several more days, Guli decided he'd wait for another chance to talk. Just then, Lin Shu's phone vibrated, the screen lighting up. Even here in the other world, communication towers were fully set up, ensuring smooth signal. The message was from Bai Shang, asking how Lin Shu had done in the tower challenge. Lin Shu grinned broadly. He preferred not to brag, but when a friend reached out first, he had to be honest. He quickly replied, sending his 8th level achievement. Bai Shang knew exactly how valuable that level was. Next week, their own Central No. 1 high school would challenge the Withered Wood Forest Trial Tower. Upon reading the message, Bai Shang's eyes went wide, and he responded with 3 incredulous question marks. Full of disbelief. In the afternoon, after everyone finished lunch at a nearby restaurant, Gu Jinbong continued leading the senior students in training at the trial tower. Lin Shu and 3 other reserve teammates were led out of the camp by Su Liliang. Their main task was simply to get a feel for the trial tower. After all, their real goal was to prepare for the upcoming Binzhou Cup, so there was no need to repeatedly push through high-intensity challenges like the official school team seniors. The 4 followed Su Liliang along a muddy dirt path, trudging deeper into the forest. The wet soil and fallen leaves cracked and crunched underfoot. About 5 minutes later, they arrived at a flat area at the foot of a small barren hill marked as Killen Mountain on the map. The view was open but desolate, littered with dead branches and withered leaves. We'll be active around here this afternoon, sparring with some wild spirit beasts to build practical combat experience, Su Liliang said as he raised his hand to summon his spirit beast, the mandala serpent. A black shadow appeared beside him, and a 7 or 8 meter long black-striped giant serpent suddenly coiled into view. Its hard, glossy black scales rubbed against the dead branches with a faint rustling. The triangular snake head lifted slightly, its cold, menacing vertical pupils flickering with dark light. Sharp fangs peeked from its mouth, sending a chill down one's spine, while its slender tongue flickered out repeatedly, sensing the air for scents. An info panel immediately appeared. Name, Mandala Serpent. Level, LV 6112-2610 HP. Max level, LV 100. Status, Lazy. Quality, Lord. Element, Poison Dark. Talent, None. Skills, Basic Poison Needle, Minor 13200, Sway, Minor 22200, Strangle, Minor 11200. Intermediate Camouflage, Mastery 3380, Cross Fong Poison, Perfect 33100. Advanced Berserk Toxin, Mastery 66160, Deep Violet Jin Poison, Perfect 22320, Dark Veil, Mastery 22160. Superior Corruption Power, Small Mastery 23240. It was Lin Shu's first time seeing such a spirit beast, and he was shaken inside. The other three couldn't look away either, clearly impressed by this school team coach's power raising a 6th-rank spirit beast to train high school students with ease. Only wild spirit beasts up to level 12 appear here. That's just right for you all, Su Liliang said, pointing at the ground beneath their feet and then at the nearby hill. Don't go beyond that hill, or I can't guarantee your safety. Stay alert at all times. After the warning, he gave them freedom to move as they wished. Before he finished speaking, the mandala serpent already twisted silently and slipped into the dead forest, vanishing in an instant. The four students exchanged glances and agreed to stick together for safety. However, Lin Shu shook his head and decided to go alone. He was confident that the protections of Nightfall and Earthflum assured he wouldn't get into trouble. Seeing his resolve, the other three didn't insist and instead turned left to leave together. Lin Shu advanced up the hillside with Nightfall and Earthflum. His steps cracked dry branches beneath his shoes, stirring up dust as he passed. The yellowed forest was filled with dead leaves and fallen wood, a scene of desolation everywhere. Suddenly, the bushes ahead rustled softly. Something darted through. It was a wild forest rabbit bounding away. The wild forest hare leapt high and stood atop a stone, clutching a fruit and greedily gnawing on it. The pale brown fruit was called the withered wood fruit, growing on the sparse, leafless branches of dead tree stand, otherwise gray-yellow tree, with only these fruits showing a hint of life. The withered wood fruit served as a staple food for wild spirit beasts in the deadwood forest, and the wild forest hare was by far the most numerous species here, almost overrunning the area. Its terrifying reproductive ability went without saying. Because of their numbers, the deadwood forest was one of the few otherworldly realms where free hunting was allowed. Killing other spirit beasts recklessly elsewhere would not only incur hefty fines, but could also land one in jail for serious offenses. To maintain the ecosystem, the authorities deployed a spirit beast called the Eye of Surveillance to monitor the entire realm. Lin Shu had heard Gu Jinbong mention that this eye could observe every movement and sound in the otherworld in real time. Not far away, Hei Yi hovered in the air. His dark gold vertical pupils narrowed as he fixed his gaze on the hare still nibbling the fruit, curiosity and restless energy flickering in his eyes. The wild forest hare glared back warily, clearly worried its meal might be snatched away. Hei Yi, known for his fierce temper, wouldn't tolerate such a challenge. He raised a paw and drew his blade, slashing a crescent-shaped arc of light behind his back. Although the level 5 hare instinctively tried to dodge sideways, it was a moment too slow. Blood splattered as its body was cleaved in half at the waist, staining the stone beneath crimson. Lin Shu said nothing to stop him. He actually hoped Hei Yi would see more blood. This was, after all, Hei Yi's true fighting nature. Just then, a faint blue notification appeared on his retina. Killed LV5 wild forest hare, proficiency 5. Can it work like this? Lin Shu paused briefly, then a grin spread uncontrollably across his face. So killing spirit beasts could also raise proficiency. He could actually grind by farming monsters to level up. Had he not arrived in the otherworld late, he might have discovered this feature long ago, since few opportunities to lawfully kill spirit beasts existed outside this realm. But even if he had found out late, it didn't matter. The key was he could use it now. He glanced toward the nearby herd of wild forest hares, rubbing his hands together until his knuckles cracked. Each one was a sparkling pool of proficiency points waiting to be drained. Just killing that single level 5 hare netted him 5 points, so proficiency must likely match the target's level. Lin Shu silently calculated, almost certain. With the thought firm in his mind, he immediately called He Yi to take flight. He Yi beat his wings and rose no more than a dozen meters high, but enough to scout the ground. Unfortunately, though numerous, the wild forest hares weren't stupid. Most retreated deep into their burrows, only emerging to forage occasionally, making Lin Shu's hunting trip rather tricky. Elsewhere, Su Liliang lounged leisurely against a massive rock, half reclining with closed eyes. Through a contract connection, he reached out to the mandala serpent to check on the group's status. At that moment, the mandala serpent lay hidden in shadows, vigilantly guarding them. After a brief exchange of mental waves, Su Liliang quickly received the update. Min Hu and two others were besieging a wild forest hare with brutal intent. Meanwhile, Lin Shu appeared mad, commanding He Yi to chase a frantically fleeing hare. A terrifying scene. As long as they're not causing trouble, it's fine to bully some wild forest hares, Su Liliang nodded approvingly. No chaos, just harassing those hares. That was perfectly acceptable. After all, he had been through the same. Just as Su Liliang began to relax, the mandala serpent issued a sharp warning. Danger! Danger! Before he could fully grasp what was happening, the surroundings darkened rapidly, as if a colossal shadow had blotted out the sky. Looking up, he saw a massive white raptor circling overhead, its wingspan nearly blotting out the sun and casting a shadow that swallowed the entire hillside. The overwhelming pressure made his heart race. Su Liliang judged that the creature was likely a level 8 or above, and a heavy weight settled deep in his chest. Before he could react, a figure leapt silently from the bird's back and landed gracefully. The newcomer wore a gentle smile tinged with apology. It was Gully. Sorry to startle you. I mean no harm, Gully said, patting his palm. Instantly, the huge white bird shrank rapidly, down to the size of a hand, and perched lightly on his shoulder. The ability to freely compress a beast's form was no ordinary tamer's skill. Su Liliang remained on alert, quietly wondering about this man's origins. His casual dress and humble demeanor didn't fit a villain, but neither was he a typical Rolfalower, a free-spirited mentor of sorts. Suppressing his unease, Su Liliang straightened and asked, May I know your business here? Gully smiled and introduced himself. Let me start by saying I'm Gully, head of the Mantis Martial Hall. Ah, so you're the Mantis Hall Master. Su Liliang's heart skipped a beat. When Lin Shu took leave for training last time, he went to the Mantis Martial Hall. Hadn't expected the Hall Master to be so formidable. I've come to speak with Lin Shu, Gully continued calmly. Rest assured, I won't harm him in the slightest. Su Liliang believed a force like this could easily overpower him. Since it was just a conversation, he had no right to interfere. After a moment's thought, he nodded. It's ultimately Lin Shu's choice. The summit is that way, he's up there. Thank you. Gully bowed slightly and began climbing the mountain. Before disappearing, he added, Don't worry, it'll be over quickly. Once the figure vanished, Su Liliang immediately began rallying help. He contacted Gu Jinbong, urging him to come swiftly, then called Principal Pei Yuanfang to report everything in detail. The white bird, Gully, Lin Shu. If anything happened to Lin Shu, the consequences would be severe. At the summit, Gully soon found Lin Shu, but the scene was unusual. Lin Shu was commanding He Yi and chasing a group of wild forest hares. With each beat of He Yi's wings, transparent blades of light sliced through the air, striking precise blows that cut the fleeing hares into pieces within moments. The hares rolled on the ground a few times before falling silent. Using a cannon to swat a mosquito, Gully's mouth twitched in disbelief. But then he noticed the solid density and length of the blade waves. It was already showing intermediate proficiency. Learned that just last week? That's incredibly fast progress. Remembering Lin Shu's achievements in the trial tower, the shock now seemed fitting. At that moment, He Yi also noticed Gully's presence after killing the hares. Seeing He Yi's movement, Lin Shu also glanced back and noticed Gu Li wearing a pair of black flip-flops. May I ask who you are? Lin Shu furrowed his brow slightly, taking a cautious step backward. His muscles tensed, ready to respond to any danger at a moment's notice. He could sense a deep and powerful aura from this person, clearly no ordinary opponent. Gu Li noticed Lin Shu's wariness and sighed inwardly. This kid is pretty cautious. Then he raised his hand in a calming gesture and spoke more slowly. Lin Shu, don't be nervous. I'm Gu Li, head of the Dowling Martial Hall. Worried he might not be believed, Gu Li took out his phone and called Wu Song. Putting the call on speaker, a noisy conversation immediately began. Hello, Hall Master. What's going on? Can't find Lin Shu. Wu Song guessed most of the situation as soon as he picked up. Gu Li held the phone high so Lin Shu could clearly hear the call. Confirming the voice was genuine, Lin Shu's shoulders relaxed slightly and his guard gradually lowered. It's nothing, hanging up now. Gu Li casually ended the call and put his phone away. On the other end, Wu Song stared blankly at the disconnected line, completely baffled by what the Hall Master was up to. With a smile, Gu Li approached Lin Shu and casually patted He Yi, who was standing nearby. He Yi looked up sharply and raised his blade arm defensively for a moment. then slowly relaxed upon realizing there was no threat. Guli nodded approvingly. This little mantis is well raised. Lin Shu calmed down completely and quickly ran through the situation in his mind. Su Liang was guarding outside, meaning both sides had verified each other. Since Guli had openly identified himself with Wu Song's confirmation, there was no immediate threat. The real question remained. Why had the Hall Master come to this other world looking for him? Hall Master, may I ask what you need from me? It's a long story, Guli shrugged. I was originally planning to return to Binzhou, but I heard from Wu Song that you came to Yenzhou, and since it's on the way, I thought I'd drop by. Mostly because he keeps bragging about you on calls and phishing messages calling you a once-in-a-century genius. That got me curious. The explanation made sense, and Lin Shu nodded slightly. His gaze drifted over Gu Li's shoulder where a small white bird perched quietly. Since the Hall Master was a Linka-class beast master, he obviously had more than one spirit beast after all. The head of Dowling Martial Hall wouldn't come without at least one mantis companion. Name, Bayou Spirit Falcon. Level, 88, 121880. Level cap, 100. Status, leisurely. Quality, Lord Attribute. Type, Flying Wind Talent. Skills, none. Basic Pecking Strike Subtle 11200. Air Raid Subtle 33200. Intermediate Winged Guard Subtle 25400. Swallow Return Subtle 12400. Advanced Wind Strike Perfect 21320. Windblade Cut Perfect 13320. Transcendent Cloud Exploring Falling Feather Mastery 111320. Boundless Wind Assault Perfect 222320. The densely packed panel of stats was etched into the stone surface before him. Lin Shu's eyes lit up, unable to hide his amazement. The power of a spirit awakening beast tamer truly defied belief. The white-feathered spirit falcon named Xiao Bai, the third beast tamed by Gu Li, already possessed such overwhelming ranks and skill data. Gu Li lightly stroked Xiao Bai's smooth crest, as if soothing a proud warrior, then looked up, catching Lin Shu's awestruck expression. This is my Xiao Bai. The two of them found a relatively clean boulder at the trial ground's edge and sat down. The mountain breeze stirred their clothing and ruffled Xiao Bai's long-tail feathers. The falcon lazily folded its wings, but its amber eyes stayed alert, scanning the surroundings. After some small talk, Gu Li shifted the conversation and finally revealed his intent. I watched your performance in the trial tower the whole time, absolutely astonishing. He paused, then continued admiringly. You know, I once entered that tower myself. The highest I could reach was the 9th floor. Beyond that, I just couldn't break through. But you? You shattered the record in one go. Your talent as a beast tamer is truly remarkable. Lin Shu wanted to modestly brush it off, but Gu Li's words came in a relentless flow, leaving no chance to interrupt. Suddenly, Gu Li's smile faded, and he asked seriously, have you thought about which university you want to attend? The abrupt question caught Lin Shu off guard. He was only a sophomore in high school, far from the college entrance exams, and had never seriously considered university plans. So he answered honestly, no? Gu Li nodded gently, as if expecting this. His gaze grew steady, as if weighing something, and after a moment he spoke slowly. Then let me introduce you to another aspect of myself. I'm also a mentor at Zhongzhou University. Being a mentor at Zhongzhou University is no ordinary status. Daxiao has 5 top-tier universities that consistently attract the nation's best and brightest young beast tamers. For countless students, these prestigious institutions are a dream destination. These 5 schools have produced more than half of Daxia's elite beast tamers, boasting numerous distinguished alumni. Zhongzhou University is not only among them, but has held a steady position in the top 3 for years. Although the overall strength of the 5 universities is quite close, 3 of them slightly outshine the others, with Zhongzhou included among those 3. Simply becoming a mentor at Zhongzhou University represents a very high level of status and skill. Consider this. Even a Linka-level beast tamer can only serve as a mentor here, which speaks volumes about the university's solid foundation. Lin Shu's expression shifted slightly, a detail Gu Li caught with a smile at the corner of his lips. The appeal of Zhongzhou University to high school students is obvious, almost no one can resist it. Gu Li seemed to enjoy building suspense and continued, I just became a mentor this year and don't have many students yet. Teachers are common, but exceptional talent is hard to find. I hope you'll join Zhongzhou University and be my student. Lin Shu was naturally eager to attend Zhongzhou University, but with the college entrance exam still some time away, he couldn't even apply yet. His confusion showed clearly, so Gu Li explained, true prodigies can gain admission early sometimes without even taking the entrance exam. Zhongzhou University has a seed program, and the other top universities have similar initiatives to offer special admissions. At your growth rate, staying 2 more years in high school would be a waste of time. The top universities can provide far superior resources than a high school can. After understanding this, Lin Shu realized that special admission wouldn't be easy and asked directly, what are the conditions for special admission? Gu Li held up 2 fingers. 2 options, satisfy one and you qualify. First, Reach level 45 as a beast tamer within a year and a half. Second, ascend to the 11th floor of the trial tower. There's no age limit for this. Such demanding criteria would discourage 99 of beast tamers. Few who accomplish either are extremely rare. But Lin Shu didn't feel overwhelmed. His method of gaining proficiency by defeating wild beasts gave him an extraordinary advantage in leveling up quickly. In half a year, he could achieve both. Seeing Lin Shu lower his head in thought, Guli assumed he worried about the pressure and reassured him, "Don't worry. With your talent and strength, completing either one of these will be easy for you. Once you satisfy one, all 5 top universities will open their doors to you, leaving you options. I won't hide the truth from you. The final choice of where to go is entirely up to you." His tone was calm and sincere. Lin Shu felt a warm clarity in his heart and respectfully bowed. "Thank you, sect leader, for answering my questions." Guli nodded, then turned his gaze toward the night, a faint softness appearing in his eyes. "My initial spirit beast is also the Shadow Mantis, if you agree to join Zhongzhou University as my student." These words were spoken by Gu Li with an unshakable conviction that brooked no refusal. Then he dropped an irresistible offer that would tempt most students. "I can provide the full evolved form of the Shadow Mantis, up to epic quality." On the surface, Lin Shu instantly showed uncontrollable joy, his eyes shining as if he were about to follow Gu Li away immediately. But deep down, he remained calm as an observer with the stats in hand. Epic quality was precious, but not unattainable. Faced with Gu Li's invitation, he simply played along with a performance of eagerness he didn't fully feel. Gu Li stood behind him, clenching his fist and raising it slightly, clearly pleased with Lin Shu's reaction. For any spirit beast tamer, the promise of a fully evolved form was almost a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and this young prodigy was no exception. "Master, once I meet the conditions, I'll definitely come find you," Lin Shu said, nodding firmly. A pathway leading directly to an epic-level evolution often meant strong backing and resources, and what he lacked most right now was exactly a sturdy, reliable patron. Given time, he would surely become the strongest. Having a powerful support would only make his journey steadier. "Very good." Gu Li casually tossed a simple black bracelet toward him. "Hey, race, a gift to welcome you." The bracelet landed in Lin Shu's palm, cool to the touch, a spatial ring with a capacity of 10 cubic meters. It could be bound using mental energy and opened at will. Gu Li added, "I put some spirit items in here I'm not using for now. They were brought back from another world and might come in handy for you." Lin Shu scanned briefly and confirmed the inner space matched its appearance, then politely replied, "I've already gathered most of these materials, but thank you anyway, Master." Hearing Master, Gu Li nodded with even greater satisfaction. "I meant to have you sign a mentor agreement, but forgot to bring it." "No matter. I trust your character, signing or not doesn't matter." They quickly exchanged contact information. "Let me know when your Shadow Mantis reaches level 25, Gu Li reminded him. "He'll prepare the evolution method and materials in advance. Don't neglect your sword techniques. That style has incredible potential, and you should see that yourself. He'll check in regularly, so don't slack off." "Thank you, Master. He'll keep working hard." Lin Shu's voice was steady and respectful. Gu Li suddenly seemed to recall something and added, "Almost forgot, you're basically taking away a prize student from Principal Pei. The principal wanted to develop you and bring glory to the school." Lin Shu had already considered this. He understood Principal Pei's hopes to win honors in various competitions for the school. If he left now, the principal's plans would be dashed. After some thought, he proposed a compromise. He would participate in the upcoming High School Cup individual tournament and try to win the championship, or score well on the college entrance exam to bring prestige digitally. Gu Li applauded the suggestion immediately. "Excellent. With your current skill, growth speed, and my guidance, winning the High School Cup individual championship is within reach. As for the college entrance exam, that's up to you. You can choose whether or not to take it." Meanwhile, inside the principal's office at Kanglan No. 2 High School, Pei Yuanfang set down the phone. His palms still warm from the handseat. Had just heard the full account of the otherworldly experience from Su Liming. When he learned that Lin Shu had charged straight to the 8th floor on his very first attempt inside the trial tower, he nearly jumped out of his leather chair, joy surging across his face. He really hadn't misjudged the boy. But when Su Liming mentioned that Gu Li, the head of the Mantis Martial Hall, specifically requested to see Lin Shu, Pei Yuanfang's expression darkened, veins twitching at his temple. Others might not know Gu Li's background, but Pei Dai wasn't just the head of Binzhou's Mantis Martial Hall, but also a professor at Zhongzhou University. Gu Li's appearance was clearly an attempt to snatch up a promising talent for himself. This wasn't a congratulatory visit at all. It was a move to poach someone under Pei's wing. Pei's fingers drummed rhythmically on the solid wooden desk, the crisp tapping echoing in the quiet room. With half-closed eyes, his mind raced. If Lin Shu was specially recruited, Kanglan No. 2 High would surely gain tremendous prestige. But once the student left, the school's overall results would take a hit. Torn between the pros and cons, happiness and worry, his heart felt split in two. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, shaking his head with a wry smile. How could he hold the student back for his own benefit? If it were him, he would also choose the higher platform. The brighter Lin Shu's future, the louder the school's reputation would ring in the end. The drop in academic performance was just something to figure out later. Having resolved this, he immediately redialed the phone, reassuring the two teachers leading the team in the other world and explaining the situation. After hanging up, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, a lush, tall tree swayed in the breeze. That sapling he had personally planted when he first arrived at the school, now grown so tall that its full form was almost hidden. People should be like this too, Pei Yuanfang sighed, a soft light flickering in his gaze through the thick leaves. In the stunted woodlands, Gu Zhenbang and Su Liliang stood side by side, watching. Lin Shu and Guli talked and laughed casually, both relaxed as if they'd come to some unspoken agreement. Gu Zhenbang smiled faintly, but his eyes held disbelief. A top institution personally recruiting a student, such an opportunity was the first he'd ever seen for one of his own pupils. Just 2 months ago, Lin Shu was a freshman. Now he was leaping up floors and breaking through the tower. His feelings were complicated. Golden scales aren't meant for the small pond. Su Liliang nodded in agreement, his usual dramatic tone carrying a deeper meaning. A beast tamer eligible to test for university early as a sophomore was exceedingly rare in Daxia. As they spoke, Gully glanced at the tall, sturdy earth elemental beast standing nearby, his eyes cautious. A contract beast must never be chosen lightly, and he knew this better than anyone. Unfortunately, he didn't currently have a more suitable beast to offer Lin Shu, but Principal Pei had promised to prepare the next one. Giving him time to search this eased his mind somewhat. With that thought, Gully looked at Lin Shu, his smile fading. All right, let's call it a day. We've covered everything, and the deal's settled. I have to return to Binzhou to handle some matters tomorrow. If anything comes up, contact me on Feishino. Reply as soon as I see it. Saying this, he took out his phone, scanned Lin Shu's QR code, and their contact information was added instantly. The white-feathered spirit hawk's body slowly expanded in the light, its wings spreading wide. Guli flipped gracefully and settled steadily on its soft back, overlooking the crowd below, ready to take off at a moment's notice. Seeing this, Lin Shu raised his hand and waved. Minter, goodbye. Guli smiled gently and waved back, I'm off now. The air around them immediately rippled visibly, turbulence swirling as the spirit hawk's wings beat powerfully. Cutting through the air like it was tearing it apart, the creature shot upward and vanished in the blink of an eye, becoming just a streak of snowy white against the horizon. That speed, Lin Shu watched the figure disappear, silently sighing. No wonder a flying-type tame beast makes travel so much easier. Maybe my next contract should be something like that. Before departing, Guli made a respectful nod toward Gu Zhenbang and Su Liliang. The two teachers quickly returned the gesture. After all, the principal had already emphasized that Guli was a spirit awakening level beast tamer, so how could they afford to be rude? Only then did Lin Shu step forward beside them. Hello, teachers. Gu Zhenbang patted his shoulder. Nothing much, just came to check on you. Congratulations on getting accepted early to Zhongzhou University. It's not decided yet. I just earned the qualification, Lin Shu replied with a faint smile, but didn't feel quite confident. With your talent, it's almost certain, Su Liliang said sincerely. Though it sounded like praise, it was his honest judgment. After some small talk, the teachers each went about their business. Gu Zhenbang returned to the trial tower, while Su Liliang checked on the other 3 reserves' progress. Seeing no one else paying attention, Lin Shu was satisfied and threw himself into his plan to grind proficiency. He summoned Black Knight, and Earth Corione prowling through the trees, the other burrowing underground hunting the wild rabbits scattered throughout the hills. To Lin Shu, these cautious, low-level creatures were like experience points running wild, and he wasn't about to let any escape. Over the next 3 days, Lin Shu trekked through nearly the entire otherworldly valley. The others followed their schedule of 4 tower training sessions a day, but he had been quietly given free rein, much to Minhu's astonishment. Why is Lin always chasing rabbits every day? Yet the teachers all seemed to silently agree and didn't interfere. The results were even better than expected. Averaging 20 or 30 rabbits daily, Lin Shu hunted a total of 120 wild rabbits over 3 days, gaining 600 proficiency points. In the outside world, this would have taken 10 days or more to accumulate, but in this blessed place he did it effortlessly. The only drawback was eventually running out of rabbits to hunt after climbing one mountain after another, forcing him to search new grounds repeatedly. Before he knew it, Friday morning arrived, marking the end of this otherworldly training. Hearing they would be returning, Lin Shu immediately chased the 2 teachers to ask, when can we come back next time? Gu Zhenbang and Su Liliang glanced at each other, silently wondering why this kid loved this place so much, then vaguely replied, wait for the school's arrangements. We'll let you know. Soon after, they gathered everyone onto the bus parked by the entrance. With the engine roaring to life, the young people inside stared out the windows at the fading otherworldly forest, their expressions various and contemplative. By around 3 in the afternoon, they arrived back on schedule at Binzhou No. 2 High School. Back in the room, Lin Shu immediately took stock of the progress he had made over the past few days. The most obvious change was the sharp increase in proficiency thanks to training with the mirror image. His total reserves had surpassed the 1,000 mark. Each day, he had steadily leveled up He Yi by one, carefully controlling the pace to avoid hidden risks from advancing too quickly. By now, most of that proficiency had been spent, much of it replenished by the continuous sponsorship from the wild forest rabbit. Without that, accumulating such a substantial amount would have been impossible. But there was more to be pleased about. He Yi had also grown impressively, awakening two brand new dark attribute skills. Lin Shu immediately brought up the status panel. Name, Shadow Mantis. Level, LV 19-1-2-2190. Max level, LV 45. Status, healthy. Quality, elite. Attributes, dark spatial. Talent, Void Walker Beginner 1-3-200. Skills, Beginner. Assault Skilled, 8,200. Quick Move Perfect 1650. Heavy Strike Beginner 320. Razor Sharp Blade Passive Perfect 3850. Spinning Arm / Skilled 3200. Spatial Storage Beginner 1420. Shadow or Beginner 020. Intermediate. Dual Shadow Kill Beginner 640. Windbreaking Blade Beginner 440. Blade Chi Strike Mastery 2280. Dark Binding Beginner 040. The two new dark attribute skills worked as offense and support respectively. Compared to flashy attack moves, Lin Shu valued the supportive skill more. He Yi already had plenty of offensive options, and the binding effect of dark binding was the crucial missing piece for victory. In just a few days, He Yi's level had nearly reached 20, an astonishingly rapid pace. Catching sight of the small remaining proficiency on the panel, Lin Shu calculated that he could push a bit further. He called to He Yi, who was lying on the ground catching its breath. Come here. At first, He Yi waved lazily in mock exhaustion, its two antennae flicking sluggishly. Then it seemed to realize something and abruptly changed its attitude, wagging its tail and nudging Lin Shu's arm with its head. This guy always turned on the charm like this before every level up. Truly no rabbit, no hawk released. Lin Shu tapped its head lightly with a smile, and, no longer hesitating, went all in pouring the remaining proficiency into He Yi. The numbers on the panel jumped rapidly. LV 19 LV 210210. In a blink, He Yi leveled up twice, leaving a pitiful 25 points left. Any further upgrades would require exponentially more proficiency. Without the new method they had recently found, such rapid growth would have been impossible. Not bad, just 4 more levels to reach the evolution threshold, Lin Shu thought to himself. He Yi closed its compound eyes as the surge of energy within it caused a faint glow to spread across its body. Its once slender form trembled slightly. 20-level strength was clearly more solid than at level 10. After a few minutes, it calmed its breathing, releasing a subtle sharp aura. Then the mantis raised its arms, hopping excitedly beside Lin Shu like a 40-pound child full of joy. At that moment, Lin Shu also felt a warm current flow through his limbs and body. A strange sensation arose, prompting him to close his eyes and silently receive the energy washing over him. Seeing this, He Yi immediately became alert and quickly checked Lin Shu's condition. After confirming there was nothing wrong, he finally relaxed. In the faint light, Lin Shu distinctly felt a warm current surge from his dantian to every limb and bone, like a fine stream rapidly filling every gap in his body. He instantly realized this was the feedback from the spirit beast's energy. When a spirit beast breaks through a level, it channels some of its power back to its master. Without this protective feedback, the fragile human body of a spirit beast master could easily be fatally injured by residual energy in high-level battles. Usually this force works subtly and goes unnoticed, but this time it was exceptionally strong, likely due to He Yi's unusually large advancement. Unlike the minor breakthroughs before, the energy feedback now came like a torrential flood. No wonder last time he felt nothing at all. The warm current was fierce but brief. Within mere seconds, the energy had completely vanished. His joints cracked one after another, sounding like beans being crushed. Lin Shu gently twisted his neck and wrists, feeling an unprecedented lightness and ease flooding his entire body. Exhaustion from days of constant travel evaporated instantly, replaced by a surging reservoir of power. He clenched his fist, reveling in the fullness his muscles now carried. Yet this extraordinary comfort soon faded, and his body returned to its steady baseline. Looking up at the night outside the window, he remembered tomorrow was Saturday when the Rookie Cup competition would officially begin. Because of this, the otherworldly experience training was purposely limited to 4 days. The school's teachers understood the competition's importance to Lin Shu and wouldn't allow delays. Beep beep. His phone on the bedside table lit up with a notification. Picking it up, Lin Shu saw it was a message from Bai Sheng. Lin Shu is back, right? Just arrived a little while ago. Good. Since the competition is tomorrow, you might as well come over tonight instead of rushing in the morning. Lin Shu thought it over and agreed, replying, okay, he'll come now. No sooner had he sent the message than Bai Sheng replied again. Wait, I've already called a car to pick you up. It's a white van. The driver is the same employee who used to pick you up before. Clearly, Bai Sheng had prepared everything meticulously. All right, they'll wait for your message. Lin Shu replied, glad to save the trouble. He then messaged Su Liliang and Gu Zhenbang to explain, and both readily agreed since they were aware of the schedule with the competition tomorrow. Before long, Bai Sheng notified him. The car was waiting outside the school gate. Lin Shu closed his dorm door, slung on his light luggage, and stepped out into the hallway. The night breeze carried the warmth of early summer as he walked steadily under the dim street lamp. At the school gate, a brand new white van waited quietly, the driver standing upright beside it. Mr. Lin, please. The familiar driver smiled as he opened the side door. Lin Shu nodded thanks and got in. The engine rumbled softly as the vehicle pulled away from campus, lights outside flickering by in succession. Less than an hour and a half later, they arrived at the Baiyun Dojo in the city center. Neon lights shimmered in the night, casting sparse shadows around the entrance. Receptionists awaited and led him directly to VIP room 001. Pushing open the door, soft lighting greeted him. Bai Sheng was seated on the sofa and immediately stood to wave as Lin Shu entered. You're here, come sit. Okay. Lin Shu took a seat opposite. Bai Sheng handed him a cup of warm water and casually asked, how was your otherworldly experience these days? Next week, our school is organizing a trip to Yenzhou too. Given Lin Shu's skill, he naturally belonged to the Central No. 1 Middle School's team. Pretty good. Lin Shu sipped the water with a smile. If I could grind proficiency in there all the time, I wouldn't want to come out. Bai Sheng chuckled and shook his head. You're amazing. But your results on the trial tower were crazy 8th floor on your first try? I could barely reach the 5th. His expression exaggerated, as if ready to jump up. I was completely stunned when I heard about your record. Lin Shu waved a hand and said, keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Bai Sheng shrugged. He had heard plenty of rumors and stories about prodigies like Lin Shu. But someone who actually stood before him and achieved such results in just 2 months? Lin Shu was the first. If Lin Shu managed to clear the trial tower next, it wouldn't surprise him one bit. By the way, Lin Shu, Bai Sheng suddenly remembered something and sped up his words. If you're confident about clearing the trial tower, you have to give it a shot preferably before your sophomore year starts. That way, you could directly qualify for special admissions to the top 5 universities. Don't waste that opportunity. After he finished, Lin Shu just raised an eyebrow, giving off an if you get it, you get it. Otherwise, I'm not explaining kind of look. Bai Sheng's heart skipped a beat. Could this guy have already been in contact with schools? His pupils contracted in surprise. You mean you've already damn. He quickly pulled himself together. Lin Shu must have either been noticed by universities already or was well aware of all the details about special admissions. But Bai Sheng didn't press further. It depended on whether Lin Shu wanted to share. Sensing the doubt on Bai Sheng's face, Lin Shu smiled lightly. Yes, Zhongzhou University. And this actually has a lot to do with you. With me? Bai Sheng was stunned for a moment, quickly running through possibilities in his mind and finally settling on one. Dowling Marshall Hall. Lin Shu nodded in confirmation. Exactly. Dowling Marshall Hall. And it's thanks to you recommending me there in the first place. If it had been someone else, I might not have had this chance. Listening to this, Bai Sheng waved his hand with a wry smile. My recommendation isn't anything special. Gold will shine on its own. I wouldn't dare expect to get special admissions through it myself. Honestly, leveling my beast to 45 is the only way I can barely meet the requirements. After chatting a little more about special admissions, Bai Sheng finally brought up the main point. My family's Baiyun Arena spokesperson contract is about to expire in a few days. I want to recommend you as the new spokesperson. What do you think? With your looks, it'd be a shame not to take some endorsements. The terms will be top tier. Lin Shu understood this was essentially an investment and didn't hesitate to nod. Sounds good. Hearing the confirmation, Bai Sheng visibly relaxed. Lin Shu was growing too fast. His originally agreed endorsement terms no longer fit his worth. He was worried Lin Shu might turn it down. It's settled then. Honestly, I'm the one getting the better deal here. With your skills, you're almost guaranteed to win the Rookie Cup. The traffic you bring will be incredible. He'll discuss with my family and try to negotiate better terms for you. You shouldn't lose out. Bai Sheng's tone was sincere and grateful. Lin Shu thought for a moment, then smiled in reply. No worries, just do your best. If nothing extra comes through, that's fine too. I'm easy to please. They exchanged light smiles, the mood relaxed. Bai Sheng added one last thing. Oh, and in the Rookie Cup, after the top 30, 3 beast tamers will be chosen as official spokespeople. But there are no rewards for that. The traffic was heavy, but this route would at least boost his reputation within Fengdu. These 3 spots had always been fiercely competitive, packed with strong contenders. Bai Sheng smiled with a hint of invitation and added, if you want, I can set one aside for you right now. Lin Shu just raised his hand and waved lightly in the air, politely declining. They'll pass. Not interested. To him, traffic numbers were just cold, meaningless figures far less enticing than tangible beast-taming resources. If it had been rare materials instead, he might have considered it. Those exposure opportunities, so treasured by popular beast tamers, were just superficial bonuses in his eyes. Ultimately, a beast tamer needed real strength. Everything else was just empty fame. Baisheng sensed his attitude and didn't press further. He smoothly shifted the topic back to the sponsorship. The shoot is scheduled for next Friday. Other than that one session, there won't be much time required. Mainly, it's about using your image for promotion. We'll discuss the finer details later, but all the resources will be handed over directly to you. Lin Shu nodded in agreement. This was easy work in Yandong, then wait for the resources to arrive. The offer was quite good. Although he wasn't short on resources, whoever complains about having more. All right, it's settled. With the formalities done, Baisheng tucked away the documents, a spark of challenge lighting his eyes. Since the serious talk is over, I want to spar with you to see how far I am behind. Lin Shu fell silent at that. Black Knight had just leveled up and was at his peak. Yet this fellow boldly stepped forward looking to hand over a battle record. Courage was admirable, at least. He signaled Black Knight to hold back slightly. But even so, Baisheng's blue thunder pattern bear was pinned to the ground in under a minute. Baisheng froze, muttering softly, the gap is too big. His disappointment was plain, the idea of a rematch nowhere in sight. He subdued his mood and invited Lin Shu back to a VIP lounge to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. The aroma of various meats and spiritual plants instantly captivated Black Knight's sensitive nose. The little creature happily pounced on the food, visibly delighted. After the meal, the two men and the beast retired to a luxurious suite Baisheng had prepared earlier. The comfortable sofa and soft bed under the night sky quickly melted away the weariness of the journey. The next morning, Lin Shu was roused by noise outside the window, voices, promotional announcements, footsteps turning his rare chance for a lien into ruins. He glanced at his watch. 9 a.m., an hour and a half before the match was set to start, yet the venue entrance was already packed with people. The smart ones wanted to get in early and ended up clogging the gate together. On the other side of the room, Black Knight and Tu Yao trained diligently. Their skills flashed alternately, spiritual energy rippling gently through the air. Looking out the window, Lin Shu saw Baisheng rushing around busily, handling receptions and organizing, clearly overwhelmed. He casually washed up, tidied himself, and checked his phone. Min, who had just sent his location, saying he was settled in the White Cloud venue's preparation area. It was still early, so Lin Shu decided not to rush over yet. He reached into the spatial ring his mentor had given him, nearly filled with 3rd and 4th rank spiritual items, and picked out 2 spiritual herbs and a clear spiritual ore. He handed them to Black Knight and Tu Yao to replenish their energy. Although these materials weren't a perfect match for their attributes, their high quality meant the medicinal effect would still be strong enough to support extended practice. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Fengduchik Cup. The ball has dropped, so the first match of the round of 120 to 60 is officially starting on Court 1. Please follow the camera closely. As the host's voice faded, the atmosphere instantly erupted. Waves of cheering swept across the stands like a heat wave, loud enough that even those in the preparation area could hear clearly. Lin Shu, Baisheng, and Min, who sat in the preparation seats, their eyes fixed on the big screen watching the other players' battles. Min, who silently calculated. His skill level ranked among the lowest in the top 120, so today would probably be his last match. Thinking this, he felt surprisingly relaxed. Reaching this point already exceeded his expectations. Glancing at his 2 companions beside him, he muttered inwardly. He wondered how far Lin Shu and Baisheng could go, and whether either might even have a shot at the championship. Lin Shu and Huangwen, please proceed to Battle Station 3. The match will begin in 5 minutes. The electronic announcement echoed through the arena. The 3 immediately perked up. Brother Lin, I've heard of Huangwen before, Min, who said, rubbing his wrist. I think he's ranked 5th on the leaderboard. You've got a tough opponent, Baisheng added with a nod. Huangwen made the top 5 in first high school Snot Week. I've faced him before, and his beast master talent is tricky. It boosts the fire damage of his fire-type beasts. I only barely won last time. Lin Shu nodded slightly, his expression calm. Don't worry, we'll take him down the same way. Waving at them, he strode confidently toward Battle Station 3. Baisheng and Min, who exchanged looks, no doubt in their minds. To them, Lin Shu's skill was unquestionable. At the battle station, Huangwen was already in position. He gave Lin Shu a polite nod, and Lin Shu returned the smile. Huangwen's first impression was solid. A white shirt, light blue jeans, black framed glasses resting on his nose, exuding serious good student vibes. Li Shu, a fellow schoolmate, had once clashed unpleasantly with Lin Shu, so Huangwen had made a point of studying Lin Shu's records. Every match ended in under a minute, an aggressive strength that was frankly intimidating. Head prepared his strategy early, thinking he'd face Lin Shu later on, but unexpectedly, they met here in the round of 120 to 60. Lin Shu noticed Huangwen's eyes lingering a bit too long on his Black Knight Lion beast, and realized his opponent had definitely done his homework. But none of it mattered to him. Huangwen's beast was a magma elemental, a typical fire-type creature. Name, Lava Elemental. Level, 152, 2150. Level cap reached. Level 86. Status, healthy. Quality, perfect. Attributes, fire earth. Talent, none. Skills. Basic Spark Refined 22200. Rockfall Mastered 1340. Sand Throw Mastered 2540. Intermediate Flame Dance Formation Basic 1160. Fire Fong Basic 1260. With such strength, no wonder Lin Shu ranks among the top 5 Beastmasters in Central No. 1 High School. Even without enhancing He Yi, this power alone is enough to give him a serious challenge. Both contenders ready. The referee called out loudly, "Let the match begin." Lin Shu made no hesitation or feint and went straight back to his previous strategy relentless offense. He Yi's limbs tensed sharply as he shot toward the lava elemental like an arrow released from a bowstring. Huang Wen dared not hesitate either. He summoned his mental strength to instantly activate his talent, Heavenly Fire. Little Lava, Flame Dance Formation. Just as He Yi's claws cast shadows overhead, streams of crimson fire erupted from within the lava elemental, quickly weaving into a searing ring of flames. The Flame Dance Formation was deployed. The air thickened as if shoved into a furnace, and waves of heat surged forward. Lin Shu sensed danger but hadn't even issued his next command before He Yi swiftly changed direction, skimming out of the fiery circle's embrace without a hint of reluctance. Huang Wen knew the Flame Dance Formation was only a delay tactic. It couldn't really cripple the opponent. He issued another order, Spark. A fiery glow lit up the lava elemental's chest as 5 fist-sized fireballs shot out one after another, whoosh 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 its maximum output. The 5 sparks trailed white smoke as they streaked across the arena straight at He Yi. He Yi crossed his arms, blades flashing into sharp lines of transparent energy that sliced through the air to intercept. Crack, crack, crack. The fireballs burst like hacked eggshells, scattering sparks everywhere. Maintaining momentum, the blade energy slashed again toward the lava elemental. Huang Wen's pupils constricted sharply. What kind of technique was this transparent blade? Had never heard of it, yet its power was terrifying. Lava dodge now. The lava elemental was not fast enough, barely managing to sidestep as the blade grazed its rocky upper body, chipping off a large chunk that tumbled down. A direct hit like that would have been fatal. Huang Wen's heart chilled, his fighting spirit wavering. Before he could think of a counter, He Yi raised his paw dark binding. Invisible chains suddenly wrapped tightly around the lava elemental. The huge level gap rendered it immobile. Following up immediately, He Yi stepped forward and delivered a heavy strike. The lava elemental collapsed with a thunderous crack, its rocky body fractured, utterly incapacitated. From engagement to finish, it all happened in the blink of an eye. What might have been a balanced battle was overturned in an instant. Huang Wen gave a bitter smile. It was that easy to lose. The match concluded. Despite some minor hiccups, the outcome was clear. The winner, Lin Shu. As the referee's words fell, Lin Shu nodded slightly to Huang Wen, then stepped down from battle platform number 3. Back at the preparation area, Bai Sheng and Min Hu still awaited their turns. Seeing Lin Shu return, Min Hu slapped his thigh in excitement. Too impressive, Brother Lin. The championship is ours for sure now. Lin Shu waved him down, signaling to keep things quiet here. Bai Sheng, however, remained composite, believed this level of performance was Lin Shu's normal standard. There was no suspense in Bai Sheng's match. He won decisively and advanced to the next round. Min Hu, however, was defeated again and eliminated from the competition. On the second day's knockout round, it was Lin Shu's turn to compete. As usual, he finished the fight within a minute, swift and decisive, securing a spot in the top 30. The audience erupted in cheers instantly. His overwhelming performance clearly placed him in a different league from the other contestants. Students from various schools, coaches, and media scrambled to pull up Lin Shu's past videos, hoping to catch even the slightest flaw in slow motion. Even the name Kanglan No. 2 High School was mentioned repeatedly, giving the school a significant boost in reputation. Back at school, Class 15 immediately shifted all discussions to who exactly is the Birdling Cup champion. The classroom occasionally burst out with exclamations like "Shu's amazing," and that match was thrilling. The grueling 2-day tournament came to a swift end, and Monday arrived. Today was both the first day of the second monthly exam and the regular evaluation for the school team. Lin Shu skipped morning training and headed straight to the testing area on the field. Outside the perimeter of the track, many students craned their necks in curiosity. Eyes from all grades, from first to third year, were fixed on Lin Shu. What they all wanted to know was, what level had Lin Shu reached? Brother Shu, at least level 15, right? 15? You're kidding. He's got to be at least level 18. Amid the noisy guesses, Lin Shu just raised his hand slightly and smiled meaningfully, without giving any direct answer anyway. The device would reveal it soon enough. The teacher responsible for the assessment had been temporarily replaced by Principal Pei Yuanfang. As Lin Shu approached the device, he saw Pei Yuanfang sitting at the control console, squinting and waving at him. A few other teachers stood behind the safety line, apparently instructed by the principal not to come too close. "Come on, let the little guy in. I want to see his level myself," Pei Yuanfang said casually. "All right, principal." Shadow Mantis appeared on command. Its 6 blade-like forelimbs landed steadily inside the metal chamber. Whir. The machine started up, blue scanning lights sweeping back and forth from head to tail. 3 minutes later, a brand new datasheet was ejected with a snap. Pei Yuanfang reached out to grab it immediately, but deliberately refrained from using any spirit master detection skills. He wanted to keep some suspense for himself. Name: Shadow Mantis. Length: 108.35 centimeters. Weight: 18.62 kilograms. Level: 21.12. Skills: Basic Assault, Quick Movement, Heavy Strike, Sharp Blade, Passive, Shadow Orb. Intermediate Double Shadow Kill, Dark Binding. Space type and blade techniques are undetectable. Even with half the skills missing, the data stunned everyone present. Pei Yuanfang's fingertips trembled slightly, but his expression quickly regained composure. Still, the storm inside his heart couldn't be quelled. A 2-month contract? Level 21? Many second-year students hadn't even reached that. The first-year average was only 11.25, and the 16-level target he set for Lin Shu seemed like a joke. No wonder Lin Shu's expression when he heard the target wasn't one of struggle, but of ease. Pei Yuanfang mulled over many thoughts, but showed none of them outwardly. Everyone could only see Principal Pei Yuanfang smiling non-stop, holding the list and grinning foolishly. Pei Yuanfang had no intention of hiding it and boldly announced Lin Shu's test results on the spot. After all, Lin Shu was unlikely to stay at the school much longer before graduating, and such an extraordinary achievement would surely become a legend at second high school. He switched on the loudspeaker and turned the volume up to maximum. Beast Mastery, Level 21. The cold mechanical voice repeated 3 times. The playground instantly fell silent, then erupted into a roar. No way. Is that even humanly possible to level up this fast? Who knows? I'm only at level 10. A wave of noise rolled through the students, who stared at Lin Shu in disbelief. Even older students training far away were drawn to look. Pei Yuanfang surveyed the scene, fully satisfied the publicity effect was off the charts. Lin Shu, on the other hand, felt a bit overwhelmed. He and his contracted beast, Black Knight, were surrounded on all sides, his sleeves and clothes tugged messily by curious classmates. Everyone was babbling questions about how he trained and what he ate. After a few minutes of chaos, Pei Yuanfang called out, all right, everyone back off." Amid the noisy crowd, he led Lin Shu into the administration building. Inside the principal's office, Pei Yuanfang poured Lin Shu a glass of water and smiled at his disheveled look. "How are you feeling?" Lin Shu adjusted his crooked collar and said helplessly, "I'm fine. It's just that everyone's too enthusiastic. Who lets people just grab at their clothes like that?" They both chuckled, and the atmosphere relaxed. Pei Yuanfang got down to business. "The goal we set last month, you didn't just meet it, you exceeded it. I was originally planning to give you a few skill stones since your beast mastery skills are narrow and lack an integrated system, which isn't ideal for your future development." As he spoke, he explained his thoughts on skill combinations. Then he quickly shifted to another topic. "I heard you joined the Mantis Blade Martial Hall and learned blade techniques. I watched your match videos, the way you release your skills, and the results are impressive. You've basically developed a new style. If I interfered, it might just spoil it. So, I decided to exchange the skill stone's reward for a beast mastery reward instead." He paused, looking serious. "A strong contracted beast is the greatest asset for a beast master. I could have directly given you a lord tier beast, but your spirit level isn't high enough to contract one yet. So I limited the choice to a perfect tier." Only then did Lin Shu understand. No wonder Bai Sheng's initial contracted beast was also perfect tier, not because of lack of resources, but due to spirit level restrictions. He nodded seriously. "Thanks for your concern, Principal. Perfect tier is more than enough." He had always been open-minded on this. As long as the contracted beast had potential and talent, Lin Shu was willing to accept it, no matter the tier. Suddenly, Lin Shu realized that after evolving into the knight form, his contracted beast would also reach the lord tier. He wasn't sure if his mind could handle it. "Principal, once my contracted beast evolves to the lord tier, will my mental strength be able to support it?" He looked up and asked. Pei Yuanfang, who had been buried in paperwork, raised his eyebrows in surprise at the sudden question. Already thinking about evolution? He immediately connected this to Guli's strong support and the Gu family's knowledge of the Shadow Mantis' further evolution path. Understanding Lin Shu's concern right away, he answered without hesitation. "If it's just the initial evolution of your beast to the lord tier, the mental power required isn't that high. As long as your mental strength reaches the second stage, you'll be able to control it." After saying this, he asked, "By the way, Shaolin, what stage is your mental strength at now?" Lin Shu felt a quiet relief the requirement wasn't too harsh, or else the knight evolution would be forced to delay again. He pulled up his personal status panel, realizing he hadn't checked his mental power growth in a while. Name: Lin Shu. Status: healthy. Mental strength: 155. Talent: Mirror Flower, Water Moon Novice 132200. Beasts: Shadow Mantis Knight, Mountain Rock Golem Earth Month. Skills: Basic Spirit Refining Technique Intermediate 221480. Wild Goose Feather Blade Technique Elementary 1560, Damage Transfer Elementary 11100. Currently, his mental strength is at 155 points, still quite far from the 300 points needed for the second stage. He had recently used fewer mental strength potions, so progress was slow. Fortunately, his proficiency was still at 145 points, which could make up the difference. He gave a deliberately cautious answer. Still some distance to go, but I should reach second stage within a month. Good, that's pretty fast. Pei Yuanfang nodded approvingly and reminded him, go get some mental stimulation potions later. Talent alone won't be enough. External aids will speed things up. Thank you for your care, Principal. Lin Shu smiled and replied potion boosts would definitely help, but he wanted to save his proficiency points for Knight's evolution. Pei Yuanfang nodded, satisfied. When you hit second stage, come find me. They'll help you select your beasts all prepared for you. Understood. Lin Shu's gaze hardened. Pei Yuanfang looked at him with growing admiration, but also regret such an outstanding student wouldn't stay on the team much longer. They chatted a bit more before Lin Shu took his leave, leaving the principal's office. Neither brought up university matters. After heading downstairs, Lin Shu signed at the distribution desk and took 20 bottles of mental stimulation potions. Making sure no one was watching, he casually stored the potions in his storage space, then turned back toward the training team base. Today wasn't just the monthly exam, it was also a critical day for Chu Xin's beast's evolution plans. Lin Shu had pieced together many key points from teammates' discussions. Over the past month, Chu Xin's beast had reached level 25, meeting the minimum evolution standard, so she had been gathering materials intensively. Thanks to both school resources and her own channels, the materials were now complete. She could barely wait. The necessary items covered a wide range. Spiritual objects that rapidly boost beast levels, special materials that serve directly as evolution media, and some high-level beast organs all classified as evolution materials. The materials required for each beast's evolution vary by species, and some must be gathered or used in specific environments inside volcanoes, deep seas, or other places that match their elemental attribute testo evolve successfully. Timing also plays a crucial role. Some evolutions require the bright full moon at night, while others depend on the first light of dawn. These seemingly ordinary conditions actually have precise significance. Following each step of the evolution process carefully increases the chances of success, although the outcome is never completely guaranteed. Generally, the success rate is fairly decent, averaging around 50%, but this varies from person to person and depends greatly on the condition of the beast itself. That day, Lin Shu arrived at the school team's training ground and entered the equipment room just as a session had paused. Everyone was gathered around Chu Xian, intently watching the entire evolution process of her beast, an adorably plump ice snow penguin. Bright red ribbons circled its head, and its little flippers lightly patted its round, soft belly, producing crisp, cheerful sounds. Clearly, the penguin felt the excitement of entering a new stage. Its small eyes sparkled with anticipation. At this moment, Chu Xian had no time to chat with it, was busy with the final preparations for the evolution ritual. The moment Lin Shu walked in, the others quickly pulled him over. Apparently, news of Lin Shu's beast breaking through to level 21 had spread fast, and everyone's eyes were filled with admiration and surprise. You're amazing. When I reached level 21, I was already almost a sophomore, Lei Wu said with genuine respect. That's right. You'll probably be a key member of the team within 6 months, Chen Yujia and Li Shuhing chimed in. That's incredible. Too bad we weren't lucky enough to team up with you earlier. Would have the championship in the bag, Lei Wu added with envious eyes. Heh, I still get to be teammates with you for a while, Gao Fengkai laughed. He was only a sophomore himself. You're really on a lucky streak. Lin Gu and I are still first years, and only at level 14, there's such a big gap, Min Hu said with a tinge of regret. The difference among teammates of the same grade was definitely noticeable. Lin Shu shook his head modestly and chatted with everyone cheerfully, the atmosphere light and friendly. Meanwhile, Su Liliang and Gu Zhenbong were also lending a hand without them. Chu Xian handling everything alone would be quite overwhelming. After talking about Lin Shu, the group turned their curious gaze back to the evolution site, especially the few reserve members, their eyes full of wonder and anticipation. Several third-tier ice-type beast crystal cores were placed into a mixer, rapidly pulverized, and then poured into a small bowl. These crystal cores are the energy storage centers within a beast's body after reaching the third tier. Next, an ice block-like spiritual item was also crushed and added to the bowl, mixing thoroughly. The liquid in the small bowl shimmered with a sky-blue glow, a lingering chill emanating from the surface, seemingly lowering the temperature of the air around it. These were all the materials required for the ice snow penguin to evolve to perfect quality, a relatively moderate difficulty. Chu Xian called out, "Little chubby, come here." The round penguin waddled over, face beaming with excitement. Chu Xian handed it the bowl filled with the mixture. Drink this, then hold on for an hour while your body digests the energy. That's how you'll evolve successfully. You must endure. Only by persisting can you succeed. She spoke seriously, a trace of nervousness and hope in her eyes. Her greatest fear was that little chubby wouldn't withstand the pain and fail. Thank you all for the gifts. I've updated the answers to the questions in the comments as well. I appreciate everyone's support. After this failure, the materials would have to be gathered all over again, which was not only time-consuming but also exhausting. Failure often carried the risk of injury, and in rare cases, even the loss of life. Although that possibility was slim, no one dared to be careless. That was precisely why evolution needed to succeed on the first try. The ice snow penguin no longer wore its usual playful grin. It lifted its head to look at Chushin, solemnly nodding as if to say, "Trust me." The next moment, without hesitation, it tilted its neck back and downed the dark, icy potion in its bowl in one gulp. An intense cold surged violently within its body, the sharp chill piercing its organs like invisible ice needles. The penguin's features twisted painfully. Within seconds, its once round cheeks twitched and contorted from the agony. At the edge of the arena, Chushin clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. The others held their breath, afraid that even the slightest sound would disrupt this critical evolution. The training ground was so silent that the crackling of cold spreading on the floor could be heard clearly, with only the low groans and rapid breathing of the ice snow penguin breaking the quiet. Lin Shu stood by, eyes fixed intently on the creature, ready to leap in if rescue became necessary. Soon, a thin frost appeared on the penguin's body, spreading along its feathers into icy, blue scale-like patterns signaling that the energy absorption was slowing and the chance of failure quietly rising. Chuxin's heart tightened as he silently prayed, it must succeed. Time seemed stretched to an endless length. Finally, all the energy inside the penguin was completely consumed. Blue ripples shimmered beneath its fur, and a wave of cold washed over the area. With a muffled thud, a pure azure beam of light enveloped it completely. When the light faded, the once plump figure had grown tall enough to match a grown man. Thick muscles bulked beneath silver-white armored feathers, and its eyes gleamed with a fierce coldness like a frost warrior armed with a spear, ready for battle. The evolution was complete. This is amazing. We did it. Fatty's awesome. Chushin burst forward, wrapping his arms around this new partner called Hanbing Zhanqi, unable to contain his excitement. The classmates around them also beamed with smiles, offering their congratulations. Congratulations, congrats. Two instructors applauded in approval. Lin Shu nodded to Chushin and pulled up the status screen to check. Name, Hanbing Zhanqi. Level, LV 25-11250. Level cap, LV 85. Status, excited. Quality, perfect. Attribute, ice. Talent, none. Skills, beginner snowball perfect 2250. Slap perfect 1150. Intermediate ice cleanse minor success 3360. Ice shard pierce minor success 1360. Bone chilling frost minor success 2160. Its overall power was impressive. Usually, a beast's combat strength increases significantly after evolution, though the exact boost varies by individual and can't be simply quantified. A higher quality also meant greater potential growth, advantages that would only fully show through future training and battles. With the ritual complete, everyone dispersed and returned to their training gear to continue the day's lessons. Lin Shu called over He Yi and Tu Yao to start training, but noticed his phone screen flickering with new message notifications. Earlier, to avoid disturbing the evolution, he had set it to silent and was only now turning the sound back on. He wondered what messages had come through. Lin Shu opened his communication panel and checked the messages one by one. Every notification on the screen pointed to the same thing: his beast mastery level had just broken through to level 21. How had the news spread so quickly, becoming common knowledge in the blink of an eye? He scratched his chin, full of puzzlement. After replying individually to the congratulations from Wu Song and Bai Shang, he finally opened a private message from his mentor, Gu Li. After reading just 2 lines, he immediately understood. The news had already been covered by the media. Already level 21, very good. I wouldn't have known if it weren't for the news, Gu Li said just as a sensational headline popped up. Shocking. A student from Kangla No. 2 High School becomes a beast master and stirs up chaos just 2 months later, drawing the attention of students and faculty alike. The headline alone was wildly exaggerated, and Lin Shu's expression turned awkward. What in the world is going on? Great. Now I've run into the sensationalists. He quickly sent a reply to his mentor, attaching a panda scratching its head sticker. Gu Li's reply came almost instantly. Normal stuff. Don't take it seriously. They just want to ride the hype. Since your little mantis reached level 21, evolution isn't far off. They'll send you the evolution method so you can prepare in advance. Don't worry about materials. I've arranged to have them sent to the school. Remember to pick them up when you get the call. A long message immediately scrolled across the screen, showing Gu Li's lightning-fast typing. Got it. Thanks, mentor, Lin Shu replied swiftly. A few minutes later, a file named Black Shining War Mantis Evolution Method arrived. Gu Li added, the file not only has the evolution steps, but also details on what to avoid, very helpful for the next stage. Just keep it to yourself. Don't spread it around. It's not top secret, but no need to make it public. Lin Shu clicked accept. Though the plan wasn't all that useful to him, there was no harm in reviewing it. He responded, don't worry, Minter, am the only one viewing it. An okay emoji popped up instantly. I'm off to work. Study it well, and ask if you don't understand anything. With that, Gu Li's avatar dimmed had gone offline, without even giving Lin Shu a chance to say goodbye. Lin Shu thought to himself how sharp and efficient the Mantis Martial Hall operated, all doubtlessly shaped by their mentor's leadership. He didn't dwell further and immediately opened the document. The content was extremely detailed. Evolution steps, risk warnings, and monitoring guidelines were all clearly laid out. The materials needed were briefly mentioned at the end, with no strict time or place requirements. The overall presentation felt refreshingly straightforward. Inside, the black shining war mantis form was described, complete with several high-resolution photos. The evolved mantis didn't look much different visually, except its whole body was etched with gold lines in a striking black and gold pattern, giving it a sharply impressive appearance. According to the description, the black shining war mantis was no longer a pure assassin type, but leaned more toward being a warrior, sacrificing some mobility in exchange for stronger defense and better error tolerance in battle. This represented a more balanced approach, with strength depending on how the Beast Master configured the team. However, Lin Shu had no intention of adopting this style. He had long decided to pursue pure offensive. If he was going for sharpness, he wouldn't take the middle road. This was the path Lin Shu believed was right. On Tuesday morning, Lin Shu woke up in his room. He Yi and Tu Yao lay sprawled along the edge of the bed like two little dogs, sound asleep. Tu Yao snored softly and continuously, not loud, just a quiet presence filling the large room. Though the training intensity over the past 2 days had been high, Lin Shu still felt somewhat discouraged. In the other world, he could gain 140 proficiency points a day, but back in reality, his daily progress was only 45 points, a huge disappointment. He quietly thought that if he could find an interdimensional space to continuously hunt high-level wild spirit beasts, he might be able to make He Yi evolve for the first time within a month. With that in mind, he picked up his phone and opened Feishin, sending detailed requests to several experienced mentors, his instructor, Bai Sheng, Wu Song, and the principal, asking them to recommend suitable training locations. There was no immediate reply. They were probably considering the feasibility. Lin Shu wasn't anxious, treating it as laying groundwork in advance. He bent down to pat He Yi and Tu Yao on the heads, waking the little fellows, then brought out some premium nutrient liquids and rare spiritual plants to feed them. Resources were still sufficient, and he spared no expense to speed up their leveling. Even though his own growth rate was already far ahead of his peers, Lin Shu still found it too slow. After feeding, he took the 2 spirit beasts to the equipment room. It was only 8 o'clock, but the room was already buzzing with activity. Several senior students were taking turns training on the devices, an unusually early start for them. Gao Feng, as always, was present. So were Min Hu, Chu Xian, and Ling Shi. The entire school team's core players had gathered. Lin Shu's puzzled gaze fell on them, just as Min Hu smiled and explained, the Binzhou Cup officially starts tomorrow, so everyone's been doing extra practice these days. Lin Shu suddenly remembered he had completely forgotten about the upcoming competition. As they talked, teachers Su Liliang and Gu Zhenbang entered the training hall. Seeing the students' focused expressions, they both nodded approvingly. Gu Zhenbang clapped his hands, signaling for the 4 key players to come over. They immediately stopped their machines and gathered around. You've all done well. Tomorrow is the first day of the Binzhou Cup, Gu Zhenbang said, scanning the group. What is our goal? The top 4. The 4 answered in unison. Very good. I've reviewed the starting lineups other schools have released publicly. Our overall strength ranks near the top. As long as you avoid a few championship favorites, making the top 4 shouldn't be difficult. These data don't show everything, but they should give you confidence. The senior students all nodded in agreement. Having studied the materials too, they were starting to believe the top 4 goal was truly achievable. Tomorrow's opponents weren't very strong. But don't underestimate the opponents. Everyone knows the saying about a lion fighting a rabbit. Gu Zhenbang scanned the room, his voice steady and calm, yet it echoed clearly through the training hall. I've already asked the principal to approve rewards. If you can make it to the semifinals, you'll get them. I won't go into details now, but I promise it will be worth your while. He paused briefly, his gaze darkening slightly. Of course, if your results are poor, you all know how strict I can be. The moment his words hung in the air, a mix of tension and relief swept through the group, first a stick, then a carrot. The lure of a mysterious reward was too tempting. The 4 school team members exchanged glances, their eyes shining with hope and determination. Gu Zhenbang caught the subtle shift and nodded with satisfaction, then fixed his gaze on Lin Shu, Ling Shi, Chu Xian, and Gao Feng. These 4 newcomers' beast-taming levels are 21, 24, 25, and 30 respectively, which is perfect for challenging the school team and honing their skills. Luckily, their number matched the 4 on the school team, making it ideal for a 4-on-4 skirmish. Lin Shu, Ling Shi, Chu Xian, Gao Feng, come here, Gu Zhenbang called out. raising his hand. You'll spar with some senior team members and get a feel for team competition tactics. How about that? Lin Shu responded calmly with a slight nod. The other three exchanged looks, fully aware that while there was a big skill gap, they were more than capable as training partners. In the corner, Minhu scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing where to look. Everyone else had tasks, but his strength was clearly lacking, so he could only watch. Gu Zhenbang casually added, "Oh, someone still needs to serve tea and water." Minhu forced a smile and tagged along. The school team members had no objections. The idea was approved immediately. "Then let's head to the battle platform outside," Gu Zhenbang said, stepping out of the equipment room, the others following in a line. Kangla No. 2 High School only had one high-standard battle platform reserved for the school team, capable of supporting team battles. Minhu jogged a few steps to catch up at the rear. The battle platform area was spacious, with blue lines clearly marking the competition zones. The main black battle area was as large as 4 basketball courts combined, and under the bright lights, the floor gleamed faintly. Gu Zhenbang exchanged a nod with Su Liliang. "Teacher Su and I will each lead a team. Make sure you use your time well to discuss tactics." Pushing up his glasses, Su Liliang headed straight toward Lin Shu and the others. The official team was under Gu Zhenbang's command, with Gao Feng and Gao Tianyuing boasting the highest levels and controlling the airspace. Since the opponents had no flying beast tamers, they naturally centered their core strength here. Chu Xin's Frost Battle Penguin had just evolved last night and could serve as a frontline warrior, absorbing fire and creating openings for Gao Tianyuing to strike. Lin Shu's Shadow Mantis was suited only for an assassin role, focusing on harassment and distraction. Its level was not enough for swift kills. Ling Shi's Purple Venom Scorpion provided support and crowd control. The overall lineup was logical, but the level gap was a concern. Otherwise, the outcome would be uncertain. Su Liliang explained these points clearly, defining each player's role, and added a reminder. The enemy's core is the extreme electric spirit cat. If you can target it, Dusoid handles most of their damage output. All four nodded in agreement. Knowing they could only do their best after all, the skill gap was still quite significant. After a brief rundown of tactics, the team battle was about to officially begin. Gao Feng glanced around at his teammates and clenched his fist to rally them. "Don't stress about it. Go on the offensive as soon as we meet. Even if we take a few hits, it's totally worth it. Let them feel our power." Su Liliang nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Let's do it." Chu Xian and Ling Shi had been a bit uneasy, but the encouragement from the two lifted their spirits. Losing would be understandable since the opponents were the school team. If anything, they should be worried about their side. On the other side, led by Li Shuheng, the 4 members of the school team grouped into a circle. Li Shuheng's expression was calm, but his words sharp. "Stay focused. If we're going to win, let's do it cleanly. Otherwise, you know what Mr. Gu is going to say." Everyone straightened their backs and nodded seriously. "Ready?" Li Shuheng scanned his teammates, then added, "But don't get too intense. Hold back a little. This is just practice. If anyone really goes all out, things could get messy." Both teams lined up at opposite ends of the arena. The summoning runes glowed, and mystical beasts appeared, their auras intertwining instantly. At the right moment, Gu Zhenbang raised his right hand. "Start." As soon as his voice fell, the beasts of both sides surged forward with a clear goal targeting the opponent's core. The arena instantly lit up with lightning, vines, and slicing wind blades, the burst of spiritual energy forcing the watching students to step back. The school team deliberately held back their trump cards, only using mid-level skills to control the battle. Otherwise, this sparring match could end in moments. Gao Feng's Gao Tianyu Eagle circled the air, dodging while whipping up gusts with its wings and diving when the chance arose. Counterattacks hit it sporadically but were softened by its feathered armor, leaving it lightly wounded at worst. On the ground, Li Shuheng's extreme electric spirit cat darted under the protection of a towering martial gorilla. Lightning streaked as it struck with steady rhythm. Soon, the tide of battle began tilting toward the school team. Amid the chaos, Lin Shu maneuvered his dark green mantis Black Knight into the shadows. Abandoning his difficult assault on the electric spirit cat, he shifted focus to Chun Yu Jia's water element and Lan Meng's husk grassy vine beast Arakaboth to split their firepower and buy his team some breathing room. The two girls weren't expecting to be prime targets of the assassin, so they concentrated on unleashing skills against the icy battle penguin. In the moment they faltered, a flurry of wave-shaped blades sliced through the air from behind. By the time they realized, the attack had pierced their shields, leaving minor wounds not fatal, but enough to send chills down their spines. Black Knight weaved effortlessly along edges, striking fast, and fading away repeatedly, forcing the school team members to be on high alert. After a brief exchange, Li Shuheng's group agreed. "Take out this pesky mantis first." Wind blades, electric nets, vines, and water curtains intersected to trap Black Knight, with all 4 spirit beasts encircling it, cutting off any chance of retreat. The mantis was pinned in place, unable even to raise its wing blades, and was quickly declared out of combat. With their key ambusher neutralized, Lin Shu's team quickly fell apart. suffering consecutive defeats. The fight soon became a one-sided rout. 10 minutes later, the battle whistle blew. The summon runes retracted and the junior students' spirit beasts all withdrew, battered with many wounds, but none seriously injured. Gu Zhenbong on the sidelines clapped slowly with a cold expression. Impressive. You managed to defeat junior students averaging level 25 in just 10 minutes without causing any severe injuries. Hearing the backhanded compliment, the four lowered their heads in shame. They hadn't expected Lin Shu's spirit beasts to be so tricky to deal with. They were just too fast and slippery. They were far too inexperienced when it came to defending against assassin-type spirit beasts and, for a moment, couldn't come up with any countermeasures. Think it over carefully, Gu Zhenbong said coldly as he scanned the group, and figure out how you'll handle this kind of situation in the future. You only managed to take advantage because the junior spirit beasts are low level, otherwise, yumph. His cold snort rolled through the air like distant thunder, forcing everyone to lower their heads. Lin Shu hadn't expected that his arrangement would so quickly expose everyone's weaknesses, but on second thought, it was for the best better to lose face on the training ground than to embarrass themselves in a real match. Gu Zhenbong waved his hand dismissively, ending the argument. Teacher Su, send someone to the medical center. Once they're healed, we'll continue. I want to see if you're really as clueless as you seem. After a brief treatment of their injuries, the team resumed several rounds of sparring. The night spirit beast tried its stealth attack again, but since everyone was prepared mentally this time, it didn't have nearly the same effect as before. Seeing the clear improvement in the team's defense and coordination, Gu Zhenbang's gloomy expression finally eased. Night had fully fallen, marking the end of the day's training. The team dispersed, and Lin Shu returned to his dormitory. As he pushed open the door, he pulled out his phone to check if there had been any replies to the inquiries he sent earlier that morning. Aside from his mentor, no one had any leads after all. Who would have guessed the target location was in another realm? He shrugged and decided not to pursue it further. Mentor Gu Li received the message with some confusion. Was this some unusual hobby of the student? Then he reconsidered. Since his disciple needed help, there was no harm in assisting after all. The night spirit beast was well adapted to the otherworld environment and leveled up astonishingly fast. Though Gu Li didn't ask for details, Lin Shu briefly explained that the knight's traits required it to rely on the otherworld for its growth. The knight lay near the bed and seemed to hear its name. It rolled over lazily, its two antenna-like horns swaying side to side. Leveling up faster in the otherworld? Gu Li pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Spirit beasts vary widely by species and individuals. Such special cases were familiar to him and within an acceptable range. After a moment, he replied, All right, I understand. I do know a few places like this. The best option right now is May Lake Island in Haizhou, but I'm tied up for the time being. Lin Shu's eyes brightened at the mention of a location. Having a place was all he needed. It was no problem that his mentor was busy. Thanks for the help, mentor. It's okay if you're busy, I can go there myself. No, you can't. Gu Li refused immediately. The otherworld is dangerous, and your spirit beast level is still low. Luckily, Wu Song is on break. He can accompany you and ensure your safety. Lin Shu nodded in acceptance. Then he'll trouble you and Brother Wu. Starting next Monday, another instructor will take over at the Mantis Martial Hall, so Wu Song will be free. The earliest you can leave is Monday, is that alright? No problem. That works perfectly. Lin Shu replied. Good. They'll have you get in touch with Wu Song directly then, Gu Li concluded. Thank you, mentor. The conversation ended. Putting down his phone, Lin Shu couldn't help but smile. The trouble that had weighed on him for so long was finally resolved. Now, he just hoped May Lake Island would have plenty of wild spirit beasts so he could grind more experience and improve his skills. Time quickly arrived at Friday. 2 days ago, at the Binzhou Cup competition and under the watchful eyes of teachers and students across the school, Lin Shu and the school team casually defeated their opponents and smoothly advanced to the next round. This morning, Baixing messaged him early, reminding him to arrive on time at the Baiyun Arena for his endorsement filming and makeup session. This past week, Lin Shu had practically nailed himself to the training hall. During the day, he practiced team tactics with the school team, and at night, he served as a sparring partner. The intense training helped him gain a deep understanding of game rules and details, while accumulating 350 proficiency points. In his spare moments, he spent 205 points upgrading Hei Yi by 1 level, though the slow progress only increased his longing to grind experience in the other world. By comparison, the growth of his second summoned beast, Tu Yao, was truly impressive. In just under a month, under Lin Shu's careful training with 2 mentors, it could now hold its own evenly against Min Hu's main battle beast. Seeing this, Min, who was on the verge of a breakdown after all, he couldn't even beat the opponent's number 2, which was a real blow to his pride. Summon beast information. Name, Mountain Rockman Tu Yao. Level, LV 14-2-2140 max level, LV 25. Status, healthy quality, normal attribute, Earth. Talent, Tu Yao Physique Novice 172200, almost accomplished. Skills, basic charge in depth 26200. Rock Skin passive in depth 11200. Dust in depth 15,200. Explosive Punch novice 120. Clay Shield in depth 12200. Earth Spike novice 120. Intermediate Mud Rock Rush accomplished 2260. Rock Armor novice 540. The Sunto B accomplished talent brought overall strength and defense enhancements to Tuyao. Newly awakened skills Earth Spike, Mud Rock Rush, and Rock Armor combined offense and defense, with Rock Armor practically rendering yes normal attacks ineffective. Lin Shu personally tested several rounds and confirmed Tuyao's defense was like an impenetrable fortress. In size, Tuyao had grown to 1.93 meters tall, towering half a head above the 1.8 meter Lin Shu. Layers of rocky armor covered it like natural plating, making it look like a giant, finely trained fitness coach. Its once simple, goofy expression had given way to calm resolve, though sometimes when it zoned out in the corner, it couldn't fully escape its goofy nature. Whenever it excitedly tried to greet Lin Shu with an energetic shoulder pat, it often left his arm tingling from the impact. BRR Lin Shu's phone vibrated. Bai Sheng's message popped up. The car is waiting at the school gate. Lin Shu gathered his thoughts, recalled He Yi and Tu Yao into the beast space, grabbed his bag, and got into the business van. The vehicle smoothly headed toward the city center. About an hour later, he arrived at Baiyun Arena. Opening the door to the VIP lounge, he saw Bai Sheng gently patting the huge head of the blue thunder stripe bear, seemingly scolding it for some mistake. Upon noticing Lin Shu entering, she let go of the bear's head, which immediately slunk into a corner, giving a sly smirk of mischief before leaving. You're here. The things are ready. Take a look. Saying that, he pointed at the desk where a contract and a pen lay. Lin Shu settled onto the sofa and reached out to flip through the contract. The document was thin, and the most striking clause was how little it restricted him could terminate the partnership at any time without penalty. Baiyun Pavilion only held the rights to use his image for promotion within their venue. The salary terms stood out even more. All payment would be made in Beastmaster resources, settled monthly rather than a lump sum. 1. 30 types of third-tier spirit creatures per month, with selectable attributes. 2. 30 bottles of advanced nutrient solution per month. Converted into cash, the value easily surpassed 1 million Daxia coins. For Lin Shu, who hadn't even reached the second tier yet, this was practically a money-dumping investment. The contract also specified that all resources could be cashed out or exchanged for equivalent goods at Lin Shu's discretion. Beyond that, he only needed to complete a set of promotional photos and a short video today, with little else required afterward, practically a freebie. After reading all the clauses, he looked up with a sigh. Aren't you guys afraid of losing money with this contract? Bai Sheng shook his head calmly. With your potential, this investment is minimal. Lin Shu understood and signed his name with a flourish. Done. Hand it over. Bai Sheng pocketed the contract. Everything's prepared for you and ready to pick up anytime. Any attribute preferences? Just have them ready before I return to South City after the Shikling Cup ends. Half the spirit creature's dark attribute, half earth attribute. Lin Shu wasn't in a hurry. Got it. They'll arrange that now. Bai Sheng immediately looked down to operate his phone. Then he looked up and said, the studio is ready. ITLL take about an hour. Want to shoot now? Sure. The sooner, the better. Lin Shu nodded. Guided by staff, Lin Shu entered the private studio, changed into custom clothes, and completed the photo poses and video shoot in sequence. The whole process took only 40 minutes. The retouched images appeared before him. His features were subtly enhanced to look more defined and expressive. After confirming everything was perfect, the shoot wrapped up. Back in the VIP room, their conversation shifted to the trial tower. Over the past month, Bai Sheng's strength had also surged. His blue thunder bear had leveled up to 17, and resource supplies remained ample, keeping progress steady. Yet despite his best efforts, had only reached the 5th floor. Learning that Lin Shu had already reached the 8th floor dimmed his joy considerably. The gap was still glaring. Clenching his fists silently, he didn't expect to catch up but refused to fall too far behind. Lin Shu could only encourage him to keep pushing forward. The next morning arrived. Today was the match day for the round of 30 to 15 in the Chubird Cup. From afar, Baiyun Arena was already buzzing with endless streams of cars and surging crowds, even more intense than the previous round. Everyone was eager to get inside early. The final champion would be crowned this weekend. Students from Kanglan No. 2 High School had come to cheer, especially Class 5 of Grade 10. Their homeroom teacher Zhao Sheng led Huang Yan, Zhang Qi, Lu Dong, and others, holding up banners, determined to pump up the atmosphere to the highest level. They had promised in the class group chat they'd show strong support. Lin Shu was well aware and quietly vowed not to disappoint them, was dead set on winning this championship. At 10:30, the match began on time. The competition entered the 30 to 15 phase, no longer split across screens. Several cameras focused on each unknown duel. The 30 contestants each drew a number, and 15 battles would follow in order. Lin Shu and Bai Sheng sat closest to the stage among the players, pinned with tags numbered 11 and 28. Other contestants glanced at Lin Shu frequently. News about his beast mastery level had become citywide gossip. It was impossible to ignore him. Their eyes showed a mix of fear and respect, wary of drawing the legend in the lottery. The announcer's voice rang out clearly. Welcome back to the Fengdu Chubird Cup. The sizzling 30 to 15 round is underway, and this weekend the final champion will be decided. Cheers rolled through the crowd like crashing waves. The banners from grade 10 class 5 stood out vividly. More students waving little flags and yelling "Go Lin Shu." Many of the girls were drawn by both his skill and good looks. The staff began the lottery. For the first match, contestant number 5, Chen Ko, versus contestant number 12, Zhang Li. Both immediately stood up and quickly walked from the waiting area to the battle stage. Lin Shu and Bai Sheng watched intently, their blood pumping with the rhythm like cheers. Bai Sheng said casually, "As long as I don't face you, I still have a chance to win against the others." Lin Shu glanced around calmly but confidently. "The odds are low. If we do meet, that will be the championship battle." "Haha, exactly. I see no reason why I can't make the top 4. Bai Sheng grinned, sharing the same ambition as Lin Shu. The two fell silent to watch. By the round of 30, the average level of the contestants was already 15. Without a perfect beginner skill, one would actually be the odd one out, dragging the team down. Firestorms and water curtains clashed on stage, dazzling light flashing in all directions. The varied skills flowed smoothly in sequence. Fire and water collided in brilliant, colorful displays. The seamless coordination of dazzling skills made it hard for both players and spectators to keep up with everything happening. The level of excitement had increased dramatically compared to before. The match's pace was lightning fast. Just as the host finished announcing the previous score, he loudly declared, "Number 11, Lin Shu, versus number 29, Qin Yuan." In an instant, the arena erupted into a roaring wave of cheers. "Lin Shu, Lin Shu, you're the champion. Victory, victory." The crowd rose, waving glow sticks wildly, their cheers surging in overwhelming waves. It was clear that Lin Shu's popularity in Fengdu had soared to unprecedented heights. Bai Sheng glanced at his underclassman Qin Yuan, then at Lin Shu, and let out a soft sigh. "Why is it always someone from our central number 1 high school? Looks like you're about to lose again." With that, he gave Lin Shu a barely there pat on the back. Lin Shu's expression remained calm as he confidently stepped onto the battlefield. Across from him, Qin Yuan's face darkened immediately upon hearing his opponent's name. Just his worst enemy to face. He forced a stiff smile in greeting, but Lin Shu returned it with his signature gentle smile. To Qin Yuan, however, that smile was nothing short of a death sentence. Rumors had long spread online that the brighter Lin Shu smiled, the fiercer his strikes. There were no exceptions. Thinking this, Qin Yuan silently reminded himself to stay alert. From the commentator's booth, the host enthusiastically introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, Lin Shu needs no introduction. Just days ago, he made headlines in the Fengdu Daily as a prodigious beast master. In only 2 months, he has raised his beast to level 21, breaking all norms. His partner, the Shadow Mantis, is feared by all competitors as the Reaper Mantis, with no one having survived its blade for more than a minute. Tonight, can Qin Yuan break that record? Let's watch and see." Up on stage, Qin Yuan felt a chill crawling up his spine. This kind of fight, whoever wants it, they can have it. But conceding outright would be too humiliating, so he steeled himself to hold his ground. A blinding white light exploded as Qin Yuan summoned his beast, the wind speed steed. Lin Shu's eyes sharpened, silently judging, "Not bad." A holographic interface immediately appeared displaying stats. Name, wind speed steed. Level, LV 15102150 max, level LV 46. Status, startled. Quality, elite. Element, wind. Talent, none. Skills, basic wind blade perfect 2250, horn charge grade 1140, majestic wing sweep grade 1540. Intermediate wind power minor 1160, wind guard minor 1260. As the data dissolved, a pure white colt lightly stepped down from cloud-like mist, its 2 pairs of palm-sized wings fluttering slightly, like a miniature Pegasus. Standing beside Lin Shu, the Shadow Mantis Nightfall merely gave it a casual glance. Its sharp compound eyes gleamed coldly. Immediately, the wind-speed steed took a few hesitant steps back, its hooves trembling under invisible menace. Qin Yuan gave a bitter smile. If the beast acted like this before the fight even started, his chances looked grim. The referee entered, concisely restating safety protocols, emphasizing no beast fatalities allowed. The arena was cleared, everything ready. 3-1. With the referee's whistle slicing through the air, the battle officially began. Lin Shu once again handed full initiative to Nightfall, his instincts far keener than Lin Shu's own. Rather than storming forward like before, Nightfall crossed its arms and instantly slashed out 3 sharp blades simultaneously. Perhaps he was just used to killing wild forest rabbits, but Hai now randomly blasted out blade chi to knock opponents away. There was no logic to it at all. This blade chi technique consumes little energy but hits hard. so Lin Shu naturally wouldn't miss the chance, raising his hand to unleash a triple slash from high. The sudden change came too fast. Qin Yuan was caught completely off guard. He could only scream inside, "Big brother, why aren't you playing by the rules?" After all, the Windspeed Warhorse is a wind elemental beast. Its hooves wrapped by blue wind, it stomped fiercely, narrowly dodging the three slender, willow-leaf-thin blades of energy. The howling sword light brushed its mane, gouging deep lines into the ground, three long, narrow cracks. Is this triple blade chi supposed to be a path-clearing shot? Qin Yuan was both amazed and confused. This was the first time Lin Shu had used this move, yet he had no clue what it was called. The audience and players area exploded with excitement. Such a fierce move only being shown now sparked cheers and astonished whispers, one after another. But the real terror was yet to come. As the blade chi surged, Hai vanished into a blur of gray, silently darting behind the Windspeed Warhorse. Even the swift Warhorse, dominant among its peers, raised its ears in alarm at the terrifyingly instantaneous movement. Qin Yuan's face went pale. He already knew he had lost who could have a good outcome when Hai closes in up close. Sure enough, Hai's body darkened into a spreading shadow, like spilled ink enveloping the warhorse. Bound by darkness, its hooves froze midair, unable to move. Hai raised its twin blades high. A flash of cold light signaled the imminent strike. "I surrender. I surrender." Qin Yuan practically shouted twice, afraid to hesitate even a moment. Lin Shu raised his hand in a stopping gesture, and Hai immediately retracted its blades, sparing the warhorse from serious injury. This was one of the reasons Qin Yuan gave up so decisively. Hai flipped back to Lin Shu's side as the shadows retracted like a tide. The referee watched closely and immediately announced loudly, "Number 11, Lin Shu, winner." Applause surged like a tidal wave through the stands, cheers roaring in every corner. The entire fight, less than half a minute long, had completely ignited the crowd. Class 15 was so excited they nearly jumped out of their seats, shouting along with the audience, "Lin Shu, my classmate, my brother, isn't he awesome?" Their homeroom teacher Zhao Sheng clapped his hands until they were red, smiling broadly, clearly proud of his student. The host was thoroughly impressed by the swift and decisive victory, exclaiming, "With such outrageous speed and attack power, I can't see anyone who can stop them. Lin Shu is definitely the strongest contender for the championship." After the match, Lin Shu shook hands with Qin Yuan, quietly gave some encouragement, then returned to the player area to watch Bai Sheng's match. Bai Sheng, after watching the whole thing, couldn't help but joke. "Watching you fight at the Rookie Cup feels like college kids bullying elementary kids. The opponents don't stand a chance. It's basically a dimensionality reduction attack. You should be in the high school cup, and getting beaten up a few times would be normal, right? He'll definitely go to the high school cup." Lin Shu flashed his trademark grin, calm but confident. "But who said I'm going to get crushed? Don't you have any faith in me?" Bai Sheng shrugged, "Fair enough. With your crazy leveling speed, at worst you lose a few matches. It's hard to imagine anyone beating you. Who knows, maybe one day you'll blow up the high school cup. You'd have to start at level 40 for that, and the beasts need to evolve once, too," Bai Sheng added half-jokingly. Lin Shu just smiled and stayed silent. Who knows what the future holds? One step at a time is the way to go. The battle to narrow down from 30 to 15 fierce competitors was in full swing. The big screen kept scrolling through the names until finally, Bai Sheng's name lit up. His opponent was also from Central Number 1 High School, though Bai Sheng himself admitted they barely knew each other. At this moment, just by looking at the advancing list, one could feel the overwhelming strength of Central Number 1 High School. They claimed 12 of the 30 spots. Almost every year, the Fengdu Chubird Cup champions were swept up by Central Number 1, while other schools could only watch enviously. So when the draw placed two Central Number 1 players against each other, sobs of despair echoed from their cheering section. "It's over, an internal clash already. No way we're getting this year's championship. The 5-time winning streak is about to end. Yeah, Lin Shu alone is unbeatable. Where did this monster from Kanglan Number 2 High School come from this year?" Whispers and murmurs filled the auditorium while Bai Sheng's match began on stage. Though he had looked helpless against Lin Shu before, now he was a completely different player. The massive blue thunder pattern bear slammed down to the floor, causing the ground to tremble. Its thick, thunder-patterned armor gleamed coldly under the lights. With almost impregnable defense and relentless charges, Bai Sheng barely broke a sweat before delivering a series of heavy blows that knocked his opponent down and sealed his victory. As the last fight ended, the 30-15 elimination was officially over, revealing the slate of 15 finalists. Standing center stage, the host's voice boomed. "Congratulations to the 15 players who have advanced. Next, we will conduct the draw for the 15-8 round. One player will receive a bye and proceed directly to the quarterfinals." The moment the host finished, staff activated the drawing machine. Inside the transparent chamber, numbered balls tumbled rapidly. First, we draw the bye spot. The host pressed the button to stop the machine, and a ball slowly rolled out. The camera focused quickly ball number 4. Number 4 corresponds to the winner of match 4 Lin Shu. Congratulations on advancing directly to the quarterfinals. A chorus of disappointed sighs rose from the crowd. The most exciting competitor got a bye, and the audience would miss out on one thrilling battle. Meanwhile, the players breathed sighs of relief. That monster didn't have to fight this round, which was huge good news. Even Bai Sheng let out a small exhale of relief. Lin Shu himself just nodded calmly. Fewer battles meant preserving energy, which was ideal. With the draw complete, the next round began immediately. Although Lin Shu's usual steamrolling was absent, the matches still crackled with energy. Clever tactical shifts and underdog victories kept the audience on edge, presenting a sharp contrast to Lin Shu's dominant performances and refreshing the tournament atmosphere. Lin Shu sat in the front row of the stands, attentively watching every fight. For him, it was a rare chance to study Fengda's top emerging beast tamers up close. Every opponent's move combinations, command rhythms, and beast traits were silently committed to memory. By 3 p.m., the quarterfinalists were finalized. 1. Kangla number 2 High School Lin Shu. 2. Kangla number 1 High School 1 player. 3. Central number 1 High School 3 players including Bai Sheng. 4. Donglai number 1 High School 1 player. 5. Beijiao number 1 High School 2 players. Each of these 8 schools ranked within Fengda's top 10. As the competition day wrapped up, players and spectators gradually left, leaving the arena to grow quiet except for the sweeping crew's footsteps echoing through the empty stands. Beep beep. Lin Shu's phone lit up with a notification. He pulled it out, scrolling through messages in the class group, friend chats, and a brief text from homeroom teacher Zhao Sheng. Let's go out and celebrate. A simple message from Zhao Sheng, inviting everyone to go celebrate. Lin Shu agreed to everyone's request. After all, they had all come to the competition site to cheer him on. As night fell, they casually picked a well-reviewed local restaurant. Bright pendant lights cast a warm yellow glow on the wooden tables and chairs. The air was filled with the inviting aromas of braised meat and grilled skewers. Soon, large round tables pushed together were laden with drinks, beer, and various dishes. The classmates raised their glasses and drank heartily, laughter and excited chatter filling the room. Their homeroom teacher, Zhao Sheng, didn't act like a superior adult. Instead, he plopped down among the students, playing finger-guessing games with them. After several rounds, his face was flushed with warmth and joy. For Lin Shu, this was the only day that month with a break from training, a rare chance to relax and unwind. Standing beside him, Hei Yi and Tu Yao acted like guards, but also a pair of little foodies, eagerly pushing plate after plate of the restaurant's specialties toward themselves. They playfully offered dishes to Lin Shu. Master, this grilled fish is so delicious. And the sweet and sour rib so sweet. Though they spoke in jest, Lin Shu still picked up a chopstick to share a bite with them. When the bill came, Lin Shu reached for his card to pay, but suddenly everyone jumped up, each trying to foot the bill. After a brief scramble, teacher Zhao Sheng got there first and slapped the card down at the counter with a smile. Tonight's on me everyone. Just eat and drink without worry. Cheers erupted from the group. Before leaving, everyone felt a bit lightheaded from the festivities. Bai Sheng, who hadn't drunk much, took on the role of driver and carefully escorted the visibly tipsy classmates back to the hotel. Drunk and unsteady, Lin Shu stumbled back to his room and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Sunday morning, he sprang out of the soft bed feeling refreshed and clear-headed. The brief rest had recharged him like a full battery. Nearby, Hei Yi and Tu Yao lay on their backs, snoring rhythmically as if still celebrating last night's revelry. Not wanting to disturb them, Lin Shu picked up his phone to scroll through news feeds. The screen was flooded with push notifications about the Rookie Cup. A rational debate: does Lin Shu have the potential to be a great emperor? Secrets I must share about myself and Lin Shu, once a hopeless youth. Lin Shu swept the Rookie Cup after my help. Read more here. Clickbait titles vied for attention. Lin Shu skimmed a few, then lost interest, closing the page and quietly waiting for his next match. Dong dong dong. 3 deep bell tolls echoed through the giant arena, the fixed opening ritual for the Rookie Cup's annual championship day. When the bells stopped, the giant screen lit up. The organizers slipped in 2 quick ads before starting the group draw. The packed stands roared, the crowd's noise nearly shaking the roof. For a rookie Beastmaster competition to pack such a crowd showed just how respected the profession had become in society. The quarterfinal draw was complete, splitting players into groups A and B. The good news: Lin Shu landed in Group A, Bai Sheng in Group, meaning they could only face each other in the final. The bad news: Bai Sheng was defeated in his first match by Hu Tiangan underdog who fought smoothly and unexpectedly knocked Bai Sheng out before the semifinals. Lin Shu felt some regret, and Bai Sheng was bitter to miss even the runner-up spot. Hu Tiang therefore became the biggest dark horse besides Lin Shu himself. Lin Shu remained dominant, advancing to the semifinals with little effort. Next, he would face Li Quan, the last remaining player from Central Number 1 High School. Lin Shu had just eliminated another player from that school in the quarters. Now, facing a teammate again made him feel a bit awkward. How did the draw always pit him against them? This match would be Lin Shu versus Li Quan. Surely, everyone was familiar with these two contenders. Let's zoom in and watch the match unfold. At the battle arena, Lin Shu glanced across at Li Quan. Li Quan remained relaxed and carefree. Despite knowing his chances were slim, he smiled calmly and waved to Lin Shu, saying, "You're too strong, brother. Take it easy on me later." "They'll keep that in mind," Lin Shu replied with a composed smile. His voice was like an invisible reassurance, easing Li Quan's nerves slightly. The referee's whistle suddenly pierced the air, signaling the start of the match. Almost immediately, Li Quan struck first, clearly unwilling to surrender without a fight. At his command, a fiery patterned alpaca with flaming red fur leapt forward, spewing a shower of sparks like a meteor shower blazing across the arena. The commentators exclaimed, "Wow, Li Quan actually chose to attack first. This is his only chance to turn things around." On the big screen, the stats of the fiery alpaca appeared. Name, Fire Patterned Alpaca. Level, LV-152 Cap 85. Status, Healthy. Quality, Perfect. Element, Fire. Talent, None. Skills, Basic Spark Perfect 2250, Stomp Advanced 1540, Headbutt Advanced 1340, Fire Storage Passive Intermediate 2230, Intermediate Flame Dance Formation Intermediate 1160, Fire Snake Coil Intermediate 1360. If this perfect quality fiery alpaca had been in the hands of a master with the heavenly fire talent, it could have posed a serious threat to Lin Shu. Unfortunately, today it faced Shadow Mantis Dark Knight. Flaming sparks rained down, but Dark Knight showed no interest in dodging. With a flick of its dual scythes, dark energy surged, effortlessly slicing through the sparks. Before the fire cooled, two blazing serpents coiled and struck the intermediate skill Fire Snake Coil. Yet the moment Dark Knight's scythe blades met the fiery snakes, the flames were cleft apart and vanished into nothingness. Disbelief flashed in Li Quan's eyes. A skill that once swept away countless opponents was now rendered useless. On the battlefield, Dark Knight grew serious, shifting into a shadowy blur as it closed the gap. It raised its scythe high and aimed for a vital strike. The next moment, it ghosted away just as the fiery alpaca unleashed Flame Dance Formation, nothing but a feint. Within seconds, the alpaca's stamina was drained by nearly half, its fiery spirit rapidly fading. Li Quan's heart sank. The level gap truly was an insurmountable chasm. With no options left, the fiery alpaca could only weakly exhale a few scattered sparks, but before it even came close, Dark Knight's razor-sharp scythe pierced its defenses one decisive blow. The fiery alpaca collapsed heavily, and the referee immediately declared it incapacitated. Li Quan shook his head with a sigh. He had done his best, but the opponent was simply too overpowered. The announcer's voice rang out through the arena. As expected, Lin Shu claims another victory using Shadow Mantis, successfully advancing to the final round and entering the championship contention. An enormous roar erupted from the crowd, the name Lin Shu echoing over and over. The world of beast tamers had always revered strength, and Lin Shu had unquestionably conquered the stands. Facing the cheers, he smiled gently and waved, then calmly stepped down from the arena to await the final stage. At that moment, Baixing also stood up, finally understanding what method Hu Tiang had used. It turned out he relied on his spirit-type Beastmaster talent, specifically designed for mental suppression of beast lower-level beasts are weak in spirit and have no ability to resist. Baixing shifted his gaze to Lin Shu. Lin Shu had just voiced his entire hypothesis, which explained why he had been fiddling with his phone non-stop earlier, was clearly searching for related information. After hearing Baixing's deduction, Lin Shu suddenly saw things clearly. This talent is especially effective against beasts below mid-level. Luckily, Black Knight is already level 21. Lin Shu breathed a sigh of relief. He has at least some resistance. If he were a few levels lower, would probably be completely helpless today. Baixing nodded and cautioned, "Yes, but you still need to be careful. Hu Tuyang has already used his mental wave twice today, and even with potions, his mental energy won't recover that quickly. He can only use it 2 more times at most." Lin Shu silently committed that to memory and began reviewing every previous duel, quickly simulating possible scenarios. Finals lineup announced. The screen flickered as Hu Tuyang and Lin Shu's names appeared side by side. The match then paused for commercial time. To the audience, it was just ads. For the two fighters, it was a precious 10 minutes of rest. 10 minutes later, the announcer's voice thundered over the arena. Up next is the much-anticipated championship match. Let's bring the finalists to the battle stage for the final duel. A wave of noise and discussion swept through the stands as debates about the champion's identity erupted. Most fans favored Lin Shu, since his earlier performances had been more impressive. The tension, excitement, and intensity practically solidified in the air. Everyone's eyes fixed on the massive battle platform at the center of the arena. Lin Shu looked up to see Hu Tuyang across from him. Hus' gaze held a mix of excitement and apprehension. Hadn't expected to make it this far, and he couldn't forget the terrifying performance of Lin Shu's Shadow Mantis. Thinking of his own talent mental wave, Hu Tuyang's expression calmed slightly. To this point, No beast had been able to fully resist his mental suppression, though unfortunately his mental energy was running low and would only allow 2 more uses. The championship trophy gleamed high above the arena's center, so close it felt within fist's reach. Hu Tiang clenched his fist tightly. Beside him stood a petite, exquisite beast about a foot tall. Name: Rain Doll. Level: LV 1526150. Max level: LV 43. Status: Healthy. Quality: Elite. Attribute: Water. Talent: None. Skills: Basic. Water Bullet. Intermediate 22200. Water Shield. Advanced 1140. Bubble. Minor 1530. Impact. Minor 1630. Intermediate. Water Cage. Minor 1160. Rapid Water Gun. Minor 2360. The Rain Doll held a paint-splattered oil paper umbrella and wore a bright blue robe, her delicate face like a porcelain doll. Overall strength was average, but still near the top among competing beasts. Hu Tuyang's progress to the finals relied mainly on his Beastmaster talent mental wave. On the battlefield, neither boy spoke. Their minds raced through calculations. Lin Shu reached out to stroke Shadow Mantis Black Knight's tough carapace. Black Knight's defense wasn't exceptional among beasts of his level, but thanks to the 6th-level advantage, even if Rain Doll landed hits, she was unlikely to immediately disable Black Knight. Still, Lin Shu dared not take it lightly. Knew the best-laid plans often unravel unexpectedly. Both competitors were fully prepared. Let's look forward to this final showdown together. As the host's voice faded, the battle was poised to erupt. Right from the start, Hu Tiang wasted no time and immediately unleashed his talent. The invisible psychic shockwave surged like a hurricane directly at He Yi. Following swiftly, Yutian Wawa swung his arms, gathering water underfoot into 3 spiraling vortices that quickly solidified into a prison of water. The duo and their bonded beast acted with seamless coordination, clearly aiming to end the fight with overwhelming force. The psychic wave moved so fast it was almost imperceptible, relentlessly crashing into the depths of He Yi's mind. He Yi's body stiffened as if struck by a heavy hammer, momentarily frozen in place. But Lin Shu remained calm. His contract's feedback told him He Yi was rapidly breaking free from the mental grip. Sure enough, before the psychic wave even lasted 2 seconds, it shattered. He Yi leapt fiercely, shattering the watery cage into a fine mist, completely disrupting the opponent's well-planned combo. Hu Tiang pressed his throbbing forehead in disbelief. The psychic wave he had relied on to disable other beasts for 3 seconds had collapsed prematurely, draining his spiritual energy. He Yi staggered slightly as well, clearly shaken by the aftereffects, but immediately unleashed a blade strike. Lin Shu detected the subtle change and felt a flicker of relief. He Yi was still in fighting shape. With a sharp gleam, the blade strike pierced precisely into Yutian Wawa's body. The cerulean robe split open with 2 bleeding gashes, and this single blow nearly crippled the beast. Its porcelain-like face instantly turned pale. Enduring fierce pain, Yutian Wawa raised its arm and fired a rapid barrage of water bullets in desperate defense. It felt its master's yearning for championship glory and refused to surrender easily. Looking at his wounded, contracted beast, Hu Tuyang's resolve only deepened. Drawing a deep breath, he closed his eyes to concentrate, gathering all remaining spiritual power to launch another psychic wave. A thunderous roar exploded in his mind as his body uncontrollably pitched forward, collapsing with a thud. Still, he struggled to lift his head, trying to seize this one last chance for a comeback. He Yi stood unharmed in place, while only the illusions summoned by double shadow kill shattered like bubbles within the psychic wave. In truth, Hu Tuyang had been mentally foggy, mistaking an illusion for the real He Yi, causing his talent to fail once again. With this, the outcome was clear. He finally could not hold on any longer, slowly closing his eyes and sinking into a deep sleep, filled with regret. I lost again. Seeing this, Yutian Wawa ignored its injuries and stumbled over to its master, tears streaming down onto the ground. He Yi lowered his gaze, refraining from further attacks, while Lin Shu quietly stayed by his side, his expression complex. The bond between beast and master was fully revealed in this moment. The audience was deeply moved by the scene, soft sobs filling the arena. Medical staff rushed in immediately, urgently carrying away the unconscious Hu Tiang and the severely injured Yutian Wawa to the nearest hospital. After a quick cleanup, the referee stepped to the center of the arena, raised his flag, and loudly announced, "Winner Lin Shu." On stage, the host's voice brimmed with excitement as he announced the final result. "Congratulations to contestant Lin Shu for winning the 78th Fengdu Nestling Cup. Let's give him a big round of applause." The moment he finished, the audience erupted into a roaring cheer, Lin Shu's name echoing non-stop amid a wave of uncontrollable enthusiasm. Many people leapt to their feet, waving their arms high, filling the hall with shouts and joy. Lin Shu's victory was exactly what most had expected. Bai Sheng and the students from Gao Yi's Class 5 shouted and waved enthusiastically from the stands, their voices blending into the crowd's roar. At that moment, a cascade of shimmering golden ribbons burst forth from the dome above and gently floated down like a waterfall, settling on the dual platform onto Lin Shu's shoulders and the tips of his hair. Lin Shu looked up, his vision flooded by a sea of gold. He raised both arms, closed his eyes, and smiled quietly, savoring the honor of his first championship. Hei Yi jumped around excitedly, flailing his arms to swat at the falling ribbons, like a playful child delighting in this golden rain. After the brief but spirited applause died down, the arena lights focused on the award stage. The host announced loudly, "Next, please welcome Bai Yihao, Vice President of the Fengdu Beast-Taming Association, to present the trophy to Lin Shu." The name was met with another roar from the crowd. Staff waiting at the entrance escorted Bai Yihao up to the podium. Lin Shu was not surprised Bai Sheng had mentioned this presenter the night before and nodded politely in acknowledgement. Following a brief but formal trophy presentation, commemorative photos, and video recordings, the 78th Fengdu Nestling Cup came to a close. Lin Shu left the stage alongside Bai Sheng and headed toward the special area where one claimed their beast rewards. The hallway was spacious and bright, and Lin Shu wondered silently. A beast with perfect quality, could it bring a surprise? Suddenly, he glanced sideways and asked, "By the way, if I'm not satisfied with the rewarded beast, can I exchange it for cash instead?" Without hesitation, Bai Sheng replied, "Yes, that's no problem at all. You can also choose one advanced skill orb as a bonus." Lin Shu nodded, knowing well that the backers of Bai Yun Arena stood behind these options. They passed through the corridor and arrived at a broad training and nurturing ground. The first thing to catch their eyes was a bird no bigger than a basin, covered in purple markings. It seemed freshly hatched, hopping and attempting to flap its wings, but always falling after just a couple of tries. Its small face wore a look of anxious frustration and helplessness. Name: Purple Howbird. Level: LV 3530. Level cap: LV 83. Status: Anxious. Quality: Perfect. Attribute: Flying. Talent: None. Skills: Basic charge LV 1120. Lin Shu scanned the stats, absorbing every detail. While a perfect quality flying beast was rare, lacking a talent made it far less appealing since exceptional talents often meant exponential power boosts. Bai Sheng noticed Lin Shu's indifferent expression and immediately understood he wasn't impressed. Lin Shu examined the purple howbird repeatedly, but saw nothing particularly promising. Finding the beast did not meet his expectations, Lin Shu didn't linger. He said directly, "This beast is decent, but it's not within what I'm considering." After saying that, the two of them left the area and returned to the VIP lounge. The spacious lounge was softly lit, with a faint scent of grass and metal lingering in the air. Bai Sheng spoke first. "Have you thought about which advanced skill you want? If you decide now, we can arrange it immediately. It just so happens that it can be included with this month's endorser bonus." Lin Shu shook his head, his gaze resting on the projected skill list on the wall, but not really focusing. "No ideas for now. Advanced skills need to fit with my beast-taming skill system, otherwise they won't be effective." He let out a self-deprecating smile. That's the gap between an ordinary beast tamer and a high-level one. They build skills around their whole system. There were very few resources online about this kind of systematic skill matching. No one was willing to openly share the core secrets they'd painstakingly figured out. Fortunately, though he had no clue himself, he still had a mentor to ask, one who used the same beast-taming style. Thinking this, Lin Shu felt certain and looked up. "Wait, I'll ask my mentor first." He pulled out his watch, opened Feishin, and quickly typed a message. Bai Sheng didn't rush him, just quietly stepped aside and poured 2 cups of tea. Luckily, the mentor wasn't busy and replied soon. "I saw your match, not bad, somewhat like how I was back in the day. As for advanced skills, it depends on your direction. Do you want to go pure assassin or hybrid? There's a big difference." "Pure assassin," Lin Shu replied without hesitation. With a talent like Void Walk, the future under the cover of darkness had only one path: pure and ultimate assassination. "Since you've made up your mind, I'm relieved." Guli immediately sent another message. For pure assassins, consider these 3 skills. 1. Night Shadow Flash enhances displacement with high burst damage. 2. Dark Night Phantom greatly boosts speed. 3. Dark Entangle marks and tracks targets while dealing considerable continuous damage. Each has its strengths. Weigh them carefully. Lin Shu mulled it over. He already had plenty of attack methods, so Night Shadow Flash could wait. High-speed movement was clearly a weakness, and Dark Entangle's tracking with persistent damage was tempting. Wished he could take both. After some thought, he typed back, "I choose Dark Night Phantom." A few seconds later, Guli sent a voice message with a laughing emoji. "Hesitating so long means you want all of them, right? Fine, I'll reward you with 1 more Dark Entangle. I just happen to have it. Don't be shy." Caught off guard but thrilled, Lin Shu rapidly sent 2 clinging to mentor stickers. "Thank you, mentor." Guli sent back a smiling face with sunglasses. "Wu Song will deliver the items tomorrow. That's it for now. Reach out if you need anything." Then he logged off promptly and efficiently, as always. Lin Shu was used to it by now. He put away the watch and turned to Bai Sheng. Then he'll take Dark Knight Phantom. Baisheng nodded and responded immediately. The next day at Kanglan No. 2 High School's varsity team, Lin Shu had returned to school immediately after obtaining the 2 advanced skill orbs the day before. That same night, he had Black Knight absorb them both. Since then, he had been fully focused on packing for today's journey to the other world with Brother Wu Song. The valuation for the purple bright bird was finally confirmed. A beast with perfect quality typically sells for between 100,000 and 3 million daxia coins. The Baiyun Arena offered the highest price of 3 million, plus the endorsement warrior's beast resources that hadn't been claimed yet, bringing the total to about 4 million daxia coins. Lin Shu hadn't touched the money yet. The materials Black Knight would need for future evolution wouldn't come cheap, so he wanted to keep the budget intact. Early that morning, the evolution materials for the black obsidian battle mantis that his mentor sent arrived at the school gate. Lin Shu packed the 3 items golden crystal ore, 4th order dark core, and 4th order spirit artifact dark flower fruit into his space ring. The total value was around 800,000 coins, placing them in the upper middle tier of perfect grade evolution materials. After double-checking the prices online and feeling confident, Lin Shu finally washed up. Ding, his phone lit up. It was a message from Wu Song. I'm leaving the Marshall Hall now, half an hour away. They'll message you again soon. Just come out and wait. After reading it, Lin Shu felt like Wu Song was even more eager than he was to get to Meihu Island. Smiling, he replied, "Got it." The champion effect arrived faster than expected. Last night, the post about their team winning the Chubird Cup had blown up the school forum, the first championship Kanglan No. 2 had claimed in years. Even if it wasn't a major tournament, it was enough to ignite the whole campus. Messages of congratulations from teammates kept pouring in, and Lin Shu replied to each briefly. After finishing his social duties, he fed Black Knight an Earthshine breakfast and nutritional potions, then spent 215 skill points to level Black Knight up to 22. With 65 points left, he was getting closer to the level 25 evolution threshold. Just as he finished, Wu Song sent his location. 5 minutes from Kanglan No. 2. Lin Shu answered, "Okay, I'm coming out," then locked the door and headed downstairs. Outside the school gate, a silver-white van waited quietly. Lin Shu had already asked for 10 days leave from his 2 team coaches, and the principal regular training no longer met his growth needs, and the teachers agreed to let him go. He opened the side door and slipped inside, nodding to Wu Song in the driver's seat. Immediately, his eyes caught the other's outfit. Wu Song wore a wide-brimmed bucket hat pushed low over his bangs, black sunglasses resting near his hairline, a colorful casual shirt matched with loose quick-dry shorts, and grayish-brown sandals on his feet. On his wrist was a blue space ring nearly identical to Lin Shu's. The whole look screamed beach vacation tourist, not someone about to enter a dangerous otherworld. Wu Song turned his head and caught Lin Shu's appraising gaze. Wu Song grinned, flashing a row of white teeth. "Huh, do I look a bit odd in this outfit? They'll keep it a mystery for now. Once we get to Meihu Island, you'll understand." Lin Shu glanced around the car, eyes lingering on Wu Song's brightly colored clothes, clearly leaning toward a casual vacation style. He wondered silently, could Meihu Island be something like those lively coastal resorts from my past life? Actually, this trip is kind of on the way. Wu Song tapped his fishing gear box, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I usually go to Meihu Island when I'm off. That place is something else. And just right now, there's a big competition." His eagerness was barely contained, as if he couldn't wait to arrive. Lin Shu's curiosity grew. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother Wu, what kind of competition has you so excited?" "Of course, the Meihu Island fishing frenzy." Wu Song raised his voice, his eyes shining. "This isn't just any contest. Anglers from all directions rush there. Across the entire Daxiao realm, few events are as popular." Hearing this, Lin Shu suddenly understood. Beneath Wu Song's bold exterior was a veteran fishing enthusiast. Passionate anglers really do exist everywhere, even in other worlds. "I see." Lin Shu looked at the finely crafted fishing rod Wu Song carried and smiled. "So, how good are your fishing skills, Brother Wu?" At the mention of this, Wu Song instantly perked up and proudly pounded his chest. "No bragging, but in Fengdu, if I'm not third best at fishing, no one dares claim second. Clear now?" Lin Shu only half understood but admired Wu Song's confidence. Not only skilled in beast taming, the man was quite accomplished at fishing too. Seeing Lin Shu's look of respect, Wu Song's lips curled smugly. "Just wait for tomorrow's show. All the tamed beasts on Meihu Island are water types, hidden in the lake. You have to catch them with rod and line. Any diving to grab them is against the rules. Don't worry, with me around, it's all easy pickings." Lin Shu nodded eagerly. "We'll leave the professional work to you then, Brother Wu." Encouraged, Wu Song launched into stories of his greatest catches. Reeling in rare shark scale fish in unfamiliar seas, battling for an entire day in an alien stream just to catch the legendary Crimson Flame Carp. His eyes glittered as he recalled each thrilling moment like it was happening again. Lin Shu joined in with questions and sighs. The car was filled with laughter and chatter. The SUV smoothly sped along the broad highway as the view shifted from Fengda's hills to an endless coastline. Sunlight scattered gold across the shimmering sea surface. Though only separated by one province, the trip to Haizhou took noticeably longer than last time to Yanzhou, showing just how vast Haizhou's territory was. When they arrived at Haizhou's border, the car clock read exactly 3 in the afternoon. Haizhou, true to its name, was about 70% land closely connected to the Blue Sea. The climate was mild year-round, with generous sunshine and annual temperatures between 20 and 30 degrees Celsius. Its rich marine environment nurtured the most diverse collection of water-type tame beasts in all of Daxia. Scanning the horizon, strange aquatic creatures darted between the blue sky and ocean. Due to this, non-water-type beasts were rare here. The few seen were usually visitors brought by beast tamers from other regions. In addition, countless fish and seafood made Haizhou famous far and wide, prized for their fresh taste and shipped all across the land. Riding that wave, fishing contests of all scales sprang upon at this moment. The biggest and liveliest was the Meihu Island fishing frenzy. The wheels hummed swiftly over the flat coastal road. A long bridge crossed turquoise waves, and the ocean breeze carried a faint salty scent into the car. Lin Shu rolled down the window and breathed deeply, quietly stirring in eager anticipation for the journey ahead. And Meihu Island itself sat within the Muyang Bay in the heart of Muyang City. The car was parked just behind a beach, with nothing but the endlessly rippling, brilliant blue sea ahead. Close to the shore, a blue vortex the size of a house slowly swirled. It was clearly the gateway to Meihu Island. Around it, girls dressed in light summer clothes chased each other and took photos on the white sand, their hair tousled by the sea breeze. The strange portal blended seamlessly into what looked like a popular vacation spot. The sound of waves crashing onto the shore echoed softly. Lin Shu and Wu Song stepped out of the car as the warm sea breeze greeted them. The sky was cloudless, spreading an expanse of pure blue overhead. Let's go straight in. There's a hotel on Meihu Island, so it'll be convenient to stay there, Wu Song said eagerly, quickening his pace toward the entrance. Lin Shu hurried to catch up but couldn't help lingering with his gaze on the beach, the turquoise sea, the blue sky, the lively crowd. It felt as though he had stepped into a picturesque painting with every step. Arriving at the vortex, Wu Song pulled out his phone to show their registration for the Meihu Island fishing frenzy. A wooden sign stuck in the sand nearby displayed the competition's start time and rules. With their entry confirmation, the two were allowed through without even having to buy tickets. Stepping into the vortex again, a dizzying, weightless sensation swept over them instantly. Fortunately, having been through it before, they only felt briefly lightheaded before steadying their steps. Ahead, the view suddenly opened up. A massive lake stretched endlessly, shaped like a wide runway. Both shores were natural fishing spots, already crowded with anglers casting their lines. Silver arcs traced through the air as lines sliced the clear, bottomless water. Sunlight danced across the shimmering surface, and a gentle breeze rippled the waves. Lin Shu sighed inwardly. It was such a peaceful place, free from the tension and dangers common in other worlds. Visitors here clearly felt more like tourists. Tall buildings lined the shore, some 40 or 50 stories high, scenic hotels, all built to face the water. We got here early, but don't let anyone steal my spot. Follow me, Wu Song said, eyes scanning the crowded shores. Surprised by the fishing crowds, he quickened his pace. The two jogged along the lakeside, drawing some curious looks. 5 minutes later, they arrived at their destination, two crooked-neck trees standing opposite each other across the water. This was the prime fishing spot Wu Song had been eyeing for some time. If not for the enhanced constitution granted by being a beast tamer, Lin Shu would have been exhausted from the sprint. His breathing was still heavy, especially since a shuttle vehicle was parked just the other side. Didn't understand why they had to run. But Wu Song looked relaxed, not even breaking a sweat, as if this was just a casual stroll. Seeing the fishing spot empty finally put Wu Song at ease. If someone else had grabbed it, he'd have to negotiate perfectly, a method he often used to settle disputes. His success rate was very high. So far, no one had ever turned him down. This tributary dipped between the forested banks, only about 5 meters wide, but the water was dark to the point of almost black. Lin Shu stood at the edge, feeling uncertain. Was this really a good spot for fishing? Wu Song took the lead, releasing the twin-blade mantis from the contract space and pulling out 2 large bundles of fishing gear from his spatial ring, looking determined to catch fish. The twin-blade mantis clearly knew this lakeshore well. Its thorax shell twitched excitedly, and it crossed its arms in a lively dance, a grinning, almost torn mouth smile full of anticipation. In less than 30 seconds, working with Wu Song, they finished all the preparations, folding out a small chair, propping 2 thick-handled rods against the bank, then mixing up a dark, black bait ball and hurling it precisely into the targeted fishing zone. The feeding was done. Lin Shu clicked his tongue silently. Even a beast companion loves fishing? He wasn't slow either. Released Hei Yi and Tu Yao. Hei Yi, who had been holding back, now trembled nervously with spiritual energy, glancing left and right as soon as he appeared. When he noticed Wu Song and the twin-blade mantis, he only sent a faint look their way before turning to scout the surroundings more carefully. Meanwhile, Tu Yao obediently stayed at Lin Shu's feet, completely still despite no immediate danger. Suddenly, dense ripples appeared on the lake's surface. Wu Song's eyes sharpened, and he quickly moved his small stool and fishing rod closer to the bank. The twin-blade mantis followed closely. The two men and a beast simultaneously swung their rods, the baited hooks piercing the water in perfect sync. Lin Shu settled onto his own stool, all three staring intently at the water. Watch closely, the big catch is coming up soon, Wu Song whispered. Be careful when you reel it in, the fish here all start at level 15 and up. The twin-blade mantis glanced back in mild annoyance, as if to say, keep your voice down. Lin Shu rubbed his hands, jittery and excited. Level 15 or higher. This really is a good spot. Don't worry, brother Wu. I'm calm with you here. Wu Song smiled and nodded. That's right. This surface looks calm, but it's truly a small parallel world, cleared of dangerous creatures already. Lin Shu finally understood. No wonder even a random fish here was at least level 15. In a small parallel world like this, the upper range could nurture beast companions as high as level 99. Hei Yi, seeing everyone crouched on the bank, curiously trotted over to peek next to the twin-blade mantis. The mantis ignored it, as long as it didn't cause trouble. Then, suddenly, one fishing rod bent into a sharp arc, and a huge force pulled from beneath the water. The nearly level 80 twin-blade mantis stood firm as a rock, gripping the rod with two arms while the other front limb reeled in and lifted, clumsy in movement, but powerful beyond measure. With a strong gust of wind, it flung the prey entirely out of the Watera black fish about a meter long landed heavily on the bank grass. Lin Shu and Wu Song quickly gathered around the catch. The big fish thrashed wildly, splashing water everywhere. The grass trembled under the strikes, and small stones and sand were kicked up by its tail fin, revealing its immense strength and panic at being out of its aquatic home. Wu Song laughed heartily. Not bad. Twin blades, you actually beat me to it. Guess you got lucky this time. The double-edged praying mantis holding the fishing rod seemed to roll its eyes at the remark, then focused intently on the black fish. Wu Song shrugged upon seeing this and turned his gaze to the struggling prey on the lake's surface. So it's a black spot stonefish. Not bad. The flavor should be decent. Hearing this, Lin Shu also looked at the fish. Since the double-edged mantis was here, there was no need to worry about safety. He thought to himself, if this were the old world, the anglers would have gone wild over a catch this size, probably boasting about it all night in the city market. Name black spot stonefish. Level LV 16 11160. Level cap LV 43. Status frightened. Quality elite. Attribute water. Talent none. Skills. Basic small bubble 1230. Small water gun 2230. Small ram 1530. Intermediate beginner high pressure water gun 1140. Though its level seemed decent, compared to the beasts Lin Shu had seen in competitions, the difference was clear. Few skills and low proficiency. The black spot stonefish, noticing several monsters circling it, grew increasingly panicked and opened its mouth to spray a thumb-thick jet of water at the high-pressure water gun. But its aim was terrible, barely grazing the target as it shot by. I got this. Tu Yao stepped forward, covering his sleeve as the water jet struck his vambrace, only sending up a few misty droplets it barely even tickled. Scratching his head, he muttered in puzzlement. This attack is way too weak. Bei swung out a blade aura strike directly. 3 cold gleams like razor-sharp blades cut off all the black spot stonefish's escape routes, precisely targeting the thin, soft belly scales. Wu Song and the double-edged mantis lounged nearby, watching the show, but their eyes suddenly flickered in surprise. What's going on? Haven't seen Bei for a few days, and he's already level 23? Wasn't he 22 just yesterday? And that blade aura strike should be at least advanced level. Wu Song sighed, half helpless and half amazed. A prodigy beast tamer really can't be measured by normal standards. The dying black spot stonefish desperately tried to flop away on land and sprayed another high-pressure water gun, but the blade glints easily erased it. The 3-blade streaks instantly pierced its body. Its flailing ended abruptly as blood dripped from the grass. Through the torn belly cavity, blurred fragments of organs were visible. 20 seconds flat, 16 proficiency points gained. Bei flexed his arms and lifted his head proudly, clearly remembering his master's instructions. Killing more of this kind of wild monster gained skill points, so he was eager to comply. After confirming the prey was truly dead, the double-edged mantis stepped up with its knife, swiftly slicing open the fish. The pure white flesh separated cleanly beneath the blade in uniformly thick slices. This fish tastes great, you'll want to savor it later, and it's boneless. Wu Zong's tone was practiced, clearly having done this many times before. Lin Shu nodded, glad there was no waste. In moments, neatly sliced fillets were arranged inside a prepared food box, leaving behind only a spike-covered fish skeleton. The fish fillets were placed into the meal box, ready to be grilled shortly. He settled back onto the small stool and resumed waiting for the next fish to bite. Wu Song pulled his gaze away from the water's surface and smiled, raising his hand in a casual wave. I got you a fishing rod too. Why don't you give it a try? As he spoke, he reached into his spatial ring and pulled out a fishing rod, tossing it to Lin Shu. Don't worry about the fishing line snapping. It's made from the silk of the white-spotted wolf spider, incredibly tough. Even most spirit beasts can't break it. All right, I'll give it a shot. I'm curious what fishing feels like anyway. Lin Shu took the rod and inspected it. The rod was slender and straight, sleek curves running along its length. Its surface was coated in a glossy black lacquer that reflected the light faintly. The handle was wrapped in some kind of spirit beast leather, soft yet resilient, and carried a subtle air of understated luxury. Clearly, it was crafted entirely from rare spirit beast materials. Wu Song grinned confidently. Relax, you'll fall in love with it. Fishing's one of the best things in the world. With that, he grabbed a handful of bait from the nearby metal bucket and expertly shaped it into a clump before hooking it onto the line. Mimicking him, Lin Shu swung the rod sharply. The hook sliced through the air in a shimmering arc, splashing into the lake with a splash. Sitting side by side, the surface rippled gently. Don't be impatient. You're a beginner. It's normal if there's no bite for a few hours. Once you get the feel, catching a dozen fish in a day won't be a big deal. Wu Song offered soft advice, comfortably swaying his foot. Today wasn't the time for sword techniques, but passing on fishing tips was just right. Impatient, Lin Shu thought to himself. Fishing demanded calm and quiet. Besides, he wanted to improve his skill. He remembered how, long ago, he spent entire days meditating to raise proficiency, without complaint. Now he just had to sit by the lake and zone out for a bit. Hei Yi and Tu Yao quietly gathered around him like loyal guardians. Hours passed slowly. 2 full cycles went by. During that time, they caught 4 fish total. 3 blackspot rockfish and 1 bubble fish, nothing unusual. After all fish in this lake were spirit beasts with some cleverness, so they didn't bite easily. Still, the 4 fish gave Lin Shu 68 proficiency points. Added to earlier gains, had earned 84 points that day. As for distribution, the twin-blade mantis took credit for 3 of the fish. Even Lin Shu caught 1 himself, while Wu Song, the so-called old angler, came up empty-handed the whole time. When Lin Shu reeled in his catch, Wu Song didn't even glance over, quietly fiddling with his rod. Those rumors about his skill? Probably just the twin-blade mantis stealing the spotlight. When the line went completely still, Wu Song's patience ran out. He tossed the rods onto the grass, muttering, "These fish aren't worth it right now. Let's just cook the blackspot rockfish." Without hesitation, he pulled out a portable barbecue set, quickly assembled it, and started the charcoal fire. The coals sizzled, spreading a familiar, smoky aroma. The sudden break caught the twin-blade mantis' attention. It turned its head, crossed its claw arms, and stared with pure disdain. Always so terrible at this, but has such big hopes. The superior outsider look almost made Lin Shu burst out laughing, his shoulders twitching slightly. "Wu, big brother, looks like your own spirit beast is mocking you. Just an off day? Tomorrow, he'll catch a haul for sure." Wu Song's cheeks flushed a bit as he shot a glare at the mantis. "What are you staring at? Aren't you my spirit beast? Whatever you catch counts as my catch too." Muttering under his breath, he flipped the fish on the grill and boasted, "If spirit beasts can fish, that means I can fish. It's not cheating. Tomorrow I'll land 100, 200 fish, just you wait." The next morning, Lin Shu returned to their usual spot, near the hotel not far away. After grilling the fish he caught last night, he had gone back to the hotel to rest with his luggage, while Wu Song had stayed glued to the lakeside without even blinking. Now, Wu Song's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at the still float on the water's surface. The 2 fish buckets on either side were empty. He hadn't caught a single thing all night. The dual-blade mantis lay at his feet, its scythe-like forelegs folded, wearing a look of disdain, as if even it was frustrated by its master's fruitless vigil. Lin Shu stepped over the gravel to the fishing spot, and just as he settled down on the little folding chair, he heard Wu Song's hoarse voice call out, "You're here? Sit down, let's keep going today. I've been waiting half the day already. The big catch is coming soon." The last words came out almost like a shout. "Don't worry, brother Wu. Today's the day," Lin Shu replied without exaggeration, was confident. With his panel's eye ability, he could see directly beneath the surface, scanning all the aquatic beasts in the water. The spots where fish gathered were clear as day. Just drop the bait there, and the chances of a bite were absurdly high. That's how had managed to catch a fish last night. With the right approach, maybe he could help Wu Song turn things around for once. "Yeah, I believe you," Wu Song said, eyes still glued to the mirror-like lake. Around them, the crew was busy setting up for tomorrow's Mayhu Island Fishing Festival. At the entrance, a stage was taking shape, and earthy-type beasts like mole rats and mud dolls busily transported mud and metal frames faster than machines. Once seated, Lin Shu took a quick scan of the lake's surface. A light breeze rippled the water, fish shadows darting just beneath. Using his panel, he quickly locked onto 2 fish clusters, likely attracted by leftover bait from last night. Just as he was about to relay the exact coordinates to Wu Song, A flash of unusual panel information suddenly caught his eye. Name, Dreamfish. Level, LV111110. Level cap, LV43. Status, happy. Quality, elite. Attributes, water spirit. Talents, none. Skills, basic bubble midstage 1530. Enter dream midstage 1130. Spirit attribute. Lin Shu's heart skipped a beat. This was an incredibly rare beast. To find a dreamfish in Mehu Island's crowded inner lake was completely unexpected. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and looked it up in the encyclopedia. The screen showed a small, 40-centimeter-long fish, fully pink with a tail fin like a spread colorful fan, shimmering with dazzling, random hues. In the comments, top beast tamers were offering high prices, unanimously agreeing. If raised well, the dreamfish's battle power was formidable. Such a treasure couldn't be allowed to slip away. Lowering his voice, Lin Shu leaned toward Wu Song's ear and whispered, "Wu, a pink fish just jumped. Its tail was all rainbow colors. It was gorgeous." Wu Song, who had been distracted, suddenly froze when he caught the keywords pink and colorful tail. Wait a minute, that description, it's the dreamfish, isn't it? There it is, that's the phantom dreamfish. That's a rare catch. Even the usually calm double-bladed mantis sensed something was off and immediately followed Wu Song to the stretch of water Lin Shu had pointed out. The phantom dreamfish had just surfaced there. Since it was such a rare prize, they had to act before it slipped away. Wu Song nodded firmly, first instructing double-bladed mantis to cast the line, then pulling a thumb-sized glass vial from his spatial ring. The vial contained a pale golden liquid, crystal clear like frozen sunlight. He popped the stopper and flicked his wrist, precisely tossing the entire vial into the phantom dream fish's hiding spot. Then, he took a moment to explain to Lin Shu. The fragrance spirit liquid developed specifically to attract phantom dream fish. Once they smell it, they won't leave and actually get hungrier, doubling the chances of a catch. Never thought you'd actually run into one. His deep voice no longer carried any trace of earlier gloom. Instead, he was practically buzzing with excitement, a grin stretching across his face. His reverence for the phantom dream fish was clear. Lin Shu smiled and waved it off. Just lucky, I guess. I was only curious. With such a prize waiting, double-bladed mantis was more focused than usual. As soon as the float twitched, everyone's attention zeroed, and yet the first fish reeled in was just a black spot stonefish. It was tossed ashore casually, and double-bladed mantis quickly cast the line back in, patiently waiting. No need to tell him. He Yi swiftly dispatched that stonefish in a few moves and returned to join the group. Tu Yao stood quietly nearby, observing. Seizing a pause, Wu Song lowered his voice to share some background. The phantom dreamfish is a dual water and spirit type. You know how rare spirit types are, and when they grow, their combat power is terrifying. It hasn't been spotted on Mehu Island for over a year. Its market value now is insanely high. Lin Shu widened his eyes in surprise. Looks like I really hit the jackpot. Exactly. I only brought the fragrance spirit liquid on a whim, never expected to actually encounter one. Wu Song kept his eyes glued to the lake, unwilling to miss a single sign. Finally, the fragrance took effect. The float trembled slightly, then double-bladed mantis jerked the rod upwards. A small pink fish burst through the water, its tail fin shimmering with brilliant colors in the sunlight. The phantom dream fish was hooked. Wu Song beamed with joy, swiftly grabbing a half-human-tall aquarium head prepared earlier, and dashed forward so fast it felt like teleportation. Lin Shu was still processing when the phantom dream fish was already blowing bubbles inside the tank, its round eyes wide with confusion. Ha ha ha. Wu Song laughed heartily, overwhelmed with excitement. Once head calmed down, he fished out his phone, snapping pictures from every angle and recording video through the glass. This was definitely the highlight of his fishing career. Lin Shu, He Yi, Tu Yao, and double-bladed mantis all gathered around to watch. The phantom dream fish flailed helplessly inside the tank, repeatedly bumping against the glass in an attempt to escape. From a distance, many anglers were startled by Wu Song's loud laughter, complaining he was scaring all the fish away, but they still peeked over curiously. Some closer and sharper-eyed even walked over for a better look. What's got him so excited? This illusionary dream fish was your discovery. I definitely won't compete with you for it. But today, I'm going to take it out and show off a little. Hearing Wu Song say this, Lin Shu just waved his hand. How is this even mine? If it weren't for Brother Wu, you wouldn't have caught it. While they were talking, nearby anglers had already heard the commotion and hurried over, rods in hand. The crowd's eyes scanned the area, and in an instant, they all fixed on the colorful dream fish gently flicking its tail in the aquarium. Almost simultaneously, exclamations burst out. It's the dream fish. Everyone, come here, there's a dream fish. No way. With the shouting, the previously quiet Mehu Island suddenly erupted in excitement. The fishermen threw down their gear and surged toward Lin Shu. In less than 3 minutes, dozens had tightly surrounded the small clearing, all craning their necks to watch the dream fish swimming inside the tank. Wu Song grinned broadly, his spirits soaring as he loudly called out, "Don't rush. Everyone will get a good look." I just caught this one myself, let me show it off for you all. Praise rang out from all directions, lifting his mood even more, and when someone offered to buy the fish, he flatly refused. Amid the noisy crowd, Lin Shu quietly slipped away with Hei Yi, Tiyue, and the dual-blade mantis. None of them were comfortable with such overwhelming clamor, and guessing the excitement would last for hours, they decided to move on to another fishing spot to keep training. Luckily, the dual-blade mantis was naturally indifferent and uninterested in the spectacle. Otherwise, today's progress would have suffered badly. In the time that followed, one side was filled with the cheering of crowds, while on the quiet lake's surface, fishing lines gently twitched. By 8 p.m., Lin Shu packed upate fish caught total, 115 skill points earned. Without the surrounding noise and distractions, the haul could have been much greater. He casually used 225 skill points to upgrade Hei Yi by 1 level. Hei Yi reached level 24, and his remaining skill points were 39. At the other end of Mehu Island, the noise still roared. New visitors arriving on the island were drawn by Wuzong's sharp but loud calls. We'll continue all night. With his excitement, chances were he'd keep going until dawn. Lin Shu didn't want to get involved anymore and headed straight back to the hotel, with the dual-blade mantis following closely. It clearly didn't want to waste time outside either. Early the next morning, Lin Shu and the dual-blade mantis returned to the lake. The once bustling sight was now quiet, with only Wuzong left holding his rod, his eyes surrounded by dark circles but still wide awake, fixated on the dream fish. Seeing Lin Shu, he waved. You're here. How come your dual blade ran off last night? He then complained about the dual blade mantis, but it was indifferent and went straight to its original spot, casting its line into the water. Glancing around, Lin Shu noticed that every angler had set up a camera behind them, not just a few, but almost everyone had one. Clearly, the competition was about to start, which explained why the crowd had scattered. Catching Lin Shu's gaze, Wuzong explained, the contest starts at 10. What a pity, I haven't even had enough time to show off. His voice was raspier than before, worn from shouting all night. Brother Wu, what exactly are the rules? Is it just about who catches the most fish? Wuzong stood up, stretched a bit, and began explaining. He pointed toward the lake and clearly laid out the rules for Lin Shu. The competition is scored by points. Common fish are worth 1 point. Rare fish from 5 to 10 points depending on how uncommon they are. For example, the illusory dream fish they hooked yesterday was worth a full 100 points according to the rules, proving its incredible rarity. Unfortunately, it was caught too early. If it had bitten during the competition, not only would it have drawn attention, it might have instantly secured the championship. There was a hint of regret in his voice as he said this. Lin Shu nodded, finally fully understanding the scoring system. Wuzong added, this is an individual contest, but if your beast can fish, you can bring one along to compete. Fair is fair. Lin Shu's gaze landed on the double-bladed mantis. Then I guess that raises the pressure on you, he teased with a smile. Even with Wuzong's help, cracking the top ranks wasn't certain, but at least there was hope. Rarely serious, Wuzong admitted. I've been fishing for so long and never placed before. This time, even 100th place would be enough. Let's do this, Brother Wu. Lin Shu encouraged him, thinking that the more they caught, the more experience he would gain. After a quick warm-up, the signal blared at the portal to the otherworld. Contest officially began. Over 1,000 anglers lined the lake shore, swung their rods simultaneously. The synchronized drop of lines into water was so intense, it looked like dumplings falling from the sky. This May Lake Island Fishing Festival would run a full 5 days, ending at 10 a.m. next Monday. If they weren't concerned about ranking, participants could rest during the competition, but most of them had steeled themselves to endure until the very end. Fortunately, as beast tamers, they all had beasts providing feedback, giving them physical resilience far beyond ordinary humans. Otherwise, this kind of endurance would certainly wear people out. Lin Shu scanned the crowd, estimating at least 1,000 contestants. It was a truly grand scene. Focusing back, he began directing Wuzong and the double-bladed mantis. Having witnessed the miracle of the illusory dream fish, both man and beast paid extra attention to his commands. When he mentioned a dense school of fish on the left, they immediately moved their rods over. The result was immediate. Within 10 minutes, the mantis had pulled in a black spot rockfish. Wuzong, who had been skunked for several days, caught a yellowtail fish. This is awesome. Little Shu, you're my bro, my real bro. Wuzong was so excited he nearly jumped. Lin Shu hurriedly waved him off, but inwardly decided, since we're here, we might as well endure all 5 days. As long as he gained enough proficiency during this time, Black Knight could level up to 25 and unlock evolutionary paths. What followed was inevitably tedious. Every few minutes Lin Shu reported fish movement. The mantis and Wuzong reeled them in. Black Knight processed the catch onshore and practiced skills during breaks, while Tuyao quietly trained nearby. This scene was captured repeatedly by the live broadcast. One man, one beast, one tamer, busy but efficient. Many viewers watching couldn't help but marvel at how intensely competitive it had become. The 5-day Mehu Island Fishing Carnival had finally come to an end, and it was now 10 a.m. on Monday morning. The early sea breeze still carried a salty dampness, but Wusong and Lin Shu were in terrible shape, pale-faced, with dark circles so heavy they turned their eyes into bruises. Their steps were unsteady, as if they were walking on cotton, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. In contrast, the twin-blade mantis looked energetic and alert. The stamina of a high-level beast companion was no jokino problem enduring 5 days, or even a whole month. He Yi and Tu Yao only seemed tired, nowhere near as miserable as their masters. With Lin Shu's help, the final catch was set at 130 fish. The first 3 days saw abundant bites, but the last 2 days' yield dropped sharply due to the surge in participants. Most were common fish, with a few rares mixed in. Wusong counted the points on his fingers, a total of 320 points. That number made him grin inwardly, though his oily, exhausted face made him look like some eerie mask in the night. This score should definitely place us. There's no way we'll miss the medals, he cheered quietly. The official rankings would be tallied and announced the next day. On the shore, staff were collecting the cameras one by one and immediately checking the footage. Any evidence of cheating would result in instant disqualification. All recordings would be publicly streamed on the official website to guarantee full fairness. With that, the competition officially wrapped up successfully. Lin Shu, however, was focused on his personal stats panel. After 5 days of intense effort, his proficiency had finally climbed after subtracting the 245 points spent raising He Yi to level 25 in the first 2 days. He was left with 2,230 points. About 200 of those came from mirror training and beast companion handling. Haven't been this flush in a while, he wryly smiled, knowing all those points had been bought at the cost of his health. He was too drained to allocate them now, his mind occupied by only one thing: sleep. The two of them quickly wrapped up post-competition matters, then dragged their leaden bodies back to the hotel. They collapsed onto their beds and closed their eyes. The world instantly went black. Lin Shu didn't wake until 3 p.m. the next day. Groggy and drained, his hair was a wild nest. He Yi and Tu Yao waited anxiously by his side, worry etched in their eyes. When their master finally stirred and turned over, they rushed forward to nuzzle him, almost using their noses to confirm he was still alive. After reassuring his two companions with a few soft words, he gulped down some ice water and sat on the edge of the bed, blankly staring for half an hour before regaining a bit of strength. This time, I really overdid it. Can't keep pushing myself like this, he rubbed his aching temples, silently warning himself. Proficiency can always be earned, but you only have one life. He grabbed his phone from the bedside. The screen lit up, revealing he'd slept nearly a day and a half. Messages were sparse, mostly casual chat in the school team and class groups. Opening the school team chat, he saw that in just a week, the team had advanced to the top 32 of the Binjo Cupa remarkably fast pace. Lin Shu sent a few congratulatory messages, chatted briefly with teammates, and then placed the phone aside. Now came the real highlight of the day: purchasing Hey Yes Evolution Path. With a thought, he spent 1,500 proficiency points, leaving 730 remaining. Instantly, a stream of information flooded into Lin Shu's mind. Lin Shu quickly and clearly explained the evolution method, required materials, and some precautions for the Shadow Veil Hunter. The information etched itself into his mind like runes. With just a thought, the entire process would appear vividly. This evolutionary path truly seemed tailored for the night. The first ironclad rule was that the ascender must be a Shadow Mantis mastering both the dark and space elements. Next came the crucial evolution materials. The Shadow Veil Hunter was set to leap straight to Lord quality, jumping 2 tiers at once, which naturally demanded a steep price. Lin Shu quickly listed the 5 required items. 1. Space Essence Stone Space Attribute. 2. Rank 5 Spirit Item, Ultimate Dark Sand Dark Attribute. 3. Complete Rank 5 Mantis Type Beast Bone. 4. Rank 5 Spirit Item, Dark Origin Soul Crystal Dark Attribute. 5. Voidstone Space Attribute. 2 Dark Attribute Items, 2 Space Attribute Items, plus a full skeleton. He calculated silently, frowning. Each item individually was quite valuable, let alone all 5 combined. Still, such costs were expected for crossing into Lord level. He decided to start with the relatively common dark attribute materials. Opening the Beast Mastery Shop's Evolution Materials section, he searched Ultimate Dark Sand and Dark Origin Soul Crystal. Both appeared instantly, with available stock. The combined price was 1.22 million Xia coins, considered affordable for their tier. Without hesitation, Lin Shu placed the order, feeling a bit relieved. Next, he searched for Space Essence Stone and Voidstone the same way. The search box went blank, no matches. The scarcity of space attribute materials was expected, but seeing it firsthand was frustrating. Even if they rarely appeared, their prices would likely deter almost every beast master. Stuck, he sent the names of the 2 space stones to Bai Sheng, hoping the Baiyun Pavilion might have some in stock. Bai Sheng was in regular contact with him via phone. When her device buzzed, she immediately replied, knowing Lin Shu was currently exploring the otherworld in Haizhou. After seeing the material names, she wondered why he needed those space attribute stones. The thought passed quickly. She didn't dwell on it and dashed out toward her father's secret storeroom. It housed a trove of rare resources the pavilion's curator had collected over the years. If something couldn't be bought outside, this collection might have a few items. Let me check, we'll get back to you later, she said on the communicator. Lin Shu replied, okay, then shifted focus to the last item, the complete rank 5 mantis-type beast skeleton. He had expected this to be scarce, but the shop actually had ample stock in various types. That relieved him somewhat. Now 3 out of 5 materials were secured. Only the 2 space attribute stones remained. Meanwhile, Baisheng circled the storeroom several times. Guided by small labels on the cabinets, she stopped in front of one marked space. Compared to the row after row of other element racks, this had only about a dozen small boxes. She checked each name against Lin Shu's list. Soon, tucked in a corner on the top shelf, she found a fist-sized gray-blue, or the Void Stone. Unfortunately, the Space Essence Stone was not there. Holding the heavy, or, Baisheng muttered, the other one will be much harder to find. She took a photo and sent it to Lin Shu with a message. For now, I've only found the Void Stone. They'll keep trying to find the other one, but I can't promise anything. Should I send the items to you now, or should I keep them here for the time being? The communicator screen lit up immediately, and Baisheng's message popped up. Lin Shu glanced at it. His eyebrows rising. This meant he was just one material short. He sat down on the edge of the bed, quickly weighing his options. Since both the people and materials were already gathered on May Lake Island, why not complete the evolution right there? With Wusong stationed nearby, if anything went wrong, he'd have an extra layer of security. As for his mentor, who had been swamped lately, it was clearly unrealistic to expect him to come over anytime soon. Noticing Baisheng was still waiting for a reply, Lin Shu quickly typed, thanks for your help. Please send it to the alternate world at May Lake Island now. He already had the main spatial material in hand, so the rest weren't urgent. He didn't ask for more. Baisheng replied swiftly, no problem, it should arrive by tomorrow morning. Keep an eye out for updates. Hey, are you starting the evolution in the next couple of days? That's really fast. Clearly, Baisheng was surprised. Lin Shu read the message, smiled softly, and ended the chat. For the remaining 3 materials, he planned to ask Wu Gu for help. As for the valuable illusion dream fish, he didn't intend to keep it all to himself. That thing could fetch a high price, enough to cover the cost of the other materials. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than there was a knock at the door. Knock knock. Lin Shu got up to open it, and just saw Wusong standing in the hallway. What a coincidence. Wusong wore a shiny silver medal around his neck, with a leaping fish in the center and the number 48 engraved beside it. Lin Shu's gaze fell on the medal. Wusong immediately grinned. Just got it from the May Lake Island Crazy Fishing Contest Committee. 48th place. Not top tier, but it's the first medal I've won after all these years fishing, so I've got to show it off. He was as excited as a kid, tapping the medal which jingled. Getting this rank is thanks to you. The two closed the door and sat on the sofa. Wusong kept thanking him, but Lin Shu waved him off. After some small talk, Lin Shu steered the conversation back to business. Wu Gu, can you help me buy some things from the beast-taming mall? Also, that illusion dream fish, well, split it 50-50. Whether we sell it or use it, it's not right for me to keep it all by myself. Buying stuff? No problem. Wusong's voice got louder. Just 3 to 5 million Xia coins. What's that? You helped me out so much this time. No more passing the fish back and forth. If you're any more polite, he'll get mad. Wusong's generosity left Lin Shu no choice but to nod. That's the spirit. Come on, list out what you want. No holding back. Lin Shu stopped hesitating and threw the 3 remaining available evolution materials from the mall straight into the shopping cart. Wusong glanced down and raised an eyebrow. Hey, aren't all these evolution materials? As he spoke, he looked toward Hei Yi curled up by Lin Shu's feet. The shadow-type contracted spirit was dozing with eyes half closed, but its aura was clearly charging, nearing a critical level. Wusong immediately understood, feeling some displeasure toward the head. As the mentor, how could he let Xiao Shu handle the evolution materials alone? If it weren't for me, no one would have his back. They'll have to have a serious talk with him later. That was what Wusong thought to himself. Although Wusong knew that the Hall Master had a dark mantis evolution path, he had never witnessed the actual evolution process. As for the required materials, he was even less informed. Are there any other materials or spiritual items you need? Don't hesitate to ask, Wusong said, showing Lin Shu the screenshot confirming the purchase, expecting him to be too embarrassed to ask for more. But Lin Shu looked up thoughtfully and after a moment said, then I won't hold back, Brother Wu. I'm still missing 1 Kanyuan Spirit Stone. He typed Kanyuan Spirit Stone into his communicator and sent it to the mentor, but there was still no reply. The Kanyuan Spirit Stone was the rarest and most critical material in this evolution path. Without it, everything was stuck. Kanyuan Spirit Stone? Wusong raised his eyebrows. Wait a minute. He muttered silently. Can you really use that? Either way, let me check. He opened the beast-taming marketplace first. From silver membership onward, The market unlocked exclusive goods channels, higher memberships revealed more items and more exorbitant prices. But after scanning through the dense list of materials, he couldn't find any trace of the Konyuan Spirit Stone. They'll get in touch with some guild contacts. He put away his phone and asked, "Have you contacted the hall master? Maybe he has some stock." Lin Shu shook his head honestly. "No, the mentor still hasn't gotten back to me." "Okay, he'll ask around first." Wu Song swiped through his contacts and opened several guild members he had dealt with before. The guild mostly consisted of itinerant merchants reselling beasts, materials, and spiritual items, mostly private groups living off the markup. Prices were usually high, but if the goods were available, beast tamers had no problem paying. Within 10 minutes, a shop replied, "We do have Konyuan spirit stones, authentic and genuine. 5 million each." 5 million. Wu Song stared in disbelief at the price, cursing under his breath, such greedy crooks. But considering the limited demand and price fluctuations, he didn't bother haggling and transferred the deposit immediately, a small sum for him, saving trouble. Watching the whole exchange, Lin Shu couldn't help but say, "Thanks for your trouble, Brother Wu." The merchant explained the stones had to be sourced from another province and would arrive as soon as tomorrow. Lin Shu nodded emphatically. Once the Konyuan Spirit Stone was in hand, all the materials for Hey Yes evolution would finally be complete. Tomorrow they could start preparing properly. By Wednesday evening, Lin Shu had received all the materials needed for evolution. Next was the evolution of the Shadow Hunter Black Knight, a species known for its nearly exacting environmental demands. The process had to be carried out in near total darkness. Fortunately, Mehu Island had a specialized venue built precisely for this purpose, sparing him the hassle of searching elsewhere. Since the venue only operated at night and Lin Shu couldn't afford to be idle during the day, he stuck to his usual training routine from the previous 2 days, simultaneously raising Black Knight's level by 2, reaching level 27. At the same time, he boosted his own mental power to 300 points, entering the second stage, to guard against the mental shock the evolution might cause. His proficiency point stood at 215. The higher the level, the better the chance of success and the lower the energy backlash, which would minimize unforeseen accidents. Under the thick night sky, Lin Shu and Wu Song arrived at the beast-taming evolution center deep within Mehu Island. The center employed advanced equipment capable of simulating 28 different evolution environments, from blazing sun to pitch black night to heavy rain, covering nearly every requirement. High standards meant high costs. Lin Shu had reserved the near total darkness setting, which charged an astonishing 300,000 per hour, though it was just mid-range pricing here. Wu Song covered the expense up front. The two walked along a smooth, straight corridor and stopped at the entrance to the extreme darkness mode chamber. As the chamber opened, the previously pitch-black space was outlined in faint light, roughly the size of a basketball court. The floor was clean and empty, while the ceiling held crisscrossing mechanical arms waiting for commands. A small, palm-sized black diamond-shaped crystal hovered in the center, the core device maintaining the darkness. Lin Shu glanced around, then took 5 evolution materials for Black Knight from his spatial ring and began arranging them. Black Knight itself was so excited it shook its 2 antennae wildly, circling its master with unmistakable impatience. Wu Song brought over a chair and sat, his gaze intense. "This requirement's almost as tough as when I helped the dual-blade mantis ascend to Lord Quality." The spatial attribute evolution materials still puzzled him, but thinking of how extraordinary the Beast Master's performances always were, he relaxed that it wasn't like such an evolution path was something you stumbled upon like cheap cabbage. The dual-blade mantis lay on the floor, eyes half-closed, watching Lin Shu work, then glanced toward Black Knight, feeling certain this evolution was no ordinary matter. Minutes later, the initial setup was complete. The perfect skeleton of a 5th-stage mantis type was placed exactly in the center. Then, Lin Shu used another 5th-stage spirit item, the darkness sand, to draw an equilateral triangle around the skeleton, spacing the points carefully, not too close, not too far. Moving the more than 2-meter-long massive skeleton was a tremendous effort, and Lin Shu had to exert considerable strength to get it positioned properly. Fortunately, there was still a decent amount of jet black sand, or else enclosing the circle would have been awkward. Lin Shu let out a breath of relief and firmly pressed the circular ring of jet black sand onto the ground. Then he began placing the other 3 materials according to his earlier plan. 1. At the lower left corner, he first set down a 5th-rank spiritual artifact, the Dark Essence Soul Crystal. 2. Immediately after, at the right corner, he placed an empty void stone the same way. 3. Finally, he gently positioned the most crucial item, the empty Origin Spirit Stone, at the upper apex. The 3 spots themselves held no special significance, but the order of placement was absolutely critical. With the last stone in place, the entire preparation ritual was at last complete. Wu Song examined the coldly glowing triangular formation with wide eyes. It was his first time witnessing such a scene, but he suppressed his curiosity, planning to ask questions once everything was over. Meanwhile, Lin Shu messaged his mentor about his progress evolving the beast. Unfortunately, There was no reply yet. Wusong also snapped a photo of the site with his phone and sent it over. For safety, they put both their phones outside the area, wary that the energy might get out of control later. With everything ready, Lin Shu called the excited Black Knight over and whispered, "When the time comes, lie down under that skeleton and don't move. Darkness and spatial energy will flood into you. It's going to hurt, but you must endure it and not give up." Black Knight raised his forearm and pounded his chest confidently in response. Roar. Seeing this, Lin Shu nodded and let him enter the formation. Black Knight carefully stepped over the jet black sand ring and slowly lay beneath the bones, breathing as lightly as possible, afraid that even a small mistake would ruin the entire evolution. His caution completely assured Lin Shu. "Wu Go, all set. Start the machine." Standing by the control console, Wusong immediately hit the red button without hesitation. Instantly, the previously well-lit area plunged into pitch-black darkness, so deep you couldn't see your own hand. Only the sound of everyone's breathing remained. Lin Shu half-crouched nearby, eyes fixed tensely on the ritual center. Even though nothing was visible, he dared not relax for a second. After a few breaths, a flicker of silvery white light suddenly appeared in the unbroken blackness. The glow emerged from inside the empty origin spirit stone, first like tiny dust particles, then swelling into an egg-sized orb. It circled inside the triangle, tracing a path like a painter's brush that instantly connected the 3 points. The silver-white triangle took shape, pulsating with radiance. The jet-black sand and dark essence, soul crystal, then released deep black light, billowing like smoke and layering over the silver glow. The two energies merged into a thick silver-black energy beam. The beam swooped down and wrapped around the bones and Black Knight's body, forming an orb filled with specks of black and white light. At once, a surging power violently poured into Black Knight. The forces of darkness and space tore at each other inside him like thousands of knives. Black mist and silver light entangled him, his triangular head nearly contorted in agony, but the energy injection sped up relentlessly. Roar! A piercing howl shattered the silence, cutting deep into everyone's hearts. Lin Shu clenched his fists tightly. This was the crucial moment of the evolution. He silently prayed, "Black Knight, you have to hold on." The sudden scream startled Wusong and the dual-blade mantis. Wusong muttered under his breath, "What's going on? This evolution is way too intense." He wiped his sweating palms and stared at the blackened white glowing orb, fearing something might go wrong. The dual-blade mantis seemed to feel the tension too, crossing its arms and closing its eyes to silently pray for Black Knight. The hiss of intertwined energies grew faint. Black Knight's voice trembled with pain, but he gritted his teeth and refused to succumb. What kept him holding on until now was not only his toughness as a battle beast, but also his strong will to become stronger and protect his master, so he would endure until the evolution was complete. Unlike the dire situation unfolding on Mehu Island, Ghoulie had just escaped from a complete otherworld and was now leisurely strolling through the busiest commercial street in Central Continent. He had been trapped in the otherworld for several days and hadn't had time to check on his students. Thinking of this, he quickly pulled out his phone from his space ring and began scrolling through his unread messages as he walked. Sure enough, Lin Shu had sent multiple messages in quick succession. Opening them, Ghoulie found requests like, "Teacher, could you help us find some materials with spatial attributes? And we need about triple X of these materials." Ghoulie's mind filled with question marks, so he kept scrolling. Then he saw an added sentence. The materials had already been gathered, and they were starting the evolution for Hei Yi today. Seeing this, a smile crept across Ghoulie's face. Well, they were moving fast. Even he had to admire their efficiency in upgrading. After chuckling to himself, Ghoulie replied to private messages from the other students one by one. Within a few minutes, he had answered them all except for Wusong's message. Opening it, his screen showed only a picture. Ghoulie raised an eyebrow. What is that guy up to now? As the image finished loading, he saw Lin Shu had arranged a triangular ritual array with an explanatory note attached in the corner. "Teacher, look, isn't this ritual awesome?" "Awesome." Ghoulie's expression darkened at a glance. This formation was not a proper evolution method for the Black Shadow Mantis. Changing materials and array so casually would at best cause the evolution to fail with serious injuries, and at worst cause the beast to explode outright, harming both beast and tamer. This is reckless nonsense. He cursed silently, immediately dialing Lin Shu and Wusong's comm links and typing a message while speaking. But there was no response. They obviously hadn't brought their phones. With the situation urgent, Ghoulie acted decisively, summoning White Feather Spiritual Falcon. The snowy winged falcon instantly grew to the size of a giant bird bigger than an eagle. He leapt onto its back, shouting, "Xiaobai, target Haijo, full speed." The beat of its wings kicked up a fierce wind, drawing curious onlookers who looked up in surprise and calls. The law enforcement team quickly arrived to disperse the crowd, but Ghoulie paid them no mind. His only goal was to reach Haijo as fast as possible to check on the situation. Night fell, completely black as ink, clouds swirling like a sea. A shadow tore through the air at a speed invisible to the naked eye, heading north. Even with all its effort, White Feather Spiritual Falcon would only arrive at Mayhu Island by dawn the next day. Meanwhile, at the evolution site on Mayhu Island, a black and white orb hovered steadily. The alternating glow of black and white light flickered softly without a sound. By 4 a.m. the next day, this state had lasted for a full 3 hours. Lin Shu stared intently at the glowing sphere, calculating rapidly in his mind. According to the steps, this was a signal that the evolution was nearing its end. He had passed the trial and was shedding its old shell, approaching the final stage. Without having detailed information in hand, Lin Shu would have been more anxious than anyone. Wu Song and the Black Shadow Mantis, whose nerves had been on edge, gradually relaxed as they saw the joy in Lin Shu's eyes and understood the situation was mostly going well. Still, the evolution process was undoubtedly too long. It had started at dusk, and now, almost 12 hours later, the three of them had strained eyes from staring so long. Even the Black Shadow Mantis bowed its head to nap, and everyone was growing drowsy from watching so intently. After nearly an hour of waiting, the scene finally shifted. Crack, crack, sharp, crisp sounds erupted from within the black and white orb, the star-like speckles on its surface being pulled inward toward the core, rapidly fusing and then separating again. In an instant, the sphere split cleanly in two, one half pitch black as midnight, the other shimmering with a mysterious silvery white. These two colors spun swiftly around the sphere's surface, intertwining into a nearly imperceptible vortex. Boom! The energy peaked, and the orb shattered in a blaze of radiant light. Two streams of intensely diluted dark and silver light exploded outward, blanketing the entire area, as if dipped simultaneously in shadow and moonlight, so dazzling that it was difficult to keep one's eyes open. Lin Shu had anticipated this, covering his eyes tightly with both hands, yet he forgot to warn Wu Jemmy, eyes are going blind. Wu Song clutched his head and screamed miserably, his voice filled with frustration. The blinding glow quickly faded, revealing a transformed knight before everyone's eyes. Mist-like dark energy swirled around him, rising and falling like a living presence following his every movement. Silver-white light flickered along his arms before gradually seeping into his bones. Compared to before, his figure appeared taller and more upright. In addition to the original solid black scales, a new layer of fitted bone armor had formed, evenly covered with tiny, sharp bone spines. Intricate silver cloud patterns crisscrossed his body in perfect order, wrapping him so tightly no gaps remained. Boom! For ink-black wings suddenly sprouted from his back, shimmering with a sharp, cold gleam though no wind stirred. Their smooth, mirror-like surfaces radiated an edge of lethal intent. The most striking change was his weapons. The tips of his twin scythes were now fully infused with silver-white energy, their blades faintly glowing with an elegant, natural curve, as if grasping two beams of solidified moonlight. Knight's eyes slowly opened, his pupils wider than before, revealing a never-ending spinning triangular symbol deep inside, faint silver light flickering within. He grinned uncontrollably and turned to Lin Shu, looking for praise. His towering figure made Lin Shu's forehead rest against his abdomen, forcing Lin Shu to look up to see that excited expression clearly. Knight obediently bent down and carefully lifted Lin Shu onto his shoulder. Beneath the shoulder, the tiny bone spines poked enough to make Lin Shu's skin tingle, but Knight danced around like a child, celebrating with him in place. Lin Shu immediately summoned his status panel. Name: Dark Veil Hunter. Level: 27, 10230. Level cap: 100. Status: Healthy. Quality: Lord. Attributes: Dark Spatial. Talents: Voidwalk Apprentice 15200. Skills: Beginner. Assault Meticulous 5200. Rapid Movement Perfect 1650. Heavy Strike Apprentice 820. Sharp Blade Passive Perfect 1250. Spinning Arm / Meticulous 15200. Spatial Storage Apprentice 1820. Shadow Orb Apprentice 320. Intermediate. Twin Shadow Kill Apprentice 1340. Wind Cutting Blade Small Success 3360. Blade Chi Strike Meticulous 12400. Dark Bind Apprentice 640. Spatial Chaos / Apprentice 040. Advanced. Night Phantom Apprentice 280. Dark Entangle Apprentice 380. He had even awakened an intermediate level spatial skill after evolving. This was an unexpected joy for Lin Shu, who had long awaited this moment. Meanwhile, Wu Song was standing dumbfounded, unable to react. This dazzling new form of Night was worlds apart from the Black Radiant Mantis before clearly a higher level life form. Now Lin Shu understood why he needed so many spatial materials. Finally, Wu Song caught on. At that moment, the twin-bladed mantis hurried over and gently touched Knight's bone armor with its forearm. It distinctly felt the oppressive aura from its former comrade, and an inexplicable surge of being hunted rose deep inside. The triangular head was filled with puzzled disbelief. Wu Song saw the dual-bladed mantis rushing forward, and immediately gave chase. He didn't know where Lin Shu had found this almost godlike evolutionary path, but he was well aware that such a secret could never be leaked otherwise. It would attract countless envious eyes. Forcing down his curiosity, his attention quickly focused on the body transformed by the nocturnal evolution. Its smooth carapace glimmered with a dark metallic sheen, and the contours were as sharp and precise as a meticulously carved work of art. "This is too perfect," Wu Song exclaimed, gesturing dramatically with his hands, his face full of awe. But the nocturne shrank back 2 steps, its wing covers trembling from the sudden outburst. "Don't hide. Let me get a good look." Wu Song stepped forward. Freshly transformed, the nocturne couldn't stand being watched so closely. Suddenly, its 4 new delicate wings beat sharply, releasing a piercing rush of air as it shot up into the sky. Caught off guard, Lin Shu quickly wrapped his arms around Nocturne's neck. His heart pounding still felt uneasy at heights. Once aloft, Nocturne fully unleashed its newfound power. Its speed multiplied several times, diving, rolling, and stopping with fluid grace. Its blades slashed out bursts of cutting energy, and it could even unleash long-range aerial attacks, leaving its former feeble flying skills far behind. Lin Shu's blood surged with excitement. Now with this mobility, he would never need to fear water-type or flying-type beast tamers again. Not to be outdone, the dual-bladed mantis spread its wings and took off as well. Although not as versatile as Nocturne, it was still more than capable. In the blink of an eye, Wu Song was riding on the mantis back, chasing Lin Shu and Nocturne through the night sky. The 3 of them darted and weaved, wind roaring and laughter echoing through the air. As Lin Shu sliced through the darkness with his sleek new form, he felt all of Nocturne's attributes surge dramatically. Exactly how powerful had it become? That was harder to say. A thrill of anticipation stirred in him. I wish a worthy opponent would show up now. Just then, the upcoming high school cup tournament appeared, just to heat up perfect chance to test his strength in the individual competition. As the 2 of them soared and laughed, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Bang! The gate was flung open with force. Guli burst anxiously into the yard. Wu Song and Lin Shu exchanged a glance and quickly ordered their beasts to land and meet him. Nocturne folded its wings and descended, stirring up a fierce gust. Guli stopped dead in his tracks the moment he stepped through the gate, his gaze locked on the tall and imposing Nocturne beside Lin Shu. His Adam's apple bobbed nervously as he struggled for words. He had already braced himself for the worst, but now before him was an unprecedented, majestic, and mysterious new mantis form, one that had clearly succeeded in its evolution. Curiosity and delight surged up, making him momentarily forget how to react. "Instructor, what are you doing here?" Lin Shu was the first to ask. Guli withdrew his gaze, looking at Lin Shu again. He had planned to give a long lecture, but could only manage a dry comment. "Nothing much. You were going to evolve, so I came to watch the process." Hearing this, Wu Song suddenly understood. The master was worried Lin Shu might skip the expected evolutionary path and cause problems, so he had hurried over. His concern was clear. Lin Shu pushed Nocturne forward toward the instructor, his face full of hope. "Teacher, my evolution." "Enough. No need to explain anything to me." Guli abruptly cut off Lin Shu, who was about to continue speaking, and instead began to speak with a meaningful tone. "Tell others the source of this evolution path came from me. You're still too weak right now. People could be eyeing you at any time. You don't need to tell me the specifics, that's yours. As your mentor, it's my responsibility to protect you and your opportunity." As his words sank in, Lin Shu felt a warmth surge through his chest, spreading like a comforting tide. He straightened up, bowed deeply to Guli, and said solemnly, "I understand, mentor." Guli reached out to help him up and teased casually, "All right, don't be so formal. Who knows, someday I might have to rely on you too, haha." The 2 shared a smile, the atmosphere instantly lightening. Wu Song, who had been holding back nearby, seized the chance to shift the topic to the main focus. Pointing at the dark mantis not far off, he was visibly excited. "Chief, look at how Hyua looks now. Doesn't he look awesome?" Only then did Guli turn to examine Hyua, his gaze traveling over the evolved dark mantis. Its glossy black exoskeleton faintly shimmered with an icy glow, and its blade-like forearms seemed capable of slicing the very air. Guli clicked his tongue in admiration. "Wow, this evolution is no joke. It can't be just perfect quality, right?" The words hit the mark. Lin Shu thought, as expected from the mentor, impressed that Guli could decipher so much in just a few glances. Not only did Guli realize Hyua had reached level 27, but also that it had jumped 5 levels in just a week, a staggering pace. Wu Zong's eyes went wide, his mouth hanging open. "Lin Shu, where did you get a lord quality evolution path?" He didn't dare say everything on his mind. Both the information Lin Shu gave him and the faint spatial energy trace at Hyu's evolution indicated something incredible. This path came with spatial attributes. Such a pathway was priceless. Not only outsiders, but even Guli almost felt tempted to keep it for himself. The thought barely surfaced before Guli suppressed it firmly. It wasn't in his nature to do anything like that. Besides, this evolution method had drawbacks. It might not work for all dark mantises. The data was incomplete, and whether it could progress further was uncertain. Right, it's Lord-level quality, Lin Shu admitted openly. I knew it had to be something big, Wusong said, scratching his head and patting his temples self-deprecatingly, looking as lazy as ever. Guli nodded in acceptance, then shot Wusong a sideways glance. And you? Big mouth, don't spread this around. If word gets out, it won't just be a small problem, you'll get into serious trouble. Hey, Chief, I get it, I'm not stupid, Wusong said, throwing up his hands with an honest but grumbling tone. Guli's gaze returned to Lin Shu. But you're in for some headaches if you want to keep evolving this. This decision was a bit rash. By the way, what's this form called? Darkveil Hunter, Lin Shu replied, then smiled. We'll take it step by step. I'm still young, no rush. At that name, both Gu Li and Wusong nodded approvingly. It sounded fitting and fierce. Curious about the Darkveil Hunter, Gu Li led Lin Shu and Wusong out of the dim experimental zone, down the corridor, and into a spacious training ground in the base. He intended to personally test Hayu's current strength. Lin Shu stood at the sidelines with his arms crossed, eyes gleaming with anticipation, clearly wanted to see exactly how powerful Hayu had become. The three had been awake all night, but now they were energized, wide awake. The lights came on, and Hayu swung its razor-sharp forearms, suddenly slicing through the air with a cold, cutting breeze. The dual-bladed mantis began undergoing a full range of tests. After a series of tests, Guli nodded repeatedly, clearly impressed. Even with his strict standards, he couldn't help but praise what he saw. In his view, this level of power had unquestionably reached the top tier among all known evolutionary paths. The three of them walked at a leisurely pace along a path covered in trees and wildflowers, soon arriving at the lakeside spot they all agreed was the classic fishing location. A gentle breeze swept over the water, creating ripples, while the scent of flowers and grass swayed softly at their feet. Guli stopped and gazed toward the opening in the lake, his tone tinged with nostalgia. This place? I was the one who made it back then. The gap in the water stretched over 10 meters long and about 5 meters wide. The flow on either side had carved smooth, curved edges. Lin Shu was puzzled by this, but Wusong jumped in with a mix of admiration and a little exaggeration. The Hall Master's beast, Yao Dao, was right here in its prime. Back then, it just swung its blade casually and left this mark behind. To casually create such a neat gap in the lake with rounded edges and no visible signs of attack, it would be shocking if the one wielding the blade weren't the teacher. His exquisite and profound swordsmanship was clearly enough to accomplish this with ease. Lin Shu's eyes brightened as his curiosity about Yao Dao grew even stronger. Seeing his expression, Guli smiled faintly. I know you're curious about it. I happen to have brought it along this time. Take a good look and broaden your swordsmanship perspective. Before he finished speaking, Wusong eagerly added, that's perfect. Shuangren has hit a bottleneck lately and really needs the Hall Master's guidance. Nearby, Shuangren the mantis immediately flashed a fawning and admiring look toward Gu Li, showing how much Yao Dao's demonstration meant to it. Lin Shu's anticipation soared yet again. Seeing the burning eagerness in their eyes, Gu Li said no more and raised his right arm. A purple light shimmered, and a mantis-like creature appeared by the lakeshore, decorated with golden stripes and black patterns. It stood 5 meters tall, its eyes like huge glowing bulbs, shining with a dazzling turquoise golden sea of light that radiated overwhelming majesty and solemnity. Its forelimbs, once angled downward, were now raised high, sharp as true blades. The joints moved seamlessly, making it look as if it wielded 2 gleaming weapons in its claws. Though there was no oppressive energy in the air, an intense aura of everything can be cut filled the atmosphere. The evolved Yi felt the cold gleam on its black, cloud-patterned carapace dance wildly, as if countless tiny blades were continuously striking it. Name, Golden Dawnbreaker. Level, 1,246,351,240. Max level, 300. Status, relaxed. Quality, epic. Attributes, gold dark talent. Passive skill boundless edge mastery 1-2-8-8-0-0. Skills, basic, arm/instinct, assault instinct, sharp blade instinct. Intermediate, wind cutting blade instinct, blade chi strike instinct. Advanced, sharp golden tyrant blade refined 1-1-2-8-0-0. Dark blood throat seal refined 2-5-6-8-0-0. Super tier, golden moon splitting /mastery 2-1-2-3-2-0. Phantom moon dark prison mastery 1-0-1-3-2-0. Netherworld guardian mastery 1-1-3-2-0. Molten gold cloud rain mastery 1-8-8-3-2-0. Ultimate arts, dark ultimate 2.426. Gold ultimate 3.38. Wind ultimate 0.125. Such overwhelming power made Lin Shu nearly hold his breath. Seeing the full attribute bar left him wide-eyed, especially the ultimate arts section, a completely new realm he had never encountered before. Different skill tiers were annotated with terms like instinct, refined, and mastery, as if opening a door to another world. After a brief shock, he quickly realized the ultimate arts might just be the key to breaking through the ninth tier. But how exactly did one acquire such power? And how strong could it become? Talent. Pause for a moment. You keep forgetting, stop already. Gu Li's voice came from the side as he gave a hard kick to Yaodao's rear. The giant beast radiating golden and dark light didn't move an inch, but the surrounding sharp blade aura instantly retracted. Black Knight, who had been bristling under the invisible blade pressure, finally relaxed, barely daring to breathe loudly. The twin-bladed mantis crossed its sickle-like arm blades in front of its chest and stared at the golden dawnbreaker with worshipful eyes. How is it? Not bad, right? Gu Li looked back proudly. Very powerful, Lin Shu nodded sincerely. Just the pressure from releasing the talent almost pinned Black Knight down. Usually tough-mouthed, Black Knight didn't say a word this time but lowered his head, accepting the gap between himself and his rival. What's the progress on the wind-cutting blade and blade chi strike? Perfect timing for Yao Dao to guide you. It's much better at teaching than I am, Gu Li added casually. Back in the day, those twin blades of Wusong were taught move by it. Wusong next to him only nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Shu didn't dare slack off and quickly reported, blade chi strike is at the refined stage. Wind-cutting blade just reached novice mastery. Gu Li and Wusong's expressions stiffened momentarily before exchanging a look of disbelief. The speed was astonishing. Only 2 months to reach refined. Skipped the transition barrier? Gu Li half scolded but couldn't hide his delight. Good. Keep going like this, and soon you'll be able to create your own blade techniques. If a perfect score is 100, I'd give you 1000. He patted Lin Shu's shoulder but also showed a trace of helplessness. His student was so outstanding that all he could offer was resources. There wasn't much more he could do. Chief, Wusong suggested, why not have Yao Dao demonstrate some of the advanced and super-tier blade techniques a few times? The twin blades can learn along, and Lin Shu can get familiar ahead of time. Gu Li considered and agreed. Geniuses must walk roads no one else can. Lin Shu, Black Knight, watch carefully. Skills from different tamed beasts aren't identical, but they share commonalities. Lin Shu nodded and quietly relayed the instructions to Black Knight, who obediently focused. Nearby, the golden dawnbreaker squatted by the lake. It casually dipped its dual-arm blades into the water and gently dragged them through the surface, yet the lake churned as if split by a massive axe. Water surged meters high, crashing down loudly and scattering startled anglers back to shore. Everyone could tell this giant beast was not to be trifled with. With the crowd dispersed, the lakeside felt much emptier. Gu Li nodded with satisfaction and clapped his hands. Yao Dao, do it like usual. Teach slowly, don't rush. The latter nodded, clearly having done this many times before. It was already accustomed to it, even somewhat enjoying the process. Then, it began demonstrating its sword techniques step by step, deliberately keeping its energy strictly controlled. Any slightest slip could shake the entire forest. Yao Dao had mastered 5 sword styles that surpassed even advanced levels. According to Wusong, Yao Dao had only been seriously practicing for less than 15 years to reach his current level. In contrast, Lince's dual-blade mantis had trained for 5 more years, but still couldn't even reach the afterimage left by Yao Dao's moves, showing how crucial natural aptitude really was. When Yao Dao swung his sword, the move seemed simple but caused visible ripples in the air, the essence so exquisite it nearly took one's breath away. Even Lin Su, who had never studied swordsmanship, was captivated by the raw, elemental rhythm and couldn't help but immerse himself. Meanwhile, He Yi watched with a half-understood comprehension, as if he was catching a spark of inspiration but unable to figure out the next step, clutching his head in frustration. It was as if another brain was about to grow on his forehead. The dual-blade mantis, on the other hand, was clearly eager for more, its 2 compound eyes sparkling like stars, evidently having gained a lot. Wusong and Gu Li watched this scene and couldn't help but joke. I thought He Yi would master it after just one watch. If I could do that, I'd be happy too. Lin Su shrugged self-deprecatingly. That's only in novels. Without the stats boost, there's no way I would have advanced this fast. Hey yes, aptitude for swordsmanship is just passable. Then Yao Dao switched to the mantis-specific wing fluttering sound and patiently guided He Yi and the dual-blade mantis, quickly clarifying the details where they had been stuck. The lesson lasted for quite some time, and once the 3 mantises had digested the insights, everyone moved their small stools to the creek to fish. A few beast companions playfully chased around Yao Dao like lively little shadows, and He Yi and Tuyo happily joined in. It turned out Wuzong's fishing enthusiasm had been sparked by Gu Li, but the mentor's skill was obviously much higher. Could judge where the fish were most abundant just by the ripples on the water, without Lince's help. The 3 chatted casually back and forth as they cast their lines. After holding back for a long time, Lin Su finally found an opportunity to ask, Mentor, I heard there are even higher levels beyond subtle. So should I first upgrade Blade Chi Strike? He probed indirectly rather than asking outright. Gu Li pondered for a moment before putting down his fishing rod and replying, that's not a bad idea. Once the foundation of your sword techniques is solid, Your power will jump to the next level with many benefits. Right after subtle comes instinct. But that's a tough hurdle many beast companions never cross it in their lifetime. Wusong has been stuck there for a long time, hasn't he? Indeed, Wusong smiled wryly. It's rare anyone's pushed me to admit defeat. Lin Su didn't show hesitation, knowing that with enough practice, he would eventually overcome it. Seeing his steady composure, Gully no longer held back. Give it a try. Breaking into instinct has only benefits, no downsides. I was planning to discuss this later, but since you're eager, it's perfect to have Wusong here to listen to. Once you reach the instinct stage, you have a great chance to comprehend its true mysteries. The higher your skill level, the greater your chances there's no way the instincts of a beginner skill can compare with those of an advanced one. Gully patiently explained, pointing out that this is precisely the key to Lingqi. What he said to Lin Shu was also a clear direction for Wusong on how to cross the 9-step threshold. Hearing this, Wusong scratched his head and muttered, "These conditions are way too tough. No wonder the sect leader keeps pushing me to break through." Lin Shu took the words to heart for him. As long as he kept grinding experience, steady accumulation would pay off. Seeing this, Gully advised, just give it a try first, don't force it. Right now, the priority is raising your beast-taming level and mental attributes. Those are things you can handle step by step. I understand, Lin Shu said sincerely. Gully nodded, then remembered something else. By the way, didn't you guys get a phantom dream fish? What are you planning to do with it? Lin Shu suddenly recalled that had been so busy helping Hei Yi evolve over the past 2 days that the fish had slipped his mind. Fortunately, Wusong had been keeping it. Otherwise, who knows where it would have gone. The fish was found by Xiao Shu, Wusong clarified. Although I hauled it up, I don't have the face to claim it. Xiao Shu doesn't want to contract it and plans to sell it. I won't take any share. Lin Shu's face flushed slightly after all. The bait for that fish had cost someone else money and he quietly resolved to give Wusong half the profit when the time came. Gully fanned himself thoughtfully and analyzed the rare mental attribute beast. The phantom dream fish has a high bottom line and a decent upper limit, quite rare. I think it suits you well. Want to reconsider? The upper limit's still a bit low. Lin Shu shook his head. Hei Yi already possesses one of the 4 major special attributes. Contracting another mental beast wouldn't make sense. All right, since you insist, I won't push it. Gully thought for a moment. There are plenty of friends in the academy collecting rare beasts for the younger generation at home. They'll definitely want this fish. Leave it to me, you'll get the best price possible. That was exactly what Lin Shu wanted to hear. He nodded without hesitation. Thanks, mentor. No trouble at all. I'll let you know once it's settled. Gully agreed readily. With the topic closed, the 3 refocused on fishing. Now that their mentor had joined, the rods rarely stopped moving, their efficiency jumped by a third. On the shore, Hei Yi evolved glowed with an eerie blue light. A swipe of its claws knocked the leaping fish unconscious instantly, not giving the prey a single chance to fight back. With the net thrown and reeled in, several fat fish flopped belly up on the shore, and the daily rhythm quickly ramped up. It was Wednesday. Lin Shu had originally planned to stay only 10 days, but on a whim, he decided to extend his time by a few days. She wanted Hei Yi's proficiency level to reach 30. It just didn't feel right otherwise if it wasn't a whole number. The next day arrived. Far away in Binzhou, the Kanglan No. 2 middle school varsity team had gathered at the Yunyu City Sports Center to compete in the annual Binzhou Cup knockout tournament. Today was the crucial round of 32 to 16. The giant screen glowed blue, scrolling large bold letters. Kanglan No. 2 middle school versus Yunyu No. 1 middle school. The match had just ended. With a final score of 32, Kanglan No. 2 barely clinched the victory. Yet Gu Jinbong, standing anxiously at the sidelines, couldn't force a smile. Sweat trickled down his temple, and his face under the harsh lights looked worse than those of the defeated team. Yunyu No. 1, who had barely put up any resistance before, seemed like a completely different squad today, aggressive, fierce, and unrelenting, with a spirit that was worlds apart from earlier matches. The battle had been intensely brutal. Around the field, the beast handlers and medics had spontaneously formed a circle, carrying stretchers and urgently applying makeshift bandages to wounded beasts. Both teams fielded 8 beasts total, but shockingly 6 lay unconscious on the ground. Yunyu No. 1 had lost 4 despite knowing they stood no chance of advancing. They fought to the bitter end. Kanglan No. 2 was backed into a corner as well, forced into this savage showdown. The victory came at a steep cost. 2 official team members, Chun Yujia and Lan Mengzhu, had their main beasts critically injured, with core damage rendering them unable to compete further. It was clear Yunyu No. 1 had deliberately targeted these 2, where the injuries wouldn't have been so severe. Fortunately, Lei Wus and Li Shuheng's beasts were unharmed, so the team's strongest fighters could still take the field. But the lineup now had a gaping hole. Gao Feng could fill one spot, but no matter how hard Gu Jinbong searched, he couldn't find another suitable replacement. He cursed under his breath, rigorously scanning the remaining reserves, but there simply wasn't a qualified substitute. Lin Shu showed the most potential, but he still needed time to develop. Trusting him to play now would only put the whole team at greater risk. Just as Gus' frown deepened, his phone vibrated. The screen read Su Liliang. Su was at the beast hospital with the injured beasts, the background noise full of disinfectant smells and hurried footsteps. After a few brief words, the call ended, and Gus' expression darkened further. The doctor's prognosis. Both beasts were seriously hurt and needed at least 10 days of rest. Yet the next match was on Sunday, just 4 days away. Their plan was completely thrown into chaos. Gu had no choice but to report the string of bad news to the principal, exactly as it was. After the call, he lit a cigarette, smoke curling around him. But he seemed oblivious to the smell, staring up at the gray sky with eyes full of exhaustion and helplessness, lost in thought, searching for some solution. Friday afternoon. Elsewhere, Lin Shu, under the full guidance of his mentor Gu Li, had accelerated his mastery, as if on fast forward. His proficiency skyrocketed by 1,000 points in under 3 days. Having a higher level mentor really made all the difference. His night level skill had also surged at an absurd rate of 1 level per day, jumping 3 levels in a row, securely surpassing level 30, with 125 proficiency points left over. Wu Song was used to such progress by now, but Gu Li was stunned. Improving that fast in the teens was one thing, but maintaining a rate of 1 level per day well into the 20s completely blew his understanding of talent. With the goal achieved, Lin Shu closed his training recorder and decided to return immediately to Binzhou. Coincidentally, his mentor was heading back too, so they traveled together. Wu Song had no intention of going back just yet. After all, it was his vacation, and he planned to spend it peacefully fishing on Meihu Island. Nearby, Guli and Lin Shu didn't try to persuade him further. Instead, they mounted the white feather spirit falcon and headed straight for Fengdu. The high-level flying beast flapped its wings and sliced through the sky at a speed far exceeding that of a commercial airliner. What should have been a 5 to 6 hour journey was done in under 2 hours, as they swooped down over Binzhou. When the spirit falcon came to a stop, Lin Shu jumped off and took in the familiar sight of the gates of Kanglan No. 2 Middle School, a place he hadn't set foot in for half a month. After bidding farewell, Guli and the falcon soared away, their wings disappearing into the clouds. Lin Shu glanced at his watch and thought about how silent the school team's chat group had been these past few days in contrast to its usual bustling, market-like atmosphere. It was now quieter than a study hall. A suspicion crept into his mind. Had they been eliminated from the Binzhou Cup? Without dwelling too long, he hurried toward the training room and pushed open the door. The familiar sounds of machinery humming and skill impacts still echoed inside. The team members were scattered around, heads down in training, but the usual chatter and laughter were notably absent. Lan Mengzhu and Chun Yujia sat side by side on the corner sofa, brows tightly furrowed, with no sign of their beasts. The most conspicuous member, Gu Zhenbong, wasn't patrolling the gym as usual. Instead, he leaned against another sofa, quietly smoking, eyes cast downward. "What's going on? What happened?" Lin Shu asked bluntly. The group exchanged glances, but no one spoke at first. After a moment, Gao Feng put down his dumbbells and said with a heavy tone, "We won the match to go from 32 to 16 in the Binzhou Cup a couple of days ago, but Mengzhu and Yujia's beasts were seriously injured and need at least 10 days of rest. The next match is the day after tomorrow, and our team doesn't have enough players." Upon hearing this, Lin Shu suddenly understood. No wonder the chat group had been dead silent, and no one bothered to inform him. With his sub-30 level and an unevolved beast before leaving, even if he had known, he wouldn't have been able to help much and would only have felt anxious. He took a deep breath. "The real reason I went to the other world was to evolve. Now that I've completed the evolution, I came back right away. I wonder if my current strength can fill in the gaps?" The room suddenly buzzed as if a veil had been lifted. Several reserve members exclaimed, "Whoa," and begged for him to take the lead. Gu Zhenbong looked up sharply, a spark lighting his eyes. Only half a month ago, Lin Shu was level 21, and now he had completed his evolution? After the brief excitement, calm returned. Someone shook their head, saying, "No matter how fast you are, you're still not high enough leveled. The opposing senior team averages level 33. We." Gu Zhenbong stubbed out his cigarette, sipped from his thermos, and sighed. "Still not enough? Too little time." The air grew heavy once more. Lin Shu scanned everyone and spoke with more confidence. "Don't worry, I'm not finished yet. Hei Yi has improved a lot these past few days and has reached level 30. I think this should be enough, right?" Lin Shu spoke in a calm, measured tone. As soon as his words fell, everyone busy cleaning equipment and organizing the training grounds froze mid-action, as if someone had hit pause. Their gazes snapped to him in unison. The air grew silent, broken only by the faint hum of the air conditioner. After a moment, a sharp, stunned intake of breath came from a corner, shattering the stillness. Only then did everyone realize what they had just heard. If evolving a beast was already exciting, reaching level 30 completely shattered their understanding. Gu Zhenbong, who had just taken a sip from his thermos, froze instantly. The next second, the cup slipped from his hand and crashed to the floor with a clang, hot water splashing everywhere. Steam rose, droplets splattered his pants, but he felt numb, his mind replaying those words. Seeing the mixed, disbelieving expressions around him, Lin Shu said no more. He simply raised his hand, and from the beast's space leapt out He Yi and Tu Yao. As two beams of light withdrew, the newly evolved He Yi landed gracefully, its obsidian armor gleaming coldly under the lights. Tu Yao followed closely, its thick rock shell making the floor tremble slightly. Almost all eyes were drawn to He Yi. Gu Zhenbang instinctively reached out with his spiritual senses, then widened his eyes in shock level 30. Lin Shu hadn't been boasting. He suppressed his racing heart, his voice shaking slightly. Lin Shu was right. That single confirmation settled everything. After a moment of silence, the training room erupted. We're solid now. Amazing. Lin Shu. That's monstrous progress. This means we still have a shot at the competition. Lei Wu and Li Shuheng were the most excited, finally blowing off days of frustration. Chun Yujia and Lan Mengzhu held back their cheers out of worry, but couldn't hide the relief in their eyes. Everyone circled He Yi several times, marveling. So cool. What kind of evolution form is this? Don't ask, it's above our pay grade. Lin Shu just smiled faintly, saying nothing. As the excitement gradually settled, laughter and chatter restored the usual energy to the training room. Seeing the good mood, Gu Zhenbang clapped his hands. All right, the crisis is resolved, and we still have a chance to advance. Lin Shu and Gao Feng are new additions, so use these next 2 days to sharpen tactics. He'll announce the lineup for the next round now. Without delay, he pulled out his phone and began filling out the roster, addressing the urgent task at hand. Got it, coach. Lin Shu, Gao Feng, and Lei Wu replied in unison. Gao Feng glanced at Lin Shu, who was brimming with confidence, feeling a rush of complex emotions. Who would have thought that just last time he was welcoming this junior, and now they were teammates moving forward so fast it caught him off guard. Suddenly remembering something important, Lin Shu turned and asked, which high school are we facing next round? Gu Zhenbang chuckled warmly. Your old friend, Central Number 1 High School. Seems you two really do have a bit of fate together. Everyone laughed along, clearly already familiar with Lin Shu's connection to their school. Lin Shu scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words, and could only nod awkwardly. Surely only some special fate would have thrown him into such a ridiculous matchup. Seeing this, Gu Zhenbang wasted no time and quickly gathered the 4 of them, using a whiteboard and magnets to organize their positions, skill combos, and substitution timing. Time was tight, so every detail had to be nailed down. Meanwhile, at Central Number 1 High School, Class 1 of Grade 10 was on break. The classroom was noisy, with students chatting and goofing off in small groups. At the front row by the window, Bai Sheng was bent over his notes, spreading out materials and taking diligent notes. At his feet, a blue thunder-patterned bear cub was curled up, snoring softly like distant thunder. Suddenly, a classmate burst into the room, waving his phone and shouting louder than the bell. Quick, look! The roster for Kanglan Number 2 High's team is out. You'll never guess who's playing. Hearing Kanglan Number 2 High, the students didn't show much interest. The 2 main beast tamers are so injured, there's no way they'll stir up trouble. They probably just grabbed 2 random substitutes to fill the numbers. They'll be crushed next round for sure. The classmate built suspense, then shook his phone. Lin Shu is on the team. The classroom erupted instantly. Haha, Lin Shu's strong, but that was against his own grade. Facing senior year's team? He's just a dead weight. Now this will be interesting. Don't forget to invite me to watch. Lin Shu had caused quite a stir in the Rookie Cup by challenging Central Number 1's Grade 10 players, earning some grudging respect. Naturally, hearing head take on senior year students invited Schadenfreude. Bai Sheng listened carefully, frowning. Is Kanglan Number 2 really out of options? He knew Lin Shu had evolved during the night battles, but the new school team averaged level 34, at least 10 levels above Lin Shu. The gap was huge, making victory extremely unlikely. Bai Sheng worried Lin Shu might lose terribly and felt unsettled, so he finally pulled out his phone to send a message. Nearby, some classmates were already celebrating on their own. Popping champagne, this roster was seen as a guaranteed ticket to the quarterfinals for Central Number 1. One boastingly remarked, with this draw, it's in the bag. Soon, Bai Sheng got a reply. The message was just one short sentence and a sticker. Watch closely, the day after tomorrow. No explanation, no sign of worry, more like bait to tease him. Bai Sheng stared at the text, puzzled. There was absolutely no hint of doubt or fear. He knew Lin Shu well enough never to enter something without confidence. Now he found himself looking forward to the team battle, curious to see how Lin Shu would stir things up. Time flew by, and the weekend had arrived, the opening day of the Binzhou Cup team tournament. Kanglan Number 2 High School was set to face their formidable rival, Zhongxi Number 1 High School, at the now famous Baiyun Arena. Ever since Lin Shu led his team to victory in the Chuanyao Cup, the entire venue had been plastered with huge posters of him, the staircases, entrances to the stands, even the corridor outside the restrooms, all featuring his smiling face. Baiyun Arena had essentially become his home ground. The arena's popularity soared, attracting a steady stream of beast tamers and tourists from across Feng City eager to catch the excitement. News that Lin Shu would be representing Kanglan Number 2 High School spread like wildfire online, sparking a mix of praise and skepticism. Some saw limitless potential in him, while others dismissed this hastily formed team of freshmen as just going through the motions. However, Lin Shu's stunning performance in the Chuanyao Cup had earned the public's confidence, and most were willing to wait and see, believing this rising star had a bright future ahead. Around noon, Lin Shu boarded the school bus with his teammates. The school had arranged multiple buses, and many students who volunteered to watch also squeezed aboard. The bus buzzed with excited chatter. Everyone knew the odds were slim for a win in this tough match, but they still wanted to cheer for their team in person. The bus rocked as it pulled out of the school gates, winter sunlight flickering through tree shadows outside the windows. By exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the convoy arrived punctually at Baiyun Arena's parking lot. When the bus doors opened, the group spotted a crowd nearby holding colorful cheering banners, clearly waiting for someone. The moment Lin Shu stepped off, they surged forward. Lin Shu, you've got this. Yeah, we all believe in you. Even if you lose this time, don't worry, we'll come back stronger next time. Voices rose up in waves, and pictures of Black Knight alongside Lin Shu's smiling face fluttered through the air. Lin Shu was momentarily stunned. These were all his fans. His teammates gaped, whispering to each other in awe at the gap between them, catching sight of a few stylish young ladies among the crowd and feeling a pang of envy. Lin Shu composed himself with a slight nod, wearing a polite smile as he briskly followed his team into the arena. After this brief encounter, everyone arrived at the preparation room. With half an hour left before the match, Gu Zhenbang kept his instructions brief, reminding the team to stay calm and not add unnecessary mental pressure. We've practiced everything we need to. Now's not the time to burden yourself. He then laid out the final tactical plan. They would use their speed advantage to play a tantrum. Except for Lei Wu, the players' beasts were agile. Fighting while retreating would not only disrupt the opponent's formation, but also avoid wide-range skills. This was the most reliable approach for now. Over the past 2 days, Lin Shu had been pleasantly surprised by Black Knight's condition. After a thorough evaluation, its attack power and speed were already subtly surpassing the battle pets of Chun Yujia and Lan Mengzhu, though its level remained slightly lower. With this trump card in hand, their chances today were better than expected. Meanwhile, in the preparation area where the Zhongxi No. 1 high school team gathered, their coach was outlining the direction and details for the upcoming match. I'm sure everyone understands exactly who would be humiliated if they lost. As soon as the words were spoken, the 4 varsity players from Kanglan No. 2 high school, standing beside Lin Shu, all nodded solemnly. The team captain continued with the plan. Their weakness is obvious. When we get on the field, we hit that spot hard, here a small opening, and victory will be within reach. The others all agreed. If even the freshmen from Kanglan No. 2 lost to Zhongxi No. 1 high school, they might as well go smash their heads against a wall. What's the point of this competition then? Time's almost up, let's go. Exactly as I said, no exceptions. Yes. 4. Outside, Binzhou Arena blazed with bright lights and a roar of voices. The crowd was even bigger than at the Chupio Cup, with 5,000 new seats snapped up within minutes. After all, this was a tournament deciding the province's slots. Attention was everywhere, especially on Lin Shu, the mysterious yet flamboyant prodigy. Good afternoon, everyone. The host's voice echoed through the arena. Welcome to the Binzhou Cup round of 16 showdown, the Kanglan No. 2 high school versus Zhongxi No. 1 high school. Now, please welcome the players to the stage. A loud blast of white smoke erupted from both sides of the stage, revealing 4 figures on each side. The 8 players stepped out one by one, striking prearranged poses under the dazzling lights, giving off the feel of a professional match. Lin Shu stood at the end of his line, silently noting how much more professional this felt compared to the Chupio Cup. Cheers and shouts rose from the stands, igniting the arena's excitement. The host introduced each player, while referees outlined the rules. Unlike the Chupio Cup, the Binzhou Cup only forbids lethal attacks. Beating your summoned beast nearly to death is still allowed. That explained the scandal from earlier. When it came time to introduce the last player, the host's voice rose with emphasis. The final player for Kanglan No. 2 high school, Lin Shu, champion of last year's Chupio Cup, having only contracted his beast for less than 3 months. And here he is standing on this arena, truly a rising star. Before the announcement ended, the stands erupted with thunderous cheers. Lin Shu, go, go, go. Roughly a fifth of the crowd was here just for him, with some coming all the way from out of town. The immense support visibly darkened the expressions of the 4 Zhongxi No. 1 players. So you're the genius? We'll show him what true strength is soon enough. Near the front, Lin Shu's classmates Baixing, Huang Yan, and others were nervously hoping for the best. Unlike them, Lin Shu remained calm and focused. At the center of the arena, all 8 players simultaneously released their contract orbs. Brilliant lights exploded, hues swirling as 8 beasts took form. At that moment, Lin Shu's beast, Dark Knight, instantly became the center of attention, having just completed an evolution. Its aura surged dramatically. Look, that's Lin Shu's beast. No way, it evolved again. Last time at the Chupio Cup, it was only level 21. The upgrade's insanely fast. That form looks absolutely stunning. Anyone know what kind it is? Among the cheers, some snapped photos, others felt their ticket money well spent. Even Baixing and the others were seeing Dark Knight's evolution for the first time, utterly amazed. The four from Zhongxin exchanged looks. Lin Shu's talent was frightening, but it was only in the low 20s level, so nothing to fear. They quickly steadied their nerves. After a 1-minute countdown, the battle officially began. Kanglin number 2's 4 beasts quickly scattered, carefully spreading out and waiting for the opponent's move. Zhongxin number 1 boldly took the lead. All their beasts raised claws, spread wings, and opened jaws, unleashing fierce flames and crackling electricity that surged at Lin Shu's Dark Knight, clearly aiming to take down the genius boy first. Lin Shu's anticipation showed as he gave a quiet command. Dark Knight's body flashed like a shadow ripping through the night, dodging every strike with fluid ease. It then spread its 4 black wings and soared upward, sending out several chilling blade slashes that tore through the air at incredible speed. With a powerful beat of its wings, it lifted high and launched its blade attacks forward in a swift counterstrike. Despite unleashing numerous skills, not a scratch came to He. Instead, the incoming slicing energy struck him directly. Trying to steal a chicken and ending up losing the rice, the enemy's offensive move backfired, becoming a stepping stone for He. Meanwhile, Lin Shu's 3 teammates were far from idle, loudly commanding their spirit beasts to charge aggressively. In an instant, several opponents were hit so hard they wailed in pain. Faces turning. Ashenthi clearly hadn't expected Lin Shu's side to retaliate with such exaggerated speed and reflexes. From the stands, waves of cheers erupted. Awesome. Wow. Hey, yes, evolution is insanely powerful. Is that really a spirit beast that a first-year high school student controls? It's like dancing on the edge of a blade. In the center first high school student section, many were wide-eyed in disbelief. He had just completed evolution and yet remained unscathed amid a multi-pronged assault? This was absurd. An unsettling premonition began to grow in their hearts. After a brief exchange, the opponents finally realized Lin Shu was no pushover. Focusing fire recklessly would only backfire, so they decisively shifted tactics to a positional battle. After all, overall average levels still favored them. As long as they played steady and methodical, victory remained likely. We have the advantage. Stay calm and follow the previous approach. You can win. Got it. The remaining 3 immediately responded. The enemy's 4 spirit beasts were the evolved form of the fire rooster, the blazing rooster, the martial giant ape, same species as Lei Wu, the cloud shadow sparrow, capable of high-altitude reconnaissance and harassment, and their core, the mist sea monster. Their sea, land, and air formation was completino glaring weaknesses, but not overwhelmingly strong either. The situation quickly settled into classic unknown duels. The 2 martial giant apes clashed, first fists meeting flesh with thunderous booms that thrilled the audience. The other spirit beasts tangled separately, dividing the battlefield into 4 isolated zones. He targeted the cloud shadow sparrow in the air. A roaring chain of wind blade slashes came slicing forward, sharp and fierce. He responded with rippling wave-like, slicing energy. His eyes burned with battle frenzy. Finally, a fight worth enjoying. The previous fish-killing practice with his master had been dull, and before that, being swarmed by 4 opponents was disgraceful. Had been bottling up his fury for a long time. Now in unknown combat, he intended to make his opponent pay. Lin Shu glanced at the cloud shadow sparrow's stats panel. Level 34, nothing else impressive. It was the weakest member of the center first high school team, clearly underestimating him. He could dispatch it quickly. Finish it off. His curt command was understood instantly. The ghostly figure flashed through the air, nimbly evading slashing wind blades and vortices. In the blink of an eye, He closed in on the cloud shadow sparrow. A silvery gleam sliced across the sky, a fine, sharp knife's trail. The next moment, a thin streak of blood appeared on the sparrow's wing feathers, a deep wound exposing bone. Crimson droplets fell from its plumage. Only then did the opponent awaken from their daze. Sparrow, use feather guard. The opposing spirit beast master hurried to activate a defensive skill in a desperate attempt to block the damage. The speed stunned him faster than before. Before he could even think, he instinctively unleashed his spiritual power. Snow-white feathers burst forth from the base of his wings, falling like layers of drifting leaves, forming an impenetrable protective barrier around him. This mastery-level feather defense had effortlessly helped him pass previous battles, and he had expected the same today. But Lin Shu was too well aware of how brutally overwhelming Yes attacks could be. Silver glints flashed as short blades rained down like a furious storm, instantly shredding the feather wall. A series of muted explosions echoed in the air as each white feather was sliced to pieces, scattering in all directions. At the very moment the feather barrier collapsed, the sparrow shade's pupils shrank in terror. Impossible. It did not resign itself to death. Its grayish-white wings flapped wildly, pouring every ounce of strength into escaping the deadly zone. But Yes' strike was more precise than lightning. In a blink, he was behind its silver short blade plunged straight into its most vulnerable abdomen. PFT. Blood sprayed out, nearly bisecting the sparrow shade on the spot. The sparrow shade was naturally weak in defense, relying solely on speed and skill for survival. Facing Hei, no amount of its so-called amazing agility could hide how pitiful it looked. Losing control, it plummeted to the ground like a crashing plane, hitting the earth with a dull thud before only a mournful screech remained. In under a minute, the beast was rendered useless in battle. On the high platform, the sparrow shade's trainer stared wide-eyed, cold sweat trickling down his temple, completely paralyzed by fear. At the same time, the competitors in the other 3 battle zones only realized moments later Lin Shu had already defeated an opponent. Several were dumbfounded, as if seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Lei Wu, Li Shuheng, and Gao Feng from Kanglan No. 2 Middle School watched clearly, first shocked, then erupting into laughter. Bro, that was insane. They had sensed Lin Shu's exceptional strength over the past couple days, but never imagined him to fight like a god descended to earth in actual combat. With their own beasts, they doubted they could achieve such a quick kill. Now their side was 1 fighter up. The scales had tipped. The victory would surely belong to Kanglan No. 2. In the center of the spectator stands, the announcer's excitement nearly drowned out the cheers. What? We've just witnessed Lin Shu's beast defeat the opponent's sparrow shade and render it powerless. Remember, he's only a first-year high school student, yet he's delivering such an extraordinary battle. Challenges like this are rare in the history of the Bighead Carp. The commentators' voices pushed the atmosphere to a fever pitch as the crowd erupted. Scores of people stood up involuntarily. Blackie, shut up. Who says a first year can't win the Bighead Carp? No one believed in you, but you proved them wrong. Lin Shu is amazing. The strongest at Kanglan No. 2. Scenes of an underdog triumphing over the favorite always ignite passion. Pre-match predictions had practically written off Kanglan No. 2's chances, but this single blow slapped every skeptic hard across the face. Meanwhile, the audience in the central No. 1 middle school bleachers fell silent. Some had already popped champagne early, now avoiding eye contact and hurriedly covering the blue school emblem on their chests, their faces burning red. After a while, a small group quietly lowered their heads and slipped away along the side aisles, disappearing like refugees fleeing disaster. Their exit didn't dampen the arena's energy. On the field, the 4 central No. 1 fighters still fought desperately, but being outnumbered 4-3 was an impossible disadvantage, and the terrifying Hei Yi still stood before them. The pitch-black figure weaved through the battlefield like a death demon. Every time he locked onto a target, swift, lightning-fast strikes tore through it, while teammates provided suppressive fire, leaving no chance for a coordinated counterattack. Within minutes, the outcome was clear. The expressions of the 4 from Central No. 1 alternated between despair and disbelief. They had truly been defeated by a first-year student. Their entire defense line was ripped apart by Lin Shu's own hand, a bitter taste that made them wish they could bash their heads against a wall. It was a stark contrast to their previous arrogant defiance. Meanwhile, inside the principal's office at Kanglan's second high school, Pei Yuanfang took the last puff of his cigarette, crushed the glowing end in the black crystal ashtray, and watched the pale blue smoke slowly dissipate in the air. He lifted his eyes back to the computer screen. Live coverage of the Bighead Carp was still playing. The commentator's voice carried warmth. Let's congratulate Kanglan's second high for making it into the quarterfinals. Next round, they'll face their old rivals and good neighbors Kanglan first high. That's all for today's broadcast. See you next Saturday, viewers. The screen suddenly switched to the stands. The director clearly wanted to catch the momentum and interview the audience. Under the spotlight stood a tall, sweet-voiced host, smiling as she handed the microphone to a boy wearing a Kanglan second high badge on his chest. Hi there. Can you share your thoughts on Kanglan second's performance today? The boy hesitated for half a second before pulling the mic toward himself, cleared his throat, and burst out with excitement. This time, it was so satisfying. Everyone said the game was a foregone conclusion. Well, to hell with that. That kind of thinking is short-sighted. Our second high held under pressure and showed off real strength. Especially Lin Shu, he basically saved a sinking ship. I've been a Lin Shu fan for 10 years. I have to support him. Little old Central first high? Lin Shu had them totally under control. Once he started talking, he couldn't stop, launching a rapid-fire praise of Lin Shu's brilliance. The host kept her professional smile, occasionally nodding with a yes to keep the rhythm. But inside she was already planning the headline for tonight's online article. Underdog champion takes command amid crisis. What did he do during the match? She had a feeling the clicks would explode. Pei Yuanfang didn't listen any further. He clicked the mouse to close the live stream, pushed back his chair, and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the night was draped like a curtain over the brightly lit playground, where teenagers chased after their spirit beasts on the lawn. Lin Shu's potential is beyond the word genius. Truly a prodigy, he murmured, his mind racing through archives long sealed away. It's time to give him the best kept in reserve. Using ordinary spirit beasts is just wasting time. As for the rest of the Bighead Carp, had already made up his mind. Lin Shu shouldn't participate anymore. It would only be a waste of time for the boy. Besides, the chance of winning was almost zero. According to his intelligence, Binzhou High's top-ranked team in the province had an average spirit beast level of 40, with some even possessing lore-tier beasts. At this gap, there was no chance of winning through brute force. Moreover, by next Saturday, the other two official team members' spirit beasts would be fully healed, strengthening their lineup. Let Lin Shu grow without worry. That's far more important than these passing results. Only when he becomes a towering tree can he provide shade for many more children. His gaze settled on the ancient locust tree outside the dense canopy beneath which students and spirit beasts played together, laughter ringing out. Pei Yuanfang picked up his phone and dialed Gu Zhenbang's number, detailing his plans one by one. Withdrawing from the remaining matches, speeding up the selection of higher-grade spirit beasts for Lin Shu, and keeping everything confidential after a pause filled with reluctance, the other side finally agreed. In the Baiyun Arena, a group of players from the school team celebrated today's victory on an empty patch of the field. Among them were Bai Sheng and several classmates from Gao E Class 5 who had a good relationship with Lin Shu. In the corridor outside the gym, the group formed a loose semicircle, animatedly replaying the exhilarating match they had just witnessed, their voices brimming with admiration and excitement. Their phone screens were still lit up. Binzhou News had already edited the highlights into a headline story. "You're going to be famous, Lin Shu. Your performance today was insane. I think the championship is basically guaranteed." Praise poured in one after another. Lin Shu scratched the back of his head and smiled sheepishly, but didn't jump on the compliments. "Don't let me get dragged into the boasting. Winning the championship isn't that easy." He remained humble, as always. "Hei Yi is really strong. Today I just had the advantage because the opponent wasn't familiar with it. Once they figure it out, no one will challenge it. Unknown and Amorthiel probably switch to team battles. At that point, level differences and team coordination will be what matters most." The enthusiastic atmosphere continued to spread, only calming somewhat when grade director Gu Zhenbang hung up his phone. He didn't immediately say anything, careful not to interrupt this rare moment of joy, and quietly gathered his thoughts. After a while, as the lively chatter slowly settled, he beckoned Lin Shu over. "Lin Shu, come here for a moment." "Coming." Lin Shu replied, and quickly joined him. They walked to a quiet corner. Everyone else instinctively knew this had to be good news, and stopped peeking over. Someone joked that maybe the school was going to reward Lin Shu again, keeping the mood lively. In the quiet corner, Gu Zhenbang lowered his voice. "The principal just called. Has your spirit reached here too?" Lin Shu nodded to confirm. "Then tomorrow morning head to the principal's office. He's already chosen your spirit beast for you." Lin Shu was a little surprised. The principal seemed even more eager than he was himself. He had planned to follow up later, but hadn't expected the call first. "Okay, he'll go first thing tomorrow." Seeing Lin Shu's quick agreement, Gu Zhenbang hesitated briefly before continuing. "There's one more thing. The principal wants you to sit out the upcoming Binzhou Cup matches for now. Your two senior sisters' spirit beasts should be fully recovered before next week's competition, so they can take your place. You can focus on cultivating your new spirit beast. The school will cover all resources. It's not mandatory, so it's up to you." After saying this, he carefully watched Lin Shu's reaction, worried he might be disappointed. Lin Shu lowered his head in thought. The principal's plan actually matched his own thinking perfectly. Since his senior sisters could fill in, it wouldn't make sense for him to push for a spot right now anyway. Plus, he wanted to spend time leveling up in the other world. "They'll skip the upcoming matches and let the two senior sisters play," he said. "All right, I'll inform the team," Gu Zhenbang said with relief. "I just didn't want you to feel bad about it." Lin Shu waved his hand with a smile. "I'm not that petty." "Good." Gu Zhenbang laughed warmly, clearly satisfied. Then he raised his voice. "Since you won the match today, let's all go celebrate tonight at Beast Tower. My treat." He clapped Lin Shu on the shoulder, and the two of them walked back to the crowd to share the news. "Teacher's so generous. This is awesome. Going to Beast Tower tonight. You're definitely making us broke today." The classmates cheered and shouted, their joyful noise shaking the corridor. Gu Zhenbang laughed heartily, unfazed. "I'm just waiting, worried you all won't be able to handle the food." Time quickly passed into the next morning. Today was the day Lin Shu had agreed with the principal to choose his third spirit beast. At exactly 7 o'clock, Lin Shu rose, his heart unable to hide his excitement at the thought of signing a new contract soon. In the adjacent training room, about 60 square meters in size, Hei Yi and Tiao were already beginning their morning exercises. Both spirit beasts had grown significantly in size with their rising power, nearly filling the entire room. Not to mention the replica standing nearby. A cramped space was filled with swirling dust and constant rumbling. Leaning quietly against the left wall, Lin Shu watched intently. Suddenly, Tuyo's entire body emitted a dazzling flash of light. Gone in the blink of an eye, that was the signal of a level up. The status panel appeared before Lin Shu's eyes. Name: Mountain Rock Golem. Level: LV 18 Max, LV 25. Status: Healthy. Quality: Common. Element: Earth. Talent: Tuyao Physique Intermediate 32400. Skills: Basic. Charge Advanced 26,200. Rocky Skin Passive Advanced 76200. Dust Advanced 15,200. Explosive Fist Beginner 320. Clay Shield Advanced 12200. Earth Spikes Beginner 420. Intermediate. Mudstone Sprint Great 1280. Earth Rock Armor Advanced 11200. Over the past month, although Tiao couldn't match Hey Yes' terrifying rate of growth, it had still far surpassed ordinary spirit beasts and reached level 18A speed only half a step slower than Bai Sheng's Thunder Beast. The only regret was that no new skills had awakened recently, but Tuyo's next evolution was not far off. Lin Shu considered how he needed to focus more proficiency points on Tuyao to help it evolve quickly. The Tuyao physique talent had also reached the intermediate stage through intense training, boosting its basic attributes significantly. Since confirming a few days ago that the skill instinct could unlock secret abilities, Lin Shu had immediately shifted the training focus, abandoning a balanced approach in favor of specializing for breakthroughs. Tuyao concentrated mainly on Rocky Skin, while He Yi was pushing full force into Blade Chi Strike. At this rate, Rocky Skin should reach the instinct level within a month, at which point Lin Shu planned to observe what qualitative changes would occur. As for He Yi, he was already happiest with Blade Chi Strike once mastered to instinct at the intermediate level. Its power would be even more terrifying. Lost in thought, Lin Shu took out the prepared advanced nutrient solution and corresponding spiritual items to feed the two spirit beasts. The rich energy flowed down their throats, sustaining the intense all-day exertion. This was the secret behind Tuyo's rapid level surge. After a quick tidy, he summoned He Yi and Tuyao back into the spirit beast space and left the dormitory, heading straight for the principal's office. The morning breeze on campus was cool, and it was still before some time until morning classes. As Lin Shu walked along, students occasionally greeted him excitedly. Shu Shun, hello? Shu Shun. The news of yesterday's match had clearly spread throughout the school. Almost everyone at Kangla No. 2 Middle School knew Lin Shu. Hearing the nickname Shu Shun for the first time, he was a bit puzzled about its origin but was sure they were greeting him, so he smiled and nodded in response. Other than that, he said nothing, just quickening his pace. More people took notice and spotted Lin Shu as well. They turned their heads in unison, their gazes all fixed on him. Lin Shu quickened his pace and steadily slipped into the teaching building. Only after shaking off those curious eyes did he finally let out a breath of relief. He raised his hand to knock on the office door on the 3rd floor, and upon receiving a response, he pushed it open. Inside, a small tea room had been set up. At this moment, Pei Yuanfang was leaning over a white porcelain teapot, skillfully warming the pot and adding tea leaves with practiced movements. Come, sit here, Pei Yuanfang said with a smile, looking up to gesture for Lin Shu to take a seat. Having visited several times before, Lin Shu no longer bothered with formalities and went straight to sit in the sandalwood chair by the window. As soon as he settled, a pure and fresh aroma of tea wafted to his nose like the crisp scent of young spring leaves kissed by dew, invigorating and refreshing. Although he had no deep knowledge of tea culture, he could tell this brew was something special. Delicate wisps of white steam curled up from the teapot spout, spreading like a thin mist. Pei Yuanfang carefully poured a cup, then gently slid the scalding porcelain cup toward Lin Shu's fingertips. Try this. It's Lingwu tea. Beast tamers take a light sip daily to calm the mind and nourish the spirit. Next time I'll bring you a few boxes. It's great for self-cultivation and well-being. All right, Lin Shu replied. He lifted the lid and saw the tea inside was as clear as pure spring water, without a trace of color. Lingwu tea is naturally colorless, Pei Yuanfang explained with a smile. Without hesitation, Lin Shu tipped back the cup and drank it all at once. The mild, elegant flavor blossomed in his mouth like a gentle spring breeze, completely free of bitterness. He thought to himself how unexpected it was. Usually he disliked tea because ordinary ones left a bitter aftertaste, but this cup gave him a new appreciation. Pei Yuanfang took a small sip in return, a smile curling at his lips, then smoothly steered the conversation back to business. Now that your spirit power has reached level 2, I won't break my promise about the bonded beast. Tell me, what attributes or requirements do you want? Lin Shu paused briefly. Most desired a flying type, and if he could find a rare special type with outstanding talent, even better. As long as the talent was high, he could overlook other conditions. Unless the beast's role clashed with night or earth attributes, he would contract without hesitation. Flying type or special type, he said. You're quick to ask for special typedo. You think there's some kind of street vendor goods? Pei Yuanfang teased, shaking his head with a smile. No special types available for now, but I do have some promising flying types. Lin Shu shrugged. I was just asking casually. If you have one, great. If not, he'll follow whatever the principal decides. Fine, follow me. A few litters of Pegasus foals hatched in my estate recently. He'll take you to pick one. With that, Pei Yuanfang stood, and Lin Shu hurried to keep up. They left the office and climbed several flights of stairs. After turning a few corners, they reached the rooftop of the teaching building. Lin Shu knew the foals wouldn't be here, but waited silently for the principal's next move. Sure enough, Pei Yuanfang raised his hand, summoning a bright packed light that suddenly burst forth. Before Lin Shu appeared a magnificent pure white horse. It stood tall and muscular at the shoulders, sleek in form, with enormous wings whose feathers shone snowy white and holy. Its deep blue eyes sparkled like sapphires, lively and intelligent. Name: Aurora Pegasus. Level: LV 96-252960 cap LV 100. Status: Healthy. Quality: Lord Class. Attributes: Flying Light. Talent: Holy Wing Intermediate 252400. Skills: Beginner Charge Refined 166200. Mighty Wing Bash Refined 172200. Intermediate Feather Combo Refined 132400. Winged Guard Refined 212400. Advanced Rainbow Feather Flash Refined 52800. Holy Healing Refined 33800. Superior Light of Heaven Intermediate 33160. Divine Flight Intermediate 22160. It was clear this Pegasus was already preparing to reach the spiritual awakening tier, diligently honing skills across all levels. The depth of this creature's potential made Lin Shu inwardly amazed. How could a 9-rank beast tamer be content as a principal at a small-town middle school in Fengdu? Truly puzzling. Pei Yuanfang gently patted the Pegasus' neck. Get on. Snowfeather is very docile. Hearing the command, Lin Shu quickly approached the horse's side and swung himself up. The Pegasus glanced at him curiously, then stood quietly and steadily. Hold tight, we're taking off now. All right. Before the wind could even begin to stir, the great wings unfurled slightly, their glowing feathers lighting the entire rooftop. Then, in the next moment, Lin Shu and the principal took flight, heading swiftly toward the estate on Snowfeather's back. Thanks again to everyone for the wonderful gifts. The Aurora Pegasus was incredibly fast, faster than even Baiyu, the instructor's white-feathered spirit hawk. Though both were flying beasts, the level gap was obvious. No matter how much Baiyu flapped its wings, it could only watch as the Pegasus tore ahead through the air. Lin Shu and Pei Yuanfang rode together atop the Pegasus, skimming over the school rooftops as they sped northward toward a stretch of rolling hills remembered from before. In just 5 minutes, the Pegasus neared their destination. It folded its wings and gradually slowed while circling down through the treetops. The view below grew clearer. Dense, dark green forests rolled into the distance, interrupted by a dazzling blue lake like a polished gem. Scattered around the shore were tiny white specks that, upon closer approach, resolved into numerous pure white miniature Pegasi frolicking across the grassy banks. Beyond them stood a large estate built from white stone bricks, with walls enclosing a vast area judged to cover at least several thousand acres. With light hoofbeats, the Aurora Pegasus came to a gentle landing on the soft lawn deep within the estate grounds. Lin Shu and Pei Yuanfang dismounted, and just as their mount, named Shuyu, steadied itself, a rush of light hoofbeats came from all directions. Dozens of winged Pegasi, drawn by the scent of one of their own, swarmed around Shuyu, rubbing and sniffing affectionately, neighing with excitement. Shuyu flicked its rider aside and proudly strutted off among them, as if inspecting its own harem. Lin Shu thought wryly to himself. This guy certainly has quite the appetite. Looks like this whole ranch is his private domain. Don't worry about him. Pei Yuanfang chuckled, waving it off. He acts like this every time. Let's go. Lin Shu shrugged without protest. Breeding was instinctive for any beast. He understood that well. The two of them continued along the soft grass toward the depths of the estate. Ahead stood a wide white building that resembled a slaughterhouse at first glance. Its massive metal doors were wide open, revealing a corridor that stretched out of sight. Inside, low glass partitions lined the space on both sides, with occasional excited neighs from the winged Pegasi within. Staff guided the young Pegasi inside, using prodding sticks. Clearly, this was the breeding area. Lin Shu observed carefully, piecing together the building's purpose. Further ahead at the corridor's end was a heavy alloy door with a wooden sign reading Breeding Room. The words reminded Lin Shu of the breeding room at Kangla No. 2 Middle School, only on a much larger scale here. Pei Yuanfang raised his left hand and pressed his thumb to a black identification panel next to the door. A green light flashed, confirming verification successful, and the heavy door slid open to reveal the interior. Inside, the floor was thickly covered with dry yellow straw, and the walls were padded with foam panels, both insulating and cushioning. In a corner, several muscular adult winged Pegasi lay on the ground, gently nursing their newborn foals. On another patch of straw, smaller foals learning to walk wobbled unsteadily, swaying as if about to fall at any moment. More mischievous foals galloped wildly, only to crash into the cushioned walls and roll over clumsily, snorting in confusion. Lin Shu and Pei Yuanfang's footsteps were light enough not to startle the young foals. They glanced up warily, then reassured, returned to their business. Pei Yuanfang pointed toward the group of little foals ahead and spoke at a measured pace. All right, take a good look. These are all descendants of Shuyu, probably the most talented batch in my breeding base. I think this should more than meet your needs. Before them stood a group of some 30 or 40 silverwing Pegasi, their sleek bodies gleaming silver in the sunlight. Lin Shu couldn't help but marvel silently. Shuyu truly was extraordinary. Generation after generation, the line thrived without pause. His gaze swept among them as his fingers deftly manipulated the query panel, carefully filtering for the most gifted foals. The numbers were not small, which naturally meant opportunity was plentiful. A few of the Pegasus foals who hadn't seen Lin Shu before eagerly trotted over, their pure and curious eyes fixed intently on him. A few bolder ones even pawed at his pant legs, coaxing for some affection. Their clear, wide-eyed innocence had a hint of childish charm that made it hard not to watch a little longer. Juvenile spirit beasts were always especially endearing. Beside Pei Yuanfang, the foals also gathered around him. Most leaned forward expectantly for his touch. The closeness and familiarity between them unmistakable. Pei Yuanfang had clearly earned their trust long ago. Lin Shu gently stroked the forehead of one silverwing Pegasus, while keeping a close eye on the panel, searching for the right connection. Soon, a particularly striking data feed popped up, drawing a smile to his lips. Name, Silverwing Pegasus. Level, 2220. Max level, 100. Status, calm. Quality, perfect. Attributes, Flying Thunder. Talent, Purple Lightning. Origin, Beginner 0200. Skill, Basic Charge, Beginner 230. This record was extraordinary. The level had surpassed the usual cap, clearly a rare mutated spirit beast. Lin Shu couldn't help but marvel at just how luck had smiled upon him. The night-like mutation combined with its thunder attributes broke the usual natural elemental cycles, an impressive oddity in the world of spirit beasts. His gaze returned to that particular Pegasus. Unlike the lively, frolicking foals, it sat quietly on a pile of straw, calm and aloof, staring ahead with no hint of amusement. Its eyes glimmered faintly violet, radiating an undeniable pressure. Pei Yuanfang noticed and leaned in. Reading Lin Shu's tone, he had already locked in on the target. He approached and spoke softly. Good eye? I've been keeping an eye on this one for some time. It has a unique personality, very independent. While the others still suckle, this one's been grazing for a while. It's reserved, even cold. Lin Shu nodded in agreement that matched his impression exactly. If the night mutation represented a cold temperament, this Pegasus embodied pure indifference, as if nothing in the world could stir its heart. For him, that kind of personality was actually appealing. Once the contract is formed, no matter their nature, spirit beasts gradually develop a deep bond with their trainer, Pei Yuanfang explained. Director, he'll pick this one. Its personality suits me perfectly, Lin Shu answered without hesitation. Pei Yuanfang smiled and nodded. No problem, as long as it fits. I honestly worried you wouldn't find one you liked. Let's head over then. The packed room isn't far, Lin Shu said, feeling that the arrangement was just right. Without another word, Pei Yuanfang bent down and scooped up the small Pegasus. It didn't struggle or make a sound, simply gazing quietly ahead. A faint glimmer in its eyes seemed to hold a trace of longing. Watching this, Lin Shu had a sudden realization. What it wanted was probably more than just the contract. It sought companionship and belonging. They walked down the corridor toward the packed room, where Pei Yuanfang gently set the young Pegasus down and reminded him carefully. The contract process might be complicated and require care, but it's manageable. Understood. Let's do it, Lin Shu said firmly. I already have some ideas in mind. Lin Shu knew full well that this proud little creature before him would likely resist during the upcoming contract ceremony. If its emotions spiraled out of control, the contract could fracture and ultimately fail. Only by making flawless preparations could he move forward. All right, I won't keep you. Take your time and don't rush, Pei Yuanfang said encouragingly, his expression full of faith in Lin Shu, then left the quiet room. Just as the door closed behind him, Lin Shu pushed it open and went in. The soft lighting in the room couldn't dispel its solemn atmosphere. The celestial wing Pegasus lay on the floor, its large round eyes fixed unwaveringly on Lin Shu without a hint of fear. Lin Shu nodded gently at it, hoping to leave a good impression. Then, the light of the contract space blossomed inside the room. Nightfall and Tuyao appeared simultaneously. Thankfully, the quiet room was spacious enough, or else accommodating their true forms would have been difficult. The two spirit beasts gathered beside Lin Shu, then both turned their gazes toward the little one on the ground. Locked under their imposing presences, the Pegasus pupils suddenly contracted, staring intently at the sharp and mysterious Nightfall. Such incredible power, I want to be as tall, fierce, and strong as this praying mantis, the little one murmured inwardly. Lin Shu smiled to himself. His judgment hadn't been wrong. The celestial wing Pegasus was naturally curious about formidable beings. That was why it had repeatedly observed Principal Shuiyu, the undisputed strongest in the entire estate. Although still a newborn spirit beast, its perfect qualities made it inherently intelligent, roughly equivalent to a young child, with a single obsession to become stronger. For Lin Shu, that was perfect. He had the fastest method to power up. He said, Little one, what do you think of my spirit beast strength? Just 3 months ago, they were weaker than you are now, but I've trained them into what you see today. The Pegasus' eyes were full of disbelief as it scrutinized Lin Shu. Lin Shu smiled softly. I'm not lying. You can ask them yourself. Spirit beasts don't lie to each other. The little one suddenly understood. It sprang up, walking briskly between Nightfall and Tuyao, lifting its hooves to gently tap the two beasts. Its expression turned serious as it began to question them. Roar hiss. Lin Shu exchanged a glance with Nightfall and Tuyao. They understood immediately. Nightfall sighed inwardly about having another freeloader in the family, but still crouched down and lowered its voice to communicate. Though Lin Shu couldn't understand their deep growls, he clearly saw the Pegasus' eyes sparkle with excitement and anticipation. In just 2 minutes, the celestial winged Pegasus had grasped the whole story. It suddenly lifted its head eagerly, lightly stepping forward with all 4 hooves, eyes shining with longing. Roar. Let's make the contract quickly. I want to grow stronger so badly. Especially after hearing all the good things Nightfall said. The master was blessed with mysterious powers that could directly boost their levels. They could rapidly enhance skill proficiency and even offer a custom-tailored new evolutionary form. Such benefits made the winged Pegasus increasingly excited. He was sure no beast could resist such an irresistible offer. To him, the person before him, Lin Shu, was the most compatible master in his heart. Previously, a few others had tried to form a contract with him, but those people were mediocre and had chaotic auras. The winged Pegasus wouldn't even give them a second glance and fiercely resisted, causing those contracts to fail. Now, He Yi and Tu Yao through their own contracts succinctly conveyed the winged Pegasus' thoughts to Lin Shu. Lin Shu understood immediately, a smile curling on his lips as he raised his hand to gently stroke the proud horse's head. Then let's begin and make this contract. The winged Pegasus nodded repeatedly, lifting his hooves eagerly and even placing his front legs on Lin Shu's knees, his purple gold eyes full of anticipation and urgency, clearly more eager than Lin Shu himself. Seeing this, Lin Shu wasted no time and began the contract process. Experienced He Yi whispered a warning before stepping aside with Tu Yao, alert and guarding like a protector. Lin Shu sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion and opened his panel, decisively adding 30 points to his mental power. Instantly, his mind cleared, spiritual awareness sharpened, with 200 proficiency points silently resting on the panel. The weakness from previous contracts still haunted him, and this time he was determined to avoid that dizzying suffering. Ready, he cleared his mind as mental power surged out and then recoiled, forming a fledgling contract shape. Thanks to his prior experiences, the condensation was astonishingly fast. A faint purple glow radiated from him, bathing the room in soft, shimmering light. The winged Pegasus stood close, holding his breath. Moments later, the contract took shape. Lin Shu's thought wove into a purple beam that shot into the beast's body. Inside the realm of consciousness, Lin Shu faced the proud spirit beast. Compared to his last contract with Tu Yao, this mental sea was much broader and richer, with a surging tide of passionate yearning urging hurry. Lin Shu smiled and focused. The contract vortex exploded open, emitting a purple radiance. The winged Pegasus practically lunged forward and was melted and reformed in the vortex's core, the contract firmly taking root, effortless and seamless. Back in reality, Lin Shu had almost no exhaustion. The Pegasus' gaze softened from cold to tender, brushing his neck affectionately against Lin Shu's shoulder, then licking his cheek with its tongue, full of trust and gratitude. Lin Shu stroked along the mane, feeling the muscles ripple under his palm as a contented whinny escaped. Though his spirit was slightly drained, it was nothing like the previous times. The extra mental points clearly helped. He pulled out a bottle of pale blue mental stimulant from his spatial ring and drank it. The sapphire liquid slid down his throat, revitalizing his spirit. The ice-purple eyes gleamed brilliantly in the light, stirring something within Lin Shu. They'll call you Purple Eyes, how about that? The contract realm echoed with joyful agreement as the Pegasus clearly loved the name. The next moment, Purple Eyes gave him a pitiful look, its gaze and spirit pulsations silently begging for a level boost. Lin Shu laughed heartily. You stubborn guy, still the same as ever. Waving his hand expertly over the panel, he raised Purple Eyes level to 3. Surging energy rolled through Purple Eyes' body, his expression blissful with golden sparkles in his eyes. My two big brothers weren't lying. Having a master means anything is possible. He didn't forget about Tu Yao. 182 proficiency points were just enough to level him up once more. With a thought, the proficiency dropped to just 7 left. Power flooded Tu Yao's entire body. He was amazed. So this is what leveling up feels like. It's addictive. I must protect the master with all my might and only get stronger from now on. With that thought, Tu Yao smiled happily and felt completely satisfied. He Yi glanced over with a faint smirk, corner of his mouth twitching disdainfully. These big dumb one and little shorty are way too easy to please. Satisfied with just this? I really don't understand which one the master loves most. Obviously it's me. He Yi. He put his hands on his hips, striking a confident and proud pose. Now that the contract was finalized, Lin Shu didn't linger in the quiet room. He stepped out with his 3 spirit beasts. Tua Yao was simple and honest. Unwilling to see his companion struggle, he gently placed the still healing purple gaze on his sturdy arm, carrying it like a fledgling eagle. Lin Shu watched silently and nodded subtly, saying nothing. Soon, an internal staff member led them down a corridor to an office at the far end of the administrative area. The door was slightly ajar, with the scent of tea drifting out. Lin Shu pushed it open gently. The door creaked softly. Pei Yuan was refilling a purple clay teapot, pausing to look up in mild surprise. Less than half an hour? Contract already done? Impressive techniques. Then he laughed openly. Come in. Sit down, the tea's just brewed. Lin Shu took a seat by the tea table and lifted the celadon cup. He said calmly, just lucky. Purple Gaze took a liking to me and signed without much thought. Pei Yuan nodded in agreement. A few people struggled for a long time without making contact. You made it easy. On the floor, Purple Gaze lay against Lin Shu's pant leg, tail flicking gently, never leaving his side. After a sip of tea, Pei Yuan shifted the subject. Xiao Shu, have you decided on going to Zhongzhou University? Lin Shu had an answer ready. Yes, principal. The advisor has also been chosen. Good school. Pei Yuan set down his cup. I have an old friend working there. Once you enroll, he'll ask her to look out for you. 2 words from her will get you far. Lin Shu's thoughts flickered to future expenses. He was about to ask about subsidies when Pei Yuan raised a hand to stop him. Don't mention that. Planning ahead is natural, and no one will blame you, not the school, not me. The higher you soar, the more prestige your alma mater earns. It's a win-win. Lin Shu said earnestly, I won't forget the help from you and the school. Pei Yuan nodded approvingly. That's what I want to hear. Focus on building your strength and getting into university as soon as possible. The school will do its best to provide resources. Don't worry about competitions. One experience is enough. Lin Shu agreed, thinking to himself, when your talent is recognized, the world truly opens green lights everywhere. Then ill trouble the principal. Pei Yuan threw back the remaining tea in his cup and laughed heartily. Helping students is what a principal should do. Besides, I'm fairly well versed in spirit beasts like the celestial winged Pegasus. If you have any issues with Zimu later, feel free to come to me. Although Lin Shu knew perfectly well that Zimu wouldn't really run into any problems, he still obediently replied, okay. The two then sat facing each other, brewing tea together. They chatted leisurely, the aroma of tea filling the air. Laughing occasionally, the atmosphere relaxed yet lively. Suddenly, the Black Knight crouching on the ground sprang upright. Its 8 glossy black wings flapped one after another, the wing tips cutting through the air with sharp sounds. Panic showed on its face, its innate keen spatial awareness alerting it that not far off, a brand new, unfamiliar space was tearing open to take shape. Tu Yao and Zimu exchanged glances. What's big brother up to now? Their confusion quickly gave way to certainty as the trembling and oppressive feeling confirmed the threat. Lin Shu quickly scanned the surroundings but saw nothing unusual. Still, he trusted Hey Yes instincts. A chill crept up his spine, putting him on guard. Pei Yuanfang frowned, using advanced mental powers to barely catch the strange disturbance. He immediately summoned Shuiyu, telling her to stop playing around and be ready for battle at a moment's notice. Accompanied by a piercing howl, the ground began to shake violently. The air seemed rent apart, with fierce winds carrying sand and stones rushing into the room. It felt like an earthquake had struck. The office teetered suddenly, with a cacophony of crashing noises as books, tea sets, and files fell to the floor in unison, the impact deafening. 10 kilometers away, a small jet-black spatial vortex tore through the sky. Inside, a raging storm howled, with a monstrous suction force like an out-of-control giant vacuum cleaner crushing and swallowing everything around it. In the blink of an eye, great waves of golden light surged across the horizon. Viewed from high above, a giant golden orb instantly wrapped the entire white building in a protective shield. The sudden shaking was completely stopped, everyone inside safely isolated. This was Shuiyu deploying her super-tier skill Heavenly Light, a visibly strong defensive power. The room quickly fell silent again, left only with scattered debris on the floor. Pei Yuanfang's expression eased as he deduced the true cause. Lin Shu, combining it with the earlier phenomena, also reached the conclusion. A border of another world had just appeared nearby. Judging by the intensity of the fluctuations, it was only a shattered level space. Had it been intermediate or higher, they would have already been sucked away with no escape. Even so, the power of just a shattered level realm was terrifying. Lin Shu thought to himself that luck was on their side. All the signs matched exactly the descriptions of another world's arrival from the texts. Seeing the threat recede, Heiyi folded its wings and returned to its usual calm demeanor. Its early warning ability regarding otherworldly births delighted Lin Shu greatly. The group continued to shelter within the sacred glow of the heavenly light, waiting patiently for the roughly half-hour disturbance to pass. During this time, Pei Yuanfang carefully weighed his options. Last time, when Lin Shu asked him to recommend a newly appeared otherworld for beast hunting, he hesitated and lost the chance to Gu Li. This freshly opened shattered level realm was an excellent opportunity. As usual, new otherworlds required pioneering authorized beast tamers entered first to clear out dangerous beasts and explore terrain. Individuals or teams could apply, but slots and qualifications were limited. During the pioneering phase, internal beasts could be hunted freely. For Lin Shu, shattered level difficulty was just right, risky but manageable. Having made up his mind, Pei Yuanfang spoke up. Are you interested in going into this other world to take a look? During pioneering, we can kill beasts at will. Your Hei Yi should love that, right? Before Lin Shu could respond, Hei Yi abruptly spun around. His compound eyes lit up like bulbs, clearly brimming with excitement, silently pleading with Lin Shu. Master, please say yes. I can level up my skills again. Pei Yuanfang noticed this and nodded inwardly. Lin Shu was right. This little mantis fighting spirit surged whenever entering the other world for pioneering was mentioned, and its thirst for battle was intense. But after a few matches, it still exercised restraint, staying within controllable limits. A minor quirk was harmless. Is the plan set? If it's troublesome, we can forget it, Lin Shu said, feeling some novelty about pioneering but unwilling to pay too high a cost for modest gains. After all, staying on Meihu Island could also upgrade proficiency. Ah, that's no problem, nothing difficult about it. Pei Yuanfang waved it off. It's settled then. The day after tomorrow, once the otherworld stabilizes. Lin Shu quickly played the reluctant role. Principal, don't be mad. They'll do whatever you say. That's the spirit. After a moment of thought, Pei Yuanfang suddenly clapped his hands. By the way, Teacher Su is free lately. He'll go with you the day after tomorrow to ensure your safety. This settled the escort choice neatly and worry-free, so Lin Shu naturally had no objections. About half an hour later, the two walked out side by side. The once lush green meadow had become a ravaged plain of yellow earth. Fist-sized clods uprooted from the ground lay thickly, like a gigantic chessboard laid across the turf. In the distance, the hills were scarred by toppled trees uprooted entirely. Giant boulders tumbled down, their booming crashes echoing through the valley. Thankfully, the winged Pegasus roaming free remained unharmed under Shui Ye's protection. Without her timely intervention, this estate might have been completely overturned by the otherworld's chaos. Pei Yuanfang gave a brief glance to confirm the safety of the beasts and personnel, then immediately ordered logistics to begin repairs. The beasts helped carry and fill the gaps. Progress was rapid, naturally requiring no involvement from Lin Shu. Once finished, Pei Yuanfang led the team back to Kangla No. 2 High School. By afternoon, Lin Shu bypassed the equipment room and headed straight to the school team dormitory. After some preparation, he conjured a clone for Zimao, intending to keep leveling up proficiency. Zimao had heard about clones from Hei Yi and Tu Yao, but seeing a perfect copy of herself in person, she couldn't help but circle it in amazement. After settling everything, Lin Shu messaged his mentor about the pioneering the otherworld day after tomorrow. The reply came quickly, seemingly with plenty of free time. The message first affirmed, the broken tier level suits you well, plus you have escorts, so it's safe. Then a reminder followed. Once you reach Zhongzhou University, pioneering otherworlds will be routine. It's good to familiarize yourself early. I thought so too, Lin Shu replied, then added. However, my understanding of the otherworld is still limited. I wonder if you have any materials I could study to learn more. Guli responded immediately to Lin Shu's question. You're being cautious, which is a good thing. I forgot you haven't officially enrolled yet and haven't formally studied this material, he said, tossing over a document titled A Few Things About the Otherworld. The file was only 30 kilobytes, about 10,000 words. Lin Shu quickly hit the download button and sent back a receipt along with a thank you sticker. After spending some time working with his mentor, they no longer needed to be so formal. Their tone was now as casual as when he spoke with Bai Sheng. The conversation wasn't over. Guli sent another message. By the way, I found a new owner for that illusory dream fish of yours. I gave it away as a favor. The other party needs a spirit-type beast, so the profit won't come to you. But don't worry, I won't let you lose out. They'll compensate you with Daxia currency or resources, whichever you prefer. Lin Shu understood the situation clearly and replied immediately. No need, mentor. You've already helped me so much. It's enough just to be able to assist you. Guli knew Lin Shu's character well, so that response was expected. After a moment's thought, he added, money or regular resources aren't what I need. It's rare tamed beasts. Don't be polite with me. You said yesterday you want to contract a third beast today? Those are big spenders, you should hold on to your money. After some coaxing, Lin Shu finally accepted and decided to ask for Daxia currency. He sent over his account number. Soon, his phone screen popped up with a notification. Fengdu Bank, dear customer, your account has received a transfer today in the amount of 30 million.00. If you have any questions, please call customer service. 1, 10, 100, million, 10 million, 30 million Daxia coins filled nearly a third of the screen. If this had been before, he might have jumped up excitedly. Now he barely glanced at it. Lin Shu understood clearly. The stronger a beast tamer became, the faster the money came. In the future, 30 million would be nothing. Even 200 million would be mere blinks of an eye. Mentor, the money has arrived. Good. Take your time figuring out how to spend it. If you don't know, come find me. Guli sent back an okay emoji, and the chat ended. The cold sum of 30 million sat quietly in the account. Lin Shu roughly planned. Had only upgrade to a slightly bigger place for now, save the rest as evolution materials for Tu Yao and Zimu, and keep some in reserve. Then he opened a few things about the other world and settled in to read. The document was packed with complicated but clearly organized information. Various bizarre and colorful anecdotes about the other world drew him in without him realizing it. In the room, Tu Yao, Black Knight, and Zimu busied themselves with skill training, each focused on their own practice. Over the past 2 days, Lin Shu continued his usual routine in the equipment room. The space was brightly lit, the cold gleam of metal gear mingling with the sweat of the trainees. A faint scent of disinfectant lingered in the air. The only difference was the pair of purple eyes born after his new contract, pure, clear, and sparkling like exquisite gems, naturally drawing extra glances from everyone nearby. When people learned these eyes signified a perfect grade quality, they first froze, then murmured in surprise. A perfect talent? No wonder he's advancing so fast. His spiritual power is skyrocketing to so enviable. After this brief excitement, the equipment room returned to the steady rhythm of clanging metal and labored breaths. With the next Binzhou Cup imminent, everyone was pushing themselves to the limit. Chun Yujia and Lan Mengzhu were supposed to rest a few more days, but their recovery exceeded expectations. After just 1 day of rest, they dove back into training, fearing any slip before the tournament. During a break, Lei Wu wiped his sweat and looked up. Lin Shu, when are you leaving? It's almost noon. He meant the newly appeared otherworldly secret realm. The principal had contacted Lin Shu that morning, saying they could depart that afternoon. Lin Shu nodded and glanced around to see others listening closely. This afternoon, he said calmly, but with certainty. First, we'll have lunch. Speaking of food, Lin Shu had spent the last 2 days stocking the space ring and the night space reserves with supplies, compressed rations, purified water, emergency lights, and simple tools enough to last 3 months. Such thorough preparation made everyone sigh with envy again. I'm so jealous you're really going to pioneer the wild. I wish I could come along. Lei Wu's complaint drew enthusiastic agreement from Li Shuheng, Qin Yujia, and Lan Mengzhu as the equipment clattered around. If you were on Lin Shu's level, I'd already have asked the principal, Su Liliang said with a smile, causing the others to shrug in response. Don't tease us, Teacher Su. Lin Shu's a once-in-a-century beastmaster talent from Fengdu. We're just ordinary mortals, Li Shuheng said with a wry smile, and the others nodded in agreement. Lin Shu said nothing, only smiled faintly before returning to training. Time flew until 1 p.m. sharp. Lin Shu and Su Liliang set off. Though the principal stayed behind, he sent his ace Bishuyu. This massive, pure white bird circled down, its powerful wing beats stirring a cool breeze. Su Liliang looked at Lin Shu with envy clear in his eyes. Having the principal's ace beast on call was treatment few could dream of. Shuyu folded its wings and landed, scanning the two with sharp eyes that clearly recognized them. The higher the beast's rank, the keener its intelligence. This was evident in their companion Tu Yao as well. The two mounted the bird's back, and with a strong flap of its wings, Shuyu shot forward so fast it nearly blurred vision. In just 10 minutes, the terrain abruptly changed. Before them lay a deep, swirling black rift, silently exhaling dark energy. Around the rift, dozens of ant-sized beastmasters busied themselves setting up isolation zones and temporary camps. From afar, colorful war pets flashed while metal devices reflected cold light, creating the buzz of a miniature town. Shuyu landed steadily on a sparsely populated rocky area outside the entrance, its huge wings stirring dust. Lin Shu and Su Liliang hopped down, brushing off dirt and exchanging a glance. Although they avoided crowds, they still drew considerable attention nearby. A high-level beast was undetectable by rank. Who was this second-generation heir out here, trying to experience life? No one dared provoke him. It was best to keep a safe distance in case they crossed paths. Whispers and murmurs erupted around, and soon the crowd had quietly labeled Lin Shu in their minds. Meanwhile, Bai Sheng, scanning the surroundings, narrowed her eyes. Wasn't that Lin Shu? Showing up here looking so striking, joining the excitement. What a coincidence. With that thought, she immediately strode toward him, a tall young man quietly following her at a steady pace. The soldiers guarding the passageway didn't stop them. Clearly, they recognized Lin Shu and knew he was close to Bai Sheng. Lin Shu's gaze swept over the camp. Nearby, rows of simple barracks had already been erected, soldiers patrolling back and forth. The edge of the shattered world's entrance had been completely flattened, and a brand new signal tower stood tall. Officials, sure, moved quickly. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. What a coincidence, you're here too. Lin Shu turned to see Bai Sheng approaching with a bright smile, while the young man beside her curiously stared at Shuyu resting at Lin Shu's side. Yeah, didn't expect to see you here, Lin Shu nodded. Bai Sheng raised an eyebrow and lightly tapped his back with a fist. So you underestimated me, huh? They shared a smile before exchanging introductions. This is my brother, Bai Yufan, Bai Sheng stepped aside to let the young man come forward. Bai Yufan nodded politely. Pleased to meet you. Lin Shu pointed to the bespectacled man beside him. My teacher, Su Liliang. Nearby, Shui Yu lay on the ground yawning. Lin Shu casually introduced it as well. With introductions complete, their conversation quickly turned to the most critical matter, the shattered level interdimensional world. Do you know much about what's inside? Bai Sheng lowered her voice. Lin Shu nodded. The principal had already informed him. It's a fragment fallen from the realm of utmost darkness. Bai Sheng wasn't surprised such intelligence was easy to uncover with a little effort. I've heard it's perpetually night there, a harsh environment. Dark attribute beasts are everywhere. It's a nightmare for low-level beast tamers. Her voice was barely above a whisper, just enough for Lin Shu to catch. But Lin Shu focused less on the danger and more on the numbers. Are there many beasts inside? He calculated silently. The level cap was no higher than 30. Plus, with the darkness reigning and Teacher Su as backup, safety wasn't a huge issue. What he really needed were enough targets to improve himself. Bai Sheng thought for a moment, then gave an honest answer. There's no shortage in number, but most hide in the shadows and excel at ambushes. I don't have your courage of me, Heavenly Thunders, only level 20. Got it. Lin Shu quickly drew his conclusion. Since the beasts hide, but he had attribute stats to aid him, it was no threat at all. Bai Sheng originally wanted to team up with him, but knowing Lin Shu would probably venture deep inside, and that she couldn't keep up, she decided to stay on the outskirts. They chatted a little more, when suddenly the swirling spatial vortex behind them slowed down, then stopped. The dense darkness above gradually thinned and became transparent. Everyone understood this was the sign that the internal space had fully stabilized. It was now possible to enter the interior of the other world. A soldier standing at the front shouted loudly, "The other world has stabilized. Everyone enter in an orderly fashion, no pushing or shoving." Responses echoed throughout the ranks in unison, showing that everyone was clearly well practiced in this procedure. Receiving the confirmation, the soldier nodded and waved his hand. Without hesitation, the first squad stepped through the shimmering black light curtain. Several armed soldiers remained stationed on either side of the portal, calmly scanning the surroundings, ready to intervene if any chaos broke out. The second and third groups of explorers followed closely behind, each eager to take an extra step, none wanting to lose out on the good stuff hidden within this other world. However, the squad led by Lin Shu and Bai Sheng was not in a rush. Their goal was not to snatch resources, but to proceed carefully and steadily. Only after the shadows of the earlier squads had fully disappeared into the black light curtain did Lin Shu rise to loosen his shoulders. Snow Feather followed at his side, gently fluttering her wings, a soft halo of light shimmering around her. The principal had thoughtfully assigned the light element Snow Feather to accompany them. In this space, her illumination and purification abilities were nearly indispensable. However, if she unleashed her full power, this fragile, fragmented otherworld might not withstand it and could collapse at the slightest misstep. Stepping into the pitch-black light curtain again brought on a dizzying vertigo. But Lin Shu, now mentally stronger, steadied himself with a tight chest sensation. Bai Sheng fared worse. She landed heavily on her backside, frowning as she rubbed her temples. Looking out, the other world was shrouded in endless darkness. The cracked, parched land bore no sign of vegetation. Above hung a grayish-white moon, dim and flickering as if it might go out any time. Yet it was the only source of light. Jagged, grotesque stones stood like rows of dark statues. Howling shadow winds squeezed through the cracks in the rocks, producing low wailing noises. Combined with rolling gray mists in the distance, the entire world felt eerie and oppressive. Snow Feather gently called out, spreading her wings wide. A brilliant clear glow erupted from her, like a gigantic spotlight illuminating every detail within several dozen meters. Even scattered fragments of sand were distinctly visible. Within the brightness, the mandala serpent summoned by Su Liming coiled in place, its scales reflecting a faint blue-cold glow. Other team members also released their spirit beasts one by one. Beside Lin Shu, Black Knight, Earth Luminary, and Purple Gaze appeared in sequence. Black Knight thrived in the dark environment, almost blending seamlessly with the surrounding shadows. Earth Luminary and Purple Gaze, on the other hand, showed clear discomfort, instinctively huddling closer to Lin Shu. Bai Sheng glanced at her own Heavenly Thunder Spirit Beast, then at Lin Shu's three beasts, a tangle of emotions stirring inside her. She had only one, while he already had three, and his progress showed no signs of slowing. Bai Yufan noticed this scene as well, stealing a few extra looks at Lin Shu, silently admiring him as a rare prodigy for contracting three spirit beasts at such a young age. Let's split up here. He'll stay near the perimeter to help Heavenly Thunder gain practical combat experience. I don't plan on going deeper, Bai Sheng said softly but resolutely, lowering her voice. All right, Lin Shu nodded. His focus was on advancing deeper to increase his mastery over higher-level otherworld beasts. She had to press forward. Lin Shu then set off ahead with Su Liming and Snow Feather toward the depths. Bai Sheng and Bai Yupan moved to the right, and a streak of light blossomed between them, illuminating the path ahead. The ground beneath their feet was jagged with loose stones and uneven terrain. The faint moonlight drifted like mist over the earth, casting a pale, silvery gray veil. Along the way, twisted dead trees stretched gnarled branches into the pitch-black sky, like desperate grasping arms, filling the air with a chilling, eerie atmosphere. Lin Shu's expression remained relaxed, but his eyes continuously swept through the forest, carefully searching for any sign of beast-taming activity. In contrast, Su Liming's footsteps were measured and cautious, his shoulders tense as he vigilantly scanned his unfamiliar surroundings. This strange environment made it impossible for him to fully relax. A few companion beasts showed little concern for the oppressive atmosphere, instinctively glancing around in all directions. Suddenly, a sharp piercing screech shattered the silence. A swarm of dark gray bats surged forward, fluttering and screeching along the edge of Shui Ye's glow, their frenzied wing beats stirring cold currents but never daring to cross the light. The air seemed to tense instantly, and many beasts stepped forward to firmly shield Lin Shu in the center. Shui Yu looked up, mockingly eyeing the insignificant bats as if their threat was laughable. Data appeared immediately. Name, Bloodthirsty Bat. Level, LV7. Maximum level, LV23. Status, Startled. Quality, Common. Attribute, Dark. Talent, None. Skills, Basic. Charge Basic 1130. Claw Strike Novice 1520. These bloodthirsty bats were mostly below level 10, wild and untamed, but only prone to bluffing. Though numerous and seemingly troublesome, to Lin Shu they were merely a convenient source of skill practice. His gaze flickered, and Heiyi responded instantly. The shadow beast unfurled its wings and shot skyward, instantly diving into the swirling gray darkness. A flash of silver-white blade light surged across the night, invisible ripples sweeping outward amid bursts of blood mist. The bats dropped helplessly like paper kites cut loose from their strings, falling plop-plop into the forest below. Heiyi's strikes were swift and decisive, scattering the remaining bats in the dying light and forcing them to retreat hastily into the darkness. Smart enough to run away, Lin Shu chuckled, calling Heiyi back to his side. That brief fight earned him 56 skill points, and combined with previous gains, the total jumped to 112. Bloodthirsty bats really were reliable friends for leveling up. Su Liming watched the bats disappear into the night, his voice low with admiration. This aggression, it really carries on the style of the Abyssal Realm. Lin Shu nodded in agreement. Records on certain special alternate worlds had long confirmed that strong aggression meant no need to wander endlessly. Prey would come willingly to hunters. The group pressed onward along the dim path. None of them knew how many more beasts lurked in the shadows, ready to ambush passing explorers. For these unexplored alternate realms, the files roughly categorized them into 3 types. 1. Terrain like this area beasts highly aggressive, bloodthirsty, and ferocious, with hidden lethal dangers. 2. More peaceful types, like Mehu Island, where humans and beasts coexist peacefully, almost like alternative tourist spots. 3. The rarest and most dangerous areas inhabited by alien races. Records showed such alien societies were divided into slaves, commoners, and nobles. Slaves obeyed nobles absolutely, even to death. The quickest way to identify nobles was by their surnames. Compound surnames always meant otherworldly aristocracy. Under the bright and clear light of Shuiyu, the main force steadily pressed forward in exploration. They followed the direction left by the bloodthirsty bats that had just fled in panic, advancing step by step, without a single encounter or attack along the way. This left Lin Shu feeling somewhat disappointed. Suddenly, Heiyi flapped his 4 wings vigorously, his eyes glowing with excitement, as he sent a message to Lin Shuha had detected the presence of dark energy ahead, suggesting something valuable was hidden there. Lin Shu immediately signaled Heiyi to lead the way, and Heiyi shot forward like an arrow with the main force close behind. Before long, a modest-sized earthen mound appeared. Under the dim moonlight, the outline of the slope was hazy, with several scattered medicinal herb-like plants growing on it. These plants were pitch black with slender, flexible leaves, and in their center bloomed faintly glowing blue flowers, like phosphorescent sparks in the night. Heiyi landed gently, stooped down to inspect, deeply attracted by the dark attribute energy surging within the plants. Lin Shu recognized these were spiritual plants, but couldn't identify the type, secretly amazed that Heiyi seemed to have a built-in treasure hunting ability, a surprising capability. At that moment, Su Liming spoke up. These are dark soulgrass, 3rd-tier dark attribute spiritual plants. Heiyi is impressive, sensing them from such a distance. Having studied related courses in university, Su Liming recognized them immediately, marveling at Heiyi's sharp senses. Lin Shu suddenly understood and guessed this was a power Heiyi gained after evolving. Hearing the praise, Heiyi puffed out his chest proudly. Teacher Su, is there anything special about harvesting them? Lin Shu asked. Su Liming shook his head. For low-tier spiritual plants, you don't need to be too careful, just pull them out. The energy is mostly concentrated in the flowers. Got it. Lin Shu waved his hand. Hey Yi, Tu Yao Zimao go. Collect all the dark soul grass ahead. The three little companions immediately went to work. Before long, they had uprooted a dozen or so dark soul grass plants and neatly handed them to Lin Shu. This newly emerged otherworld was truly full of treasures. Although Lin Shu wasn't short on spiritual plants for now, nobody would refuse extra resources. He had planned to give half to Suliming, but was waved off. No need to give me any. Manjuo's effect from this level of spiritual plants is limited, keep them for yourself. Lin Shu politely declined no further and stored all the dark soul grass into his space ring, secretly amused that a little is still something. Heiyi did not slow down but strode forward with determination, clearly sensing even more valuable things ahead. The group followed his pace and soon arrived at a basin. Below them, dark soul grass swayed in the breeze, their faint blue glow ebbing and flowing like a silent tide. Just as Heiyi prepared to dive down and harvest, an ear-piercing shriek suddenly swept over them. A dense swarm of bloodthirsty bats darkened the sky, like a rolling black cloth, circling fiercely over the dark soul grass and desperately defending their home. This was their nest. The bats, no longer fleeing, suddenly descended like a crashing torrent of darkness, charging violently at Lin Shu and his group, determined to protect the dark soul grass patch. Lin Shu laughed quietly at the sight. Buy one, get one free, double the joy. Knight wasn't scared at all. In fact, he seemed pleased. Raising his greatsword high, he swung it fiercely at the onrushing swarm of bloodthirsty bats. The blade sliced through the air like a cold whip, cutting through the darkness. Blood splattered everywhere as the bats screeched and clawed desperately at Knight's hardened shell. But with each bite, the sharp teeth cracked and shattered against his tough exterior, shards flying in all directions. The bloodthirsty bats howled in pain, and Knight took advantage, slashing out several waves of invisible blade energy that swept through the swarm like crescent moons, utterly shredding them. Within minutes, the crushing one-sided battle was over. All the fearless bats fell dead on the spot. The system notified, proficiency 242. Lin Shu clenched his fist silently. This place was a true training ground. But the bloodthirsty bats were far from the only guardians of the dark soul grass. From deep shadows came the rustling sound of a new Thrida pack of black-purple scorpions burrowing out from the ground, rapidly surrounding Knight with hostile intent. They brandished razor-sharp pincers and raised their venomous tails covered in barbs, launching a fierce coordinated attack. The air thickened with a sickly sweet poisonous stench as dense sprays of dark violet venom rained down like heavy drops, nearly blocking all escape routes. A golden light shield rose before Knight, the venom splashing harmlessly and causing only gentle ripples. Name, Venom Dark Scorpion. Level, 12 max 43. Status, Angry. Quality, Elite. Attributes, Poison Dark. Talent, None. Skills, Basic Scorpion Sting, Adept 1830. Basic Charge, Adept 2530. Intermediate Venom Spray, Adept 1160. Compared to the bloodthirsty bats, these Venom Dark Scorpions were the real rulers, dominating the entire dark soul grass territory. Lin Shu's gaze sharpened. Though poison effects weren't explosive, their lasting entanglement made them extremely dangerous. Be careful not to get hit by their toxin, he warned. Knight didn't respond verbally, but his body reacted instantly flickering sideways and vanishing like a shadow to dodge the venomous rain. Blade light flashed, slicing through the black-purple shells so sharply they shattered before any crack could be heard, ending the fight immediately. System prompt again, proficiency 232. Without hesitation, Lin Shu spent 272 proficiency points to raise Knight to level 31 and upgraded the talent Void Walk to Adept, with 168 points remaining. A faint light radiated from Knight's body, causing Shui Yu and Su Liliang to stare in surprise. What was going on here? Leveling up mid-fight? The small creatures didn't stop, but instead swiftly harvested the scattered dark soul grass around and handed it all over to Lin Shu. Su Liliang looked around, noticing the vast swaying patches of spirit herbs, and, combining that with the earlier encounters with guardian monsters, suddenly guessed aloud, this place looks like an inner spirit plant territory of an alien race. The dense concentration of spirit creatures would be impossible unless it was a supply zone inside their territory. Lin Shu nodded in agreement. Very likely. Let's keep moving forward. There might be alien structures ahead. This whole area is probably part of an alien faction's domain. It was a reasonable, cautious guess, which made him all the more eager for what lay ahead. Aside from the trial tower, he had never actually set foot in an alien stronghold. Soon, the main group quickened their pace. Just as Su Liliang had predicted, they soon found traces of the alien architecture. In the pitch-black underground chamber, a black stone tablet stood abruptly ahead. Its surface was covered with mottled patterns of varying depths, as if weathered by wind and sand for countless years. Behind the tablet lay collapsed walls and broken pillars, rubble scattered unevenly. The grand scale, and former glory long lost, only a desolate outline faintly visible in the darkness. Under the soft light cast by Ziyu's wings, Lin Shu and Su Liliang approached the tablet closely. Strange, twisted symbols were carved into its surface, like ghostly claws scratching wildly. Lin Shu felt his scalp tingle, but couldn't recognize a single character. Su Liliang frowned, equally puzzled. Just as they were stumped, Shuyu stepped forward and traced the dusty ground with her foot. After a moment, 3 bold characters appeared. Shinta clan. You can actually read this? Lin Shu's mouth opened slightly in surprise. Shuyu ruffled her feathers, wearing an expression that said, "It's nothing." Su Liliang pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "I've heard of many alien clans, but never the Shintu." Lin Shu, knowing little about foreign tribes, filed the name away mentally. He glanced around once more, eyes returning to the tablet. Enduring countless years of erosion, yet still intact, it was clearly no ordinary relic. With that, he summoned dark energy into his palm and tried to absorb it into his storage space. Su Liliang smiled. "If we can take it, we should. The tablet does seem quite valuable." As the spatial technique activated, the tablet was swallowed into a swirling black vortex. Fortunately, with their improved skills, the storage space had expanded enough to neatly contain such a massive object. After securing the tablet, they turned back to the ruins, carefully searching through fallen rubble and broken walls piece by piece. But after a long while, not even a scrap was found. Lin Shu shook his head in disappointment and led the group away from the ruins to continue their search for beasts to hunt. Elsewhere, in a dim mountain cave, flickering candlelight illuminated 3 men staring at a stone tablet set against the wall and a dark green stone tea table beside it. On the table lay a fist-sized precious jade, crystal clear and smooth, its gentle luster shifting in the firelight. Inside the jade's heart drifted wispy, smoke-like patterns, an obvious sign of extreme rarity. The third brother's eyes blazed as he urged, "Big brother, second brother, what does the tablet say? We've been dawdling too long. Let's just grab the jade and move on to the next place." The eldest brother paused his rubbing of a rubbing copy, casting a cold, disdainful glance. "Such short-sightedness. You only focus on that piece of jade and ignore the treasure mountain before us." "Second brother, explain it to him." The second brother smiled knowingly and pointed to the tablet, whispering, "This tablet records the Shinto clan's 1,000-year evolutionary path. We've already cracked most of the detailed text. There's a very high chance this will work." The moment these words left his mouth, the third brother, who had been crouching in front of the ruined stone tablet, suddenly gasped sharply. This fractured, delicate relic, seemingly on the verge of crumbling, actually recorded such an earth-shattering opportunity. Then he threw his head back and laughed heartily, his shoulders shaking like a sieve, a grin stretching all the way to his ears. "We're rich. We're rich. After all this time, something this good finally fell into our hands." The eldest and second brothers exchanged a glance, faint smiles tugging at their lips as well, though they forced themselves to stay calm and continued focusing on deciphering the inscription. The eldest casually reminded, "All right, stay put and don't leap around like that." "Got it." The third brother agreed eagerly, quickly reining in his excitement. Having grown up together as brothers, their bond was deep and unbreakable. No one ever thought of claiming such a treasure for themselves. Between reading the tablet, the third brother strolled over to the mossy stone table in the cave's center and casually picked up a small, palm-sized jade piece, a vivid green gem. An icy chill instantly surged through his fingers and raced up his arm. Shivering, he was about to curse when an unexpected event abruptly cut him off. The jade suddenly erupted with a ghostly purple glow, unleashing a violent psychic shock, like a tidal wave crashing down. An invisible hammer struck their minds with devastating force. The 3 brothers, caught completely off guard, all went limp and collapsed heavily onto the cold stone floor with a muffled thud, their fates hanging in the balance. Then, the surface of the jade twisted into a swirling black shadow, thick and smoky, hovering beneath the cave's ceiling as if searching for a host. After a moment, the shadow plunged down swiftly, slipping beneath the eldest brother's robe, disappearing in an instant. Long moments passed before the eldest, motionless until now, twitched his trembling fingertips, struggling to push himself up like a leaf caught in the wind. His complexion shifted from gentle to deathly pale, his eyes darkened with a cold edge, and a sinister, almost unnatural smile curled at his mouth. A hoarse voice scraped out from his throat. "How long has passed?" Aishin to Wuhonghe finally returned, each word dripped with infinite loneliness and searing hatred. He raised both hands and closed his eyes, sensing the new body he now inhabited while gathering fragments of the previous owner's memories. Another world? Great Xia? Fragment level? Interesting. Never imagined the dark domain would. His words abruptly cut off. He had already understood the true nature of his new vessel. The pain of rejection faded, and full control returned to him. "You're pathetic. Utterly worthless." Shintu Wuhong sneered bitterly, feeling the weak spiritual power of the eldest, which barely reached the 5th rank. "Such talent isn't even fit to be my servant." In the dark domain, creatures like this only serve as blood fodder. Don't even dream of becoming a beast master. He lifted his gaze. A cold gleam passed over the unconscious second and third brothers nearby, the smile on his lips growing even more chilling. Still, fresh blood fodder will do nicely, enough to restore some of my strength. With that, he stretched out his arms, fingers curling as spiritual energy surged in his palms, igniting two balls of supernatural blood flame. The tongues of fire flickered wildly, but emitted no warmth. Instead, a bone-chilling coldness seeped from them. Go, he commanded softly, and the blood flames shot out, enveloping the two fallen bodies precisely. In an instant, the fierce yet icy flames wrapped around them, forcibly drawing out their dark red blood, condensing it into tiny droplets that melted into the fire spheres, transforming into nourishing energy. Within a breath, the once strong bodies withered and shriveled, reduced to two dried, mummified corpses. In the dim cave, Shinto Wuhong's pupils reflected the blood flames, which grew even more brilliantly crimson and mesmerizing. At that moment, Lin Shu was still at the site of the shattered roots and broken walls. He didn't pay much attention to the scattered relics left by the alien tribes nearby. What he could carry, he pocketed casually. What he couldn't, he turned away from. Just then, a sharp red light suddenly shot up from the northwestern horizon. With a loud bang, it exploded like fireworks, scattering countless tiny sparks of glowing red light, casting a deep crimson glow across the pitch-black night sky. Immediately, a second, thicker pillar of red light shot straight up, pointing deep into the northwest, clearly serving as a signal to transmit some message. Su Liliang was the first to notice. He pushed up his glasses and said, "This is a red jade pillar, a directional signaling device. The authorities are summoning all beast tamers who have entered this other world. The exact reason is unclear. Maybe there's danger, maybe alien resistance has been found, or maybe there's something valuable." Lin Shu pondered briefly. With Teacher Su and Shuiyu the guard by his side, no matter how dangerous this other world might be, he was safe. "Teacher Su, let's go check it out. It'll be good to join the crowd," he decided promptly. Su Liliang agreed with a nod, and the group immediately changed course, heading northwest along the beam of red light. Just as they were about to set off, Shuiyu remained perfectly still, its gaze sharpening like an arrow locked onto a blurry figure in the distance. Following Shuiyu's stare, Lin Shu and Su Liliang saw a man standing at the end of the broken dirt road. His face was deathly pale, his expression cold and grim. The whites of his eyes bulged outward, staring steadily at Lin Shu as if inspecting a valuable work of art for sale. Lin Shu frowned. The feeling of being treated like an object was deeply repulsive. The man then shifted his gaze to Shuiyu, staring for several seconds before revealing a mouth of pale, sharp teeth and giving a cold, crooked nod. The next moment, he summoned a snowfield wolf. With a flash, he disappeared into the night along the rough dirt road. Su Liliang and Lin Shu both sensed this man was no ordinary figure. If he hadn't feared Shuiyu's strength, there might have been a fight already. Shuiyu kept its eyes on the figure until he vanished completely into the darkness. It smelled a strong, fresh scent of blood on the man's body. Although his aura was weak, his spirit was terrifyingly vigorous. Still, as long as he didn't threaten Lin Shu, Shuiyu wouldn't intervene. Lin Shu stayed where he was, recalling the man's expression while pulling up the recently captured Snowfield Wolf's data panel. Name, Snowfield Wolf. Level, LV43 Max, LV88. Status, Master Dead under mental control. Quality, Perfect. Attribute, Ice. Talent, None. Skills, Basic Claw Strike Proficiency, 2240. Bite Proficiency, 1540. Intermediate Ice Fang Proficiency, 4160. / Proficiency, 2660. Advanced Snowstep Proficiency, 3380. Frost Guard Proficiency, 1180. Master Dead, Mental Control. Lin Shu's heart tightened. Beast tamers cultivate their spiritual energy. If someone truly developed a secret technique like soul possession, they could forcibly seize contracted beasts or even take over a person's body. He recalled the Shinto clan mentioned on the stone tablet, probably linked to that man. The man's greedy gaze was almost certainly fixed on Lin Shu's talents and body. These cursed things should have faded away into the river of time long ago. Lin Shu shouted directly at Shuiyu. "Shuiyu, pursue that man just now. Kill him." Lin Shu's voice was crisp and decisive. He never tolerated hidden threats lurking in the shadows. Since that mysterious man had already targeted him, there was no room for hesitation. Su Liliang was taken aback by such decisiveness. The situation had not been fully assessed, yet the order to kill was already given. In contrast, the three spirit beasts He Yi, Tu Yao, and Zi Mao unanimously supported the command. Their acute senses picked up the unease in their master's mind. Shuiyu obeyed instantly. Its golden wings unfurled like a shooting star, tearing through the sky as it chased after the target. Carrying out Lin Shu's orders was instinctive for the bird. At this moment, Shinto Wuhong was jogging along a rugged mountain path, feeling quite pleased. By sheer chance, he had encountered a prey with remarkable talent. He was very satisfied with the Lin Shu he had just seen in the old Shinta clan. Such spirit beast aptitude would rank as average. Greater Xia is not as weak as I imagined, he mused quietly. If that boy didn't have a spirit beast guardian on the verge of awakening, I would have taken him down then and there, and later, after remodeling my mind, I'd find a better body. Lost in these pleasant thoughts, a chill ran down Shintu Wuhong's spine. A powerful mental wave sent an alarm. The darkness behind him suddenly burst apart with blinding light. He whipped around and saw Shuyu transformed into a dazzling sphere of light, crashing through the night like thunder. Exposed? Impossible. Had always been confident in his stealth. Yet the enemy's murderous intent was clear. Just a brief stare was enough to try to erase him. His mind raced, and he set Lin Shu's name in his heart with grim resolve. I will take your body one day. In the next instant, he ruthlessly abandoned his precious physical form. The searing pain of soul separation was nearly irreversible, but he had no choice. His translucent soul darted through the forest like a startled swallow, then vanished. Ziyu's holy beam swept across, but had no impact on the soul form. Aside from mental or thunder-type spirit beasts, no known attribute could touch this form. Fortunately, Pei Yuanfang had specially trained Shuyu long ago with a kind of mental attack. Retracting its golden light, a faint but rippling mental shockwave spread outward, but Shintu Wuhong evaded it with lightning speed. Only a mangled corpse and a stunned snow wolf remained in the forest. Shuyu had precisely controlled its force, sparing them while focusing entirely on the fleeing soul. Lin Shu and Su Liliang finally arrived to find the scene in disarray. He still got away worthy of the noble foreign clan, Lin Shu said with narrowed eyes. His tone was calm but deadly. Shuyu crouched low, quickly tracing every detail of what had just happened in the dirt with its claws. How the enemy abandoned his body, the soul's escape route, the failure of the mental attack, every detail accurate to the last. Lin Shu merely nodded slightly, having anticipated this outcome, but Su Liliang's face paled, cold sweat beading his forehead. The deadliest scenario from the books was unfolding before him. This can't be delayed, we must report immediately, he urged urgently. If that spirit soul escapes to the other world, the consequences would be disastrous. Let's leave and report the situation now. This place is too dangerous. Utmost emergency. Lin Shu fully understood the gravity involved. He called back his spirit beasts and gathered the corpse and the still-shocked snow wolf onto Ziyu's broad back. The group took flight, wings beating swiftly toward the other world's portal. In midair, Heiyi also took the opportunity to cull some noisy, bloodthirsty bats. The forest fell silent once more. Within minutes, they arrived at the entrance to the other world. Upon arrival, Su Liliang immediately briefed the two guards stationed there on everything that had happened inside the corpses, the dazed snow wolves, and the signs suggesting possession. With the bodies and wolves right before their eyes, no further proof was needed. The possession evidence was glaringly obvious. Upon hearing this, the two guards' faces turned grim. They quickly reported inward and called for reinforcements. Then, they ordered the remaining soldiers to guard the entrance, forbidding anyone from coming in or going out. Lin Shu and Su Liliang were also instructed to wait for inspection. Both accepted this without objection. This swift, efficient handling clearly showed this had become routine, indicating similar incidents were not uncommon. It was obvious the alien species was trapped this time. Lin Shu called Principal Pei Yuanfang and gave him a concise overview. After a brief silence, Pei said, "Unbelievable that this happened to you. Don't move for now, I'm on my way." Without further ado, he hung up, clearly treating the matter with utmost seriousness. The problems involving alien spiritual beings were never simple. Lin Shu also messaged his mentor, who had been in Binzhou for days with no plans to leave, but hadn't responded yet, likely busy with other affairs. Glancing around, Lin Shu noticed there was no crowd outside the entrance since the number of entry and exit permits was limited. Their main concern was preventing anyone from escaping inside, which thankfully saved a lot of trouble. Within 10 minutes, a fully armed squad arrived. The lead officer furrowed his brow, clearly facing a difficult task. He raised his hand and conjured a glowing purple orb out of thin air, then released it. The orb floated steadily midair, bobbing gently while emitting soft pulses of violet light. Spirit-detecting purple orb, Su Liliang quietly explained to Lin Shu. It's designed specifically to detect soul and mental energy. Alien souls differ from ours here on Blue Star. If the orb turns red, it instantly locks on them. If he's really outside, there's no way to hide unless he's barricaded himself deep inside the other world. Su clearly believed their target was cornered. At that moment, a soldier hurried over and saluted. "Please cooperate with the test, sirs." He pointed at the floating orb. Lin Shu and Su Liliang nodded in unison and stepped within 3 meters of it. Immediately, 2 slender purple filaments extended from the orb and adhered to their foreheads, forming semi-transparent purple headbands. A cool sensation seeped into their minds as their psychic energy was gently drawn out. The detection began. About a minute later, the headbands retracted sharply and merged back into the orb. Inside, the orb's violet glow flared brightly twice in quick succession. This confirmed that both their identities were clear and legitimate. A team standing nearby, all eyes sharp and nerves taut, immediately relaxed when they saw what was happening. The squad leader hurried over, carrying his standard-issue helmet, and nodded politely to Lin Shu and Su Liliang. Please forgive us, this is standard protocol. And thank you both for reporting this promptly. Having said that, he shook their hands with a sincere expression of apology. Lin Shu nodded in understanding. It's okay. It's what we should do. I won't keep you any longer. There's still work to be done inside. Thanks again to both of you, the leader said briskly before signaling his team to follow him, rifles ready as they charged straight into the otherworldly portal. Their clear intention was to evacuate everyone still inside. Anyone left behind risked possession by alien spirit entities. Each person extracted would then be individually scanned using the spirit-detecting purple orb. Thinking of Baisheng still inside, Lin Shu couldn't help but worry silently, fearing she might run into trouble. Time ticked by slowly. The spiral-like exit functioned like a conveyor belt. One by one people staggered out, pale-faced and haunted by fear, before being ushered to the purple orb for inspection. Everyone looked drained, clearly aware they had just encountered unprecedented misfortune. Alien spirit entities like these typically only appeared in mid-level otherworlds or above. Encountering one at a fragmented level was extraordinarily rare. At that moment, Principal Pei Yuanfang hurried onto the scene, his coat hem still dust-covered and his pace frantic. He rushed straight to Lin Shu's side, immediately summoning Shui Yu to stand guard around them, while discreetly activating a secret technique to scan Lin Shu's condition. Only after confirming there were no unusual traces or lingering marks did he exhale in relief. Good, you're fine. Pei Yuanfang frowned, taking responsibility onto himself. This is my fault, letting you come into that godforsaken place and run into this kind of trouble. How can it be your fault, Principal? I was just unlucky. Lin Shu shook his head calmly. He knew well that with the system interface monitoring him, his physical state was clear and there were no problems. Pei Yuanfang didn't press the matter and tucked away his guilt, switching instead to praise. But you were decisive once you sensed something wrong. You immediately had Shui Yu take action. Even I admit I wouldn't have reacted that fast. That guy's gaze was so cold, like he was sizing up merchandise. I could tell right away he wasn't a good person, so I just acted, Lin Shu explained simply, though his tone was confident. He couldn't mention relying on the system interface, so he passed it off as instinct. Pei Yuanfang and Su Liliang exchanged a glance, both silently admiring Lin Shu's sharp mind. If it had been them back then, they guessed they might not have reacted until the situation got out of control. The three of them were still whispering when two figures emerged from the vortex by Sheng and her cousin by Yufan. After passing the spirit-detecting purple orb's inspection, they were allowed to leave. Bai Sheng surveyed the scene anxiously, only relaxing when she spotted Lin Shu and gave him a relieved smile. She quickly approached the group, greeting Principal Pei Yuanfang and Su Liliang respectfully with a nod, then lowered her voice, her tone still tinged with lingering fear. What terrible luck to run into something like this on my very first time. By the way, I didn't see you at the exit earlier. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu truthfully recounted everything, as he was the one who had discovered the soul entity and reported it immediately. Bai Sheng was stunned into silence. She never expected that Lin Shu was the one who had set this whole chain of events in motion. Bai Yufan, standing beside her, also widened his eyes in disbelief. Lin Shu calmly repeated the entire sequence of events exactly as they had happened from the initial discovery to the reporting without leaving anything out. Only then did the Bai siblings finally understand how things had unfolded. They exchanged a glance, admiration evident on their faces. Such keen observation and decisive thinking were truly remarkable. Bai Yufan couldn't help but give Lin Shu a thumbs up, a sincere gesture of high praise. After a brief exchange of greetings, Pei Yuanfang set the tone. Since things have come this far, we'll leave the follow-up to the military. Let's head back. Everyone shared looks of agreement. With a wave of his hand, Shui Yu immediately bowed low with a soft call. The three vaulted onto the snow-feathered mount. Lin Shu raised his hand in farewell to Bai Sheng, who promptly returned the gesture. In the next moment, the massive Shui Yu beat its wings strongly, carving through the sky, rising steadily until it vanished into the clouds and out of sight. Inside the otherworldly realm, the entire military unit had spread evenly throughout the area, clearing out bystanders while preparing to eliminate the newly appeared soul entities. This elite squad had beast tamers, all averaging level 60 or higher, each bonded with beasts exclusively of the lightning and psychic types, with lightning being the majority and only a few psychic. They had also all mastered mental defense techniques, providing strong protection against surprise attacks. If struck, a warning beam would emit instantly, alerting teammates to provide immediate support. With multiple layers of safeguards in place, they were more than capable of handling these unrefined soul entities. In fact, every city maintained such a team of about 50 soldiers specifically prepared for these circumstances. The soldiers advanced in a web-like formation, intent on methodically searching the entire area. In a dim corner, one soldier paused, gazing toward a bloodthirsty bat hanging midair with fluttering wings, a smile curling on his lips. Found you. The bloodthirsty bat screamed sharply and lunged forward, fangs aimed at the soldier's throat. The soldier spread both hands helplessly. Sir, no need to put on a show, I'm not bluffing. Before he finished speaking, a translucent shield materialized in front of him, blocking the assault. Then, he sighed lightly, producing a palm-sized purple-patterned gourd in his hand, its surface etched with intricate runes, purple light flickering through its depths. Pop! As the cork was removed, the gourd's mouth became a pitch-black abyss, with invisible spirals slowly turning within, dark beyond measure. Shintu Wuhong, in his bloodthirsty bat form, lost all composure. His pupils contracted sharply as he screamed, the soul-gathering gourd. Who are you to possess this? His voice was shrill and penetrating, full of disbelief. The soldier merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. In the next moment, the soul-gathering gourd roared to life, beams of dark light erupting and spreading wildly. The violent suction clawed like fangs, instantly seizing the bloodthirsty bat's body. The shadowy beams coiled quickly as the distorted form thrashed, gradually being swallowed bit by bit. Lord Fifth requests your presence. Please remain calm. After those words, a dark light mixed with the soul of Shintu Wuhong instantly vanished into the gathering soul gourd. The man in black gently twirled the gourd, feeling the soul energy settling inside before nodding with satisfaction. His lord's task was finally complete. The black veil at his feet surged like a tide. In the next breath, his figure was swallowed by the night, leaving no trace or sound. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, Pei Yuanfang, and Su Liliang had returned to Kanglan No. 2 High School. At the school gate, Pei Yuanfang raised his hand to signal, and Su Liliang obediently turned back toward the school team dormitory, leaving Lin Shu to follow the principal upstairs. In the principal's office, the air was thick with the fragrance of tea, and the purple clay teapot on the table still steamed gently. After sipping their tea quietly, Pei Yuanfang finally spoke slowly. This time, I ended up causing trouble with good intentions. I need to find a way to make it up to you. Lin Shu set down his cup and replied softly, Principal, there's no need to worry. You were only thinking of me. It's just a small accident. Pei Yuanfang smiled faintly but spoke firmly. You're very understanding. But once I say something, it's done and can't be undone. That's settled. Seeing the principal's unwavering attitude, Lin Shu nodded in acceptance. Just then, the principal's eyes lit up as if recalling something. Tomorrow is the third monthly exam. He'll make sure you get some perks. Lin Shu suddenly remembered the exam. After all the distractions this month, it had completely slipped his mind. Pei Yuanfang noticed his calm expression and thought wryly. Given Lin Shu's current level, even the entire freshman class combined might not be a match for him, so he was naturally unbothered. The third monthly exam won't be a physical test anymore, but a battle competition. You know that, right? Pei Yuanfang reminded him. I remember. Lin Shu nodded. Back in class 5 of first year, everyone had been talking about it. Though with his strength, facing off against peers his own age felt like bullying. Pei Yuanfang saw through his hesitation and added, Don't overthink, Itty won't have to compete against first-year students. With your Dark Knight strength, you can even join the team battles. Do you want to just toy with them? Lin Shu quickly waved his hand. No, that's not what I meant. The principal continued as if talking to himself. I've decided to move you up to third year. That's where you belong. The average level in third year is around 30, while Dark Knight Lin Shu's already level 31. Whether Lin Shu improved too fast or the seniors weren't working hard enough was anyone's guess. Plus, several school team members in third year could spar with him and push each other. No problem, principal. Lin Shu responded straightforwardly. Seeing him so confident, Pei Yuanfang thought to himself that he truly had nothing to worry about, especially given Lin Shu's performance at the Binzhou Cup team tournament. Since you're taking the exam ahead of your grade, we'll have to give you a serious reward, Pei Yuanfang decided. You'll get triple the reward for whatever rank you achieve. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow and teased with a smile. Then you better be prepared to open your wallet. Pei Yuanfang laughed loudly. I just hope you're good enough to earn it. He'll handle the details, so don't worry. With that, Lin Shu took a couple more sips of tea before turning to head back to the dormitory. Back inside the office, Pei Yuanfang stared at his phone, asking about matters in the other world. This problem needed to be solved quickly. It was quite troublesome. Time quickly passed to the next day, Thursday. Last night, because that soul entity from another world had intruded, Gully personally came to Kanglan No. 2 Middle School to check whether Lin Shu had been secretly implanted with any mental manipulations. He spent the entire afternoon using the most meticulous secret techniques to probe Lin Shu's spiritual seat inch by inch. Only after confirming there was nothing unusual did he finally relax. Seeing that Lin Shu was so young yet already involved at such a level, Gully promised on the spot that once back in Zhongzhou, he would find a secret method to protect Lin Shu's spirit, preventing future troubles. After saying this, he returned to Zhongzhou overnight, decisive and efficient. all of which Lin Shu silently took to heart. There was another joyful event. Today Lin Shu's cultivation of the fundamental spirit refining technique was about to break through to the instinct level. His progress was even faster than that of the two demon pets, Hai and Tue. The cultivation progress bar flickered at 478480, just 2 points shy. After a moment's hesitation, he directly spent proficiency to fill the gap. In an instant, darkness clouded Lin Shu's vision, and his mind roared with chaos. The next second, an immense spiritual torrent surged forth from the depths of his consciousness, washing back and forth like a tidal wave. This power tempered his spirit, each reverberation striking like a hammer beating steel, making his awareness increasingly resilient and solid. At the same time, excruciating pain shot from the soul's depths, like thousands of needles stabbing into the spiritual sea. Lin Shu squeezed his eyes shut, large beads of sweat sliding down his temple, his face as pale as paper. He let out a low growl, but forced himself not to faint. The longer he endured, the greater the gain. This truth he understood better than anyone. So he bit his lip, the rust-like metallic taste and stinging pain becoming his last anchor to maintain clarity. Beside the bed, the three little beasts Hai, Tue, and Purple Eye whined softly, their sharp teeth and claws useless, only able to guard him closely, staring at their master's shaking body as if sifting chaff. Fortunately, the mental trial didn't last long. After around half an hour, the torrent receded. Lin Shu felt as if had been pulled from the water, clothes soaked, breath weak, lips pale from blood loss. Yet he had no time to dwell. He quietly savored the rebirth-like clarity flooding his mind. His mental strength stat jumped to 400, a full 60-point increase. Lin Shu exhaled deeply, joy surging in his heart, turning all previous pain into a sweet harvest. The little creatures immediately gathered to lick his hand gently, emitting comforting whimpers. Lin Shu lifted his hand to stroke them softly, soothing voices coaxing them back to calm. Then he opened his personal panel, repeatedly confirming the changes in values, his eyes shining fiercely. Wished he could undergo this every day, imagining how rapidly his spirit would soar. Lin Shu was thoroughly satisfied to have reached instinctive mastery of the basic spirit refining technique. Although he couldn't grasp ultimate secrets like one would with beast taming, this intense mental training still lifted his spirits. As thoughts of upcoming blade techniques and secret arts flickered through his mind, he didn't dwell on them. His body reeked with sweat and discomfort. Without hesitation, he rushed into the bathroom for a refreshing hot shower. The sound of rushing water and rising steam made his pores open wide, leaving him feeling noticeably lighter and more at ease. After drying off, Lin Shu reassessed the reality before him. Was about to take the senior year monthly exam. At his current strength with Black Knight, only squad members Lei Wu and Li Shuheng might rival him, but even then they were all only level 31. That would hardly inspire confidence in the exam arena. His gaze landed on the skill panel, showing over 300 proficiency points remaining. Without hesitation, he spent them leveling up Black Knight by 1 gains earned by casually dispatching a few lone bloodthirsty bats on the way. In an instant, the points vanished, leaving just 6 behind. The addition of the purple-eyed clone boosted the proficiency gained per training session substantially, netting about 60 points daily, just enough to get by. Lin Shu lowered his eyes to check Black Knight's full stats. Name: Dark Veil Hunter. Level: LV 320320 cap, LV 100. Status: Healthy. Quality: Lord. Attributes: Dark Spatial. Talent: Void Walk Intermediate 3400. Skills: Basic. 1. Assault Delicate 14200. 2. Quick Movement Perfect 2750. 3. Heavy Strike Novice 1120. 4. Keen Blade Passive Perfect 3550. 5. Spinning Arm / Delicate 23200. 6. Spatial Storage Intermediate 1330. 7. Shadow Orb Novice 720. Intermediate. 1. Twin Shadow Kill Novice 1540. 2. Windbreaking Blade Intermediate 3660. 3. Blade Chi Strike Delicate 118400. 4. Darkbind Novice 740. 5. Spatial Chaos / Novice 340. Advanced. 1. Night Phantom Novice 980. 2. Darkness Entangle Novice 780. Though the skills were many, they remained shallow. At this stage, Black Knight's training focused mainly on Blade Chi Strike, striving to reach instinctive level soon. Even so, for a high schooler, Black Knight and the clone already showed respectable strength. Lin Shu cautioned himself silently. Stay humble, avoid rashness, develop steadily. With his errands finished, he rose, pushed open the dorm door, and headed straight for Class 15, a place he hadn't seen in a long time. Along the way, many freshmen cast sideways glances and whispered. Lin Shu ignored them, walking briskly into the classroom and taking his old seat beside Huang Yan. Immediately, the room exploded with chatter. Our king has returned home. Shushin is back. Wow. If Shushin's not on the school team, why is he back? Classmates crowded around him, voices overlapping. with even Huang Yan watching the spectacle with interest. Having faced many big encounters before, Lin Shu remained composed, smiling as he explained, "There's the monthly exam today. I'm here to spar with everyone." No sooner had he spoken, the faces around him shifted in unison. Some instinctively stepped back. "No way, bro. You can already beat senior students from other schools, and now you're back just to fight us?" "I'm reporting this. Someone's here to crush the fish." Everyone present felt angry but dared not speak up. This senior had just returned and was about to crush the freshman mercilessly. Still, since this was a collective monthly exam for all first-year students, they felt a slight sense of fairness. It wasn't just Class 5 getting this misery. The entire grade would share in this despair. But Huang Yan thought differently. First, he had never heard teacher Zhao Xing mention this. Second, even Lin Shu himself wouldn't make such a reckless decision. So he went straight to the point. "You're definitely not taking the first-year monthly exam, right?" Though phrased as a question, his tone suggested he was already certain. The noisy classroom fell silent in an instant, everyone staring at Lin Shu, waiting for an answer. The joke was exposed, and Lin Shu didn't beat around the bush, admitted it frankly. "Sure enough, Shu's not that cruel. So which month exam is he taking then? As long as it's not for first year, my ranking can improve by 1 spot." Given Shu's insane past scores, the answer's obvious. Lin Shu didn't keep them in suspense and calmly said, "The principal informed me that I will be taking the senior year monthly exam." This plain statement instantly lit a fire of excitement in the whole class. Even those prepared mentally were stunned, skipping 2 grade levels to jump straight into the senior exam. They were all first-year freshmen themselves, so why was Lin Shu so outstanding? Despite the grumbling, every student in Class 5 felt proud when bragging to friends. Just one sentence, "Lin Shu is my classmate," instantly boosted their status. Walking across campus, Class 5 stood taller than ever. Lin Shu just smiled quietly and said no more. While everyone buzzed with conversation, steady footsteps came from the hallway. The Class 5 homeroom teacher, Zhao Sheng, arrived. Zhao Sheng entered, nodded and smiled gently at Lin Shu at first. But then his brows furrowed, his expression turning serious. "What's all the noise? You seem pretty spirited. I don't know how the monthly exam results will be, but without Lin Shu supporting us, the rest of you better step up." As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom fell silent again, everyone lowering their heads, avoiding Zhao Sheng's half-smile, half-glare. Warm toward Lin Shu but cold toward the others. That was the teacher's double standard for top students versus ordinary ones. "Let's go. Time is almost up. Line up in the hallway and head to the playground." Zhao Sheng waved his hand. Everyone stood up and filed out in an orderly line, waiting in the corridor. "What brought the principal here today?" they whispered. Normally, seniors' classrooms were off-limits. Apart from homeroom teachers, few administrators showed up. Though puzzled, nobody thought much of it. Whatever the principal wanted, he could do as he pleased. Meanwhile, Lei Wu and Li Shuheng were squatting by a patch of greenery, idly pulling at some leaves, looking a bit distracted. A few classmates from their year were gathered nearby, equally bored as they waited around. Everyone understood the unspoken truth. The top 2 rankings in the senior year monthly exam were all but decided. Li Shuheng was undoubtedly first, Lei Wu naturally second, and no one else even stood a chance to make a splash. This monthly exam, Shuheng's definitely first again, Wu Ji second, someone offered with a teasing tone. Lei Wu and Li Shuheng exchanged a knowing grin, neither humble nor denying it, clearly unbothered by the result. "Let's finish quickly and call it a day. We still need time for training." Lei Wu lazily flicked a couple of leaves aside, his tone dripping with indifference toward the exam. After all, he was doomed to be the eternal runner-up. Li Shuheng nodded along, secretly contemplating whether to ask Teacher Gu to persuade the principal to just hand out the rewards now, saving everyone the trouble of going back and forth and cutting into practice time. Just as boredom reached its peak, an unexpected figure strode into view. Lin Shu approached, followed by He Yi clad in silver-black armor. With a faint smile, he called out, "Hello, seniors. The principal told me I'm joining you all for the senior year monthly exam." Not far off, the principal stood up and nodded kindly at Lin Shu, confirming it. The previously stagnant group of seniors suddenly erupted. "Aren't you the senior here? Bro, what are you doing coming to senior year? This ruins the rankings." Everyone drops a spot. "Goddamn, I'm gonna have to fight these beasts." Though Lin Shu didn't announce his name, who wouldn't recognize that face? The scene from the recent Binzhou Cup livestream was still fresh, him single-handedly tearing through enemy lines to seal the victory. Such skill was on a completely different level from ordinary seniors. Lei Wu and Li Shuheng exchanged glances. The principal actually invited this powerhouse to the exam? Remembering his imposing performance on the field, a bit more pressure crept into their chests. But this was their turf, the senior exam, and they couldn't afford to lose face in front of this senior. A teammate leaned in, voice low. "Shuheng, Wu, are you confident? Don't underestimate him. As a monster, his talent's scary." The two shook their heads at once. Li Shuheng said firmly, his voice steady, "Well, when?" Recently, he had upgraded his beast-taming level again, significantly boosting his power. From watching the last match, he was sure Lin Shu's beast wouldn't exceed level 30, a gap not easily overcome. Plus, knowing Hey Yes' abilities gave him confidence the odds were in their favor. The classmates, seeing these two top players so sure, nodded hesitantly. After all, their strength was unquestionable. Lin Shu now noticed the familiar faces, stepping forward with He Yi and extending a polite hand. Hello, seniors. Seeing Lin Shu approach to greet them, Lei Wu and Li Shuheng naturally responded warmly. Hello, junior. The nearby seniors in their final year looked over at the sound and casually cleared some space on the usually crowded playground. Everyone knew this first-year student standing before them was one of Kanglan No. 2 High School's rare prodigies. Making it into the senior monthly exam in just the first year was unheard of in the school's history. Coupled with his breakthrough performance at the Binzhou Cup, the crowd was both curious and excited about today's showdown. Ordinary students knew well that if anyone could stop Lin Shu, it would have to be Lei Wu and Li Shuing. With no time to waste on small talk, Pei Yuanfang raised his hand slightly to signal a nearby teacher. The teacher promptly stepped forward, cleared his throat, and loudly announced, "Now that everyone is present, the monthly exam officially begins." The scattered students quickly fell back into formation, their eyes burning with focus on the center of the field. Pei Yuanfang emerged from the sunshade, his gaze flickering between Lin Shu, Lei Wu, and Li Shuing. Having Lin Shu battle repeatedly would be time-consuming and dull. It was better to get straight to the point. With that in mind, he fixed his attention on Lei Wu and Li Shuing and kindly suggested, "I think the three of you should go first to get things started and energize the crowd. Who wants to step up first?" Lei Wu glanced awkwardly at Lin Shu and Li Shuing, feeling a knot of anxiety. Forget Li Shihengi was no match for him. And as for Lin Shu's spectral night beast, if they fought, his own martial giant ape might just end up dragged around the field, with less than a 50% chance of winning. As these thoughts ran through his mind, he instinctively looked for help. Li Shuheng caught his hesitation and gave a slight nod in response. Lei Wu breathed a silent sigh of relief, his chest pressure easing slightly. If anyone didn't know better, they might have thought Lin Shu was the senior here. "Principal, let me and Lin Shu go first." Li Shuheng stepped forward calmly, volunteering to face the challenge with silent determination. Pei Yuanfang smoothed his sleeves and nodded approvingly. This was the responsibility expected of a team captain daring to be the first to try something new. "Very well, you two will begin. I'm curious too. One is the school's current strongest fighter, and the other the most gifted rising star. What kind of spark will this clash ignite?" By the edge of the field, whispers broke out among the students. "Shuheng will definitely win. Maybe the future belongs to Lin Shu, but Shuheng has way more experience right now." Those backing Li Shuheng were clearly in the majority. After all, he had 2 more years of beast-taming training than Lin Shu. Lin Shu looked across at Li Shuheng, feeling the pressure rising within him. This would likely be his toughest battle in his taming career so far. Their elemental types didn't counter each other, but Li Shuheng's electric links almost perfectly overlapped with the qualities of his own night beast in terms of speed, mobility, and stealth. Its skill set was broader, and it possessed an innate electric discharge ability that could paralyze opponents with a lightning strike if given the chance. It was this edge that kept Li Shuheng firmly at the core of the school team. At that moment, teachers and students busied themselves shifting equipment to clear a wide, open area. Though simple, the venue was enough for an intense battle. Li Shuheng summoned his electric links from the contract space. The faded tail wagged incessantly, and the little face showed nothing but impatience. Clearly, this guy had once again dragged it out of the blissful dream of the contract space. Li Shuheng was long used to this. He briefly informed his partner about the upcoming duel with Lin Shu, as a heads-up. The electro-spirit cat opened its big round eyes, immediately spotting Black Knight standing at the edge of the field. Just days ago, they had fought side by side, but now opponents' its whiskers tingled with excitement, as if it smelled prey. After a brief moment to compose themselves, both sides stepped onto the arena. The two boys locked eyes from several dozen meters apart, seeing caution and battle intent reflected in each other's gaze, both aware this would be a tough fight. Lin Shu seized the last moments to observe. His eyes landed on the electro-spirit cat's status panel, level 38, its skill proficiency extremely high. Black Knight's original advantage in skill mastery had nearly vanished, making the outlook grim. The monthly exam begins. First match, Li Shuheng versus Lin Shu. The hoarse voice of the senior third-year director echoed across the playground. Beneath the sunshade, Pei Yuanfang sat silently, his deep gaze full of anticipation. Everyone wanted to witness the battle between the strongest students of Kanglan No. 2 High. The whistle blew, and Li Shuheng struck first. Electro Spirit Cat, suppress. Deep blue electricity flowed like a waterfall along its fur, lightning crackled restlessly in the air. In an instant, a lightning-forged spear materialized, slicing through the air as a streak of blue light. His signature move, Thunder Spear. Black Knight lowered its dark eyes as Lin Shu gave a low command. Its ink-black wings flared, shooting upwards, while dodging sideways. It swung out a silver-white blade, whose cold glint tore through the arcs of electricity. The electro-spirit cat braced without retreat, conjuring the thunder spear to block. Bang! The spear clashed fiercely with the blade, erupting a blinding white light as the energies canceled out, neither side gaining ground. Lin Shu knew a heated clash was a losing battle. Li Shuheng's beast-taming talent backflow let the spirit cat instantly recover all energy, explaining the opponent's relentless assault. Without close-quarters combat, Black Knight would be drained eventually. Luckily, the blade strikes consumed little energy, so Black Knight kept dodging and weaving, trying to slip into the electro-spirit cat's melee range. Li Shuheng calmly managed the fight. Although the spirit cat was slightly less agile than Black Knight, it tightly controlled the rhythm, retreating while flicking its wrist to launch lightning spears in rapid succession like a mobile cannon. Black Knight could only weave through the electric barrage like a ghost, or risk having its wing armor shredded by a few hits. Attack and retreat, retreat, and attack. The fierce battle lasted several minutes with no opening. The third-year students watching were amazed by the wild electric flashes and blade arcs. They cheered enthusiastically. Witnessing such intensity live was far more valuable than watching replays online, making them truly grasp Lin Shu's unimaginable beast-taming strength. A wave of self-doubt swept among the crowd. Cold light flickered in Lin Shu's eyes. This tense stalemate was expected. To break it, he had no choice but to push Black Knight's talent to the limit and end the fight with a decisive strike. Meanwhile, Pei Yuanfang was chatting with several senior-year teachers. The battle is getting intense now. Who do you think will win? He glanced toward the distant arena. The teachers' eyes stayed fixed on the fight, and after a moment they gave their verdict. Lin Shu has performed astonishingly well so far, but in a prolonged battle, he can't match Li Shuheng. After all, Li Shuheng's talent has a huge impact on the outcome. I think it'll be Li Shuheng. Definitely. They all nodded in agreement. Pei Yuanfang simply nodded in return, his expression somewhat undecided. He raised his hand to signal them to keep watching. Black Knight 0. Lin Shu's voice exploded through the center of the arena. The Mantis-type pet beast, Black Knight, which had been restless from the fierce fight, suddenly accelerated, circling rapidly beneath the clouds. The 0 was a secret signal Lin Shu and Black Knight had agreed on, indicating that a special talent was about to be unleashed. Hearing this, Li Shuheng's heart tightened. Although he didn't understand what 0 exactly meant, he knew a new move was coming. He immediately whispered a warning to his purple lightning-wreathed spirit cat. Be careful, Aurora. Black Knight ceased its high-altitude pacing and suddenly locked onto its ground target like a diving fighter jet, plunging straight down toward the lightning spirit cat. Its speed was like a meteor streaking through the sky. Though it looked overwhelmingly powerful, it was still dozens of meters away, so it seemed impossible to hit directly. Li Shuheng sensed a weakness and clenched his fist. This was his chance. He had to seize it. Purple light danced along the lightning spirit cat's fur. It crouched low, gathering energy, then unleashed a concentrated beam of electricity, a brilliant white flash that surged straight at the descending Black Knight. The crackling electric arcs exploded, resembling a thunderous waterfall in midair. Yet, the fast-falling Black Knight made no evasive move, continuing on its path undiminished, leaving spectators baffled. Even Pei Yuanfang furrowed his brow discreetly. What exactly was Lin Shu's plan here? The electricity struck where it was supposed to, exploding above the spirit cat, the blinding thunderbolt powerful enough to tear Black Knight apart. Logically, the fight should have ended there. But then, an unexpected twist. Black Knight, which should have been hit, suddenly appeared strangely to the spirit cat's left side. Xiao Cheng's Void Walk, a teacher murmured in surprise. The skill's completion had improved drastically, both energy consumption and movement distance far better than before. Silver blade light shot from Black Knight's foreleg, sharp as rolling waves. The audience's eyes widened. In a flash, the mantis had crossed to the flank. Li Shuheng's heart jumped, and he shouted, Aurora, watch out next to you. The warning came too late. Lightning-fast blades stabbed into the lightning spirit cat's body. The wild electric arcs and thick fur only absorbed some of the force. The powerful impact left the beast dazed. It was flung several meters, rolling on the ground, unable to get up. A referee teacher in the distance immediately signaled the end of the match. A red line framed the arena as the announcement came. Lin Shu wins. The medical team, already standing by, quickly rushed in to treat the lightning spirit cat. The senior-year monthly battles never stopped. At just a point, they often involved fierce injuries like this. Li Shuheng shook his head, still unsure why Black Knight had suddenly appeared in that unexpected position. But a loss is a loss. There's no faking it. The extreme electric spirit cat's injuries weren't serious. Clearly, Hei Yi held back in the final moment. In the stands, the senior students erupted in astonished exclamations. Just moments ago, the match seemed evenly matched. Now, with a single move, the outcome had completely flipped, beyond anything they expected. No way, I don't fully understand it, but I'm totally blown away. Someone couldn't help shouting. Pei Yuanfang stood at the sidelines, a faint smile curling his lips as he silently admired the desperate gamble. He didn't know exactly what technique Lin Shu had used, but he respected the unyielding spirit behind it. Several teachers who had been certain Li Shuheng would win now bowed their heads in disbelief. The match had ended so strangely they could barely find words. Lin Shu retracted He Yi and cast an apologetic glance toward Li Shuheng. Li forced a wry smile and waved it off, though his expression betrayed a deep sense of disappointment. Lei Wu stood not far away, frozen in place. Li Shuheng, who had dominated him for 3 years, had actually lost? That meant Lin Shu was now the strongest student at Kanglan No. 2 High School. Many students realized this too, their glances at Lin Shu a mix of awe and respect. A freshman defeating the school's top player, witnessing a legend being born right before their eyes. The huge arena fell completely silent in an instant. Lin Shu didn't mention the top of senior year monthly exam reward. He could see Li Shuheng was already frustrated. To bring up prizes now would seem cold. Pei Yuanfang stepped forward at the right moment, soothing Li Shuheng and encouraging him to rest, then signaling to the teachers to resume the exam proceedings. Afterwards, he pulled Lin Shu aside. "You've brought a huge surprise to everyone, including me," Pei Yuanfang said, eyes gleaming with excitement. "You've created a true legend at Kanglan No. 2 High." He had expected a scene like this wouldn't come for at least another year, but Lin Shu had broken through today. "I really did underestimate a genius. I just didn't want to lose." Lin Shu shook his head. He hadn't overthought it, simply had an unyielding will to win. Pei Yuanfang paused, then nodded solemnly. That's a simple and honest mindset, yet very few people can truly live by it. After the brief recognition, he switched to a lighter topic. The reward for first place in the senior year monthly exam was supposed to be 30 bottles of advanced nutrient elixirs and 30 kinds of third-grade spirit items. The principal said he'd triple it for you, 90 bottles, 90 spirit items. It's a costly gesture. For a high-level beast tamer, these resources were not huge, but for a student, it was extremely generous. "Well, I'll have to thank the principal properly," Lin Shu said without hesitation. His supply of advanced nutrient elixirs was running low, and his spirit items were scarce. Now, replenishing them all at once was just perfect to keep He Yi, Tu Yao, and Zi Mao fed in rotation. After sharing the good news, Pei Yuanfang's expression darkened slightly as he lowered his voice. "That alien soul entity in the extreme darkness realm still hasn't been found. It likely escaped. Even the most stringent nets couldn't stop it. This old fiend must be extremely cunning." He rubbed his forehead. "Having a creature like that after you is a big problem. You'll have to be extra cautious in the future." Understanding Lin Shu's worry, Pei Yuanfang added, "The city and public places have detection devices, so it can only hide in dark corners. As long as you stay within the city, you'll be much safer." These words gave Lin Shu a much-needed boost of confidence. The monthly exams had finally come to an end. With 3 rounds of tests completed in succession, the calendar had already turned to late December, and the winter break was just 2 weeks away. Lin Shu returned to the dorm room, supporting himself with one hand on the desk, while his mind rapidly mapped out his next moves. Given his current strength, there were hardly any rivals left during his high school years, and bigger stages were lacking. Meeting the admission standards to enter Zhongzhou University before winter vacation ended was now an urgent priority. However, with his contracted beast high at its present power level, passing the trial tower was still out of reach. Lin Shu's real goal was never just the special recruitment qualification for the 11th level. It was to conquer the entire trial tower. He estimated that reaching around level 40 would be sufficient to achieve this great feat. Climbing from a rookie beast tamer to level 40 in less than half a year would be extraordinarily rare, even in another world. He was also curious whether completing the tower would grant any extra rewards. The thought flashed and vanished, and Lin Shu pressed it down, returning his focus to steadily grinding experience. Considering terrain, resources, and safety, he finally settled on Meihu Island. A gentle environment with abundant wild beasts and practically no dangers, truly a prime spot for leveling. While he was pondering this, a message from his mentor Gu Li popped up. "Year-end affairs are settled. We're planning to go fishing with Wu Song and bring your secret technique along." The timing was perfect, so Lin Shu promptly replied, "Sounds good." In the afternoon, Gu Li flew a white feather spirit hawk and landed at the school gate. Lin Shu jumped onto its back, and with a powerful flap of its wings, they broke through the wind and took off. In just a few hours, the 3 of them arrived at Meihu Island. The lake's surface was like glass, with chilly winter winds carrying a hint of mist in the air. Gu Li, Wu Song, and Lin Shu sat side by side on a wooden fishing dock as the floats gently bobbed on the water. While casting his line, Lin Shu recounted the strange incidents he had encountered in the shattered otherworld a few days prior. "You actually ran into something like that? And in the shattered otherworld? No less, that's way off the charts," Wu Song said in disbelief. Gu Li's hand holding the fishing rod didn't twitch. He calmly observed, "Indeed dangerous. Luckily, they weren't targeting you first. If you encounter something similar again, remember to stabilize the situation first." As he spoke, a crystal-clear orb materialized in his palm, which he offered to Lin Shu. "This is an intent protection spirit screen. designed to defend against mental attacks. It can also be applied to contracted beasts. When Lin Shu touched the crystal, he felt a gentle spiritual energy flowing through his fingers, and an involuntary smile appeared. Having such a generous mentor meant he could always get timely support when facing difficulties. Wusong glanced at the crystal with envy. Xiaoshu really has it made. I asked the clan chief for similar secret techniques before, but never got any response. Catching the subtle sarcasm, Guli shot him a glare. You could get special recruitment status, just like Lin Shu, if you put your mind to it. Otherwise, keep quiet. You don't think this kind of thing is handed out just because you want it. He lightly flicked his fishing rod. A silver-scaled carp leapt from the water, only to be swiftly pounced on by Hai, Tuyao, and Zimu lurking behind, splashing droplets everywhere. The three beasts took the opportunity to practice claw strikes and water control skills, moving smoothly and fluidly. Calm returned to the lake as the sunset scattered golden fragments across the water. Lin Shu toyed with the crystal in his hand, quietly plotting his next level-up strategy. Gu Li, drawing back his gaze, silently reflected. This secret technique had been hard-won from the vice principal, costing considerable effort. As soon as he said that, the other person immediately shrank back, unwilling to continue. Lin Shu quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Brother Wu, next time if I get a secret technique like this again, I'll make sure you get to use it first. Wu Song felt pleased and slapped Lin Shu on the shoulder heartily. Lin Shu sure knows how to talk. Before he could fully enjoy the moment, Gu Li reminded Lin Shu, this secret technique is extremely powerful, but it's also very difficult to master. If we measure by skill levels, it's roughly at the transcendent tier. And I can't teach you, Hansen. You have to refine it all on your own. Hearing this, Lin Shu immediately understood how tricky the intent guard spirit screen would be. Fortunately, all he needed was to have it show up on his panel, then he could patiently grind it with clones. Given how unpredictable body snatching was, he had already made up his mind. Then he'll start by learning the intent guard spirit screen. Gu Li nodded. Spiritual training is just as important as beast mastery for a beast tamer. You have to focus on both. You'll understand in time. Wusong agreed. It's not just about contracting beasts. Advanced tamers can use offensive secret arts to disrupt enemy beasts and turn the tide. Too bad my learning speed and spiritual growth aren't that great. Lin Shu was no exception and felt deeply touched by the mentor's words. Seeing his serious expression, Gu Li reassured him, don't worry, on Blue Star, especially within the Great Xia territory, these things are best avoided. They pose little threat to you. Rest assured, Master. I want to begin now. The sooner you start, the better. ITLL help you a lot. He'll protect you. No one will disturb you, Gu Li said. With that, Lin Shu finally relaxed, gently setting the fishing rod aside and sitting cross-legged. Everyone present understood the pressure the otherworldly soul had put on him. Gu Li's spiritual energy swirled like a lake, quickly forming an oval barrier that tightly enveloped Lin Shu, cutting off all outside noise. Even the breeze over the lake was blocked. Wu Song looked at the soft yet sturdy barrier with quiet envy. Clenching his fists, Lin Shu crushed the crystal without hesitation. In an instant, a flood of obscure knowledge poured into his mind. Individually, each character was understandable, but together they formed a tangled script like heavenly writing. He furrowed his brow, but soon steadied his thoughts. The more obscure, the more he had to stay calm. Clearing his mind, he pondered every word carefully, his heart as still as water, as if the world's noise had never existed. Time quietly passed. 2 hours later, he slowly exhaled and opened his eyes. He had finally entered the basics. His attribute panel now showed a whole new line of information. Intent Guard Spirit Screen Novice 1160. Even at this beginner level, it required so much proficiency, truly worthy of its steep learning curve. For the next week, Lin Shu stayed by the lake fishing alongside his mentor and Wu Song. Those 7 days weren't particularly lively, but they were surprisingly pleasant. The three spirit beasts took turns cleaning the fish they caught. During downtime, they trained their skills on the grass. Purple Gaze whipped its mane practicing sprints, Black Knight fluttered its wings as it patrolled, and Earthshine steadily rammed a giant boulder. The setting sun spread golden light across the lake's surface, with the fishing rod's float gently bobbing in the ripples. Lin Shu could clearly feel his proficiency growing little by little inside him. By the end of the week, his stats had noticeably improved. Black Knight had leveled up twice. Although the leveling curve had slowed, there were still 917 proficiency points remaining. Even though it now took 3 days per level, this rate was still far faster than most people. The mentor and Wu Song watched and could only smile wryly while they had to celebrate half a day for a single level gained in a week. Lin Shu handled it all so casually. That night, Lin Shu returned to the hotel and pulled up his attribute panel immediately. A sign lit up next to Purple Gaze's evolution path. With a tap of his finger, vibrant colors exploded like turning pages in a picture book before his eyes. Purple Gaze's evolution choices were limited to only 4 options, the fewest among all his spirit beasts. 2 had been confirmed, including the previous stage of Snow Feather, the Aurora Pegasus. After a quick browse, his eyes lingered on the last page. an evolution method requiring 1288 proficiency points, the most valuable and exciting choice. Unlike Black Knight's single-stage evolution at 1,500 points, this one included 2 full stages, promising rare strength and power. Name: Thunder Soaring Shadow. 3 key traits. 1. Lightning attributes explosive force capable of dominating the battlefield. 2. Extreme flight speed, slicing through the air like electricity. 3. Can awaken a wide variety of skills, boasting comprehensive firepower. Reading the description, Lin Shu felt a surge of excitement. But he also faced reality. Purple Gaze's current growth meant he still needed to accumulate quite a bit more proficiency before unlocking it. He shifted his focus to Earthshine next. Sensing Lin Shu's gaze on itself, Purple Gaze perked its ears and wagged its tail while circling twice around his legs, eyes full of hopeful feed me proficiency looks. Lin Shu stroked the increasingly sturdy little pony's back softly and explained that resources had to be prioritized for Earthshine for now, but he promised to make it up to Purple Gaze soon. Satisfied, Purple Gaze lifted its head and walked away proudly. Black Knight lay on the sofa's armrest, flicking its wing tip against the backrest and glancing at Purple Gaze with disdain. Such a tiny creature trying to compete with me for proficiency? Refocusing, Lin Shu summoned Earthshine's attribute panel, preparing to purchase the Mountain Warrior evolution path. Earthshine was nearing level 20. Though it didn't yet have enough proficiency to fully evolve, buying the plan and preparing materials in advance was the right move. With a thought, 500 proficiency points were instantly deducted, revealing the evolution details. Perfect quality, reasonable material requirements, and some environmental restrictions none too difficult given their resources. This evolution would be easy enough to accomplish soon. Since the contract with Tu Yao, he had somewhat neglected him. Fortunately, the young boy's naturally optimistic spirit never once gave rise to a complaint. Lin Shu assessed Hai's current combat strength and judged it had grown strong enough it was the right time to give Tu Yao a boost. Without hesitation, he poured in 321 proficiency points at once, pushing Tu Yao from level 20 to 21. Leaving himself with just 96 points remaining. Meanwhile, Tu Yao, who had been dozing on a blanket, suddenly felt a surge of spiritual energy flooding through his veins. His meridians thundered to life, and he instantly woke up. His somewhat rough, broad face broke into a smile as he immediately realized the owner had allocated points to help him level up. He quickly looked up with reverent eyes at Lin Shu, then bashfully scratched the back of his head with his big hand, feeling inexplicably shy. Hai gave only a faint glance and turned away, still expressionless. Lin Shu gave an encouraging look, and Tu Yao immediately perked up, fully focused on absorbing and honing his newly awakened power. Then he pulled up the materials list for the Mountain Warrior Evolution 4 types of 4th rank Earth Attribute Spirit items: Rock Crystal Core, Bedrock Stone, Sinking Sand Jade, and the rarest, Blue Mountain Spirit Crystal. At a glance, the first 3 were not overly rare. Lin Shu took out his phone and logged into the beast-taming mall. Just as he expected, the first 3 items were available for purchase at reasonable prices. The precious Blue Mountain Spirit Crystal was priced at 3 million daxia coins. Adding everything to the cart, the total reached 4.68 million. Holding this huge sum, he no longer needed to ask for favors and didn't bother with the non-member no discount issue. He simply placed the order outright. The system notification popped up. Order scheduled for delivery tomorrow. Delivery speed is quite fast. Right after, a new message flashed: single purchase exceeding 1 million. Congratulations on upgrading to bronze member in Beast-Taming Mall. Enjoy 5 off on future purchases. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, casually set the phone aside, and thought to himself, everything's ready, just waiting for Tu Yao's level requirement. He shared the plan to evolve the day after tomorrow with Tu Yao. Tu Yao grinned his trademark goofy smile, his chest burning with eager anticipation as he thought of how powerful Hai looked after his evolution, though uncertain how to express it. Hai remained silent nearby, but his amethyst pupils gleamed subtly. They were all going to evolve soon. Next up, me. With little to do in the hotel, Lin Shu took the 3 beasts out, heading straight to their familiar classic fishing spot. Guli and Wusong had already been waiting on the shore, apparently pulling an all-nighter. They nodded and smiled slightly when they saw Lin Shu. Sitting down beside Guli, Lin Shu resumed his fishing efforts. After days of practice, his technique was finally showing some promise. Suddenly, Guli spoke up. If you had to go back to the trial tower sometime soon, how far do you think you could get? Lin Shu was caught off guard, not understanding why his mentor had asked so suddenly. He paused thoughtfully, preparing his answer. I'm not very familiar with the exact strength of the higher floors, but I think clearing beyond the 10th floor shouldn't be a problem. Lin Shu gave a fairly measured answer. Considering his current level 34 and his Lord quality contract beast, Dark Knight, both its powerful, practical talents and the many subtle skills at his disposal would significantly boost his combat effectiveness, making it seem at least somewhat possible to clear the entire trial tower. Guli nodded slightly upon hearing this, already having made his own assessment. Based on his first-hand impression of Lin Shu's strength, This was actually the most conservative estimate. In real combat, Lin Shu might be able to push as far as the 12th floor. Thinking this, he felt more confident. Lin Shu was a little puzzled by the exchange of looks between the two and frowned slightly. At that moment, Wu Song seemed to realize something and spoke up quickly. Did that old guy come brag to you again? Seriously, he's so disrespectful for his age. All he cares about is building up some hollow reputation. The teasing in his eyes couldn't quite hide his confusion, clearly knew some background. Guli had no choice but to explain on Lin Shu's behalf. There's a veteran mentor at the university who recently took on a genius student. He constantly tries to let the whole world know about it. When he found out I had recruited you, this little prodigy, he insisted on having a competition right here in this trial tower. In just a few words, the situation was made clear. An old mentor at Zhongzhou University loved showing off his talented student in front of Guli. Now that Guli had Lin Shu, he could fire back. Lin Shu listened carefully and thought to himself, this is a perfect chance to test my limits, might as well go with the flow. That old guy's been bragging nonstop in the school, mentor groups, and the university chat. I just can't stand it anymore. Wu Song waved dismissively, frustration clear in his tone. We need to put him in his place so he stops being so arrogant. Thinking of that old man's smug attitude, Guli felt annoyed too, but he gave an honest assessment. His character's not bad, just way too much of a show-off. Lin Shu was more interested in the opponent. What level is that mentor student at? If he caught the attention of Zhongzhou University, he's no ordinary talent. Guli shared all the information he knew. His talent is truly impressive, but overall he's still a level below you. He's in the second year of high school, a level 45 beast tamer. His progress isn't fast, but his beast taming talents are exceptional. Not long ago, during a mission in another world, he happened to take down a level 55 beast, leaping 10 levels in the kill. A 10-level jump kill? Lin Shu's eyes showed surprise, then he nodded seriously. Though it involved some cleverness, his skill is indeed impressive. No wonder a top university recruited him. He is strong. Even the usually critical Wu Song nodded in rare approval. Otherwise, old Song wouldn't treat him like a treasure and brag nonstop. If you were also in the second year of high school, little Shu, they probably wouldn't even dare to compete, they wouldn't stand a chance. Guli didn't argue and simply nodded in agreement, clearly feeling Wu Song had finally spoken reasonably. Only after first-hand experience could one truly grasp the terror Lin Shu embodied. Hearing the other's admiration, Lin Shu felt slightly embarrassed after all. He was simply more diligent than most, and had the faint assistance of his stats as a supplement. The student prepared to compete against him was named Chu Yu, 17 years old, making the challenge a different beast altogether, with the difficulty rising accordingly. The last news of Chu Yu was that he had reached the 10th level. Now, 2 full months later, he was probably on the threshold of the 11th level, just one step away from meeting the special admission criteria and entering university. After assessing his opponent's general abilities, Guli judged that the upcoming contest would go smoothly. As long as He could improve a bit more, surpassing that level wouldn't be difficult. I'm confident. He'll compete, Lin Shu said with firm resolve. Seeing his confidence, Guli finally relaxed. That's good to hear. We'll set the match for 2 weeks from now. 2 weeks was more than enough time for Lin Shu. He could push even further, making success far more certain. All right, Lin Shu nodded. After finalizing the arrangements, they moved on from discussing the trial, and instead grabbed their fishing poles to enjoy another leisurely day by the lake. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 3 days had passed. Over those 3 days, Lin Shu pushed Tuo Yao's level all the way to its current maximum level 25. The intense infusion of energy nearly drained all the proficiency he had accumulated recently, leaving only a pitiful 15 points. Still, today was the day for Tuo Yao's evolution, so he was mentally prepared. What was even more exciting was that his talent Jing, Huashui Yu quietly broke through last night and officially advanced to the intermediate stage. Lin Shu glanced over the skill training clone, but initially saw no obvious change. He decided to dismiss the old clone and summon a new one. As his spiritual energy surged, he immediately noticed a significant reduction in consumption, while the new clone's outline was more solid and its movements more agile. By feel alone, he estimated the clone now possessed up to 50 of Yes combat power. I see the benefits of advancement are overall strengthening and lower energy consumption. Lin Shu nodded silently. Though this improvement wasn't earth-shattering, it was still substantial. The only downside was that he could still only maintain one clone at a time, with no stacking allowed. If he could create multiple clones, it would be an absurd boost to both combat and proficiency farming. Maybe further talent upgrades would unlock that possibility. Then he considered another point. Had the proficiency gain cycle shortened as well? Accelerating that would be another big advantage. So he waited quietly and observed. Less than 2 hours later, specifically at 1 hour and 45 minutes, he detected the sign. The cooldown on Hu Ling Ping Proficiency 2 had shortened by a full 15 minutes compared to before. By maximum estimates, this meant about 15 extra proficiency points gained daily. Accounting for practical downtime, a conservative estimate was about 8 extra points. It was better than nothing, especially considering the bonus from monster kills accumulating to a significant sum over a year. After fully grasping the details of his talent's upgrade, Lin Shu called Tu Yao to accompany him outside. As for He Yi and Zimao, he had already instructed the two to guard the lake and farm proficiency time like this couldn't be wasted. Soon, Lin Shu brought Tiyue into the evolution station on Meihu Island. He had reserved an earth element room early yesterday and already reported the arrangements to his mentor and Wusong, who both nodded indifferently. They said the evolution of mountain stone warriors wasn't very complicated and that fishing would be more relaxing. The 4 materials required for the evolution had been delivered to Lin Shu 2 days ago. The building looked like a factory, and Lin Shu was familiar with it from his last visit. He guided Tiyue directly to the earth element zone. Mountain warriors needed to evolve in a place rich with earth energy, and this spot was perfect. Pushing open the heavy iron door, a dull palette of withered yellow and dark brown greeted them. The ground was thick, damp soil with a faint, earthy smell. Sparse tufts of grass and shrubs rooted sporadically, their deep roots drawing nutrients from the earth. Tiyue felt instantly refreshed the moment he stepped in, especially from the strong earth element concentration at the center of the room. He wished he could stay forever. Lin Shu caught the look of comfort on his face and nodded to himself. This place was worth the 50,000 daxia coins an hour it cost. Let's begin, Lin Shu ordered. Following the evolution procedure, they first dug a 2-meter deep pit in the center and buried the evolution subject inside. Without hesitation, Tiyue lowered his massive rocky frame and started breaking the ground like a pickaxe with his strong arms. Within 5 minutes, a deep, round pit had formed. Lin Shu took the 4 evolution materials from his spatial ring and casually tossed 3 of them to the bottom of the pit. Tuyu's evolution steps were far simpler than He Yes. Then he called Tiyue closer. Open your mouth. Tiyue obediently opened his stone-like mouth. Lin Shu carefully placed a thumb-sized Sanyue spirit crystal inside, instructing, just hold it in your mouth, don't bite down. If it breaks, all the effort will be lost. Tuyu's eyes flickered with nervousness, and he nodded repeatedly, cautiously keeping his head still. Lin Shu couldn't help but smile at the similarity to He Yes' serious expression. It seemed every beast treated their evolution as the most important moment of all. You'll be buried for about 8 hours, then it's done, Lin Shu said. Tiyue nodded and jumped into the pit. A dull thud followed as he settled at the bottom, looking up for the next instructions. Lin Shu grabbed an iron shovel from the nearby toolbox and started backfilling the pit with the soil they had dug out. While working, he explained, don't worry, you can stay underground for 3 days straight with no problem. You're a stone man, how could you suffocate in soil? Tiyue nodded obediently. The earth rumbled softly as it piled over him. Rather than discomfort, it felt like home. 10 minutes later, the pit was completely filled. Lin Shu walked to the center, stomped a few times to compact the earth beneath, then clapped his hands to dust off the soil. He settled down nearby, squatting quietly as he patiently waited for the evolution to complete. The entire evolution process of Tiyue was almost without danger. In just a moment, changes appeared at the center of the deep pit. Several muddy yellow beams of light slowly rose from underground, twisting and intertwining like threads. Soon, they converged into a small tornado. The swirling vortex lifted up rolling yellow sand, while the heavy, steady earth elements were drawn to the top of the tornado and then gradually pulled back down to the ground, finally surging into Tuyu's solid frame. There was no pain at all during this process, only an increasingly light and pleasant sensation that felt so good. Tuyu nearly called out. This is evolution? It's amazing. He rejoiced inside. Compared to the fierce and painful transformation of He Yi earlier, this was a world of difference. Lin Shu knew this well too, so he casually sat aside, scrolling through short videos on his phone, calmly waiting for the big change to finish. As dusk fell, Tuyu's evolution entered its final stage. The small tornado circling above slowly dissipated, and calm returned all around. However, the silence lasted only briefly before the ground suddenly trembled violently. Cracks spread outward like a web. The energy accumulated in the pit seemed ready to erupt like a volcano. With a series of booming sounds, bang, 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 mud and stones exploded outward, and a massive figure leapt high from the pit. Muddy yellow energy still wrapped around him, and with a casual wave of his arms, sharp gusts pierced the air. Tuyu's evolution was complete. Lin Shu clicked his tongue in admiration. Although Tiyue hadn't completely transformed, he now looked much more imposing. His body was like a towering mountain, with feet rooted firmly to the ground, steady as a rock. Broad shoulders looked capable of bearing immense weight, and his thick chest radiated explosive strength. Floating above his head was the ancient, bold seal character Wu, meaning martial, striking, and dignified. His once monotonous earth-yellow skin had turned to a bronzed hue, gleaming metallically under the night lights. His facial features were sharper, losing earlier awkwardness and gaining a firm resolve. His gaze was steady and fearless, daring anyone to meet it directly. Not bad, Lin Shu thought to himself, satisfied. No doubt that dullness in Tuyu's demeanor would fade with this growth. Tuyu flexed his new powerful body, overflowing with joy. He then ran over to Lin Shu, stretching out his long, strong arms and imitating the way He Yi had done before, lifting Lin Shu steadily onto his shoulders. Unlike He Yi's hard stone-like shoulders, Tuyu's were heavy yet soft, surprisingly comfortable to sit on. Lin Shu then opened his status panel to check. Name, Mountain Warrior. Level, 25, 1250. Level cap, 88. Status, happy. Quality, perfect. Attributes, Earth Combat. Talent, Tuyue, Physique Minor Mastery 48400. Skills, Beginner. Charge Advanced 28,200. Rock Skin Passive Advanced 186200. Dust Advanced 18,200. Burst Fist Novice 720. Clay Shield Advanced 19,200. Earth Spike Novice 720. Intermediate. Mudstone Rush Great Mastery 1980. Earth Armor Advanced 16,200. Advanced. Battle Chi Release Novice 180. Warrior's Heart Passive Novice 180. Not bad. Not bad. 2 new skills have just awakened. In Tuyu's attribute panel, a new section suddenly appeared. Combat Attributes. The golden words glowing like a branded seal. Lin Shu stared at the newly added line and fell into a brief contemplation. This evolution had unexpectedly granted Tuyu a completely new attribute never before recorded. But why did the evolution manuals make no mention of it? Could this attribute be an unpredictable mutation rather than an inevitable development? He shook his head and quickly dismissed the doubt, since it wasn't a bad thing. It was something to be glad about. The only question was what exactly this attribute could do. Still puzzled, he clicked open the 2 advanced skills listed under combat attributes. First, Warrior's Heart. A continuous surge of battle energy bursts forth from the heart, flowing rapidly through the meridians to fill the entire body like molten lava, able to gouge rock with bare hands. Courage and conviction are the fuel for this battle energy. The more severe the injury, the faster the battle energy gathers. Skill Effect. Significantly reduces damage from mental attacks and shortens the duration of other control skills. After reading the description, Lin Shu couldn't help but sigh lightly. This is practically a mental-type killer skill, and it even grants control immunity, effectively boosting Tuyu's overall strength by a whole tier. No wonder he felt such a fierce, unstoppable momentum when evolution completed. This must be the external manifestation of the combat attribute. Second, Battle Chi Discharge. Raging battle chi leaves the body and quickly condenses into a solid blade of light, instantly slashing the target with accompanying mental damage. It has a chance to cause trembling, fear, or a brief loss of resistance in enemies. This was clearly a variation of mental shock, except the medium was an unheard-of battle chi. It perfectly compensated for the lack of mental strike fighters in his beast-taming team. Such a versatile and powerful attribute rivaled the 4 major special attributes and was fully worthy of being placed alongside them. Yet even Lin Shu could not figure out how it had been obtained. Overall, Tuyu's evolution was a radical transformation, with a sharp rise in combat power. In direct confrontations, it likely matched the Night Beast's strength. The past few days of continuous training had not been wasted. Lin Shu secretly planned to find a chance to test Tuyu's new limits. His thoughts drifted back to Tuyu's passive skill Rock Skin, whose proficiency had reached a meticulous 186200, just 14 points shy of instinct level. If it truly broke through, Tuyu would become his first beast to reach instinct level under his command. Lin Shu immediately instructed Tuyu to sit cross-legged and calm down, explaining the possible upcoming abnormalities, then focused his mind and pushed Rock Skin directly toward instinct. Tuyu's body tightened suddenly. Beneath the hardened stone skin, a fine itch stirred like some force was thrashing deep in the muscles. The originally rugged rocky shell rapidly grew more solid, the textures resembling reforged armor, faintly radiating immense strength. Lin Shu watched intently, eager to see if this upgrade would, like legend said, directly trigger a hidden ultimate technique. Even his mentor's level had only 3 known ultimates, showing how difficult it was. This was just an experiment. No ultimate appearing would not be surprising. Seconds ticked by and, just as Lin Shu thought the change was over with nothing happening, Earthy closed his eyes tightly, spreading his thick, powerful arms wide as if welcoming something approaching. Suddenly, countless soil-colored spheres the size of glass marbles appeared above his palms, their surfaces shimmering with tiny flickers of light, like polished grains of sand reflecting golden glimmers under the sun. The spheres multiplied rapidly, swirling slowly around him until they nearly filled both his cupped hands. As these orbs materialized, the air in the evolution chamber trembled violently. Whirling dust and fine sand rose in many tornadoes that lashed against the walls with sharp crackling sounds. Even the solid metal floor beneath their feet seemed to be coated with a thin layer of dust, quivering faintly as if on the verge of being shattered by the Earth's sheer force. These spheres were the pure embodiment of the Earth element, attracting and pulling surrounding elemental energy to converge beside Earthy. Within his mind, he clearly sensed the vast veins of earth beneath him, immense, heavy, and all-encompassing. He seemed to become the child of the earth, able to stir the dust or command towering boulders to dance with just a thought, reigning supreme over this land. Within a few breaths, a pale golden earth element barrier formed around Earthy, like a translucent sand-colored dome isolating him from the outside world. The once steady energy supply system in the chamber emitted a low hum as it was drained rapidly, nearing exhaustion. The dome contracted suddenly, then shattered like a soap bubble, all the elemental essence fully absorbed by Earthy. The soil-colored spheres flickered and vanished, silently merging into his body as if they had never existed. Excellent. Lin Shu witnessed it firsthand, unable to hide his excitement, clapping his hands repeatedly. Even a first attempt, and you've grasped the Earth's secret essence. The surprise and joy this brought him were immense. Yet Earthy remained seated cross-legged, eyes closed, calmly breathing. As the secret essence manifested, the earth element around him thickened sharply, heavy and compact like wet clay, moving sluggishly. He slowly refined this energy while muttering to himself, "Still, it's much easier when the master handles the points." Lin Shu stood silently nearby, patiently waiting. About half an hour later, the dense yellow light in the room was completely absorbed. Earthy rose slowly, his towering 1.9-meter frame like a rising mountain peak, emanating a profound and steady aura of pressure. Lin Shu immediately pulled up the beast control interface. In the most prominent spot on the panel, a new line appeared, Secret Essence, Earth 0.005, showing a comprehension rate of 0.5. For Earthy, still in his fledgling stage with little evolution time, this achievement was rare. The energy boost granted by the Secret Essence was also significant. His newly reached level, previously just breaking through, was now fixed at LV 25188250, effectively growing half a level in a short time. Lin Shu was thrilled understanding secret essences could greatly accelerate beast growth. If he could continuously gather and study more of these secret essences, leveling bottlenecks would no longer be a problem. As for the specific techniques or abilities derived from the secret essence, he planned to consult his mentor later. After summarizing the gains, he sighed inwardly. Today's harvest was tremendous. Not only did they successfully complete the evolution, but they also touched upon secret essences that only spirit-awakened beasts would encounter later on. The two tidied up and checked out of the evolution chamber. 9 hours total cost 450,000 Daxia coins, and the rapid spending once more confirmed Lin Shu's feeling that beast tamers never have cheap expenses. After settling the bill, he headed straight to the fishing spot where his mentors Gully and Wu Song surely still were. Earthy hoisted Lin Shu onto his shoulders and strode swiftly. His evolved speed was now visibly improved, not lightning fast, but more than enough for travel. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the fishing spot. From a distance, Gully was holding his fishing rod high, its almost 90-degree bend showing the immense power of whatever big catch was on the line. Wu Song and the twin-blade mantis both turned their heads sharply toward the commotion. The exaggerated curve looked as though the rod might snap at any second. Because their attention was so focused elsewhere, they didn't even notice Lin Shu and Tuyue arriving. However, He Yi and Zimao immediately sensed their master's presence the moment he appeared. They darted over to Lin Shu's side, their tails wagging quickly, faces full of joy. After nearly a day apart, they had missed him terribly. Then, both little creatures simultaneously noticed the unfamiliar stone figure standing at Lin Shu's feet. It was a bronze-colored stone statue, towering and sturdy, exuding an increasingly dense presence compared to before. An indescribable mystical energy, unfamiliar even to He Yi, seemed to swirl around its surface. He Yi murmured quietly, "This aura is really strange." Meanwhile, Zimao's eyes gleamed, as if seeing in Tuyue the future potential for its own evolution following their master truly meant constant growth and transformation. Lin Shu spread out his hands and gently rubbed the heads of both contracted beasts, acknowledging their longing. After exchanging greetings, his gaze shifted again toward the lakeside. At this moment, Gu Li's back tensed like a drawn bow, his feet dug firmly into the soft mud. No matter how the immense force beneath the lake struggled, his arms remained rock solid. "Pull!" he shouted fiercely, veins bulging, face flushed red, pouring all his strength into his arms. With a loud splash, the water exploded upwards, waves crashing midair as a dark silhouette, roughly the size of a small car, was violently dragged out and slammed onto the nearby grass. Bits of wet soil scattered, and lake water splattered everywhere. "That feels amazing. So satisfying." Wu Song clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed with excitement, almost eager to try that powerful net-like pull himself. The dark shape revealed its true form, a massive octopus covered in green spots. Its tentacles were as thick as barrels, with suction cups churning at the base. As it whipped about, thick green ink sprayed out like a fountain. Hissed, highly toxic ink fell onto the grass, instantly turning the lush green into black decay. The octopus seemed ready to unleash other abilities but froze instantly under Lin Ya's cold, sweeping gaze, its huge body stiffening, breath catching for a moment before it completely submitted. Lin Shu watched in silent astonishment. The master's power was outrageously strong. Such a massive creature was pulled out with ease, and yet his expression remained unchanged. Breathing steady energy expenditure was nearly negligible. This was the true strength of a Link-level beast tamer. The physical capabilities invested by the tamer alone probably rivaled beast tamers around level 50. An octopus hiding in the lake? This discovery intrigued Lin Shu as well. Just as Gu Li firmly pinned the octopus under his claws, he and Wusong finally noticed Lin Shu standing nearby. You're here? You must have seen my impressive stance just now. Gu Li raised his eyebrows proudly, holding the octopus with one arm, muscles corded, demonstrating sheer strength. Incredible, master. Lin Shu couldn't help but sincerely praise. Gu Li laughed heartily, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction from the shock and respect shown by his student. Indeed, showing off your strength in front of students was the most rewarding feeling. After laughing, he glanced behind Lin Shu and spotted the newly transformed stone figure. Tu Yuan now gleamed with a solid bronze hue, calm and steady, as if surrounded by an invisible powerful wind, radiating an unstoppable sharpness. On its chest, a clear character Wu was imprinted. Though it still maintained its mountain warrior form, and the evolution wasn't drastically different from before, its spirit and momentum felt completely transformed. Gu Li nodded in approval, certain the evolution had indeed succeeded. Good cultivation, strong physique, very spirited, he gave his affirmation. Wu Song, standing to the left, patted Tuyu's chest and offered his own praise as well. This stone isn't as worthless as people say. Xiao Shu is really impressive. Hearing the praise, Tiao scratched his head slightly and gave his trademark sheepish grin. Now broad-shouldered and well-built with defined muscles, he no longer seemed clumsy, but rather exuded a steady, reliable vibe. Lin Shu's gaze landed on the curled-up octopus not far away. He quietly wondered, how strong is this guy? Could it give Tiao a good challenge? Name, Green Spot Poison Octopus. Level, 33 current XP. 121330 max level, 46. Status, startled. Quality, elite. Attributes, water poison. Talent, none. Skills, basic bubble mastery 1240, entangle mastery 1540, ram novice 1030. Intermediate rapid water jet novice 2260, venom spray novice 1860, waterblade beginner 3340. Its level wasn't low, but the skill set and proficiency were a mess. Still, among wild beast tamers, it counted as strong. An opponent like this would put pressure on Tuyao, making for a worthy sharpening stone. Gu Li followed Lin Shu's gaze and understood his intention. He then signaled Dao Yao, who remained calm nearby, to withdraw his Link-level pressure. As the oppressive aura dissipated, the green spot poison octopus immediately showed signs of retreat, its tentacles curling anxiously. Seeing this, Lin Shu raised a hand to stop the eager He Yi and ordered in a firm voice, Tuyao, kill that green spot poison octopus. Tuyao never disobeyed his master. He took steady, powerful strides, surrounded by a thick, earth-colored glow. He surged forward like a roaring, heavy locomotive charging his target. Usually loyal by Lin Shu's side, now granted the chance to fight, his battle fervor blazed within. The wind picked up. The octopus froze mid-motion, ears buzzing incessantly, instantly entering combat mode. It suddenly sprayed a cloud of highly toxic green ink, hoping to drive off the attacker. Yet Tiao didn't flinch, letting the venom dapple his body. The poison left only a few damp spots on his thick earthen armor, like rain hitting stone, silent and ineffective. The tide turned. The octopus wildly flailed its tentacles, desperate to flee. At that moment, Tiao let out a fierce shout. Huh! A shockwave burst forth as his newly awakened skill battle chi release spread visibly in ripples. The invisible battle energy locked onto the target, suppressing it in an instant. The green spot poison octopus stiffened suddenly, its tentacles frozen midair, its mind seeming drained. Foam bubbled at its lips. It completely lost consciousness, becoming a helpless lamb awaiting slaughter. Lin Shu's eyes flickered. Just one blow eliminated an opponent 8 levels higher. This technique had effects akin to a mental skill, devastating weaker beasts with ease. Tuyo's combat potential was far from fully tapped. Gu Li's pupils contracted sharply beside them, secretly amazed by this unfathomable method. As for why the venom was useless, the answer was clear. Beyond Tuyo's formidable defense, the key was the thin earthen barrier enveloping his body like a membrane. That faint, familiar ripple finally clicked in his mind. No wonder there was a subtle, fleeting familiarity. This was the essence of Earth. This is incredible, truly incredible. Everyone had assumed that Lin Shu's dual-blade mantis was already unmatched among equals, but unexpectedly, an even fiercer presence emerged, one who mastered a secret technique before reaching level 30. This completely shattered decades of understanding all at once. Their amazement caught in their throats. Even their breaths faltered for a moment. One sudden change after another flooded the battlefield, and the next roar struck like distant thunder, stirring the fight anew. The green-spot poisonous mantis was firmly suppressed by Tuyue, unable to raise its head. Every tentacle trembled. Tuyu's expression was calm and steady, his stone fist as large as a sandbag raised high, dark yellow energy coiling tightly around his arm, stirring dust in the air. Boom. The moment his fist slammed down, the earth echoed in unison. Dirt exploded all around. Sharp stone pillars shot up with rushing whooshes, piercing the air and hurtling toward the target with the force of his blow. Fist power, earth spikes, and roar combined into a deafening blast. The green-spot mantis barely struggled. Its body was ripped apart by the impact. A mist of blood burst out in an instant, leaving only a streak of crimson in the air before dissolving into 33 points of proficiency, coldly rolling onto Lin Shu's status panel. Lin Shu narrowed his eyes, quickly assessing. Tuyu's evolution performance far exceeded expectations, and in terms of explosive power, he might stand shoulder to shoulder with the equal level high. His decisive kill instincts and fiery fight spirit seemed to further enhance his own beast-controlling combat attributes, which pleased Lin Shu even more. Hai's gaze was heavy. This stone creature's power had soared too fast. If he were to take Tuyu's combo heat in, he probably wouldn't make it out unscathed. Zimu didn't overthink it, only feeling that the older brothers were terrifyingly strong. Her beautiful purple eyes sparkled like stars, gazing at Lin Shu with deep admiration. Witnessing the entire fight, Wuzong's previously relaxed expression tightened instantly. His brow furrowed with an intense passion. A level 25 beast had just one-shot a level 33 green-spot poisonous mantis. Its offense, defense, presence, burst, and resistance were nearly maxed out in all 5 dimensions. Apart from somewhat slower speed, it was practically a perfect hexagonal warrior. Such fierce power in a stone creature, he praised, eyes burning as he watched Tuyue. Tuyue smiled widely and pressed his fist to his chest, clearly understanding the compliment. That was more unexpected for me as well, Lin Shu replied honestly, ranking Tuyu's potential alongside Hai's in his mind. Only then did Gully fully digest the shock moments earlier and asked with a complex yet confident tone, has he already comprehended the Earth's secret technique? Though posed as a question, he was almost certain. At this, Wuzong's eyes suddenly widened as he looked toward Lin Shu. That can't be possible, right? Lin Shu knew hiding the truth was pointless and, mindful of social finesse, answered plainly, just lucky. Tuyue evolved today, his skills instinctively triggered, and along the way, he found it. That one phrase along the way blew everyone's minds. Wuzong's legs weakened and nearly buckled. The dual-blade mantis was dizzy himself had trained for decades without even glimpsing the doorway. Yet this beast, nurtured only 3 months, had achieved it? Amid the shock, they all truly grasped what talent-crushing means. Even the always composed Dao Yao frowned unusually, his look toward Tuyue, and mixed with scrutiny and disbelief. After all, even he had only barely comprehended a secret technique around level 70. The room fell into a sudden silence. Clearly everyone was shaken by the news. Lin Shu pressed his lips together, not rushing to speak. Gu Li and Wu Song were also quietly absorbing the shocking information. Hei Yi suddenly had an epiphany, finally recognized that obscure, profound aura. It was the secret art. Little Stone had actually reached it before him. If the master invested more resources in that little creature, his own #1 status would be in jeopardy. Realizing this, a rare panic flickered in Hei Yi's eyes. After a long silence, Gu Li was the first to break it with a quiet smile, as if fully accepting the student's seemingly broken growth. You've already stepped 1 foot into the spiritual awakening realm. Your future is limitless. I suggest you focus most of your resources and energy on Little Stone from now on. Lin Shu had intended to do just that and nodded solemnly. Hei Yi shot a glare at Gu Li, voice sharp with displeasure. Old Bai Deng, what nonsense are you spouting? So you're saying I'm not as good as that idiot #2? Before Hei Yi could make a scene, Lin Shu raised a hand and gave him a crisp slap, silencing him for good. Hei Yi instantly reined in his attitude, fearing to incur the master's wrath again. I understand, tutor, Lin Shu said, steering the conversation back on track. What about the advancements and specific effects of the secret art? Gu Li was obviously prepared. When he first grasped the secret art, he had eagerly sought his father's guidance on the details too. Now he explained clearly. 1. Improvement in the secret art can only come through the beast's own comprehension. Consuming high-level spiritual items speeds this up. 2. Continuously refining skills of the same attribute until they become instinct deepens the insight further. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Lin Shu and Wu Song, making it clear the explanation was for both. Wu Song tapped his cheek thoughtfully, face growing serious though far from that realm himself. He memorized every word carefully. Lin Shu felt the road ahead was tough. Pure self-comprehension demanded extreme rigor. Without point upgrades, progress would be painfully slow. Gu Li added the secret art's purpose. Simply put, it amplifies your own skill power and suppresses opponents of the same attribute. The deeper the insight, the stronger the amplification and suppression effects. Even more impressively, upon reaching a certain level, you can develop a transcendent secret art skill beyond the upper tiers. His eyes burned with passion and his voice rose. This secret art skill was clearly the pinnacle he craved most. Secret art skill? Above the upper tier? Lin Shu muttered in awe. He knew even tutor Dao Yao's mastery was just beginning, showing how difficult it was. Yet he carefully noted everything and said, "Got it. Sounds incredibly challenging to improve." Guli shook his head with a smile. "You're already comprehending the secret art, now count yourself lucky. Others haven't even found the path yet." Wu Song made a mock "You're such a bully" face at this, and Lin Shu gave him a kind smile in return. "All right, that's enough for now. The secret art upgrade comes first," Guli concluded. "They'll bring some high-level earth attribute spirit items for you later." A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Shu's eyes. Unlike ordinary beast tamers, relying on skill comprehension to unlock the secret art was the path best suited for him. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 11 days had passed. The scheduled duel between his mentor and the veteran Song Lao was drawing near. It was now late afternoon, with the sun dipping low in the west. In just a few hours, everyone would set off, leaving Haizhou behind to head toward the withered wood forest in Yenzhou. During this period of intensive training and seclusion, Lin Shu made significant progress. His skill proficiency surged steadily, ultimately surpassing 3,200 points, a substantial gain. He didn't rush to spend it all, instead running several tests by personally allocating proficiency points to his skill's ultimate technique. The results confirmed it was indeed effective, but the input-to-output ratio was extremely imbalanced. One proficiency point only increased ultimate progress by 0.001. In other words, fully mastering a single ultimate skill would require a staggering 100,000 proficiency points. Faced with such an outrageous figure, Lin Shu decisively abandoned the idea for now, leaving the task of discerning the ultimate techniques to Tia, whose innate talent was higher. Lin Shu concentrated on consolidating and improving his foundational strength. First, he fed proficiency points to his pet, Hei Yi Black Knight. In a mere 11 days, Black Knight's level jumped from 35 to 38, leveling up roughly every 2 to 3 days, using up half of Lin Shu's proficiency reserves. Next, he allocated a small portion of proficiency to upgrade the skill blade Chi Strike to the instinct tier. Since Black Knight was a mid-tier battle pet, its intermediate skills came with additional bonuses when unlocking ultimate tessamething. Lin Shu's tests had confirmed. A golden flash flickered momentarily in the training room, and a system message appeared. Black Knight had successfully begun unlocking the golden ultimate, progress at 0.015. This rate was 3 times faster than Tuyu's slow grind to master an ultimate of the same level, highlighting the clear gap between basic and intermediate tiers. After finishing the adjustments, Lin Shu brought up Black Knight's status panel. Name: Dark Veil Hunter. Level: 38 11 38 max level, 100. Status: Healthy. Quality: Lord class. Attributes: Darkness Space. Talent: Void Walk Intermediate 12400. Skills: Basic. Assault Precision Mid 18200. Swift Movement Perfect 2850. Heavy Strike Novice 820. Sharp Blade Passive Perfect 3850. Spinning Slash Mid 22200. Spatial Storage Advanced 1930. Shadow Orb Novice 820. Intermediate. Twin Shadow Kill Novice 1840. Wind Breaker Blade Intermediate 4860. Blade Chi Strike Instinct. Dark Bind Novice 1140. Spatial Chaos / Intermediate 1960. Advanced. Night Phantom Novice 1580. Dark Entangle Novice 1280. Ultimate. Golden Ultimate 0.015. With the emergence of the Golden Ultimate, Black Knight's attack power surged dramatically. Lin Shu personally tested it under a full-force strike. Black Knight's blade could cleave a vacuum lasting several breaths across an entire lake surface, momentarily freezing the water and demonstrating terrifying strength. In less than 20 days, Black Knight's attributes had transformed completely. But Lin Shu didn't stop there. His gaze shifted back to spatial chaos / the next major focus for improvement. If luck favored him, Black Knight might even unlock the spatial ultimate and truly soar to new heights. When tallying his remaining resources, Lin Shu found about 1,500 proficiency points left. He immediately funneled most of them into Tuyu's growth. With this boost, Tuyu smoothly reached level 30, finally catching up with Black Knight. Given Tuyu's promising talents, Lin Shu decided to concentrate on strengthening various low-tier earth element skills for now, planning to upgrade higher-tier combat abilities with the next batch of resources. As for the final bit of leftover proficiency, Lin Shu didn't hesitate to give it all to Z Mao Purple Eyes. Thanks to Lin Shu's targeted skill allocation combined with abundant resource investment over the past 2 weeks, the little companion had grown at an astonishing pace. Name: Violet-Winged Pegasus. Level: 181 out of 180 level cap, with a maximum potential of level 100. Status, happy. Quality, perfect. Attributes, flight and thunder. Talent, violet lightning source, beginner 9 out of 200. Skills, basic tier includes charge at beginner 11 out of 30, aerial strike at beginner 15 out of 300, wing slash at beginner 22 out of 30, and electric spark at subtle 13 out of 200. Intermediate tier includes thunderbolt at beginner 6 out of 60, feather barrage at beginner 7 out of 60, and wing guard at beginner 8 out of 60. All of this in less than a month since forming the contract. In just one short month, Zimu's growth rate had left even Lin Shu in awe. The once tiny creature now stood 1.5 meters tall with a body length of 2.5 meters. Powerful muscles rippled beneath its coat, and its four limbs radiated strength. Deep within its pupils, violet lightning patterns flickered mysteriously and magnificently. Its alert ears constantly tracked every sound nearby, while its tall neck and broad, level back could easily carry 3 riders at once. The dense, silky tail fur was an elegant shade of purple, contrasting beautifully with the snow-white coat covering the rest of its body, and each casual flick of that tail seemed to pulse with vibrant energy. These days, Lin Shu always rode Zimu when traveling, finding it far more comfortable than walking. At this moment, by the shores of Mehu Island, Lin Shu and Gu Li finished packing their fishing gear and prepared to set off for Yinzhou's withered grove. The white-feathered spirit falcon flapped its wings impatiently nearby. The two waved goodbye to Wu Song. "See you next time, Brother Wu. We're off." Wu Song waved back, his heart a tangle of emotions. This kid's performance had practically shattered everything he thought he knew about beast tamers. It was so absurd it made him question reality. The white-feathered spirit falcon shot into the sky, its flight steady yet swift. Clouds churned as Mehu Island's silhouette shrank rapidly below. Soon all that remained in view was the azure lake and endless blue sky. Wind howled past as two figures cut through the cloudscape like waves crashing through an ocean of mist. On Tuesday morning, Lin Shu woke in his dormitory. Still lying in bed, he scrolled through his phone, catching up on news from Binzhou. Though Kangla No. 2 High School was on break, the school team remained on campus for training. In the Binzhou Cup semifinals 2 days ago, Kangla No. 2 had made history by advancing to the finals, their best result in 10 years. The group chat had exploded last night with everyone discussing the news. However, their opponent in the finals was the undisputed champion of Binzhou High School. Their team averaged level 40, and their captain possessed a Lord-quality tamed beast. The gap in strength was obvious, and second place seemed all but certain. Still, everyone was satisfied. The Binzhou Cup finals would officially begin this Sunday. After reading through the messages, Lin Shu simply sent a congratulatory note in the chat, then locked his phone. His mentor Gu Li had already gone outside to wait. Lin Shu wasted no time and followed him into the other world. The white-feathered spirit falcon carried them both, and soon that weathered yet distinctive ancient tower came into view once more. Before the tower stood an elderly man with a slightly hunched back and a full head of white hair, his face creased with a warm smile. This was the elder song that Gu Li had mentioned. Beside him stood a young man with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a determined expression. "Little Gu, you're here early. So this is your student?" Elder Song sized up Lin Shu. Gu Li raised an eyebrow slightly, a meaningful smile playing at his lips. "That's right. His name is Lin Shu. Go on, greet Elder Song." Elder Song. Lin Shu's voice was steady and polite. Elder Song squinted, thinking to himself, something's off with little Gu's expression. He's never acted like this before. Though puzzled, he proceeded with his introduction. "Good lad, quite the fine young man. This is my troublesome disciple, Chuyu. Come now, greet Mentor Gu." His words were modest, but when he mentioned Chuyu, pride practically radiated from his face, and he held his chin high. "Mentor Gu, hello." "Lin Shu, hello." Chuyu's manner was proper. He bowed to Gu Li first, then stepped forward to shake Lin Shu's hand. His humble demeanor immediately gave Lin Shu a good impression. Unlike many prodigies who looked down on others, Chuyu showed genuine courtesy. Lin Shu smiled and returned the greeting. As expected, the real issue still lay with this elder song. Full of energy, young and strong. Not bad at all, just a bit behind Chuyu. Chuyu was about to speak, but noticed Old Song once again stirring up resentment in public. He could only sigh silently. When will the teacher's annoying habit finally settle down? Meanwhile, Gu Li had already toned down his smile and replied lightly, "Naturally, nothing compares to your discerning eye, Old Song." Old Song stroked his beard with a smile, gesturing for Gu Li to continue. Then he turned his attention to Lin Shu, probing with his spiritual energy. The boy was vigorous, his heavenly energy abundant, with a spiritual rank unmistakably at second tier. To put that in perspective, his most treasured disciple, Chuyu, was only second tier as well. Old Song's mind raced, and he asked casually, "Xiao Guzi, how old is this favorite disciple of yours?" Gu Li inwardly reveled. He had sensed something was off, hadn't he? But his tone remained casual. "He's a high school freshman this year." "A freshman?" Old Song's expression shifted slightly. At around 16 years old, that was the most common age in Daxia's student body, rarely older than 17. By that measure, Lin Shu's talent rivaled, or even surpassed Chu Yes. Chu Yu himself was briefly stunned. He thought Lin Shu was his age, but apparently the boy was 1 year younger. After a brief silence, Old Song nodded reluctantly. Not bad, not bad. Looks like Central Plains University is about to gain another prodigy. Gu Li smiled softly, eager to see Old Song's real shock. It's getting late. Shall we start right away? Old Song considered for a moment. Although Lin Shu's spiritual rank was high, his beast-controlling skills might not be as strong after all. Lin Shu had only been training his beast for 6 months, which was naturally limited. Chu Ye's talent and power were well established. This match was not going to be lost. With that in mind, he nodded decisively. Very well. Chu Ye's eyes flickered, but a shadow of worry crept into his heart. He had noticed Lin Shu was extraordinary. Today's challenge might not go exactly as the teacher hoped. Suddenly, the ancient tower blazed with light, runes streaming along its surface. In the next moment, Lin Shu and Chu Yu were engulfed by a dazzling beam and disappeared inside. Outside, Old Song stared fixedly at the tower, hoping Chu Yu would rise higher and bring surprise. Casual yet probing, he asked, how strong is this student's beast-controlling ability? He had already made an estimate. At Lin Shu's age, a beast-controlling level of 25 was the upper limit. That would be impressive enough to reach the 10th floor, but still a stretch. Yet Gu Li's offhand comment made his heart skip a beat. We tested it the day before yesterday. The beast level is only 38, not spectacular at all. 38. Old Song's eyebrows shot up, his voice rising. Did you say 38? The world darkened, and Lin Shu found himself in a familiar arena. Immediately, he summoned the Dark Knight Soil Star and the Purple-Eyed One, 2 figures appearing steadily on his left and right. Looking up, black clouds swirled across the dome-shaped sky. Looking down, the brownstone beneath was as solid as iron. Around him stretched a vast plaza hundreds of meters wide, almost identical to the last time he entered. In the center, gray mist coalesced into a vortex. Moments later, a powerful lion emerged from it. Its eyes were as big as copper bells, its huge blood-red maw wide open, trying to swallow Lin Shu and the others standing before it. A flash of blade cut through the air with a dull thud, and a massive lion's head rolled to the ground. The monster was so fast that it didn't even have time to raise its claw in defense. Lin Shu stood motionless, calmly waiting for the teleportation light to send him to the next level. For him, anything below the 10th floor couldn't keep him from advancing for even a few seconds. At this moment, his pace climbing the tower was like a bulldozer, fast, steady, and unstoppable. The floor numbers flipped rapidly across the light screen, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the 10th floor. He could still clearly picture the lake terrain he encountered on the 6th floor in his mind. The gatekeeper lurking underwater was helpless against the powerful Earth U battle aura and was easily defeated. But the 10th floor posed a sudden surge in difficulty. Here lay an ancient forest with towering trees, thick canopies blocking out the sun, vines twisting among the branches. The sounds of birdsong and wild beasts breathing intermingled. From the shadows, 2 figures silently emerged. 1. Their limbs were slender and agile in movement. 2. Their coats were pure black, sleek and tight against muscles. 3. Each forehead bore a crescent-shaped silver marking. 4. One on the left, one on the right. They closed in with fierce eyes locked intently on Lin Shu. Name, Heavenly Moon Wolves. Level, 30. Max level, 92. Status, Frenzied. Quality, Perfect. Attribute, Ice. Talent, None. Skills. Beginner Bite, 122200. RAM, 36200. Intermediate Ice Fong, 21100. Ice Splinter, 1180. Bone Freezing Frost, 3180. Advanced Snow Step, 33120. Frost Guardian, 43120. In terms of raw power, these 2 wolves were fairly average, but their pincer attack was extremely threatening. Most beast tamers at this stage only contract a single beast, making it easy for such beasts to exploit openings and rush the tamer, quickly putting them at a disadvantage. But Lin Shu was different. The 2 heavenly moon wolves burst forward, stirring up grass and debris on the ground. One lunged straight at Lin Shu, while the other cut off toward the darkness on the right, clearly aware of basic tactical cooperation. TCH, they actually coordinate. Lin Shu raised his brow, but gave no orders. Earth U and Black Knight independently stepped forward half a step each, meeting the wolves' heat in. Golden rock armor clashed with jet black wings, cold killing intent flashing through the collision. Talons sliced through the air, battle aura met chilly winds. In less than half a minute, the battle was decided. The 2 heavenly moon wolves collapsed in pools of blood, their forms dissolving into particles of light. Lin Shu retracted his gaze and advanced toward the Suntupan 11th floor. Outside the ancient tower, Elder Song and Gu Li were closely watching the floating light screen. The floor numbers flipped so fast, it looked like a slideshow. No way. A floor per minute? He didn't even spend a minute on the 10th floor. Ghoulie couldn't help but curse. Elder Song lowered his eyes, a mix of discomfort and shock settling over him. This speed could never belong to Chuyu. As a mentor, he was well aware of his disciples' rhythm. So the only possibility was Lin Shu, who had only recently become a beast tamer. Half a year, beast taming level 38, he thought rigidly, but couldn't piece together a reasonable explanation. Meanwhile, the tower's 7th floor lit up, with Chu Yes light fixed there. Thinking back to a few days ago, when Xiao Guzi confidently challenged him to a duel, throwing in a 9th-tier spirit item as a stake, Elder Song had taken the bet, without hesitation out of trust for his beloved disciple. Now, his scalp tingled in regret. Not to mention spirit awakening level beast tamers. Even those higher ranked would feel the pain giving up a 9th-tier spirit item. So that's it. Elder Song suddenly understood Xiao Guzi's scheme. What seemed like showing off was actually a well-planned form of revenge. Clearly, Elder Song had a clear perception of himself and knew where the problem lay. It was his own carelessness. That little rascal is trying to trick an old tamer like me. Truly infuriating. Old Song furrowed his brows and glared, his face wrinkling into a comical yet irritated scowl. Ghoulie, standing nearby, almost burst out laughing but managed to suppress it with a quiet chuckle. He felt a bit unsatisfied that today he hadn't publicly called him out, but since the other was a senior, he had to show some respect just enough to curb that obnoxious boastfulness. The two fell into a rare silence. Old Song knew he was in the wrong and dared not argue further, so he stared at the trial tower in the distance, cursing inwardly about that freak. To possess such power at just 16 was unbelievable. Beneath the tower, a large crowd of beast tamers had gathered, buzzing with excitement. Everyone was guessing which family's youth had reached the 11th level of the tower. Only a handful had ever made it that far in recent years, not to mention another challenger lingering on the 8th floor, impressive enough to draw wide-eyed amazement. Their voices grew more animated with every word, hoping to see someone break through even further. Guli's expression remained calm, but in his heart, he shared their anticipation. If Lin Shu could clear the trial tower, that would be perfect. Inside the tower, Lin Shu pressed on like a storm, passing through the 11th level in just minutes. A flash of light and shadow, and the world flipped. His footing suddenly felt trapped beneath invisible shackles in a blazing desert. Raging sands swirled wildly in the furious wind, the horizon blurring sky and earth into one dull yellow line. The scorching sun beat down like flames, waves of heat assaulting him, the air seeming ready to ignite. A crushing pressure pressed from all sides, squeezing tight against his chest, his back weighed down like by massive stones, nearly bending him in half. Were it not for the strong physique granted by Hai and the Tuyo's reinforcement, he might have been crushed the moment he stepped in. Fortunately, though fierce, the pressure remained just within a bearable limit. This environment tormented all his main companions except Tuyao. Hai frowned, deeply adept in darkness, but helpless amid harsh light and sandstorms. Zimu shivered violently, its 4 legs trembling, yet it gritted its teeth, refusing to back down. Lin Shu had planned to retract it to the spirit beast space, but Zima's fierce growl stopped him. Suddenly, the air ahead shimmered as 2 majestic figures emerged from the ground. Towering and muscular like small mountains, their gray-brown rocky armor was cracked and worn. Their stone faces were rough and vague, but their eyes spiraled with piercing cold light. Their wide-open jaws revealed not teeth, but rows of sharp stone shards that sent chills down the spine. Each step they took made the ground quake, sending swirling clouds of dust into the air. Lin Shu's gaze darkened, a tight knot forming in his chest. This pressure was no joke. He drew in a deep breath of the burning air and glanced sideways. Name, Rockwall Mountain Lord. Level, 350,350 maximum. Current level, 89. Trait, Frenzy. Attributes, Perfect. Elemental talent, Earth. Skills, None. Basic passive Rocky Skin Meticulous 126200. Dust Meticulous 66200. Intermediate Mudstone Charge Perfect 42100. Uthrock Armor Perfect 32100. Charged Impact Perfect 22100. Advanced Crystal Spike Strike Mastered 33160. Shattered Rock Tremor Mastered 22160. Sandstorm Mastered 15160. Such overwhelming power appears in pairs. The reason no one has passed the 12th level for years is clear at a glance. This challenge is nearly sadistic, seemingly designed to cut off all challengers. Even those carefully trained for 3 years in high school might fail. Keep in mind, even the special admissions to the top 5 universities only require reaching the 11th level. The difficulty can be seen clearly from this pair of Rockwall Mountain Lords. However, Lin Shu does not shy away from such peril. The thrill of an easy victory cannot compare to a life-and-death duel. As the thought crosses his mind, his 2 contracted beasts, Black Knight and Earthshine, launch their ferocious charge. Compared to the towering dozen-meter rock monsters, Black Knight and Earthshine are only the size of adults, like 2 children swinging fists at giants. yet showing no hint of fear. Roar. Black Knight lets out a deep, guttural roar. His battle aura explodes outward, an invisible shockwave locking onto the two Rockwall Mountain Lords. The effect is immediate. The massive stone creatures stiffen, their eyes glaze over as if struck by a heavy blow to consciousness. Seizing the moment, Black Knight's blade wings tremble, unleashing broad swaths of silvery light like moonlight pouring down, piercing lightning fast into the monster's outer shells. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled explosions vibrate through the air. Black Knight's instinctive blade energy, enhanced with a golden secret technique, barely tears through their defenses. Cracking debris scatters, revealing a patch of crimson glow on the chest, a crystalline core marking their true weak point. This shows how terrifying their defense is. Even Earthshine, famed for his tough shell, pales in comparison. Earthshine follows swiftly, his iron fists pounding like a sudden rainstorm, but only chips a few fragments off their hide, clearly lacking in damage. The breakthrough of this battle still depends on Black Knight. Lin Shu's gaze locks firmly on the red crystal core. Black Knight, Earthshine, focus on the chest. That's the core, he commands loudly. His two contracted beasts understand immediately. However, the intimidation from the outward battle aura soon fades. The twin Rockwall Mountain Lords roar in rage, pounding their chests. Earth element surges like brown flames, swirling stones and sand flying wildly as they prepare to unleash skills. Sensing danger, Black Knight and Earthshine quickly separate, maintaining distance, waiting for the next opportunity. When the battle aura surges again, a fierce howling rises. Sand and rocks twist into two giant vortices, dust storms swirling to fill the sky, blotting out the sun. Fine stone particles spin rapidly with ear-piercing shrieks. Huge boulders collide within the eye of the storm, sparks flying, finally coalescing into two earth-colored violent tornadoes, the dreaded sandstorm. The Rockwall Mountain Lords raise both arms, as if summoning a wind god, controlling the storms to hunt their prey. Black Knight flaps his wings and leaps, the gale pressing down but failing to slow him. In a blink, he escapes the deadly zone. Earthshine, however, is slowed down by gravity's pull, his movements heavy as if feet weighed with lead. The tornadoes close in, covering all, and he immediately forms a circular shield, crossing his arms over his chest and bracing directly against the raging winds. Lin Shu watches the oncoming earth-colored storm surge, his eyes flickering with such power. Can Earthshine hold firm? A violent gale tore through, and Tuyo's figure emerged within it. He knelt on one knee, his rock-like skin cracked and uneven, bearing heavy wounds. Yet despite his injuries, he still blocked two earth-shattering tornadoes. His chest heaved violently, pain burning through his flesh and bone like fire. But his defiant spirit did not falter in the slightest. Roar! A ferocious shout burst forth as Tuyo's murderous intent blazed. His grievous wounds seemed only to fuel the boiling battle fervor within him. Dense war energy radiated off his body, waves rippling outward and morphing into a whirlwind that lifted stones and dust alike. That unstoppable force shooting toward the sky made the two stone mountain lords tremble in fear, their limbs weakening until they froze in place. At this moment, Tiao was more terrifying than ever before. The deeper his wounds, the fiercer his war energy became, as if he was trying to tear apart heaven and earth. Black Knight swept forward on the momentum, his figure ghost-like. The dazzling golden light wound around his silver blade as he struck precisely at the crimson core embedded in the chest of the first stone mountain lord. Bang! An ear-splitting explosion shattered the mountain lord into fragments, stones scattering everywhere. Black Knight moved fluidly, imitating the strike, delivering another lightning-fast slash at the second mountain lord's vital point. Overwhelmed by endless battle intent, the opponent could only emit a wailing cry before collapsing into pieces. As the dust settled, Black Knight gasped for breath. The immense pressure endured while unleashing heavy blows exacted a terrible toll. Just as everyone worried, faint green lights began to flicker over their skin, like dew soaking into their flesh, dispelling pain and fatigue. Ahead, a black vortex swirled the passage to the next level. Outside the trial tower, Chu Ye's silhouette suddenly appeared, drawing whispers from the onlookers. He was the powerhouse who had breached the 12th floor. Even if only briefly, his appearance was a height most could only dream of reaching. Master, what's really on the 12th floor? Give us a hint. Yeah, tell us. Chu Yu only smiled and shook his head before walking away. The crowd didn't press him further. There were always tougher challengers pushing onward. Gazing at the red glow atop the tower, they murmured, at this rate, it looks like he's really going to make it. Lin Shu stood at the back, eyes flickering with the light. Silently, he marveled. Where on earth did his master find such a freak? Only 6 months into beast-taming, and already at this level his talent towered over Lin Shu by miles. Lin Shu had been crushed the moment he stepped onto the 12th floor, barely able to raise his head, let alone fight. No surprise had fallen flat on his face. He looked down at the worn token in his hand. made of metal hard to identify. It felt heavy and cold, sending a chill through his chest. Intricate patterns traced its edges, and at the center was an alien number 12. This meant his special invitation was secured. He could proceed directly to Zhongzhou University. Despite himself, a flutter of excitement rose within him. Composing himself, he quickened his pace toward Teacher Song and Gu Li. As he approached, Teacher Song's clear voice carried across. I think this is as far as they'll go, right with Chu Yes level. That gravity isn't a joke. Beast tamers below level 40, or without a second beast around level 20 to help sustain their body, won't be able to hold out. Teacher Song spoke with a casual confidence that subtly placed Chu Yu and Lin Shu on equal footing, a mark of pride. In truth, he was not exaggerating. The terror of the 12th floor was plain to see. No matter how gifted you are, you can only make it this far, just like his best students. A wave of relief instantly washed over him, and a chrysanthemum-like smile spread across his deeply wrinkled face. Gu Li paid no attention to the crowd's noise, his tone calm. Who said my Xiao Shu's second guardian beast isn't level 20? Before Old Song could respond, the 13th level of the ancient tower suddenly lit up. That floor was bathed in a golden torrent of light, dazzling like midday sun. A clear, melodious heavenly sound echoed from within the tower, as if singing a loud anthem for this new challenger who had just reached level 13. The arena around exploded with excitement. Witness history. Aeon Sonatacade moment right before our eyes. Look, the top 5 universities are all beckoning him. Exclamations erupted and conversations buzzed like a swarm. Even Liang Qingmu, the little demon king of Magic City who had only made it to level 12, was overshadowed as someone advanced one step further. The shock in everyone's hearts almost felt tangible. Which university would claim such a prodigy, becoming the new symbol of glory? Old Song's expression twisted from certainty to humiliation, like a loud slap to the face. He stared blankly at the golden light on the 13th floor, then glanced at the equally stunned Chuyu beside him, silently admitting. The student he once bragged about suddenly didn't seem so impressive. Envy and jealousy mingled in his eyes, but finally his gaze turned to Gu Li. Gu Li's smile was radiant, eyebrows raised, lips curled high, clearly taken aback by this sudden glory. He glanced sideways at Old Song. Got nothing to say now, huh? What can you compare to me? Then a thought flickered through his mind. If Lin Shu really completes this challenge and obtains that key, it could affect the chance at that place. Whether he can seize it depends on his fate. Suddenly, Lin Shu's vision went black and the world spun wildly. When clarity returned, he found himself in a brand new night scene. Soft grass underfoot, a bright crescent moon hung overhead. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, cool but soothing. Below, distant mountains, clusters of buildings glittered with lights, lively and bustling, like a market never sleeping. Before he could figure out where he had arrived, black mist gathered in front of him. A figure materialized from the shadows. With flowing purple hair, a youthful yet sharp face, and deep purple veins crisscrossing in his eyes that sparkled like lightning, he exuded an air of inherent superiority. The man raised his left hand and pointed, purple light spreading out. The badge hanging at his waist swung lightly. If Gu Li were here, he would instantly recognize the name carved on it, Zhongli Xia. But Lin Shu couldn't understand the alien script yet, only committing the name to memory. Amid the purple glow, a guardian beast appeared, a fire dragon with long horns. Its size rivaled that of Tuyo, but looked sharper and fiercer. Its entire body was covered in fiery red scales resembling molten iron, gleaming metallically. Its massive dragon head held eyes like twin blazing flames. Slightly bared razor-sharp teeth hinted at a deadly intent to tear through anything. Huge wings suddenly unfurled, veins of fire pulsating across them, and even a casual flap stirred a scorching, fierce wind. Its appearance alone was fiercely aggressive. The moment it showed up, Lin Shu's pupils contracted sharply. Hei Yi, Tu Yao, and Zimao all tensed, their bodies coiled as they stared at the crimson flame dragon hovering in midair. They could easily tell that this opponent's strength far exceeded that of a typical spirit beast. Name: Crimson Flame Dragon. Level: LV 45122450 max, LV 100. Status: Calm Quality, Lord. Attributes: Fire Dragon. Talent: Crimson Flame Power Beginner 88200. Skills: Basic Dragon Claw Refined 66200. Spark Instinct. Fire Storage Passive Refined 32200. Intermediate Flame Dance Formation Perfect 11100. Coiling Fire Serpent Perfect 23100. Fire Fong Perfect 13100. Advanced Dragon's Roar Mastered 22160. Dragon Scale Armor Mastered 36160. Flame Vortex Mastered 42160. Transcendent Fire Dragon's Breath Novice 11240. Ultimate Skill: Fire's Ultimate 0.005. A Dragon-type spirit beast that's mastered the ultimate skill. Lin Shu clicked his tongue silently, once again revising his impression of the purple-haired alien's talent. The opponent had cultivated for only 1 year, but had pushed their beast to this level, almost rivaling Lin Shu himself, the so-called cheater. Level, talent, and skills all perfectly coordinated, their power was overwhelming. What worried him even more was how much further the beast tamer could boost that strength during battle. That the 13th floor of the trial tower stored these alien prodigies' mirror images explained why the challenge was insanely difficult. After the summoning, the purple-haired youth stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze cold and indifferent, as if waiting for Lin Shu to strike first. Was it arrogance, or just the mirror's preset behavior? Lin Shu couldn't tell. 3 against 1, he might still have a chance. Seeing his opponent hesitate, he decisively ordered, "Hey Yi, Tu Yao the usual." The two beasts obeyed, a tide of battle energy erupting from within them and bursting outward. Tu Yao howled fiercely, his sharp battle aura coalescing into razor edges that hurled straight at the crimson flame dragon. The purple-haired youth flicked his fingers lightly, unleashing a faint purple glow that enveloped the dragon in a hazy membrane. The invisible battle energy crashed against it, but caused no ripple. The membrane dissolved instantly. A faint, mocking smirk flickered across the youth's lips, but vanished just as quickly. Lin Shu caught the expression clearly. In the next instant, the crimson flame dragon lashed its crimson wings violently as it soared, circling in the air. The temperature around its throat soared, and a barrage of destruction-laden fireballs shot out like a string of bullets, locking onto Lin Shu himself first. Fortunately, Lin Shu noticed the abnormality early and had already ridden Zimao back to a safe distance, avoiding harm. The dragon's tail swept across, abruptly curving the fireball's trajectory toward Tu Yao and He Yi. The power behind the fireballs was terrifying and couldn't be taken heeded. From afar, Lin Shu shouted sharply, "Hey Yi, Tu Yao, don't get hit." He Yi, known for his speed, dodged easily, but Tu Yao was in much more danger. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous explosions echoed relentlessly as the mist fireballs slammed heavily into the ground. Yet the fierce flames showed no sign of dimming upon impact. The grass and soil ignited instantly, transforming the once peaceful lawn into a raging sea of fire. The suffocating heat swept across the entire battlefield with overwhelming intensity. Without hesitation, Hai lifted his gaze and locked eyes with Lin Shu in the distance, immediately understanding his intent. In the next instant, his figure blurred, darting forward like a razor-sharp arrow toward the purple-haired youth, so fast that even the crimson flame dragon struggled to track him. Under the moonlight, Hai's cold blade flashed with deadly precision, striking his target squarely. The purple-haired boy was blasted backwards, but no wounds appeared clearly. A secret technique had diverted the damage elsewhere. At the same time, the crimson flame dragon's scarlet scales dinted as dark golden dragon blood oozed from the bruises. Even with its draconic defenses, it could not withstand Hai's strike unscathed. Growling fiercely, the dragon lunged to shield the purple-haired stranger, spewing scalding fireballs into the air. They coalesced into a fiery curtain, desperately blocking Hai's relentless pursuit. Suddenly, Tiyue charged in front with an iron fist the size of a clay pot, smashing down hard onto the dragon's body. Though not fatal, the impact caused the crimson flame dragon's muscles to convulse violently, igniting its rage into a blazing inferno. A deafening roar tore through the valley walls, reverberating with sharp sonic waves laced with faint yet palpable draconic might. Both Hai and Tiyue felt their minds waver and their chests tighten. Seizing their momentary distraction, the crimson flame dragon unleashed a colossal wave of fire, its scorching maw tearing forward. Hai flipped nimbly out of harm's way, but Tiyue was swallowed by the licking flames, his chi surface violently shaken, face contorted in pain. Though elemental resistance weakened some of the blow, he still suffered serious injury. Hai did not hesitate to act. Instantly activating Void Walk, he vanished and reappeared before the purple-haired alien. An immense surge of energy poured down, once again blasting the youth away. A flicker of disbelief flashed through the boy's eyes, replacing his earlier calm. The crimson flame dragon, caught in the crossfire, acquired several deep, bloody scratches, fresh blood spurting forth. Its vertical pupils churned with rage and murderous intent. Seeing this, Hai immediately retreated at lightning speed, evading the ensuing fiery wave without lingering for an extra strike. This shifted Lin Shu's tactical advantage even further. 3 against 1. Victory was only a matter of time. As the battle dragged on, the crimson flame dragon's scales crumbled almost beyond repair, and thick blood dripped steadily from its shattered armor. Its chest heaved violently, as its combat power rapidly declined. Opponents with only one beast were almost impossible to break through at this point. Just as Lin Shu's mind whispered case closed, an unexpected change occurred. Behind them, the purple-eyed alien raised his left hand, blood-red vitality dripping from his palm and strings of crimson beads suspended in the night air. His cold face twisted into a mad yet oddly mesmerizing smile, as if intoxicated by the blood ritual unfolding before him. In a blink, all the blood droplets turned into tiny red beams, merging into the crimson flame dragon's body. The dragon's aura surged visibly, its previously near-collapse vitality reigniting with tremendous force. Yet its battered body still bore horrifying once-and-healed, but forcibly infused with terrifying life energy. This was clearly a desperate secret technique exchanging grave cost for explosive strength. The crimson flame dragon's eyes blazed blood red, a cruel expression twisting its face. It looked as if risen from a sea of blood, both eerie and deadly. With a sharp swoosh slicing through the air, its speed increased by at least 30%. Writhing streams of flame twisted behind it like serpents, swirling upward and erupting like a volcanic blast of scorching power, markedly amplifying its skill damage. This desperate forbidden technique was truly terrifying. At this moment, the crimson flame dragon was poised to unleash its full fury. The savage energy infused by arcane magic surged wildly through its body, resonating fiercely with its innate crimson flame power, as if it was about to turn the entire mountain range into a sea of fire. Blazing waves of fire erupted into the air, each flame seeming almost sentient, relentlessly locking onto its enemies. Dark red streams of fire flickered against the night sky, starkly different from ordinary flames seen before. Scorching heat swept through, shattering rocks and blackening the earth. Warping the air with intense distortion. This was the supreme ability, Dragon's Breath, magnified by the fusion of arcane magic and natural talent, becoming the fiercest strike of the crimson flame dragon. The fiery spectacle illuminated the sky, turning the one steep night into a scene as bright as day. From a great distance, Lin Shu watched the overwhelming display and couldn't help but be impressed. The dragon's last desperate move was truly terrifying. Beside him, Black Knight appeared instantly, and beneath the ground, Teray was trapped in the roaring circle of flames, sprinting furiously to escape. Lin Shu spoke calmly. "It's useless. Black Knight, strike directly at the opponent's beast tamer." In this fight, the enemy was willing to trade life for life. Such recklessness might work against others, but it was far from enough for him. The crimson flame dragon was like a volcano out of control, spewing wild blaze and madness. Clearly, the arcane magic had a dangerous flaw that was rebounding on it. Lin Shu's eyes remained cold and steady. Since it had gone berserk, it was time to finish it quickly. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air pierced the ears as Black Knight vanished in a streak of black light. At the center of the fire circle, the purple-haired alien beast tamer stood motionless among the flames, eyes oddly filled with anticipation. The firestorm roared like a feast dedicated to the flames themselves. Suddenly, a flash of silver exploded in the darkness. An exquisitely sharp blade of rippling light surged like tidal waves toward its target. The purple-haired tamer's eyelids twitched, raising a hand in stiff defense, biting out coldly. Such spatial techniquesteries, no way a mere Shadow Mantis like you can. Before resentment and doubt could fully register, his form shattered into countless glowing particles, drifting away like ash scattered by the fiery sea, vanishing completely. Without its master, the crimson flame dragon suddenly stiffened, then collapsed helplessly into the blazing fire, instantly dissolving into flames that merged with the surrounding inferno. Deprived of energy support, the towering firestorm quickly died down, darkness enveloping the valley once more. Only thick layers of ash blanketed the ground, the acrid smell of burning lingering, a testament to the fierce battle that had just taken place. Black Knight stood silently in place as Teray swiftly turned to regroup. Lin Shu mounted Purple Eyes and began returning to the valley. In the pitch-black night sky, the half-moon grew fuller and brighter, casting gentle, warm light precisely over him and his beasts, a comforting baptism. The moonlight penetrated flesh and spirit, reaching deep into the sea of consciousness, as Lin Shu and his beasts absorbed the grace. The restlessness and exhaustion left by the fierce fight were soothed, leaving the mind clear as a mirror. Pure spiritual energy flowed smoothly, and their will grew ever stronger and unbreakable. Perception continued to improve with assistance. The bright moon in the sky dimmed rapidly as the accumulated moonlight was drained by Lin Shu and his spirit beasts. The glow nearly vanished in an instant, and soon the entire moon seemed to be erased from the night sky. At the same moment, Lin Shu and the black earth soil, Yao's purple eyes opened. The gentle, warm energy receded like a tide, and he couldn't help but sigh softly at the loss. Glancing up at his status panel, he saw that the gain in spirit energy was modest 425, only slightly higher than before. Most of the power had clearly been divided among the spirit beasts, but he was undeniably closer to reaching the third tier. The spirit beasts benefited greatly as well. Their once sparse sea of spirit energy was now resilient and full. From now on, they could withstand attacks of the same level with greater ease. The baptism had just ended when a swirling black vortex tore open in their view the exit. At some point, two strange tokens had quietly settled into Lin Shu's palm. They were cold to the touch with eerie markings, clearly extraordinary, but their purpose eluded him for now. He planned to ask his mentor later. After confirming nothing else remained, he waited briefly, then stepped into the vortex, his figure swallowed by the black light. Outside the trial tower, the crowd erupted in excitement, all eyes fixed on the 13th floor. Everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating the breaking of the door to that level. Quiet, quiet. I'm so nervous. Nervous? Huh. A loser who can't even reach the 5th floor has no right to be nervous. Amid the noisy chatter, Guli stood front and center, almost occupying the entire observation area. His expression was solemn, all distractions cast aside. Dao Yao stood behind him, gently urging the nearby spirit beast masters to step back. Old Song's cloudy eyes were full of longing and anticipation, though he said nothing. The gap in skill was beyond words to bridge. Now he truly understood what it meant to be a spirit beast prodigy completely won over by Lin Shu. Suddenly, an explosive beam of golden light burst from the tower's peak. The entire otherworldly space trembled with thunderous force. The surging golden rays shot straight into the sky, coloring the once cloudless blue heavens a dazzling gold. Then, golden droplets began to fall from the height, covering a vast area around the trial tower. They transformed into a torrential shower of golden rain. The luminous drops danced and surged as if the entire world was celebrating the birth of a new champion. Lin Shu had conquered the tower. Family, we just witnessed history. For 20 whole years, no one has cleared the trial tower until today. A rising star shines bright. The crowd erupted into cheering like a mountain wave and ocean roar. Some reached out. Others lifted containers eagerly to collect the spirit-nourishing golden rain. Though the golden water's effect was 100 times weaker than the moonlight Lin Shu had absorbed, it remained a treasured prize for low-level spirit beast masters. Endless praise and applause filled the air. Everyone honored the conqueror, though no one yet knew who he truly was. After all, it was his achievement that brought forth this golden rain. Mere blessings and praise seemed so small by comparison. Gu Li's joy exceeded even his breakthrough at spiritual awakening. His student had cleared the trial tower. Old Song was equally moved, sighing with emotion. He really did it. By his side, Chu Ye's eyes flickered with feverish excitement mixed with a trace of melancholy. Facing such a grand scene, he whispered to himself, I really wish I could experience this someday. Soon, a figure appeared. The young man had neat, jet black hair that gently swayed in the breeze. His bright, lively eyes and well-defined features gave him a strikingly handsome appearance. Dressed in a fitted black outfit that outlined his slender yet upright frame, the lazy sunlight resting on his shoulders made his youthful vigor stand out even more. In front of the ancient tower, the crowd erupted like a crashing wave the moment he appeared, their cheers thunderous and unending. Gully squeezed through the crowd, his smile frozen from excitement, patting Lin Shu heavily on the shoulder. Well done, truly well done. All his countless words were summed up in that one phrase. He nodded repeatedly, full of praise. Lin Shu returned a gentle smile. Just got lucky. Come with me, it's too crowded here. Let's go somewhere else. With that, he summoned the white-feathered spirit hawk. The wind howled as the hawk flapped its wings. The group took to the air, descending into a quiet corner by the side of the city. No one was around. The earlier noise faded into the distance. Old Song spoke first, looking somewhat embarrassed but sincere. Lin Shu, I owe you an apology. I spoke nonsense earlier in a moment of confusion. I hope you won't take it to heart. His words were earnest, showing he was completely won over by Lin Shu's performance. Aside from a small boastful streak, Old Song had no major faults. Gully watched with interest, secretly pleased. Even Old Song had humbled himself. Lin Shu didn't press the issue, his tone calm with a hint of surprise. Those were your teachings to me, respected elder. How could that be nonsense? Old Song was momentarily stunned, then relaxed. The youth not only had outstanding beast-taming talent, but also great social awareness, giving him a graceful exit and saving face. His cheeks flushed, he smiled warmly. If you ever encounter difficulties at Zhongzhou University, just come to me. I've built some connections over the years. In that case, thank you, Old Song, for your care, Lin Shu replied. Shu Yu observed quietly nearby, feeling a newfound respect. This young man could take and let go without a temper. Gully nodded slightly, satisfied with the handling such potential combined with maturity would make surpassing himself in the future no surprise. Following Old Song's suggestion, Lin Shu and Chu Yu exchanged contact info and promised to stay in touch. After some casual conversation, everyone parted ways. Well then, see you at Zhongzhou University. Old Song and Chu Yu boarded the Spirit Hawk, calling out loudly. See you at Zhongzhou University. Lin Shu and Gully replied in unison, watching them fly off. The corner grew quiet again. Gully sized up Lin Shu, his restless thoughts finally settling. You experienced the moonlight baptism, right? That final starry radiance cleansed your spirit. Sharing it with a few spirit beasts and me naturally diluted the effect. He calculated and chuckled. You have 3 spirit beasts plus me, for shares total. Even if the moonlight had stored energy for 20 years, each share wouldn't be overwhelming. But raising 3 spirit beasts at your age is rare, and the moonlight blessing will greatly benefit their future. Lin Shu nodded in agreement. Then, seemingly remembering something, he said, those alien tribes have truly endless tricks and secret techniques coming at you wave after wave. But fortunately, my skills are one step ahead. Upon hearing this, Gully understood immediately it was about the 13th floor of the trial tower. That floor randomly manifests a gifted alien warrior to battle the challenger, something that generations of predecessors had repeatedly emphasized. Knowing that their world possessed tens of thousands of years of beast-taming legacy, Lin Shu could appreciate why their moves were so diverse. And do you know, Gully looked seriously at Lin Shu. In the early cultivation of these alien tribes, their power-up doesn't even mainly rely on beast-taming. Lin Shu pondered briefly and cautiously asked, they first improve their mental spiritual strength? Gully's expression brightened, as if seeing promise. He nodded emphatically, exactly. Early-stage psychic attack secrets are far stronger than low-level beast-taming. Most aliens' mental level far surpasses their beast-taming skills. It's completely different from our dasha cultivation path. Lin Shu was puzzled. Then why don't they use psychic attacks in combat? Reading his confusion, Gully smiled and explained, you have 3 beasts and defensive secrets protecting you. Those psychic attacks are fierce. They consume tremendous energy. A slight slip can drain your own spirit. Besides, those opponents are just mirror image spirits. They don't have deep underlying reserves. This analysis enlightened Lin Shu. Turned out he had already gained an invisible advantage and gained a clearer sense of the true terrifying depth of those alien prodigies. But don't underestimate yourself, Gully added. You've only been in this field half a year, yet your potential and talent rival anyone. Lin Shu smiled faintly, confident in his own abilities. Then he took 2 tokens from his spatial ring, 1 black and 1 gold. The black token was no different from one previously obtained by Chuyu, except the numbers were replaced with alien characters denoting cleared. The gold token was exquisitely crafted, featuring a lifelike, fierce dragon soaring upward with distinct scales carved on its surface. Gully's eyes were immediately drawn to the golden token. Even a spirit awakening class beast tamer would be tempted by it. Master, do these 2 tokens have other uses? Lin Shu asked. Gully looked away thoughtfully and explained seriously. This is the greatest reward from clearing the trial tower. The gold one is called the Earth Dragon token. Related to dragons? Lin Shu studied the dragon carving thoughtfully. Exactly. Gully nodded. It's a key. Only with this token can you enter the land of the dragons. The land of the dragons? Lin Shu guessed that place probably allowed contracts with dragon-type spirit beasts, but what else could it have? He pressed further. Master, what other benefits are inside? Gully chuckled softly. No need to rush. Acquiring dragon-type beasts is just the basics. More importantly, there is a treasure pavilion there, originally a vault of the Zhongli family used to reward outstanding members of their clan. It's filled with secret arts, evolution paths, spirit-enhancing treasures, even rare ultimate techniques. His tone took on a hint of reverence. The Zhongli clan has lasted at least 5,000 years in the alien world and is a renowned great power. Such a treasure trove formed from that heritage would tempt any spirit awakening class tamer. Gully pointed to the token shining with golden light. Even better, this token is bound to your spirit. As long as you hold it, no one can steal it or open the hidden realm on your behalf. Since the token is spirit-bound, others can't take or use it without your consent. That's actually a good thing. No need to worry about thieves coveting it. The trial tower was the foundation laid by the Zhongli family, steeped in deep history and treasures beyond count. Lin Shu had been planning this for a long time, and as soon as he spoke, he got straight to the point. Mentor, how do I get inside? Can I go now? He was just 1 step away from reaching spirit rank 3, and his beast riding slot was still empty. He was so eager he almost wanted to rush in right away. Gully could understand his impatience. If it were him, he'd probably be even more anxious. The place isn't dangerous. You can enter anytime, Gully said, pointing to the bronze-colored Earth Dragon token at Lin Shu's waist. With this, you'll be safe in the Dragon Realm. It's a rare hidden otherworld that only appears for 5 days each year in March. Lin Shu nodded. He already knew about these unstable dimensional spaces, sometimes dormant, sometimes manifesting in the real world. March was less than 2 months away. It would be the perfect time to build his strength. I see, so I still have to wait, he said. Gully didn't elaborate further. He nodded, took out his phone, snapped a photo of another black token, then went to the window and began dialing several numbers. A few minutes after hanging up, he said thoughtfully, I was prepared for you to be specially admitted within half a year, but that you passed the trial tower and got recruited, that really surprised me. His tone carried a note of delight. Different admission channels came with different perks. The more brilliant the talent, the more sought after they were. Before Lin Shu could ask more, Gully continued, with your results, Zhongzhou University will give you a hefty amount of credits. They'll try to get you even more. Credits were the hard currency on campus, exchangeable for just about any resource. Gully was confident, fully trusted Zhongzhou University's backing. After all, Lin Shu was the first beast rider in 20 years to clear the trial tower. If they didn't give him enough credits, Gully would personally appeal to the president. Thank you. Mentor, Lin Shu's eyes gleamed with hope. There was so much he still needed, and more credits meant more opportunities. Don't mention it, you're the one I should thank. Guli patted his shoulder with a smile. If you pull off a few more big feats, who knows, maybe you'll get promoted. Lin Shu smiled back. Helping his mentor was a good thing for him as well. That's about everything I can say for now, Guli said, putting away his phone. Tomorrow, someone will bring your student ID and some other small items. The journey from Zhongzhou to Yenzhou wasn't short, so this quick arrangement was clearly expedited by Gu Li's influence. Knowing Lin Shu as he did, there was no chance he'd transfer to another school, but better to get the formalities settled early for peace of mind. Mentor, once the paperwork is done, can I go to Zhongzhou University right away? Lin Shu asked. Of course, anytime, Gu Li added. That's the advantage of special admission, you can enroll whenever you want. Lin Shu was clear-headed, not in a rush. Then he'll prepare a few more days. Gu Li nodded casually. Everyone has things to handle. A couple of days won't hurt. All right. Since I've cleared the trial tower, should we stay here or go back to Fengdu? Let's stay here a couple more days. It's been a long time since we last saw the wild rabbits in the Deadwood Forest. I've missed them, and I bet their numbers have grown quite a bit. We should give it a couple more days. Guli recognized Lin Shu's plan and shrugged indifferently. What really concerned him was the potential risk posed by that foreign spirit entity. Lin Shu's talent was close to demonic. If anything went wrong this time, it would be disastrous. So Guli canceled all his recent engagements and committed himself fully to being Lin Shu's bodyguard. All right then, you go ahead and do your own thing. With that, he took out a sun umbrella and a folding lounge chair from his spatial ring, snapping open the umbrella with a crisp sound, and laid back leisurely. Dappled sunlight filtered through the umbrella, casting mottled shadows over his face, which was etched with pure relaxation. Dao Yao, on the other hand, remained tense and motionless by his side like a statue, his gaze locked on Lin Shu, the entire time a perfect, attentive guardian. Lin Shu was long accustomed to his mentor's laid-back demeanor. He raised his hand, and the three contracted beasts Hai, Tuyue, and Zima leaped out simultaneously from the contract space. Having just been cleansed by the moonlight recently, their energy was abundant, muscles twitching subtly beneath their fur. Same as always, take down those wild rabbits. At the command, the three beasts charged ahead into the forest, their excitement even greater than their masters. Dead trees shook, bushes trembled, and a wave of brown-gray wild rabbits scattered fatefully, heading into a deadly trap. Time flew to Saturday morning. Suddenly, explosive news broke in the Deadwood territory. The trial tower, unconquered for nearly 20 years, was shattered by a young student's record-breaking ascent. The story quickly trended across the internet, spreading rapidly among beast tamers. Major companies and factions extended invitations, and the four top universities offered enticing deal after deal. Yet only Zhongzhou University remained silent. Experts immediately knew this meant the genius was already decided on their future. Yesterday afternoon, Lin Shu and his mentor left the Deadwood Forest, riding a Bayou Spirit Falcon back to Fengdu. Over 3 days and nights, Lin Shu and his contracted beasts swept through the wild rabbit dens with the speed and destruction of a locust swarm. The commotion was so intense that wild rabbits nearly vanished from the forest, with only a few deliberately spared for breeding purposes. In total, he gained 1,500 proficiency points from this hunt. Adding his daily training, the sum reached 1,735 points. Hai consumed most of it at once, soaring to level 40, and achieving mastery of the Void Walk talent. Tuyue received 356 points, pushing that beast to level 31, leaving 83 points unused, while Zimu would have to wait for next time. Back on campus, Lin Shu stepped out from the team's lounge. He had already made an appointment with the principal to personally inform him about his impending transfer to Zhongzhou University. Didn't want to leave without saying goodbye. Pushing open the door to the principal's office, Pei Yuanfang was already waiting. Seeing Lin Shu enter, he quickly rose, thinking, this is the treasure of Kanglan No. 2 High School, surely he must be facing some trouble. It's just the right chance for me as principal to help. What's the matter? You're in such a rush. Is something urgent? He gestured toward the teacup beside him, signaling Lin Shu to take his time. Pei Yuanfang leaned back in his swivel chair with a calm, carefree smile, as if he were about to leisurely raise the cup for a sip at any moment. But Lin Shu only glanced briefly, his fingertips not even touching the rim, and got straight to the point. Principal, they'll be heading to Zhongzhou University next week. Zhongzhou University? Good, what? Next week? Pei Yuanfang had just nodded lightly, but his smile froze mid-sentence. He pushed up his reading glasses, his tone shifting from relaxed to urgent. How many levels did you clear? He had long since scoured the internet for news about someone recently clearing the trial tower in one go. Though not young, he was no novice at surfing the web. Under those eyes filled with equal parts anticipation and fervor, Lin Shu slowed his breath, but didn't drag it out. The beast tamer who passed the trial tower 2 days ago was me. His words rang out clearly, neither rushed nor slow, like the toll of a bell echoing indoors. Even prepared as he was, Pei Yuanfang's face flushed deeply. After 20 years, The record had finally been broken, and by a student from his own school. Wonderful, just wonderful. Overwhelmed with joy, he almost couldn't find the words, springing from his chair and unbuttoning 2 buttons at his collar. He paced the office restlessly, as if trying to walk all the excitement into the floorboards. Only after several rounds did he calm down and return to his seat. This is tremendous news. The school and I personally have every reason to give you our full support. Lin Shu wasn't surprised by this, but he didn't want to just leave it at that. After a moment's thought, he asked proactively, Principal, is there anything else the school needs me to help with? He might not yet be the strongest beast tamer, but he was already well known in Fengdu, not to mention the prestige of conquering the trial tower. If he could bring some attention to his alma mater before leaving, it would be a worthy way to repay their cultivation. Pei Yuanfang nodded understandingly, contemplating briefly. This kid was loyal and thoughtful, exactly as he expected. In a flash, he thought of the Bingzhou Cup. Originally, Lin Shu hadn't been allowed to participate out of concern over the skill gap. Now the situation was reversed. Lin Shu had just earned the trial tower honor, while the strongest opponents were only level 42 tamers, and Lin Shu had shrugged off the firepower of a level 45 red flame dragon. Besides, the Bingzhou Cup was already in the finals. If Lin Shu showed up wearing the Zhongzhou University emblem, it would ignite the entire arena. Not only could they bring the trophy back to Kanglan No. 2 High School, but Zhongzhou University would be forced to take the school seriously. Next enrollment season might even see students crowding the gates just to get in. The star effect was not to be underestimated. Having made up his mind, he laid out the plan to Lin Shu in detail and handed over the latest roster and data for the main beast tamers from Bingzhou High School. As long as it helps the school, that's what matters. I understand, Principal. They'll compete in the finals, Lin Shu said calmly as he skimmed the data, then folded it away. We have a strong chance of winning. Pei Yuanfang still harbored some concern. If you lose the finals, your reputation. His words trailed off, but the meaning was clear. After all, for young people, reputation meant everything. Since Lin Shu was so confident and found no difficulty, that was best. Haha. All right, I'll notify them right away, Pei Yuanfang said, then immediately called Gu Jinbong to relay the decision from start to finish. After a moment of stunned silence on the other end, the shock turned into uncontrollable joy with Lin Shu on their side. Winning the Bingzhou Cup was practically guaranteed. Gu Jinbong kept thanking him over the phone and even marveled that Lin Shu was truly the school team's lucky star before hanging up. When the call ended, Pei Yuanfang patted Lin Shu's shoulder, feeling deeply moved. The phrase "a hidden dragon emerges from the sea" perfectly describes you. He said solemnly, "This time I owe you a favor. If you ever need anything, just say the word." A beast tamer as exceptionally gifted as Lin Shu had a boundless future ahead and must never be lost contact with. Maybe one day an old favor could get him out of a tight spot. There's no need for that, Principal. Lin Shu wanted to decline, but Pei Yuanfang insisted, so he finally nodded in agreement. Their conversation ended there. Lin Shu stepped out of the principal's office and headed straight to the school team's training hall. After all, since he was back, he had to meet with his teammates first. The next evening, the entire school team boarded a bus headed for the Bingzhou Cup finals in Chengdu City. As the capital of Bingzhou, Chengdu led the region in economy and education. News of Lin Shu gearing up to compete again after nearly a month spread like wildfire throughout Bingzhou, driving the excitement to a fever pitch. Even though their opponent, Bingzhou High School, was much stronger overall than Kanglan No. 2, online polls still showed a tight race at 45-55. No one dared to underestimate this young beast tamer who had risen to most gifted student in just half a year. Meanwhile, in a cramped, dingy basement beneath Bingzhou, Shintu Wuhong had finally taken over a body of decent aptitude with the help of his powerful backers. Under a flickering yellow bulb, an old computer from decades ago buzzed softly. He moved the mouse and typed on the keyboard with clean, practiced motions. Over the past month, he had adapted to life in Daxia, breeding beasts, nurturing his spirit, rebuilding his strength, and in his free time surfing the internet. The addictive thrill of the fingertips controlling so much chaos utterly consumed him. Thinking about Lin Shu who had ruined him and now basked in glory, Shintu Wuhong gritted his teeth. Using Lin Shu's fame in Bingzhou, he easily found the latest news. The finals were about to begin. He sat up straighter, ready to unleash a scathing insult online to vent his anger. People like that even dare compete? Pathetic trash. The keyboard clattered excitedly as he typed. But as soon as the post went up, replies flooded in like a tidal wave. Little darky, you're getting desperate? Who do you think you are? A stray dog barking? Big mouth, but just a loser pounding keys in real life. The rapid beep 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 alerts and scrolling text made his chest heave in frustration as he coughed repeatedly. The case fan whirred wildly. Wisps of white smoke emerged from the ventilation holes. Furious, Shintu Wuhong slammed his fist on the desk. You bunch of swine, how dare you insult me? He was about to continue his keyboard attack when smoke soon filled the cramped room. Bang! With a sharp crack, the ancient computer screen went black and froze. Unresponsive to any pounding, it was completely dead. Nolan Shu. His angry roar echoed down the dim hallway. At the Chidu Arena, Lin Shu had no idea what was unfolding around him. The final match was about to begin, and he had just changed into the uniform representing Zhongzhou University, a form-fitting white silk shirt that traced the lines of his figure like flowing water. Under the lights, faint embroidery shimmered alongside the round school emblem on his chest. His black, wide-legged trousers hung neatly, complementing his refined demeanor as if he were a walking work of art. On the sidelines, Lan Mengzhu, Lei Wu, Li Shuheng, and Gu Jinbang all turned to look at Lin Shu in unison, their eyes brimming with envy and longing. The 5 top universities were a hallowed ground for countless students. Yesterday's events had left them speechless, and today they still struggled to contain their excitement. Why the long faces? The match is about to start. Focus. Gu Jinbang reminded them, sweeping his gaze over the 3. Remember this, Lin Shu is our absolute core. All tactics revolve around him. This strategy had been finalized last night amidst Gu Zhenbang's boisterous laughter and everyone's astonishment. Given Lin Shu's current skill level, it was only natural for him to be the centerpiece. Understood, the 3 replied in unison, snapping back to attention. Lin Shu had taken Chun Yujia's starting spot, a change she had requested herself, admitting she was the weakest link and didn't want to hold the team back. The other 3, who understood Lin Shu's true strength, were more than willing to agree. After all, he was someone who had passed the trial tower, a feat none of them had ever dared to imagine. Suddenly, a sharp bell rang out, signaling the official start of the match. The Chidu Stadium, with over 50,000 seats, was packed to capacity, most of the crowd here for the name Lin Shu. It had been a full month since his last appearance, and fans eagerly wondered how much he had improved and whether he could once again turn the tide on the final stage. Students from Kanglan No. 2 Middle School occupied a large section of the stands, including Bai Sheng, who stared intensely at the slowly rising battle platform. As the lights dimmed in layers, cheers and chatter erupted, threatening to shake the roof. Suddenly, dazzling beams of colored light streamed from the ceiling and around the arena, outlining the massive stage in the center. Rousing music thundered through the venue, igniting the atmosphere instantly. High above, 2 level 8 hunting beasts with wingspans exceeding 10 meters gigantic saber-toothed pterosaur scud through the air. Sonic booms echoed as they intertwined fearsomely in flight, executing their choreographed performance with precision. They skimmed past the edge of the stands, then flapped upward, vanishing into the dome. The brief but breathtaking opening show ended to waves of applause and cheers, the close presence of such high-level beasts stirring adrenaline. The lights focused again, fully revealing the 4 competitors from each side. Not far from the center stage, the host emerged in the spotlight, his voice projecting clearly throughout the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Today marks the day of the Bingzhou Cup finals. At such a crucial moment, my heart, like everyone else's, was throbbing with restless excitement. Without any build-up, the host announced, "Let's welcome the contestants to the stage." Immediately, the lights blazed on and the music roared, transforming the venue into a sea of celebration. Screams and applause intertwined as the 8 contestants took turns stepping onto the elevated platform, fully visible to the audience. The host began introducing each of them. First up is Lin Shu from Bingzhou High School. Before he finished, most eyes had already locked onto the same person, Lin Shu. Compared to him, the other contestants seemed like mere background figures. Lin Shu wore a sharply tailored uniform with sleek lines. The collar's intricate design was striking and dignified, catching people's attention. Some in the crowd were momentarily stunned, sensing the uniform looked familiar but unable to place it right away. In the audience, Bai Sheng stared intently at the uniform, his eyes full of admiration. He had just learned the truth yesterday. This guy consistently shattered others' expectations. At that moment, the large screen and the host's gaze shifted toward Kanglan No. 2 High School's side. The host spoke clearly. "This is Lin Shu, whom I'm sure everyone recognizes. He's from..." But his words suddenly cut off. The host clearly realized the significance the uniform carried. A prompt came through his earpiece, urging him to emphasize this moment. They could already smell tomorrow's headlines, the kind that would dominate the news. Taking a deep breath, the host resumed with raised pitch. "Oh my goodness. Maybe many of you don't know what Lin Shu's uniform represents." He deliberately stretched out the last word, building suspense. The arena fell into sudden silence. Everyone held their breath, waiting to hear. A few knowledgeable spectators furrowed their brows before suddenly understanding. "That's the uniform of Zhongzhou University. He's already a student at Zhongzhou University." In an instant, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers that seemed to shatter the roof as the entire venue boiled with excitement. Gasps spread like wildfire. Many jumped up from their seats in exhilaration. Everyone grasped the weight of this revelation. Lin Shu was still a first-year high school student, but had already been specially admitted to Zhongzhou University, one of the top 5 elite universities in Daxia. To put it in perspective, only around 50 senior students from all of Bingzhou managed to enter these top 5 universities each year. Wow, this is just unbelievable. This is terrifyingly impressive. Heavens, am I crazy, or is the world crazy? The reactions from the Kanglan number 2 high school spectators were the most intense. Zhao Sheng, Huang Yan, Zhang Qi, Lu Dong, and other close friends of Lin Shu nearly slumped back in their chairs, faces etched with shock. Everyone was a first year. He had quietly gone on to university already, and not just any university, but the very best one. The 4 members of the Binzhou high school team opposite them wore stiff expressions. They had always known Lin Shu was strong, but never expected him to be this exceptional. Their once steady composure instantly unraveled. As the atmosphere reached its peak, the host composed himself and loudly declared, "Clearly, this news blows our minds completely. I'm sure, like me, you're all eagerly anticipating what's next. So let the finals officially begin." On the vast, brightly lit battle stage, spotlights focused down. Lin Shu's expression was calm and collected. Jing Yi stood quietly by his side, while Lin himself surveyed the 4 opponents' summoned beasts with steady eyes. Confidence was written clearly between his brows, yet without a hint of arrogance. Dozens of cameras swiveled around the stage, each lens unerringly fixed on the center of attention. Today's finals. All eyes would follow his every move. The others all exchanged serious looks. Clearly, the overall strength of Binzhou number 2 high school forced them to remain fully alert. In the center of the arena, the referee raised his arm, his booming voice reverberating throughout the venue. The match begins. Before his words even faded, all 8 spirit beasts unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Brilliant skill light exploded across the arena like a dazzling, unceasing fireworks display, illuminating the entire battlefield. Binzhou number 2 high school strategy was direct and straightforward. Known forced matchups. They knew full well that Lin Shu's spirit beast was fiercely skilled in solo combat, but they were confident that their captain, Zhang Yuan, could hold him off. This so-called single defense was actually a stalling tactic. As long as they could tie up Lin Shu, the rest of their team could defeat the remaining 3 opponents one by one. After all, the overall level of Binzhou number 2's spirit beasts was higher, naturally giving them an advantage in combat power. With controlled division of the battlefield and picking off enemies individually, victory seemed well within reach. At this moment, Lin Shu stood face-to-face with Binzhou's captain Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's spirit beast, Guangyun Lingying, floated midair. Its small, palm-sized body was translucent like crystal, resembling a delicate doll. Compared to the large, imposing beasts around, it seemed insignificant, but in fact it was the sharpest edge of their lineup. Level 42, Lord grade quality, with skill proficiency even 2 levels higher than Lin Shu's Black Knight. For high schoolers, this was nearly top-tier strength. Both sides, in terms of stats and presence, were evenly matched. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan launched his attack. At his brief command, Guangyun Lingying surged with energy, transforming it into several white light orbs that then turned into countless light arrows, blanketing the Era's signature intermediate skill called Arrow of Light. With perfect proficiency, the storm of arrows roared fiercely, a buzzing sound filling the air. Lin Shu's gaze was calm and unhurried as he said softly, "Black Knight, engage." Black Knight spread its wings and took flight. Its sharp silver-white blade-like wings slashed through the air, thin as silk but imbued with a trace of golden essence, instantly sharpening its deadly edge. The next moment, the dazzling arrow storm shattered like tofu cut apart, scattering into light particles that drifted away on the wind. Black Knight did not pause. Its wings beat fiercely, and its dark form suddenly compressed like a cannonball, barreling straight at Guangyun Lingying. Seeing his signature move instantly countered, Zhang Yuan's brow tightened in sudden anxiety. He had no time to think further before Black Knight's gleaming silver dagger was nearly upon him. Light guard dazzle," Zhang Yuan ordered sternly. The light surrounding Guangyun Lingying rapidly condensed into intersecting laser beams, forming a fluid, shifting shield that instantly encased its entire body. Then a burst of blinding white light flashed. Almost unbearable to look at, this was Zhang Yuan's well-honed defensive technique, able to block at least 80 of a beast's direct assault. In the blink of an eye, Guangyun Lingying transformed into half a white light orb. The overlapping layers of its shield faced down Black Knight's gaze, sharp as a blade and charging directly towards it. Just when Zhang Yuan thought his once foolproof defense against surprise stabs was working perfectly, the unexpected happened without him noticing. The mantis-type spirit pet had silently slipped behind him, completely escaping the dazzling light domain. Zhang Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. He could hardly comprehend what was unfolding before his eyes. What on earth was going on? Yes' expression was cold and merciless, like an unfeeling assassin. Its arms crossed and struck simultaneously from both sides, sharp blades slicing through the air. The faint golden membrane of the light's protection was as fragile as eggshells in its grasp, instantly shattering into pieces. The slender and delicate spirit glow Lingying, exposed in the open air, showed clear signs of fear and unease. This strike far exceeded its limits. In a flash, Ling Ying summoned all its strength to cast Light Barrier once more. Bang! Like the sound of shattering glass echoing across the arena, Hey Yes blades effortlessly pierced through the barrier. Its evolved attack power was now beyond anything typical for its level. Though the barrier absorbed some of the impact, Ling Ying's abdomen was punctured with a fist-sized bleeding hole, blood gushing uncontrollably. It wasn't instantly killed but was clearly on its last legs, stumbling backward in panic. Sparks of holy light gathered over the wound, slowly stitching it shut, but the feeble healing was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Outside the ring, Zhang Yuan stood frozen in disbelief, his fingers stiffly pointing without uttering a single command. Hei Yi tilted its head slightly, seemingly puzzled that it hadn't finished the fight with one strike. Seeing its opponent retreat at a snail's pace, it suddenly lunged forward again, gathering sharp edge energy, its blades poised to strike once more. In desperation, Spirit Glow Ling Ying stopped moving and raised its hands in surrender, fully aware that Hei Yes strike was no joke, and that if the blade energy landed, there would be no chance for survival. Under Hei Yes' icy, piercing gaze, Ling Ying slowly flew out of the arena, leaving a trail of crimson blood in its wake, signaling its defeat. Hei Yi barely glanced at it before spreading its wings and flying off toward another battlefield. The entire confrontation happened in the blink of an eye. A spectator holding up a phone checked and realized only 3 minutes had passed since the match began. Just 2 quick attacks were enough to utterly crush the opposing team's strongest captain. The crowd instantly erupted each fatal strike, drawing gasps and cheers. Unbelievable. That's a level 42 Spirit Glow Ling Ying they just took down. Hei Yi is amazing. Lin Shu is amazing. The host, standing center stage, was stunned for half a second before regaining composure and loudly praising. What a flawless performance. Lin Shu has given us a true assassination spectacle. Now, how will the remaining 3 students from Binzhou High School respond? His voice rang out loud and clear, his face flushed, stirring the crowd's cheers throughout the arena. Meanwhile, the 3 teammates, stealing a moment amid the chaos, finally noticed the massacre at the ring and froze in shock. Their eyes fixed on Captain Zhang Yuan crouched on the ground, clutching his hair tightly with his left hand. Guilt, shock, and fear twisted inside him as his heart pounded uncontrollably. So this is what you meant by being confident enough to hold off Lin Shu. It's over now. Forget fighting, better to surrender. 3 against 4, and the opponents still have an absolute powerhouse. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.